Chapter 321 The Devil in World Number 0. Brothers, just say that I didn't come in time. Right? Nan Feng threw a grenade and blew up all the ferocious beasts in front of Shen Pan. Judge Shen yelled, "Why do you always show up at such a critical time? Is it intentional?" Nan Feng stretched out 4 fingers and pointed at the sky, conscious of heaven and earth. "I really just came here." In fact, Nan Feng had returned to Area 527 2 hours ago. But he did not return to Nancheng, but continued to search for traces of the fallen demon in the wild. After he left the 53rd war zone, he found 3 fallen demons in other war zones. So far, he has hunted 5 fallen demons. Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be a fallen demon in Area 527. Nan Feng searched for it for more than 2 hours, but couldn't find it. So he had to return to Nancheng first. As soon as he arrived outside the city, he saw Shen Pan and others being beaten, and quickly shot back. Mao Mao looked excited. "Nan Shen is back." "Shen Pan, hurry!" "Nan Feng, there is another brother in the water." "Is there anyone else in the water?" When Nan Feng heard this, he put on his tactical mask and plunged into the water. Tactical mask is an upgraded version of low-light night vision goggles. It not only has all the functions of low-light night vision goggles, but also has many other bits and pieces of abilities. This includes waterproof goggles. "Yo! Octopus?" Nan Feng opened his eyes in the water and saw several long tentacles. 2 of the tentacles entangled Lin Tai and dragged him deep into the water. No matter how hard Lin Tai struggled, he could not break free. Nan Feng kicked off his legs, swam over in a breaststroke position, and stabbed out the netherworld thorn to cut off the tentacles entangled with Lin Tai. Then Nan Feng grabbed the 2 tentacles with his backhand. Devil Wings spread its wings and flew out of the water. "Let's go!" Giant tentacle octopus. The suction cups on its tentacles have great suction power, tightly sucking the riverbed. But it cannot withstand the stronger force of the south wind and directly uproots it. What a big octopus! The south fan flew up into the sky with devil's wings, grasped the tentacles of giant tentacled octopus with his right hand and swung it hard, sending dozens of purple flame birds flying. Isn't it beautiful to hunt birds like this? Demacia. At this moment, giant touching octopus is Nanfeng's natal weapon. He suspended in the air and began to circle quickly. The huge size of giant touch octopus was like an oversized fly swatter, and it could swat away more than a dozen purple flame birds every time it turned. The empty, purple flame birds on the south wall were quickly cleared away by the south wind. In Nancheng, Wang Yuanming and others were stunned. Is this the south wind? Why does this fighting style look a bit like the Hulk? Yunfei, exaggeration. We shot for a long time and only managed to shoot down a few hundred of them. How could it be solved in 10 seconds when the south wind came? Wu Yuanran, and he hasn't used a gun yet. Is this the level 30 chosen one? Wu Yuanyuan felt a little hot in his heart. He also wanted to challenge his inner demon as soon as possible, reach level 30, and then kill them randomly. It's a pity that Xiao Luo and others haven't succeeded in the challenge yet, so he can only wait a little longer. In the sky, the south fan stirred the devil's wings, clearing away the purple flame birds from several other directions. After Nanfeng's operation, the number of purple flame birds was less than 1/5 of the original number, and there was no longer a threat to Nancheng. Suzerain immediately commanded, "Brothers, go up to the city wall. Kill all the ferocious beasts on the ground too. Kill, kill, kill. Go!" Wu Yuanyuan and others immediately jumped on the city wall and began to output wildly. The pressure on Su Ming and others at the city gate suddenly decreased, and they began to fight towards the outside of the city, pushing the defense line forward. Suzerain also climbed up the city wall and looked outside the city with slightly squinted eyes. Where is Shen Pan? Did anyone see Shen punishing them? Everyone shook their heads. The black current demonic wolf outside the city was very large. Shen Pan and others had long been overwhelmed by the wolves and could not see them at all. They are not dead. Suzerain glanced at the panel to confirm that Shen Pan and others were still alive. Su Ming pushed towards the moat gate to support Shen Pan. Clear. The giant shield in Su Ming's hand pushed forward fiercely. Shield wall advance. The giant shield turned into a phantom, 10 meters long and 3 meters high, like a huge city wall. The black current demonic wolves were pushed back by the giant shield. Wu Changnan stood beside Su Ming holding a short knife and exclaimed, "Niobe, do you mind Dun Shan? Su Ming is really like a shield mountain now." The huge shield he transformed into is blocking a large number of black current demonic wolves. Others don't need to worry about the frontal situation. They only need to clear out the black current demonic wolf on both sides. And the advancement speed is extremely fast. Every few minutes, they found Shenpian and others looking embarrassed. At this time, the 6 members of Shenpian's group were covered in bruises and scars. But strangely, the black current demonic wolf around them were all 1 meter away from them, looking at them with bared teeth, but did not come closer. Su Ming looked at Judge Shen with some confusion. What's going on? Are you afraid of these little local dogs? Definitely not. Shenpian looked excited. Brothers, this statue can really ward off evil spirits. Only then did everyone notice that Shenpian and others were all leaning against the statue of a woman. Isn't this the statue that Nafeng brought back to the townhouse? When Nafeng said before that this statue could control the house, everyone laughed it off, thinking that Nafeng was just joking. Didn't expect it to be really useful? Although it is not very useful. Within 1 meter around the statue, ferocious beasts will not dare to approach. But at a critical moment, it might work wonders. Like standing next to the statue and provoking fallen demon? It's exciting to think about. With the support of the large army, Shenpian and others returned to Nancheng without any danger. The gates of the moat have also been successfully unblocked. With Su Zern's order, the gates opened wide, and the 4 moats began to flow, rushing the bodies of the ferocious beasts in the water downstream. The upstream gate also opened at the same time, and new river water slowly flowed into the moat again. This wave of beasts has almost been defended. Looking at the scattered ferocious beasts outside the city, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Su Zern, statistics of casualties. This wave of beasts looked a bit dangerous, but in fact it did not cause too many casualties to Nancheng. After all, the level of the ferocious beast was not too high, and Nanfeng rushed back and killed a purple flame bird in the sky in time. The time is approaching 1 p.m., and the next wave of beasts is about to arrive. I'm leaving. The next wave is up to you. Nanfeng found Su Zern and said. Su Zern frowned slightly. Xiao Luo and Xiao Anren haven't defeated their inner demons yet. Nancheng needs you very much now. They haven't solved it yet? Nanfeng was a little confused. Although the inner demon was a bit difficult to deal with, it wouldn't take more than 10 hours to deal with it. Right? I heard that Archie in world number 2. His inner demon was still Dragon Invincible. Wasn't it solved within 5 hours? How fierce are the inner demons of Xiao Luo and Xiao Anren? Yes, brother Nanfeng. Nancheng really needs you. Yuran walked over with her slender waist twisted. Her face and body were covered in dust, and she looked a little shabby. But it did not affect her charming appearance with a smile at all. Nanfeng thought for a while, then nodded and agreed. Then I will quickly deal with the next wave of beasts, and then go find the fallen demon. There are still 5 fallen demons alive in world number 9. Nanfeng won't be able to find them for a while, so he might as well help Nancheng defend them again. There are still 3 minutes until 1 o'clock. Nanfeng returned to the hut to recover, and threw all the unused equipment in his backpack into the village warehouse. I don't know what happened, but the 3 fallen demons hunted later gave Nanfeng a total of 9 red treasure chests. But Nanfeng only opened 1 piece of A-level equipment, and he couldn't use it yet. Luck is at its worst. Nanfeng seriously doubts that the lucky amulet he is wearing is A-grade. This is obviously the amulet of bad luck. At this moment, bursts of exclamation suddenly came from outside the house, attracting Nanfeng's attention. Damn it. Look at the sky. What is that? There is someone in the sky. This, isn't that my son? Why is my son in heaven? Nanfeng's heart condensed, and he quickly walked out of the hut and looked up at the sky. There was a huge white cloud floating above Nanfeng's head, and a vague scene appeared in the white cloud. Nanfeng could tell at a glance that the scene in the white clouds was the original world number 0. In the original world number 0, all the old people and children were gathered together. They looked around in panic, looking terrified. There is a huge light blue protective shield that covers all the old people and children. And outside the protective shield is a fallen demon sitting on the throne. It seemed that the time had come, and fallen demon, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up from the throne and walked step by step towards the light blue protective shield in front of him. Boom! 1 punch. The light blue protective cover shook violently. Nanfeng's expression changed. This fallen demon was ready to start hunting old people and children. Chapter 322. Shaun in his back. Damn it. Is that? Number 0 primitive world in the sky? Is this the fallen devil? It looks very fierce. He's attacking the shield. He wants to kill those old people and children. In the southern city, a group of chosen ones looked up at the scene in the sky and talked about it. This same scene is repeated in all primitive worlds. Some of the chosen ones saw their relatives from the scene in the sky. They wanted to stop the fallen demon with angry faces. But unfortunately, they were not qualified to go to the original world number 0. Nefong glanced at his backpack. He currently only had 5 World Pass fragments number 0. There are still 5 pieces missing. Nanfeng looked grim. The protective shield of World 0 obviously cannot last long, and will soon be shattered by the fallen demon. It was too late for him to collect the remaining 5 fragments. No wonder even Suena can't save the old people and children in Red Star. This is simply an impossible task. What I lack is not strength, but time. Nefong looked up at the sky and exhaled a long breath. He can kill a fallen demon in a few minutes, but the key is that he doesn't have that much time to find the fallen demon. From the beginning of the beast tide to now, it has been 13 hours. Nanfeng has only traveled through 11 war zones and hunted 5 fallen demons. There are still more than 30 war zones in the original world number 9. And there are more or less chosen ones. In other words, fallen demons may exist in these more than 30 war zones. And Nefong simply does not have that much time to find them one by one. Time is too little. The world where all the fallen demons can be found is perhaps the only original world number 1. Right? Nefong thought silently. Only the chosen ones from world number 1 would voluntarily risk their lives to go out and search for traces of the fallen demon. Boom! 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 In the sky, fallen demon kept punching and kicking the light blue protective shield. The shield was crumbling, and it looked like it wouldn't last much longer. The people in the protective shield screamed, cried, and kept retreating and retreating. But no matter how they retreat, they can't escape the claws of the fallen demon. Because these old people and children are not the chosen ones. They are just ordinary Blue Star people. It's over. It's over. They're dead. Who is going to save them? Those kids were so young. Where is Nanshin? Can Nanshin go to World 0? Everyone was talking anxiously and loudly. And many people turned their heads in the direction of the south wind. Nanfeng lowered his eyebrows and shook his head slightly. He also wants to go to World 0. More than anyone else. But he is not qualified to go now. Roar! 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 At the same time, there were roars again outside the South City. The 26th wave of beasts is coming. Nanfeng's face was cold. And he jumped onto the city wall with a deep leap. First deal with this wave of beasts. With that said, Nefong picked up Gatlin and fired wildly at the beast that was running towards him. Duh. Gatlin roared violently, seeming to vent the anger and despair in Nanfeng's heart. This wave of ferocious beasts is only level 26. None of them can withstand Gatling's bullets. Not even one of them. Not even the Lord-level ferocious beasts. Even the bullets fired by Gatling can penetrate several ferocious beasts with one bullet. After a full 60 seconds of violent shooting, most of the ferocious beasts in the direction of the South City gate were destroyed. And they could no longer pose any threat to the South City. This is Nanfeng's current strength. Everyone in Nancheng was stunned. Their jaws almost dropped to the ground. And they couldn't say a word. As expected of the village chief of Nansuan. Nanshan is awesome. Presumptuous. What is the name of the village chief? Call the city lord. Hack. Is this the beast tide? That's it? Nefong put away Gatling and without saying a word, turned around and headed to the east city gate to deal with the ferocious beasts over there. Suzerain led a large force to support the west gate, leaving only 50 brothers to continue guarding the south gate. 10 minutes later, covered by Nanfeng's terrifying firepower, this wave of beasts was easily dealt with. The chosen ones from Nancheng got a precious 20 minutes of rest time. But no one rested. And everyone looked to the sky, watching the situation in World 0. Look! This protective shield is full of cracks, and is about to be scrapped. To be honest, it is unexpected that this protective shield can last for 10 minutes. Is there anyone who can save them? My son is still in there. I beg you. Go save him. Don't panic. I heard from people in World 1 that Long Woody is hunting the last fallen demon. And he can go to World 0 soon. When Nanfeng heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. This is good news for all Blue Star people. It's time for me to go too. Nanfeng gathered his thoughts and walked towards the city gate, preparing to continue looking for the fallen demon. Suddenly, Xiao Nan's clear voice came to his ears. Xiaonan, hey! 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 Can anyone hear me? Is this thing broken? Nanfeng was stunned. He had been able to sense Xiaonan's location, which was near Nancheng. But he disappeared and could not see Xiaonan. This little girl disappeared for a long time, and finally found out she was back? Nanfeng Qingyan, tactical headset, you little girl. Where did you go? Xiaonan's tone was a little surprised. Ah, brother. Are you back? I'm underground. Are you underground? Nanfeng took a breath of air. Are you really planning to wander around Nancheng? Oh my god. Nanfeng just said it on a whim. After thinking about it, he felt that the plan to wander to Nancheng was not very reliable. Who would have thought that Xiaonan would actually do it? Now it seems that it is almost successful? Brother. What's your tone? Didn't you say you wanted to wander around Nancheng? Xiaonan was a little confused. I had been digging with Dixinglong for more than 10 hours. We started digging 30 kilometers outside Nancheng. You don't know how much work it is. I was so hungry that I ate 2 chicken drumsticks in one bite. At this moment, Nanfeng deeply realized what it means to move your mouth at the top and break your legs at the bottom. Yuren pursed her lips and smiled softly. And she asked through the tactical headset, so, Sister Xiaonan, did you succeed? Xiaonan pouted and said regretfully, no. The digging was too deep. And the earth-walking dragon couldn't hold up such thick soil. Yes. A whole morning was wasted. Nanfeng, it's okay. Failure is the mother of success. Maybe you can succeed next time. You go back to Nancheng first. Nancheng needs you very much now. With Xiaonan, a fiery little zombie, guarding Nancheng, Nanfeng will feel more at ease. Okay. I'll be right back. Although Xiaonan hasn't had all the fun yet, she still listens to Nanfeng's words, and will return to Nancheng immediately. Her mouth was not idle, and she kept telling Nanfeng about the interesting things she encountered during this underground trip. Brother, do you know that there are ferocious beasts underground? But they don't have eyes. They look so strange. By the way, I also saw a ferocious beast sitting on an animal bone seat, which was really enough to hold a cup. Guess what? Hee hee. I snatched his chair. Goose. Xiaonan laughed like a goose as she spoke. And she was extremely happy. Nanfeng was also very happy. He immediately asked Xiaonan, where is the ferocious beast sitting on the animal bone seat? Xiaonan recalled, it was just east of Nancheng. East? Nanfeng took one last look at the scene in the sky. And without saying a word, he strode towards the east. Original world number 0. Fallen demon screamed, opened its mouth, and bit down on the protective shield with its sharp teeth. Click! The protective shield made a crisp sound. Could no longer hold on. And shattered. Ah! Help! Help! Run! Within the protective shield, countless old people and children from Blue Star were crying and running away. Jia jia jia. Fallen demon let out a weird laugh that penetrated people, and rushed towards the child closest to him. The child was only 10 years old. He was completely frightened and stood there without daring to move. Run! Why are you still standing here? An old man who was over 70 years old rushed over, grabbed the child, and dragged him away. But how can they win against Fallen Demon? The sharp claws penetrated the body, and blood splattered all over the little boy's face. This gray-haired old man failed to escape from the clutches of the devil in the end, and was penetrated by the Fallen Demon as claws through his body. Let's go! The old man's eyes widened, and he used his last bit of strength to push back the little boy. The little boy fell to the ground and cried loudly. Jia jia jia. The Fallen Demon grabbed out the old man's heart and swallowed it in one gulp. Incredibly delicious. Chapter 323, A Fatal Blow. Lucky Talisman. Original world number 0. As the light blue protective shield shattered, the Fallen Demon rushed directly into the crowd and started killing. The number of these old people and children from various countries on Blue Star has exceeded 2 billion. They were imprisoned in this number 0 primitive world and became fish on the chopping board. Fallen Demon just screamed, and countless old people and children exploded to death. World 0 turned into AHL on Earth in an instant. When the chosen ones from all over the world saw this scene, they lowered their heads one after another, not daring to look any further. They were filled with anger. But what's the use of anger? They couldn't go to the original world number 0. They could only watch these old people and children being slaughtered. Nanfeng gritted his teeth and ran wildly, resisting the urge to look at the scene in the sky. His parents were also among the crowd, and he wanted to go to World 0 more than anyone else. But he is not qualified yet. Hack the horse. Nefeng roared angrily, and speeded up by 3 points again. The magic power in his body poured into Barrett crazily. And, charged attack, directly filled it up. He was still more than 2,000 meters away from where Xiaonan said he was. This is already within the range of the Wandering Dragon Beam Cannon. It's a pity that the cooldown time of Devil's Wings is not over yet. Otherwise Nefeng would fly into the sky and blow off the Fallen Demon's head with one shot. Hey, Mr. Village Chief, do you want to ride? Cheng Mo's not serious voice came to Nanfeng's ears. Nefeng looked back and found Cheng Mo flying rapidly from behind on a flying sword. Nefeng was confused. Brother Cheng Mo? How did you come? Cheng Mo chuckled. I heard you are a fallen demon here. I came over to watch. Observe? Then you have to look carefully. The flying sword stopped next to Nefeng. Nefeng didn't hesitate and stood up directly. Let's go and fly into the sky. Don't worry. I won't even blink. Cheng Mo's mind moved and the flying sword soared into the sky. Nefeng set up Barrett, and with the assistance of the 16x mirror, began to search for traces of fallen demon on the ground. In less than 10 seconds, he saw a fallen demon sitting on the ground, furious and powerless. Without the beast bone thrown, fallen demon's strength instantly dropped by 2 levels. A distance of about 2,003 to 400 meters. The distance is a little far, but it doesn't matter. Wandering Dragon Beam Cannon is a beam of light. Theoretically speaking, the range is infinite. However, because Nanfeng's magic power is limited, the farther the distance, the less powerful it is. But at a distance of about 2 kilometers, the power will not weaken too much, which is enough to make a hole in the fallen demon's forehead. Nefeng held his breath and concentrated, and said, Brother Cheng Mo, take a look. Look, what are you looking at? Cheng Mo was confused. Where was the fallen devil? I didn't see it. Nefeng didn't reply. In the 16x scope, fallen demon was only as big as a thumb. Nefeng moved the crosshair slightly and aimed it at fallen demon's head. Almost at that moment, fallen demon sensed it and quickly raised his head to look in the direction of the south wind. But what greeted him was a light blue beam of light mixed with arcs of electricity. Boom! Critical blow, minus 500,000. A hole the size of a fist was made in fallen demon's forehead. Nanfeng's shot triggered, fatal blow, killing this fallen demon instantly. Damn it! Nefeng himself was startled. Was he shot dead? What kind of luck is this? He looked down at the lucky amulet hanging around his neck and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The recoil of the Wandering Dragon Beam Cannon was extremely terrifying. Cheng Mo's flying sword was almost overturned with one shot. Fortunately, Cheng Mo was also an experienced driver and quickly controlled the flying sword. Seeing that Nefeng was in a daze, he quickly said, shoot quickly. And 2 more shots. The fallen demon will fly over later. Nefeng put away Barrett and said calmly, the fallen demon is dead. Dead? Dead? Cheng Mo was shocked. He died with one shot? Is this the final boss of the Beast Tide? So impatient? Nefeng, let's fly over and have a look. Hearing this, Cheng Mo carefully controlled the flying sword to fly over. When he was 300 or 400 meters away from fallen demon, he finally saw the body of fallen demon. One shot to the head. Instant kill. Nefeng is not kidding. You just wait here while I go down and touch the equipment. Nefeng explained a few words, then jumped off the flying sword and landed in the middle of a large group of ferocious beasts. Crunch. His footing was a little uneven, and Nanfeng's ankle crooked, twisting his foot. What the fuck? Are you serious? I, the number 9 player in the world, can still sprain my ankle? Although this minor injury will not have any impact on Nanfeng's combat effectiveness. Nefeng is still a little speechless. Are you still sprained at level 30? What's the difference between peeing your pants as an adult? Nefeng took another look at the lucky amulet around his neck, always suspecting that this sprained foot had something to do with it. Could it be that fatal strike was triggered just now and used up all Nanfeng's good luck? Now all that's left is bad luck. Sheila! Ka-ah! Around the body of fallen demon, there are a large number of ferocious beasts, including Swordwalker, Demon 10,000 Captain, Demon Assassin, and so on. When they saw Nefeng jumping down so arrogantly, they immediately rushed over screaming. Boom! Boom! 2 high explosive grenades exploded, and all the surrounding ferocious beasts were blown into ashes. Nefeng put all the items exploded by falling demon into his backpack, Then shot, mountain climbing flying claw. Grabbed Chung Mo's flying sword and left gracefully. Chung Mo looked excited. Look what the fallen demon exploded. Nanfeng, there are 3 red treasure chests. Let me open them and take a look. As he spoke, Nanfeng took out 3 red treasure boxes from his backpack and was about to open them when he suddenly hesitated. He glanced at the lucky amulet around his neck and silently took it off. After wearing this amulet, Nanfeng sometimes has good luck and sometimes bad luck, which is a bit weird. Take it off first and try your luck. Unboxing. 3 pieces of trash. South African style. Hee. Nanfeng smiled and threw all 3 pieces of equipment to Chung Mo. Some people are born with bad luck, and it has nothing to do with anything else. Nanfeng silently put on the lucky amulet again. Ding. There is someone in the cross-region chat channel in the South Wind. Catherine Vina. I found a fallen demon. Nanfeng raised his eyebrows. Good guy. Are you lucky? Nanfeng, wait for me. I'll be there soon. Cross area pass is still cooling down, so Nanfeng can only run to the first battle area on foot. He turned to look at Chung Mo. I'm going to the first combat zone. Chung Mo raised his head and stared at the sky. Look at the sky. Nanfeng looked up and saw the land filled with rivers of blood. Blood stained the soil red, and corpses were everywhere. In just 10 minutes, countless Blue Star people died at the hands of Fallen Demon. But at this moment, standing in front of Fallen Demon was a man full of murderous intent. The dragon is invincible. He finally arrived at original world number 0. Outside the southern city, there is a statue of a woman with a red star carved from jet black crystal stone. No one noticed that just now. The statue's eyes glowed with a glimmer of light, but it quickly disappeared. Soyana's only remaining spiritual thought was attached to the statue's IQ, and she stared blankly at the sky. She murmured so fast. If only I could be like you back then. Then, the civilization of Red Star will not be cut off. Right? Chapter 324. Is the crisis resolved? Still too late. Long Woody's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he strode towards the fallen demon. Jia, fallen demon, grinned twice and licked the blood on his hands clean with his tongue. You. Boom. As soon as you said the word, Long Woody rushed forward and punched fallen demon on the bridge of the nose. The skull was broken and the bridge of the nose was shattered. The fallen demon screamed and flew backwards for dozens of meters, plowing a deep mark on the ground. You can actually talk. This fallen demon can talk, which is a bit beyond Long Woody's expectation. He hunted and killed 10 fallen demons in primitive world number 1. None of them could speak, and they all just laughed weirdly. Ho ho. In the distance, fallen demon covered his nose with his left hand and stood up staggeringly. Long Woody's punch just now made him feel like stars were shining in his eyes. You are strong. But, halfway through his words, Long Woody stepped forward again. The distance of tens of meters was just an instant for Long Woody. He came to the side of fallen demon, grabbed fallen demon's right arm with his left hand, turned his right hand into a hand knife, and slashed hard at the joint. Click! A crisp sound sounded, and the joints of fallen demon's right arm were instantly scrapped. In fact, I can kill you with one punch, but that would be too cheap for you. Long Woody performed a lower kick. His legs were so fast that the kick made a sonic boom. This leg hit the inside of fallen demon's knee. Fallen demon's feet went weak, and he fell to his knees. Long Woody took advantage of the situation and struck his elbow with great force, hitting fallen demon's back hard and shattering his spine. The fallen demon lay on the ground and let out a shrill scream. Long Woody stepped on the left arm of fallen demon, then grabbed his left hand and pulled it upward hard. See the old man lying on the left? You just used this hand to dig out his heart. Right? You really deserve to die. Click. The more Long Woody spoke, the angrier he became. With a strong force on his hand, he actually broke off the fallen demon's left hand. Since then, fallen demon's hands have become useless. You are indeed strong. The fallen demon collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. But you? Boom! Long Woody stepped on the head of the fallen demon, forcing his entire face into the dirt. Hey, want to talk? I won't let you say it. I'll make you mad. Before fallen demon could finish a sentence, he was interrupted one after another by Long Woody, which really made fallen demon almost furious. The muscles on his back were pulsating, and a pair of fleshy wings sprouted out, preparing to distance himself from Long Woody first. But would Long Woody give him this chance? As soon as these fleshy wings grew out, they were torn to pieces by Long Woody. Now let's see how you run. Just tearing off the wings is not safe. Long Woody also broke off the 2 legs of Fallen Demon at an extremely fast speed, with all its hands, feet, and limbs disabled. The Falling Demon was no match for Long. And now, he couldn't even run away. I said I won't let you die too quickly. Long Woody grabbed the Fallen Demon's neck and lifted him up. Fallen Demon burst out with anger in his eyes, staring at Long Woody. He spat out the dirt in his mouth and said vaguely, "You are strong, but you can't save." Click. Long Woody crushed the Fallen Demon's jaw with his bare hands, and then flicked his finger to shatter his throat bone. Ababa ababa. The Fallen Demon howled angrily, but could only make a cry of, "ABA! ABA! ABA!" He was so angry that he almost wanted to vomit blood. He hasn't finished a complete sentence yet. Long Woody crossed his arms over his chest and looked at the dying, Falling Demon indifferently. "Just wait here to die slowly, and feel the fear of death, just like them just now." Having said that, Long Woody ignored the Fallen Demon and turned around to walk towards the group of old people and children. Ho ho ho. Looking at Long Woody's back, Fallen Demon sneered again and again. After Long Woody's combo just now, even if he didn't attack with all his strength, Fallen Demon could no longer withstand it. His health is only about 5%, and it is still declining, and he will die soon. But in the Fallen Demon's eyes, there was no fear of the impending death, but rather a bit of anticipation. Original World Number 9. Nanfeng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Long Woody had the situation under control. He is worthy of being the number 1 master in World Number 1. And he is still better than me, the number 1 master in World Number 9. Nanfeng could tell that Long Woody didn't use his full strength at all. Fallen Demon is just like a toy. It can only be manipulated by Long Woody. Chung Mo touched his chin and said, "Is this solved? Wouldn't it be a little too relaxed?" Nanfeng made a silencing gesture. "Hush. Don't be chrome out." To put it lightly, the Fallen Demon was indeed easily dispatched by Long Woody. But going to World 0 is not easy at all. Nanfeng hasn't collected 10 fragments yet. Without further ado, let me go to the first combat zone first. Nanfeng always felt that there was still danger in World 0. So he had to hunt down the remaining Fallen Demons quickly and rush to World 0. After all, his parents were there too. Until the beast tide ends, who can guarantee that World 0 is safe? "Brother, where are you?" Xianan's clear voice came from the headphones. As soon as Nanfeng sensed it, he ran to the southeast and found Xiaonan 2 kilometers away. Xiaonan is riding a tiger and is climbing out of a deep pit. This is the abyss dug by Earth-Walking Dragon. It is estimated to be as big as dozens or hundreds of Nancheng. Nanfeng glanced into the abyss. It was pitch black inside, and he didn't know how deep it was. "What about the earthly dragon?" Nanfeng asked. Xiaonan said with some trepidation. It was almost exhausted and couldn't climb up. "Good guy. This is not treating Earth Dragon as a human being. Xiaonan has the potential to be a capitalist. I'm going out again. You go back to Nancheng to help me." Nanfeng didn't blame Xiaonan. He was just an Earth Dragon, so he died of exhaustion. He took off his tactical belt that was loaded with ammunition and handed it to Xiaonan. "Take it. And when you encounter troublesome beasts, use bombs to kill them. Each chosen person's natal weapon is bound, and the magic power of other chosen people cannot be poured into it and cannot be used." For example, Nanfeng snatched away Catherine's holy light sword because the magic power did not match. In Nanfeng's hands, this holy light long sword was just a pile of scrap metal, neither sharp nor strong, or even worse than a branch comes in handy. The same goes for Nanfeng's natal magic weapon. Shenpian had used Nanfeng's grenade before, but it would not explode if thrown. Pets are an exception. Or is Xiaonan an exception? Before the beast wave came, Nanfeng discovered that Xiaonan could use all his equipment. The only difference is that the grenade explosion cannot harm Nanfeng, but it can explode Xiaonan. But is this a problem? This is not a problem. Xiaonan is immortal. She can transform into a suicide squad, rush into the beasts with a grenade, and launch a bouncing bomb. Nanfeng's arsenal is also Xiaonan's arsenal. Xiaonan put on the tactical belt with a smile, and said with excitement, "Okay, this is going to be fun. Chung Mo is waiting for you over there. You can ride back with his flying sword and don't blow him up. Nan Feng knelt down, touched Xiaonan's head, and helped me protect Nancheng. Xiaonan nodded heavily. Yes. After a brief meeting, one person and one zombie parted again. Chapter 325 Xiaonan blows up all you bastards. One person and one zombie parted again. Nan Feng ran to the first battle area on foot, while Xiaonan returned to Nancheng with Cheng Mo. Nancheng. The 27th wave of vicious beasts arrived as scheduled. Under the city wall, Su Ming saw clearly the attacking beast and immediately shouted, Brothers, be careful. This wave of ferocious beasts are purple electric bears. They will discharge electricity. Brothers in the front row, please pay attention. There are not many ferocious beasts in this wave, but each purple lightning bear is more than 3 meters tall, and its paws are so thick that it can turn a person into a meat pie with one palm. In the far distance, Wu Yuan also vaguely saw the purple lightning bear king. That is a level 27 lord level beast. The purple lightning bear at the front has crossed the moat and is running towards the city wall. Wang Yuanming shouted, Come on, brothers, eat bear paws tonight. After saying that, Wang Yuanming spun the long steel rod in his hand twice and took the lead to kill him. Pastor, the buff adds up. The tank is pushed forward, and the output of the back row is full for me. Attack with water. Conduct electricity for these bear cubs. There were shouts of killing inside and outside the southern city, and every chosen one was struggling to kill the ferocious beast. Suzerain stood on the city wall, listening to the battle situation coming from the earphones. The West City Gate can't hold on any longer and is asking for support. The West Gate is defended by the chosen ones from the original areas 113 and 381, and is the weakest gate in the South City's defense line, facing this wave of level 27 ferocious beasts. They were already somewhat powerless. Suzerain said calmly, Wait a moment. I will bring someone over now. There were many experts in Area 527, so it was not a big problem to defend the South City Gate. So Suzerain immediately sent some troops to support the West City Gate. Wu Yuan was among them. Ladies and sisters, don't panic. I'm here. No surprises. Wu Yuanyuan jumped on the city wall and started to output madly at the purple lightning bear outside the city. The original 113 war zone had the largest number of female chosen ones, and everyone was willing to come and help. With the addition of Wu Yuanran and others, the pressure on the West City Gate was instantly reduced a lot, and some of the chosen ones in the front row could also take a breather. Suzerain inspected the walls on both sides of the southwest and nodded slightly. The number of ferocious beasts in this wave is relatively small, so it is not difficult to defend them. I don't know what the next wave of ferocious beasts will be, but don't let the ferocious beasts come again. Suzerain murmured. Nancheng. Inside Xiao Luo's hut. Xiao Luo didn't know how long he had been killing in the world of inner demons. The killing made his whole heart numb, but wherever he looked, there were still endless people who looked like him. When can we kill them all? Xiao Luo was full of doubts. He felt like he had spent hundreds of years here. Has the beast tide outside begun? Or is it over? Are all the brothers from Nancheng still there? Can they still wait until they come out of seclusion? Xiao Luo was confused. In just a moment, he was chopped many times. Every knife hit his body, but every knife was not fatal. These inner demon Xiao Luos seemed to deliberately want to slowly torture him to death. Are my inner demons too powerful? Xiao Luo gasped and continued to kill the enemy with his knife. If everyone's inner demons are the same as his, how many people can defeat their inner demons? Ha ha ha. If you kill one me, there will still be thousands of me. You can't win. Do you know why? Because I am the real Xiao Luo, and you are fake. The fake Xiao Luo cannot get out of this world. In his ears, countless inner demons Xiao Luo were whispering, making Xiao Luo upset. Why? No matter how hard I try to kill these inner demons, I can't kill them all? Xiao Luo slashed out with his sword again. But this time, the purple gold short blade stopped on the neck of Xiao Luo, an inner demon, without cutting it off. Xiao Luo asked calmly, You said you are the real Xiao Luo. Then tell me, what are the differences between us? Xiao Luo, the demon in front of him, chuckled and said, Do you still remember the year of the high school entrance examination? You wanted to study esports in a technical secondary school and become a professional player in the future. But your parents disagreed and insisted on letting you go to high school. In the end, you compromised, gave up your dream, and stayed in high school for 3 years. Xiao Luo frowned slightly. This had always been a knot in his heart. Even after he grew up, he knew that his parents' decision was right. It was impossible for Xiao Luo to become a professional player with his talent. But he was still sorry. Xiao Luo, the inner demon, continued, I am different from you. I argued with my parents and finally got into the esports major as I wished. And later became a professional player. Tell me, you can even violate your own heart. How can you be considered the real Xiao Luo? That's how it turns out. Xiao Luo understood that the inner demon in front of him was him who had made another choice in life. Another Xiao Luo said, do you still remember your first love? You didn't have the courage to confess your love to her. But I confessed my love to her and succeeded. The third Xiao Luo said, do you still remember your leader of PUA? You put up with it for the sake of your job. But I couldn't stand it and fired him. The fourth Xiao Luo said, still remember? Xiao Luo, one inner demon after another, was telling them. And the knives in their hands did not stop, slashing at Xiao Luo's body one after another. Every inner demon Xiao Luo here has done things that Xiao Luo once wanted to do, but did not dare to do. In a sense, they are what Xiao Luo really wants to live. The dagger kept slashing at Xiao Luo's body, and countless stab wounds made Xiao Luo drip with blood. Xiao Luo looked at the inner demons around him calmly. I had many shortcomings in the past. I didn't have the courage to chase what I wanted. And I didn't become a better version of myself. But after today, such a thing will never happen again. Xiao Luo swept across with his sword. And the terrifying sword energy slashed out thousands of meters away, cutting off the heads of the inner demon Xiao Luo one after another. After one stab, Xiao Luo was the only one left in the world. All the inner demons fell to the ground. Today I know who I am. At this moment, Xiao Luo finally defeated his inner demon. The wounds on his body healed instantly. And the scene in front of him also changed. And he returned to the hut. Came back. Xiao Luo didn't have time to feel the surging power in his body. He opened the door and strode out. The time goes back to 2 minutes ago. Under the full output of everyone in Nancheng. This wave of purple lightning bears were quickly killed in large numbers. Just when everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the moat suddenly changed and began to roll crazily. Wu Yuanyuan had sharp eyes and saw something in the river at a glance. Not good. It's the nether turtle. Be careful, everyone. When Suzerain heard this, he immediately added, the nether turtle's body can become insubstantial and can avoid most damage. Please be careful. Netherworld turtle and purple lightning bear are both level 27 ferocious beasts. They are from the same wave. Suzerain glanced at the time. It was 11 minutes before 2 o'clock. And by then, the 28th wave of ferocious beasts would come. Time is very tight. They must kill all these ghost turtles as soon as possible. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, a large number of dark turtles crawled out of the moat and launched an attack on the southern city. Suzerain frowned. Is this the netherworld hatchling? Something's wrong. There's probably a turtle king in the water, giving birth to babies. Wu Yuan raised his hand and shot a thunder elemental arrow into the water. The lightning flashed, but the moat still surged. A huge netherworld turtle king crawled out from the bottom of the water. As it crawled to the shore, it kept laying bastard eggs. It only takes a dozen seconds for these eggs to break out of their LS, and then the netherworld hatchlings will crawl out and join the battle. Kill the turtle king first. Hurry up. Kill the turtle king first. Otherwise it will keep laying eggs. Where is Shenwan? You run fast. Grab something and plug the turtles, but go away. Why don't you go yourself? There was a lot of noise in the South City, and they wanted to get rid of this netherworld turtle king as soon as possible. After the East City Gate and North City Gate learned of the situation, they also sent some brothers to come to support. This turtle huddles in its SHL and lays eggs. There is nothing we can do about it. The turtle SHL of Netherworld Turtle King can be sealed in all directions without leaving any seams. Wu Yuan shot several arrows, but they could only cause a few hundred points of damage. If you keep grinding like this slowly, I don't know how long it will take to kill the Netherworld Turtle King. Just as everyone was thinking about countermeasures, a flying sword pierced the sky. Immediately, everyone heard Xianan's crisp Chinese quintessence coming from the sky. His little Nen will blow up all you bastards. Chapter 326. Clone Kill. His little Nen will blow up all you bastards. Xianan's voice echoed in the sky above Nancheng. And then 3 high explosive grenades fell from the sky and landed next to Netherworld Turtle King. Boom! 3 grenades exploded at the same time. And the terrifying shock wave overturned the Netherworld Turtle King. There were numerous cracks on its SHL, and bright red blood flowed from these cracks. Wu Yuan took a closer look and his face was filled with joy. The turtle I was broken. Kill it! As he spoke, Wu Yuan shot out an arrow, piercing it through the gap in the turtle SHL with incomparable accuracy. But no reddish numbers popped up. Wu Yuan was stunned. What happened? No harm done. Is this arrow stuck in the middle of the turtle SHL? But Wu Yuan soon realized that it was not that his arrow did no harm, but that the Netherworld Turtle King was already dead. He was killed alive by 3 grenades dropped by Xiaonan. Damn it. It is indeed Nanshan's pet. And it can become a level 27 lord in an instant. What pet? What do you mean? This is our group favorite in Nanchang. The grenade she used just now must be Nanshan's grenade. Right? That's right. Boss Nanfeng is so awesome. He can help us solve the crisis without even having to take action. Fortunately, Nanfeng is not here. Otherwise he would be so angry that he would vomit blood if he knew that Xiaonan used 3 grenades to blow up a turtle. 1 pill is enough. There were a total of 6 grenades mounted on his tactical belt, and Xiaonan squandered 3 of them as soon as he returned to Nanchang. You really have money and willfulness. However, in addition to grenades, there are 2 incendiary bombs, 2 flash bombs, and 1 black flash on the tactical belt. Calculated, it is still relatively rich. If you use it sparingly, it will not be a problem to defend until the 30th wave. But Xiaonan, a little prodigal girl, probably can't help it. On the city wall, Suzerain said in a deep voice, the Turtle King is dead. Everyone should seize the time to clean up the remaining ferocious beasts. The next wave of ferocious beasts is coming soon. Leave it to me for the next wave. Behind Suzerain, Xiao Luo's calm voice reached his ears. Suzerain was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Xiao Luo with a smile. Welcome back, Xiao Luo. On the city wall, other chosen ones heard this and looked over. Damn it! It's Boss Xiao Luo who's out of seclusion. Ness. Long live Nanchang. Ha ha ha. This beast tide is nothing more than that. It didn't even break through our city wall. There are still several lines of defense behind us. Soon, the chosen ones in Area 17, Area 68, and other war zones also learned about Xiao Luo's release. All the chosen ones inside and outside Nanchang had smiles on their faces. There is another level 30 strongman in Nanchang. Xiao Luo, you are really slow. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Wu Yuan ran over happily, leaving Nanchang to you. I am going to challenge the inner demon now. Xiao Luo pondered. Well, I suggest you go after the beast tide is over. Wu Yuan was confused. Why? Xiao Luo tilted his head and thought for a moment, then began to explain. I suspect that during the beast tide, the inner demon will become stronger and more difficult to defeat. Is there such a thing? Suzerain looked solemn. Xiao Aran and Lu Daqiang have been in the hut for more than 10 hours, and they haven't come out yet. This made Suzerain very worried. Xiao Luo nodded. Yes. The inner demon I challenged at around 8 o'clock last night was almost solved, but the inner demon suddenly became much stronger. So it took me so long. Suzerain suddenly realized. So that's it, Wu Yuanswan. Then don't challenge your inner demons for the time being. Right? I'll go talk to Cheng Yamo in Area 68 and ask him to slow down. Cheng Yamo had already reached his full experience level, but because Xiao Aran and Xiao Luo had not left the border, he could only defend the city first and did not challenge his inner demons. I've heard it. In midair, Cheng Yamo stepped on the flying sword and landed on the city wall with Xiaonan. As soon as Xiaonan lowered his flying sword, he jumped up to Yuran and took out a buling stone from his pocket. Sister Yuran, this is for you. Yuran's eyes filled with smiles. Wow. So beautiful. Thank you, Xiaonan. Xiaonan smiled playfully. I actually gave it to you. Then thank you for your brother Yuran's crescent eyebrows. On the other side, Wu Yuan, Cheng Yamo and others discussed for a while, and finally decided to wait for the beast tide to end before challenging the inner demon. The time soon came to 1358. There are still 2 minutes until the next wave of ferocious beasts arrives. It's raining. A drop of water the size of a soybean dripped on Xiao Luo's shoulder. He looked up at the sky and saw raindrops falling from the sky. Cheng Yamo said softly, this must be the first time it rained since time travel. Right? Suzerain nodded. Something doesn't feel right. Xiao Luo, it's raining heavily. Blah blah blah. In just a few dozen seconds, the rain turned from light rain to heavy rain. and then to a heavy rain. It's pouring rain. The chosen ones, who had not seen rain for a long time, opened their hands and felt the rain falling on their bodies. Let me test you. How can you describe heavy rain without mentioning rain? The ground wind blows away suddenly, and the water below the lake tower is like the sky. Damn it. Cultural man. I will only say that that night, my mother carried me to the hospital with a high fever. Boom. Boom. Suddenly two thunder sounded, startling everyone. Everyone suddenly realized that in just a few minutes, the rain was getting heavier and heavier, as if a column of water poured directly into Nanchung from the sky. The water inside Nanchung is already more than 10 centimeters high. On the city wall, Su Zern's expression changed slightly. No drainage works have been built in Nanchung. This rain will flood Nanchung. When Nanchung was being built, it was considered that ferocious beasts such as ants and earthworms might burrow into Nanchung from the ground. So fine iron plates were buried underground in Nanchung to make Nanchung impregnable. After all, there are cabins, and Nanchung doesn't need sewers. But in this way, disadvantages also appeared. Nanchung could only open the city gate to drain water. This heavy rain is very detrimental to Nanchung. In fact, Nanchung is pretty good. Some of the chosen ones in the war zone have built camps in caves. At this time, the caves have been filled with rainwater, making it difficult to swim out. 2 o'clock sharp. The 28th wave of vicious beasts is coming. Wu Yuan blocked the rain with his hands and looked into the distance. There is a vicious beast coming, but I can't see clearly. Xiao Luo drew out the purple gold short blade and said calmly, "It's the level 28 Haoyue water spirit." He jumped off the city wall and walked leisurely towards the herd of beasts. "Just leave the south gate to me. You can go to the other 3 gates to support us." Wu Yuan was shocked. There are hundreds or even thousands of ferocious beasts here. Are you sure you can handle them alone? The corners of Xiao Luo's mouth raised. It's okay to have twice as much. The short sword in his hand slashed in the air, and a figure that looked exactly like him was born from under the sword. The second Xiao Luo. This is not over yet. Xiao Luo continues to swing the knife. The third Xiao Luo appears. The fourth Xiao Luo appears. Then 8, 16, 32. Under the heavy rain, there were 32 identical Xiao Luos standing. This is the new skill Xiao Luo learned after defeating his inner demon. Clone Kill. Chapter 327. Xiaonan is on fire. Thunder roared and rain poured down. Under the heavy rain, white mist rose, and the visibility instantly dropped by several levels. On the city wall, Su Zern and others looked outside the city with wide eyes. Oh my god! So many Luo brothers? Is this the legendary clone technique? TSK TSK TSK. Whoever marries Brother Luo in the future will not die happily. Outside the city, Xiao Luo walked past Soyana's statue with 31 clones behind him. He pointed his short sword forward and yelled, "Kill!" In an instant, 32 Xiao Luos were killed at the same time. The 32 Xiao Luos moved forward in different ways. Some of them ran forward with their heads down. Some took a circuitous route from the side, and some were hanging at the back of the team and paddling. The clone who rushed forward quickly came face to face with Haoyue Shuiling. These Haoyue water spirits look like jellyfish, but can float in the air and attack enemies by controlling the water elements around their bodies. Water arrow. The Haoyue water spirit in the front row simultaneously condensed water arrows and shot them at the oncoming clone. This clone looked calm and did not panic at all in the face of the attack. He raised his short sword and started to parry. At the same time, the 3 clones behind him released instant slash at the same time, rushed into Haoyue water spirit, and started killing everyone. These level 28 ferocious beasts. Who are Xiao Luo's opponents? Even if these are just clones with less than half the strength of Xiao Luo's body, he can still kill them at will. Gigi. The Haoyue water spirits made a sharp cry and began to fly upward, trying to bypass these Xiao Luo and attack Nanchung directly. Although they can fly, they can't fly high. At most only 3 to 5 meters high. Xiao Luo's clones activated their sword energy, which was more than 1 meter long, and easily cut down the group of Haoyue water spirits. Xiao Luo's 30 clones were arranged in a line, blocking the attacking Haoyue water spirits from the moat and unable to advance any further. 20 meters behind these clones, there was another clone sitting cross-legged on the muddy ground, letting the heavy rain fall on him, with an expression neither happy nor sad. This avatar is very good. As for Xiao Luo himself, he had already activated the stealth cloak and was heading towards the rear of these ferocious beasts. preparing to attack Huanglong and capture the heads of the enemy generals. On the city wall, Suzerain felt relieved when he saw that Xiao Luo easily blocked the attacking beast. Let's go. Leave this to Xiao Luo. Let's go to other city walls to support. When Xiaonan heard this, he immediately raised his hand. I'm going to the east. I also want to guard a wall by myself. Seeing how handsome Xiao Luo was, Xiaonan was afraid that he would steal Nanfeng's limelight. So she immediately expressed that she would also defend a city wall alone. Don't embarrass me. Su Ming, little girl. Don't make trouble. It's very dangerous. You'd better follow your uncle. He has a shield and can protect you. Xiaonan, Tue. Yuren said softly, Xiaonan and I will go to the east city gate. You go to support the other two gates first. Suzerain nodded, okay. If the defensive pressure is too great, call us. Soon. Everyone at the south city gate was divided into 3 teams. Su Minwu originally led a small team to support Shimin. Judge Shenhuang Yuanming led a small team to support Beimin. Yuren and Xiaonan went to support Dongmin. Suzerain and the remaining 50 brothers stayed at the south gate to guard. Although it was said to be support, Nancheng was actually not very big. It only took Yuren and Xiaonan 2 minutes to reach the east wall. The east gate is defended by the chosen ones from the original 17th war zone. Xiao Aran from Zone 17 is still challenging his inner demons. Without Xiao Aran as a leader and commander, the defensive pressure on the east gate is still quite high. In the 24th wave, the first chosen one died in the east gate. In the last wave, more than 10 people were killed. If Xiaonan hadn't come back in time to deal with the Netherworld Turtle King, the death toll at the east gate would have been even higher. Now facing the 28th wave of ferocious beasts, the pressure on their defense is even greater. Under the east city wall, Shijiji roared with all his strength, hold on. We can't let these beasts rush up the city wall. His muscles bulged, and he slammed his gloved fists, flattening all the Haoyue Shuiling beside him. Although this guy is not very smart, his strength is still good, and he can rank above average in District 17. On the east wall, Ji Suan was fiddling with his abacus and muttering, 1 + 1 = 2. 2 + 2 = death. Snap! He moved 4 beats forward fiercely, and a faint word death appeared in the air. The transparent body of Haoyue water spirit, shrouded in the scope of the word death, began to crackle and explode, and its health points dropped wildly. It's a pity that Ji Suan's strength is too weak. Otherwise he could kill dozens of Haoyue water spirits with just this one move. Everyone at the east city gate was fighting hard, but the Haoyue Shuiling were still getting closer and closer to the city wall. Xiaonan jumped to the east wall. Seeing the situation, he immediately took out a grenade from his tactical belt. Look at my banging and banging. Xiaonan. Don't. Yuran said quickly. Xiaonan. Brother Nanfeng's grenades are used to blow up boss, but they can't be used to blow up these minions. Is that so? Xiaonan tilted her head and thought for a while, feeling that what Yuren said made sense. Well, even without bombs, I can still annihilate the enemy. Xiaonan stuffed the grenade back, then jumped off the city wall and ran out of the city in large strides. Haoyue Shuiling all gathered around and attacked this delicate little girl. Which Sabi is that? Run out and die! Shiji roared angrily, and the rain flowed into his eyes, making his vision blurry. He wiped the rain off his face, and then strode toward Xiaonan. You guys hold on! I'll bring that unlucky kid back! But how could he catch up with Xiaonan? Xiaonan just jumped forward, and she was 20 or 30 meters away, looking like a flying zombie. This is it. Xiaonan stopped outside the moat, slowly opened her hands, and violent fire elements poured out of her body. Even such a terrifying heavy rain could not suppress the fire in her body. Fire it up! With Xiaonan as the center, the flame began to spread crazily around. The temperature here is rising and rising. Gigi! The surrounding, bright moon spirits, let out sharp screams. Their bodies are 99% made of water, so they cannot withstand such high temperatures and quickly evaporate into water vapor. Outside the east city gate, a beautiful rainbow appeared. The 155th war zone of the original world. Nanfeng was running wildly in the rain, and at the same time, he opened the panel to check the route. First teleport from the teleportation array in front to Area 84, and then you can reach Area 1. Damn it. Why is District 1 so far away? Why doesn't our war zone have a teleportation array leading to the first war zone? Nanfeng turned off the panel and cursed. Several eyeless ferocious beasts roared towards Nanfeng, but Nanfeng directly hit them to death. There is a small Chosen One camp in Area 155, with only more than 50 Chosen Ones. These Chosen Ones were unwilling to join Section 53, so they all stayed here. But Nanfeng estimated that they wouldn't last long, thinking that the highest level of this group of Chosen Ones was only level 28. When the next wave of ferocious beasts comes, it will be their death. This is... Nanfeng, who was running wildly, suddenly focused his eyes, and saw a long sword exposed from behind a large tree more than 20 meters away. This is the sword of Sword Walker. Is there a swordsman here? Wouldn't it be true that there are also fallen demons? Sword Walker also discovered Nanfeng, and immediately became invisible and killed him. But in this heavy rain, the rain has revealed his outline, and his invisibility has no effect. Boom! The Desert Eagle roared, and Nanfeng ended the life of Sword Walker with one shot. Almost at the same time as the gunfire sounded, a demon spread its flesh wings and soared into the sky, charging towards the south wind. If the heavy rain hadn't damaged Nanfeng's vision, Nanfeng would have been able to spot this falling demon a few hundred meters away, and wouldn't have gotten so close at all. But it doesn't matter anymore. Nanfeng, who has hunted 5 fallen demons, is not afraid of fighting him in close combat at this time. Freeze Bomb. A freezing bullet accurately hit the fallen demon in the sky. Nanfeng was going to slow down this fallen demon first, and then shoot his watering dragon beam cannon through his head. But this freezing bullet worked extremely well and instantly froze the fallen demon into an ice sculpture. Nanfeng was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. It turns out that rainy days go better with freezing bombs. Right? Chapter 328 completely guaranteed. Call out! Call out! Call out! The fallen demon, who was frozen into an ice sculpture, was shot 3 times by Nanfeng in an instant. But the magic bullet also shattered the ice on fallen demon's body, allowing him to regain the ability to move. But his movements were still slow. It seems that after hanging water on the enemy, the power of the freezing bomb can be doubled several times. Nanfeng retreated quickly, keeping a distance from fallen demon. At the same time, he took out a grenade from his backpack and held it in his hand. He gave Xiaonan 6 grenades, and he only had 2 left on him. But that's enough. His current output is high enough that it doesn't matter whether he has grenades or not. Call out! Call out! Nanfeng held a gun in one hand, and Barrett roared continuously, opening bloody holes one after another in the fallen demon's body. Ah! The fallen demon screamed, the muscles on his back flexed, and he flapped his 2 fleshy wings, ready to fly into the sky. Attack from a high position. This is the fallen demon's strategy when facing a powerful enemy. But Nanfeng has already hunted 5 fallen demons. But do you still know what is going on in his little head? Before fallen demon even took off, his pair of fleshy wings were blasted with several big holes by Barrett. The wings leak. Can't fly. Roar. With its wings destroyed, fallen demon could only roar and stride towards the south wind, preparing for a hand-to-hand fight. As soon as he got close to Nanfeng, he heard a loud bang. His face hurt, and his body felt a little numb. Nanfeng's grenade has long been upgraded to a high-explosive electromagnetic grenade. The explosion has an electromagnetic effect and can temporarily paralyze the enemy. This paralysis lasted only a short time, but it was enough for Nanfeng to fire 7 or 8 shots, making the fallen demon extremely furious. After the paralysis time finally passed, fallen demon exerted force on his feet and pounced towards Nanfeng, wanting to give him a claw. But a pair of wings suddenly grew out of Nanfeng's back, and he flew into the sky in a flash. Unexpectedly, I can also fly. In midair, Nanfeng switched out Golden Gatling and started a new round of crazy shooting. Below, fallen demon opened his mouth and let out a roar, then pointed a claw at the south wind in midair. Hollow claw. This claw spanned a distance of tens of meters and hit Nanfeng's heart. But Nanfeng knew what he was going to do the moment he raised his hand. He flapped his little wings twice and easily avoided the attack. Every move made by fallen demon was completely controlled by Nanfeng. He didn't even use the watering dragon beam cannon and killed this fallen demon. Well, fallen demon was helpless and furious, and finally fell to the ground unwillingly. His originally ferocious face regained its composure instantly after death. The 6th one. Nanfeng landed and put all the loot that exploded into his backpack. If I guessed correctly, it would be impossible for me to get A-level equipment out of these 3 red treasure chests. Nanfeng opened the treasure chest decisively, and it turned out to be 3 pieces of B-level equipment. This time it was even more outrageous. It turned out to be 3 pieces of B-level inferior equipment. Teles. It seems that my chance encounter with this fallen demon has used up all my luck. Nanfeng looked down at the lucky amulet hanging around his neck, and roughly understood how it worked. To put it simply, after triggering good luck, you will be unlucky for a period of time. As for how long the bad luck will last, the south wind is probably related to the degree of good luck and the degree of bad luck. For example, if a piece of SSS level equipment is found when opening the box, he may be unlucky for several years, even decades? Shaking his head, Nanfeng put these 3 pieces of equipment into his backpack and continued running towards the first battle area. On the way, Nanfeng even deliberately made himself fall twice, trying to see if this method could offset some bad luck. Original World Number 9. War Zone 1. On the top of the mountain, the camp of Lingming Village. The chosen ones in the first battle area are fighting hard to kill the ferocious beasts that came to attack the city. Catherine defended a city wall alone, and all the attacking beasts became their dead souls under her sword. Her eyes were cold. Looking down the mountain, there, 8 demon 10,000 captains were slowly approaching the mountain, carrying the beast bone throne. The one on the beast bone throne is naturally the fallen demon. He wants to prepare to attack the city himself. We can't let him get closer. Catherine turned back and glanced at the chosen one in Dawn Village behind her. If the fallen demon were to kill them, these people would be killed in an instant. Even if Catherine can stop the fallen demon, the aftermath of the battle alone can kill them. The best option now is to move the battlefield farther away and deal with this fallen demon far away from Dawn Village. But the people in the village had been fighting intensely for more than 10 hours, and they were all exhausted by this time. Once Catherine leaves, they will have to dedicate some people to defend the wall, which will put even more pressure on them. This was a bit nerve-wracking for Catherine. Fortunately, at this time, Nanfeng's voice rang in her ears. Hey, little beauty, where is the fallen devil? Catherine breathed a sigh of relief and tapped the tactical headset at the bottom of the mountain. The coordinates. When Sikong Wushua invaded the first war zone before, Nanfeng gave Catherine a tactical headset and never took it back. Naturally, Catherine kept wearing it and had no intention of returning it to Nanfeng. Let me see. Well, I found it. In the earphones, Nanfeng's voice was calm and steady, which made Catherine feel at ease. Who wouldn't feel at ease with such a strong man by your side? Catherine whispered, what should I do? Nanfeng, you don't have to do anything. Just stare at the fallen demon with your big eyes. Catherine frowned slightly, not quite understanding what Nanfeng meant. But she didn't ask any more questions, and quickly came to the edge of the cliff, staring coldly at the fallen demon at the foot of the mountain with a pair of beautiful eyes. Yes, that's it. Staring at him like he's looking at garbage. At the foot of the mountain, the fallen demon on the beast bone throne noticed Catherine's gaze, raised his head and stared back. The eyes of both sides collided. Arrows and crossbows were drawn, and no one was afraid of the other. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds. Let's go! The sound of the south wind came from Catherine's earphones, and immediately a light blue beam of light struck the fallen demon's temple from the hill on the side. Can't dodge. Wandering dragon beam cannon was so fast that fallen demon had no time to react and was shot in the head. Wow! Brain splash. This cannon blasted half of fallen demon's head, knocking off nearly 80% of his health. It's a pity that it didn't trigger a fatal blow. Otherwise it would have been killed instantly. The fallen demon instantly fell into madness, bared his teeth and claws, and launched an indiscriminate attack on the surroundings. The 8 demon 10,000 captains who carried the throne for him were torn into pieces. The fallen demon's face was blown away by the south wind, and he couldn't see anything. He could only rely on his feelings to judge whether there was anyone around him. He wanted to find and kill the person who attacked him. But Nanfeng, the 6th man, was thousands of meters away. How could he find him? Brains were splattering, and fallen demon's health kept dropping. It soon returned to 0 and fell to the ground. He never let out a roar until his death, because his mouth was also shot by Nanfeng. The 7th one. Done. In the distance, Nanfeng picked up Barrett and rushed towards the body of fallen demon at the fastest speed. Pick up the equipment. Chapter 329. I live. I die again. I live again. Nanfeng ran towards the corpse of fallen demon and put all the things it exploded into his backpack. Looking at the 3 red treasure boxes in his hand, Nanfeng thought for a moment and decided to open them himself. Opening 3 boxes is enough to consume my bad luck. The engineering man once studied that the damage increase of weakness attack is between 1.5 times and 10 times. Nanfeng's Wandering Dragon Beam Cannon shot just now triggered at least 8 times more weakness attack, which cost him a lot of good luck. So Nanfeng needs to quickly open 3 treasure chests to balance his luck. The treasure chest opens. To Nanfeng's expectation, there was a piece of inferior A-level equipment this time. Ring of Greed. Type Ring. Grade, A grade inferior. Attribute, Agility plus 500 Strength plus 300 Vitality plus 200 Energy plus 200. Skill, Greed when killing a ferocious beast. There is a chance that an additional treasure chest will be exploded. It's a ring. Nice and nice. The rings on Nanfeng's hand are still Fine Iron Ring and Quartz Ring, which are relatively low-level equipment and are very crotch-stretching. Now that you have Ring of Greed, you can replace Ring of Fine Iron. But this passive skill doesn't seem to be of any use to me. Is there a chance that one more treasure chest will be exploded? Haha. Nanfeng's current luck is hard to describe, and the so-called probability may be frighteningly low. This passive skill is useless. Etc. If I have been unable to trigger the passive skill of Greed, does it mean that I am unlucky? So if I have been unlucky, can I trigger the good luck effect of the amulet? Is this the legendary saying that because you have bad luck, you have good luck? These 2 pieces of equipment are a set. Nanfeng couldn't wait to put the Ring of Greed on his hand, said H. Low to Catherine, and prepared to leave the first battle zone. He has now hunted 8 fallen demons, and he is still missing the last 2 before he can go to the original world number 0. Catherine didn't say much. She just watched Nanfeng leave. In less than 10 seconds, Nanfeng disappeared from her sight. But what makes Catherine a little strange is that in just 10 seconds, Nanfeng fell 3 times in a row. Ridiculously true. After leaving the first war zone, Nanfeng went to the 41st zone. There are still a small number of chosen ones in this war zone, who are desperately resisting the attack of the beast tide. Nanfeng suspected that one of the last 2 fallen demons was in Area 41. Nanfeng didn't spare any of the ferocious beasts he encountered along the way, and killed them all without hesitation. Sure enough, after killing dozens of ferocious beasts in a row, not a single treasure chest was opened. Handsome. You don't have to deliberately wrestle to eliminate bad luck. The passive of Ring of Greed is used to help Nanfeng accumulate good luck. Nanfeng had a vague feeling that when he went to Area 41 this time, he would definitely encounter the fallen demon, because he has good luck now. I can no longer kill ferocious beasts. If I use my good luck now, wouldn't it be a huge loss? The 41st war zone of the original world. This is the war zone of Mauritius. Nanfeng and Xiao Luo came to this war zone to steal the boss, and had a fight with Catherine here. Less than half of the chosen ones in Area 41 have been incorporated into the first war zone, while the remaining chosen ones are not qualified to join the first war zone because their levels are too low. These chosen ones are hiding in the camp in the cave, resisting the attack of the beast tide. Before the 27th wave, their losses were not big. After all, the entrance to the cave was very narrow, and the beasts could not attack at the same time. But during the 28th wave, heavy rain poured down from the sky, flooding the cave in an instant. A large number of the chosen ones were drowned, and a few of the chosen ones swam out. But what they had to face were endless ferocious beasts. They didn't even kill all the red-eyed rabbits in the first wave. A total of 28 waves. Hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts quickly devoured these chosen ones. But there are still a very few chosen ones who are lucky enough to survive. Adipya is one of them. When heavy rain poured into the cave, he hid in a narrow crack in the cave in time and climbed up desperately. The narrow crack made him very depressed. The water level below was still slowly rising, and he might drown at any time. In order to survive, Audio could only crawl upward little by little in the cracks. The rocks rubbed against his skin, causing it to burst open and blood to flow out. However, Odpia was lucky. This crack was not a dead end. He climbed all the way to the center of the mountain and came to a large cave. Ha ha! I survived? Before Odpia had time to be happy, a humanoid monster holding a sword suddenly appeared next to him. It's Swordwalker. In panic, Odpia discovered that the cave was full of ferocious beasts. There is also a very powerful demon sitting on the throne. This is the fallen demon. It turns out that the fallen demon has always been on the same mountain as them. But the chosen ones are in the cave at the foot of the mountain, while the fallen demon is in the cave on the mountainside. Oddyaw accidentally climbed all the way from the foot of the mountain to the mountainside, and saw the final boss, fallen demon. Sheila, Swordwalker, kicked Odd's ass, and Odd rolled around and fell in front of fallen demon. He raised his head in horror and found that fallen demon raised the corners of his mouth slightly and looked at him with an evil smile. It's over. I'm dead now. The fallen demon is grinding his teeth, and he seems to be preparing to eat Odd. At the critical moment of life and death, Odd Piao's potential exploded. He stood up suddenly, rushed out of the cave, and jumped down the mountain. While he was in the air, Audio took out his magic weapon from his backpack, the skateboard. He stepped on his skateboard and slid down the steep cliff. If God had not given birth to me, Odd Piao, the skateboarding world would be like a long night. Oderpio was in high spirits and jumped repeatedly on the edge of death. Who else can escape from the mouth of the final boss, fallen demon, besides me? Odd Piao? Ha ha ha. Survived again. Uh-huh. Odd Piao had not been happy for long when a voice sounded above his head. He looked up and saw that the fallen demon was flapping its wings and looking down at him. It's over. This boss can fly. Odd Piao instantly fell into despair. How could the one with long legs outrun the one with wings? It's really dead now. Call out. A jet black light penetrated the sky and pierced the head of fallen demon. Fallen demon roared angrily, flapped its wings, and flew towards the direction of the light. This, Odd was stunned for a moment. And then, he was overjoyed. It's the south wind from the Dragon Kingdom that's coming. He is saved. Ha ha ha. I'm alive again, eh? Odd Piao looked up to the sky and laughed 3 times. Before he was happy for 2 seconds. The smile froze at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the dark mass of ferocious beasts at the foot of the mountain and couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 330 of 2 come together. Then kill both of them together. Original World Number 9. Warzone 43. Nanfeng stood on the top of the mountain and fired a precise, penetrating bullet, opening a hole the size of a thumb in the head of the fallen demon. If it were ordinary creatures, this shot would be enough to kill them. But fallen demons are not ordinary creatures. Their heads are their weakness. But it is not their fatal weakness. The injured, fallen demon roared loudly, flapped its fleshy wings, and flew towards the south wind at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, Nanfeng calmly aimed his sights at the fallen demon, and the freeze bomb was ready. But Nanfeng was in no hurry to pull the trigger. It's still too far. The exit speed of freeze bullet is only 400 plus meters/second, which is almost faster than the speed of sound. The distance between him and fallen demon is still 700 to 800 meters. If he fires now, fallen demon will have enough time to dodge. After all, this is a level 30 creature, and its reaction speed is terrifying. Not only the reaction speed, but also the movement speed of fallen demon is terrifying. It can fly hundreds of meters by flapping its wings up and down. 3 seconds. In only 3 seconds, the distance between fallen demon and Nanfeng was less than 100 meters. His claws were raised high, ready to tear Nanfeng in half. Nanfeng, who had been standing there without moving, finally pulled the trigger and fired an ice blue magic bullet. Freeze bomb. At such a close distance, it was absolutely impossible for fallen demon to dodge. He could only try his best to twist his body to prevent the bullet from hitting his vitals. But to Nanfeng, it doesn't matter whether the freeze bomb can hit the vital point, as long as it can hit. Anyway, it's just for control, so it doesn't matter if the damage is lower. The rain was still falling, and the freeze bomb cut through the sky, freezing the rainwater around the trajectory into ice, and finally hit the fallen demon's arm. Frost instantly covered fallen demon's body, freezing him into an ice sculpture and falling from the air. It sleets. Below are densely packed ferocious beasts. This big ice sculpture smashed into the group of ferocious beasts, killing countless unlucky ones. Nanfeng jumped from the top of the mountain at the same time as fallen demon fell. He also shot mountain climbing flying claw in midair to cushion it, and then landed smoothly. Take my shot. Barrett was accumulating power, and light blue light lingered around the barrel. Before the fallen demon thaws, this wandering dragon beam cannon will accurately smash his head. Roar! Roar! The ferocious beasts around him roared and rushed forward one after another, attacking Nanfeng. But how could Nanfeng be unprepared? He now has a lot of combat experience. Boom! The grenade held by Nanfeng's left hand exploded, and all the surrounding ferocious beasts were blown into the sky. At the same time, the wandering dragon beam cannon had been charged up, and Nanfeng pressed the trigger decisively with his fingers. Danger! At this moment, Nanfeng's heart skipped a beat, and the hairs all over his body stood up. Nanfeng's body reacted faster than his brain, and he jumped forward like a vicious dog. Where he originally stood, 3 claw marks appeared out of thin air. If Nanfeng had been a few tenths of a second later, he would have been scratched on the head by these 3 claw marks. Fortunately, using the shadowless step skill for a long time gave Nanfeng some muscle memory, and his body would subconsciously dodge those fatal attacks. Phew! There's another fallen demon? Nanfeng stood up from the muddy ground, spit out the dirt in his mouth, and looked to the side and behind. There is a fallen demon standing there. There are 2 fallen demons in this war zone. These are the last 2 fallen demons in the original world number 9. On the other side, the fallen demon, who was frozen just now, also shattered the ice on his body and regained his ability to move. Since the appearance of the second fallen demon interfered with the south wind, the wandering dragon beam cannon missed slightly and only penetrated the left shoulder of the first fallen demon, which was not fatal. The 2 fallen demons looked ferocious, one on the left and one on the right, slowly approaching Nanfeng, full of oppression. Nanfeng just sneered, "Okay, let's come together to save me the trouble of searching slowly. If 2 come together, then kill both of them together." Nanfeng took the lead and threw black flash at the second fallen demon. A dark space appeared instantly, shrouding the fallen demon, making it impossible to defend against it. Nanfeng switched out Netherworld Thorn and ran towards the fallen demon that had been frozen before. "You are disabled. Let's deal with you first." This fallen demon was very miserable. He was just chasing a little black guy on a skateboard, but inexplicably he was hit by a penetrating bullet, followed by a freezing bullet, and then from a few hundred meters away, after falling from a high altitude, he was hit by a wandering dragon beam cannon. Fortunately, the wandering dragon beam cannon was shot crooked. Otherwise, how could he still be standing? "I've been lying down for a long time." Even so, Nanfeng's 3 shots also knocked out more than half of his health. Big handicap. Faced with such a disabled fallen demon, Nanfeng didn't give in at all. He just took out his dagger and did it. "You know how to fight in close combat?" Nanfeng stepped forward, raised his hand, and stabbed him 3 times. This fallen demon still had a touch of blue-white frost on its body, and its speed was greatly reduced. It was unable to avoid Nanfeng's attack. It was stabbed 3 times and let out a shrill scream. Netherworld Thorn hits the soul directly. This kind of damage is too painful for fallen demon. He spread his wings to fly into the sky and distance himself from the south wind. His idea is very simple. As long as the other fallen demon comes out of the black space, the 2 of them join forces. But they still can't deal with this slightly powerful chosen one. "I keep my distance from you. You want to fight me in close combat. I fight you in close combat. And you want to keep your distance from me? Come down, you." Nanfeng launched mountain climbing flying claws to wrap around falling demon's legs. Using his muscles, he pulled hard and pulled down falling demon, who had just taken off. Boom! 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 The weapon in his hand had been replaced by the Desert Eagle, and he aimed at the fallen demon's head and fired continuously. Fallen demon, who was already scarred, only took 7 or 8 shots, and his legs kicked up and his pigtails were raised. Handy. After killing so many fallen demons, Nanfeng is very familiar with the fighting methods of fallen demons. It's like they were carved from the same mold, with no difference in personality, skills, behavior, or habits. Now, as long as the fallen demon opens his mouth, Nanfeng will know whether he is going to smile arrogantly or laugh loudly. Could these fallen demons be biological brothers with multiple births? Nanfeng was thinking wildly, looking towards the black space on the other side. Another fallen demon is coming out soon. This is the last one. After killing him, Nanfeng has the qualifications to go to the original world number 0. World number 0. Thinking of world 0, Nanfeng subconsciously raised his head and glanced at the sky. The heavy rain poured down, blurring Nanfeng's eyes. Nefong squinted slightly, and looked at the scene of the original world number 0 in the clouds. The fallen demon in world 0 is about to die. That falling demon had its limbs broken by Long Woody, and it was bleeding continuously, and its health points kept dropping. But he had enough blood, and he didn't die until now. However, there was no anger or unwillingness on his face. Instead, he looked at Long Woody with a slight mockery, welcoming the coming of death. Long Woody has asked the elderly and children to stay away from here as much as possible. He himself is standing in front of Fallen Demon, ready to see what other tricks Fallen Demon can play. HP 1. When Fallen Demon's health dropped to 1 point, he seemed to be half back to his original glory. The wounds on his body healed instantly, and his combat effectiveness returned to its peak. He stood up from the ground with a sneer on his face and looked at Long Woody. I said, "You are indeed very strong, but you can't kill." Click. Long Woody crushed his jaw again. "Can you be resurrected? Then I can kill you hundreds more times." Long Woody chuckled lightly, stepped back with his right foot to the right, straightened his legs naturally, as wide as his shoulders, placed his right fist on his right forehead, made his left hand into a palm, with the palm blade facing outward, looking at Fallen Demon. An invincible momentum rose from Long Woody's body. Black Dragon's 18 moves starting hands. Chapter 331, I want civilization to be passed on. The Fallen Demon in world number 0 can be resurrected. Nefong frowned slightly as he looked at the scene in the sky. It's really not that simple to save the old people and children in world 0. Doesn't he have the passive skill of immortality like Conan? If that's the case, that's a problem. But Long Woody's strength is far superior to that of the Fallen Demon. Even if he can be resurrected infinitely, he is still no match for Long Woody. After Fallen Demon was resurrected, he was beaten violently by Long Woody in an instant, leaving him completely powerless to resist. But this is normal. Nefong can easily kill a Fallen Demon now, let alone Dragon Invincible. Nefong estimated that Long Woody could fight 10 at the same time. At this time, Long Woody, who was far away in World 0, felt a sense of vigilance in his heart. After the resurrection, the Fallen Demon is more durable than before. Does your strength increase every time you are resurrected? Long Woody suddenly wanted to know. If you were killed 100 times and resurrected 100 times, what kind of strength would the Fallen Demon achieve in the end? It must be very challenging to fight against such a strong man. Right? Long Woody was a little eager to give it a try. But considering the old people and children behind him, he shook his head and threw the idea away. Can't take the risk. Just like last time, he broke the limbs of Fallen Demon and left him aside to slowly wait for death. Original world number 9. Seeing that Long Woody had defeated the Falling Demon again, Nefong silently withdrew his gaze and looked at the black space not far away. Long Woody's fighting power was so strong that it only took 10 seconds to end the battle. The Fallen Demon in front of Nefong had just emerged from the black space. Hoo-hoo. Fallen Demon tore a hole in the black space and struggled out panting. What is in this black space? Why is it that every ferocious beast is panting when it comes out? Nefong became more and more curious. But unfortunately, he did not dare to go in. Let Xiaonan go in and take a look when he has time. Nefong thought as he aimed Gatling at Fallen Demon. The 6 barrels began to rotate. The Fallen Demon, who had just escaped from the black space, was so tired that his back ached. His legs were trembling, and he had no strength to dodge. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Bigger and thicker bullets spurted out, opening bloody holes in Fallen Demon's body. In terms of output capability, the Wandering Dragon Beam Cannon has to be ranked behind Gatling. The damage of Dragon Beam Cannon is high, but the Gatling victory is long-lasting, and when the damage is maxed out, it will definitely be more powerful than Dragon Beam Cannon. Unfortunately, in most cases, Gatling's damage is not enough. After all, it's not just about driving wooden piles. The ferocious beasts can also run away. For example, now, after Fallen Demon resisted for a few seconds, he found that this damage was not something that humans could withstand. He immediately roared. His waist no longer ached, and his legs no longer trembled. He rolled twice on the ground to avoid the bullets, then stepped out with his long legs and spiraled towards the south wind in an S-shaped movement. The Gatling in Nomfing's hand followed him like a shadow, following the trajectory of Fallen Demon's movement and firing without giving him a chance to get close. At the critical moment of life and death, the potential of Fallen Demon exploded, and he flew up very fast, dodging most of the bullets, and circled around the south wind, getting closer and closer to the south wind. Even the south wind could see his ferocious face covered with dirt, wallowing in the mud. Wouldn't your mother scold you if she found out? The distance was too close, and Gatlin had no advantage. Natfong quickly switched out Netherworld Thorn, and prepared to fight in close combat with Fallen Demon. He imitated Long Woody's starting position just now, but found that this action looked simple, but was difficult to do. You can't learn it. You can't learn it at all. Natfong gave up decisively, and used his usual fighting method to rush forward and fight with the Fallen Demon. Nanfeng's close combat ability is completely wild, without any rules. Just find the key points and just do it. Although it looks unattractive, it is suitable for the south wind. In just 10 seconds of fighting, Fallen Demon was stabbed 7 or 8 times, and his face was twisted together in pain. Of course, Natfong also suffered several blows, but they were minor injuries that were not fatal and would not affect his combat effectiveness. The main reason is that Natfong is too familiar with the attack method of Fallen Demon. If it were another ferocious beast, Natfong would not have such a big advantage. Roar! By this time, the Fallen Demon's injuries were already very serious, especially the blood hole that Gatlin had blasted just now. It was so big and thick that the blood was flowing loudly and couldn't be stopped at all. He could only yell with bluff, trying to scare Natfong into showing his flaws. But Natfong, who has experienced inner demons, how could he still make such a stupid mistake? The moment the Fallen Demon opened his mouth, he had already switched the nozzle, stuffed it into his mouth, and pulled the trigger. Boom! There was a roar. The Fallen Demon's expression instantly became calm, and he fell to the muddy ground with a thud. The battle is over. Natfong let out a long breath and put all the loot exploded by the 2 Fallen Demons into his backpack. Then he took out 10 World Pass fragments number 0 and synthesized them. Ding! You get World Pass number 01. Ding! World announcement. It has been detected that all the Fallen Demons in the original world number 9 are dead, and the Cross-World Teleportation Array is activated. A Cross-World Teleportation Array? Natfong was stunned. Is this a teleportation array that can be teleported to other primitive worlds? Natfong quickly opened the Cross-World chat channel and asked Lin Mimi in world number 1. World number 1 Lin Mimi, yes. This teleportation array can be teleported to any world except world number 0. Our Dragon City has sent 5 level 30 experts to support the world ranked at the bottom. World number 9 South Wind, his. Number 5? Dragon City is really strong. There are only 2 level 30 powerhouses in Nancheng, Natfong and Shaoluo. Even if you include those who have not successfully challenged their inner demons, there are only 5 or 6. But the number of level 30 experts that Longcheng sent out to support reached 5. World number 1 Lin Mimi, as long as you can ensure your own safety, I hope you can also send some powerful people to support other worlds. World number 1 Lin Mimi, Long Woody said that this battle is related to the entire Blue Star civilization. Only if enough Blue Star people survive can the Blue Star civilization continue, and not be destroyed at the hands of our generation. Superior. The civilization of Blue Star. The South Wind is silent. He thought of the last chosen one, the Red Star Man. Apart from the statue of Suana, the Red Star people seem to have left nothing behind. Right? Their civilization is on the verge of extinction. Natfong is not as high as Long Woody, so he is not that concerned about whether Blue Star's civilization will disappear. After all, a month ago, he was just a social animal waiting to die. But Natfong is also thinking, if 100,000 years later, there are still people who can raise their glasses to invite the bright moon while drinking under the moon, and make 3 people in the shadows, and there are still people who can use the setting clouds to fly together with a solitary owl, and the autumn water will last forever. One color describes the scenery, and there are still people who can name several romantic figures in a high-spirited manner. It depends on the present day. That is also something to be proud of. Chapter 332 Wave 29. Sword Walker. Natfong looked at the World Pass number 0 in his hand and was not in a hurry to use it. With Long Woody around, World 0 was safe for the time being. So Natfong decided to go back to Nancheng first. There are also people he wants to protect in Nancheng. 2:39 p.m. According to the previous rules, it should be the 29th wave of vicious beasts attacking at this time. But everyone in Nancheng had been waiting for a long time. But no ferocious beast came to attack. What's the situation? Is the beast tide over? The system announcement just now said that Nanshan has killed all the fallen demons in our world. And the beast tide may really be over. Everyone, stay vigilant and don't be careless. Open the city gate first to drain the rainwater from the city. Otherwise the southern city will be flooded. The 28th wave of Halua water spirits had been wiped out, and only a few dozen were left wandering outside the city. The heavy rain is slowly getting lighter. But there is already serious water accumulation in Nanchung, which is more than 1 meter deep, seriously affecting movement. Suzerain could only order the city gate to be opened and the water released. Xiao Luo took 30 clones and searched everywhere outside the city for traces of the next wave of ferocious beasts. However, there are no more ferocious beasts attacking the city. Is it over? Xiao Luo murmured and moved deeper into the wild to expand the search scope. The wilderness is very quiet, and 1 or 2 ferocious beasts occasionally appear, but they have no intention of continuing to attack Nanchung. It seems that the beast tide is really over. Xiao Luo suddenly became focused. He has a total of 31 clones. But he only brought 30 clones out this time, leaving 1 clone to sit in Nanchung. At this time, the clone in Nanchung sensed the danger. Back to the city. Xiao Luo shouted loudly and turned into a phantom and rushed towards Nanchung. The 31 clones under him followed closely behind. Outside the South City, one of Xiao Luo's clones was sitting cross-legged on the muddy ground. His expression neither happy nor sad. He's been like this from the beginning, looking very cool. Seeing this, everyone on the city wall was discussing Xiao Luo's clone in a low voice. Huang Yuanming, Xiao Luo's clone is a bit awkward. Why do you think he is sitting there? Wu Yuanran, I don't understand. Maybe I'm filling the cup. Su Ming, I feel like a master from outside the world. Shen Pian, is there a possibility that this is not a clone, but Brother Luo himself? Yun Fei, it feels so good. The moment he takes out the sword, he must be extremely handsome. A few people were chatting when Xiao Luo's clone outside the city suddenly stood up. Suzerain's eyes narrowed. Be careful. There may be a vicious beast coming. A vicious beast? Where? Everyone looked around, but saw no sign of the beast. Only Wu Yuan, who had better eyesight, noticed something unusual. There is a small black dot in the sky, flying over. Wu Yuanyuan bent his bow and knocked an arrow, aiming at the small black spot in the sky. As soon as this ferocious beast enters his shooting range, Wu Yuanyuan will shoot it 10 times in a row. Suzerain, is there only one? Wu Yuanran, well, I only saw one for now. Suzerain muttered, that is at least a lord-level ferocious beast. Everyone, be careful and prepare to fight. The little black dot was very fast. After more than 20 seconds, it flew into the territory of Nanchung. Only then did everyone see clearly that this was a large eagle with snow-white feathers. Snow-winged Eagle King, level 29. It was indeed a lord-level ferocious beast. But Xiao Luo's clone outside the city ignored the big eagle and stared straight ahead with a stern gaze. Wu Yuan was startled. Wait a minute. There is another invisible beast approaching Nanchung. Everyone, watch out for the rain. As he spoke, Wu Yuanyuan quickly shot an arrow into the open space outside the city. Everyone's eyes followed the arrow, and they could barely see a faint outline in the rain. Kung! After a crisp sound, the arrow was blocked in the air, and the figure of this ferocious beast also appeared. It is Sword Walker. Close the city gate. Quick! Suzerain looked solemn, and Judge Su Ming seriously. You lead a patrol in the city to look for any ferocious beasts that have sneaked in order to quickly release the water. The 4 gates of the southern city were open just now, which gave Sword Walker an opportunity to take advantage. In the current southern city, there might be a Sword Walker hidden in a corner. Clear. Shen Pan and Su Ming knew the seriousness of the problem and did not dare to neglect. They immediately jumped off the city wall and patrolled the city with a pair of men. Outside the city, the exposed Sword Walker no longer showed signs of ink and charged towards the South City with a sword. But a man with a cold expression holding a short knife stood in front of him. Look! Xiao Luo's clone is about to take action. Let me see what's going on. Cut him to death. Cut him to death. Everyone's eyes widened, not wanting to miss this exciting battle. Xiao Luo's clone wasn't disappointed either, and swung his sword to kill him. Kung! The swords collided, and Sword Walker took a few steps back. Obviously no match for Xiao Luo's clone. After all, Xiao Luo is already a level 30 powerhouse, even if it is just a clone. It is not something that a level 29 Sword Walker can touch. Sword Walker, who was at a disadvantage, roared angrily and charged forward with his sword again. The sword light is fierce. The cold sword light was too fast to see clearly, and even raindrops could be cut in half. But Xiao Luo's clone's expression remained unchanged, and he blocked every sword with ease. Well, Brother Luo's clone seems to be pretty average too. No instant kill with one knife. Bad review? Such a dull fight made everyone on the city wall a little disappointed. But the situation changed quickly. As soon as everyone finished saying this, 9 more sword walkers appeared outside the city. 1 out of 10. For a moment, the sound of swords and the sound of sharp swords cutting through the space could be heard clearly even by the people on the city wall. Facing the double team of 10 sword walkers, Xiao Luo's clone did not panic at all, and still blocked every sword lightly. Purple gold short blade was wielded by him so airtight that no sword could hit his body. Absolute defense. When Xiao Luo challenged his inner demon, he faced hundreds of people attacking him, but he blocked them all. This clone perfectly inherited Xiao Luo's peak sword skills. At the same time, Snow-Winged Eagle King had already circled in the sky above Nancheng, opened his mouth and sprayed a mouthful of pure white mist towards Nancheng. Thrust air. The cold air was biting, and the chosen ones in South City felt that their bodies had become stiff and their movements slowed down. Fire it up. Xiaonan jumped with her legs and jumped to the center of Nancheng. The temperature around her was rising rapidly, competing with the cold air of Snow-Winged Eagle King. In the 3 directions of the east, west and north of Nancheng, there were 7 or 8 sword walkers in each direction, rushing towards Nancheng in the rain. Level 29 sword walkers are the nightmare of most chosen ones. They are fast and their swords are even faster. With just one encounter, more than a dozen chosen ones will be killed. Suzerain's face darkened. This was the last casualty in Nancheng since the beast wave began. And he also understood that if these sword walkers could not be dealt with as soon as possible, the casualties in Nancheng would only be more severe. Shrink the defense. Suzerain shouted loudly. There are not many sword walkers. Everyone is divided into groups, and every 30 people surround and beat one. In the previous 28 waves of beasts, the number of ferocious beasts was far greater than the number of chosen ones. On average, each chosen one has to kill dozens or even hundreds of ferocious beasts before they can hold on to a wave. However, the number of sword walkers in wave 29 has not exceeded 100, and the numerical advantage has been reversed. However, the powerful strength of sword walker still caused Nancheng to suffer heavy losses. No, there are also sword walkers in the city. Quick! All the chosen ones below level 28 should hide in the hut. Sentence! Hurry up and lead people to kill the sword walkers in the city. There are already sword walkers who have entered the city invisibly, and many low-level logistics personnel have been wiped off their necks. Shen Pan and Su Ming led a small team to support them, but the sword walker was too fast. He would change places after killing one person, making it difficult for them to catch up. In just a few minutes, more than 20 chosen ones in the city became the dead souls of sword walker. Outside the city, the chosen ones at the east, west, north, and west gates also suffered heavy casualties. They were no match for sword walker, and the cold energy of Snow-Winged Eagle King invaded their bodies, making their speed even slower. Cannot be done. You can't beat him at all. If you go out, you will die. Back to the city. Don't fight them outside the city. The chosen ones below level 28 should stop participating in the battle and go back and hide. Nancheng began to shrink its defense line and locked sword walker outside the city. These sword walkers slashed at the city wall, but found that the sparks were flying everywhere and could not chop down the city wall at all. They looked at each other and stopped cutting down the city wall, but climbed up along the city wall. Power-ups. Engineering Man. Electrify the city wall. Xila. Chapter 333 within 10 kilometers. I am Justice. Xila. The wall is electrified. The 2 engineering men were waiting for these words. They turned on the switch, and the city wall instantly exploded with lightning and thunder. The sword walkers, who were climbing on the wall, were trembling with electricity, and all of them fell down. But the electricity is not powerful enough. It can only delay a wave of attacks, and cannot cause much damage to sword walker. In just a moment, this group of sword walkers launched another attack. In the sky, Snow-Winged Eagle King looked up to the sky and screamed, swooping down towards Nancheng. Get out of the way! Suzerain shouted loudly, grabbed his sister Suihan, and jumped off the city wall. If you are still standing on the city wall at this time, you are seeking death. Wu Yuanyuan condensed an explosive flame arrow and aimed at the left eye of Snow-Winged Eagle King. Die! When the arrow was shot, the surrounding rain evaporated into water vapor. But Snow-Winged Eagle King blocked the body with his wings, took down the arrow, and then stretched out his sharp claws to grab Wu Yuan. Finished. A layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on Wu Yuan's forehead. It was too late for him to jump off the city wall. Dying? Yo. Here is MC Xiaoluo, giving you a song called Mountains of Swords and Seas of Fire. Are you ready to shake your head with me? Knife. Angrily slashed the snow-winged eagle. Mountains. Soaring boldly into the sky. Fire. The horse is burning. Me. Live broadcast cutting and carving. At the critical moment of life and death, Xiaoluo's very rhythmic shouting sound suddenly sounded in Wu Yuan's ears. I saw Xiaoluo climbing up the city wall. The sharp sword light was more than 10 meters long, and he cut off the wings of Snow-Winged Eagle King with one sword. Wu Yuan was stunned. Xiaoluo. Xiaoluo turned around, put a hand between his mouth and nose, and raised his eyebrows. Yo! Shake along with my music. What the H.L. is this, Xiaoluo? When will Xiaoluo call my? Wu Yuanyuan stood in a mess on the city wall. Fortunately, within a few seconds, Xiaoluo's somewhat embarrassed voice came from behind him. It's a doppelganger of mine that inherited my talent for rapping when I was a kid. So don't bother with it. Wu Yuan turned around and found that the person standing behind him was Xiaoluo. Your clones are all so unique? Xiaoluo nodded. Each clone will inherit part of my personality or abilities and amplify them. For example, the expressionless guy outside the city inherited my aloofness. So that's it. But isn't this MC Xiaoluo too embarrassing? Although his rapping seems to be okay. You can stay in the hut first, and leave these ferocious beasts to me. Xiaoluo patted Wu Yuan's shoulder, rushed forward and killed the seriously injured Snow-Winged Eagle King. His clones were scattered to various city gates to intercept the attacking sword walkers. With Xiaoluo's return to defense, the sword walker outside the city can no longer pose a threat to Nancheng. But there are still a few sword walkers in the city, which have been threatening the lives of the chosen ones in Nancheng. Up ahead. I saw him! Shen Pan roared. His speed surged, and he stopped a sword walker. Just hacking, wait for me. Su Ming gritted his teeth and charged at sword walker with his big shield. Savage crash. The two of them held sword walker on the left and the right, and the other team members behind them were also rushing over, ready to surround and kill him together. Judge Shen snorted coldly. Dozens of us will chop you down, but we still can't kill you. Sword walker grinned and dashed left and right, trying to break out of the encirclement. But Su Ming always stood in front of him without giving in at all. My shield is your strongest, ah! Before Su Ming could finish his pretentious words, he let out a scream. Behind him, a sword walker, who had just become invisible, stabbed Su Ming in the waist. Su Ming! Shen Pan was shocked and wanted to step forward to help, but the whistling sound in his ears forced him to move aside. There is also a third sword walker. Shen Pan's heart sank as he realized that he had been fooled. I'm afraid all the sword walkers in the city are here. They deliberately lured Shen Pan and others here. Ah! Uh-huh. Screams came one after another, and the chosen ones, who followed Shen Pan and Su Ming, fell to the sword one after another. Request support. Need support here. Shen Pan clicked on his tactical earphones and yelled. But Xiaoluo was hunting Snow-Winged Eagle King, and his clones were all outside the city intercepting the remaining sword walkers, and they couldn't come over in time. If other chosen ones come to support, they are no match for these sword walkers and will only come to die. If you practice Buddhism first by cultivating your heart, you will shoot snow and ice. The seventh shot see through. A silver-white spear appeared out of thin air and instantly penetrated the bodies of 3 sword walkers. Xiao Angren, dressed in white, walked over slowly with an apology on his face. Sorry. I'm late. Shen Pan was so moved that he almost shed tears. You are my brother. Xiao Ren is finally out of seclusion. Nancheng. One more level 30 strong man, wearing white clothes and white spears. The spears were like swimming dragons. Xiao Ren shot one by one and killed all these sword walkers in a few seconds. The city was cleared. After it was safe, Judge Shen supported the injured Su Ming and asked in panic, Brother, you can't die, right? Su Ming covered his waist and laughed and cursed. I have rough skin and thick flesh. Can I be stabbed to death with a sword? If this sword hits you, you will be dead. When Judge Shen saw that Su Ming was fine, he laughed. I run fast, and he can't stab me. The joy of surviving the disaster did not last long. Looking at the dead and injured brothers around them, Shen Pian and Su Ming both put away their smiles and felt a little sad. Accidents often come earlier than tomorrow. With the two powerful forces of Xiao Aran and Xiao Lu in Nancheng, the 29th wave of sword walkers were quickly killed. But Nancheng also suffered heavy losses. Everyone gathered under the gate of Nancheng, all exhausted. Su Ming covered his waist and bared his teeth and said, the beast tide should be over now. Right? Wu Yuan was so tired that his eyesight was dull. I hope so. Yu Ren said softly. In the end, the boss has been killed by brother Nanfeng. This should be the last wave. No. There's still wave 30. The voice of Nanfeng sounded in everyone's tactical earphones at the same time. And the 30th wave? Everyone looked at each other and quickly climbed up the city wall. Sure enough, there was another small group of ferocious beasts attacking in the distance. Xiao Luo's face was cold. They were all Emperor level. One each from level 1 to level 29. Xiao Angren chuckled. Don't be afraid. I can solve them by myself. In the tactical earphones, Nanfeng's voice came again. No need. You can just watch from the city wall. Nanfeng, who was 7 or 8 kilometers away, was adjusting the RPG rocket launcher on the ground. This is my first time using this thing, and it's a bit troublesome. He used the Hummingbird 2 reconnaissance aircraft to determine the coordinates of these ferocious beasts, and then aimed the RPG rocket launcher. Range of 10 kilometers. Error of 10 meters. This is the power of technology. I declare that starting from today, I will be the righteous within 10 kilometers. 2nd Battalion Commander. Fire! Chapter 334. The rocket launcher makes its debut. Call out. A cannonball soared into the sky, drew a perfect parabola in the air, and flew in the direction of Nancheng. The RPG rocket launcher, unlocked this time, can be carried on the shoulder or standing on the ground, and has dual forms. The standing type has an extremely long range, with a strike range of up to 10 kilometers. But the cooling time takes 24 hours. The range of the shoulder-resistant type will be much shorter, only about 700 to 800 meters. But the cooling time is relatively short, only 30 minutes. As for power, the power of these two forms is not much different. However, the shoulder resistance type can be fired instantly, while the standing type requires aiming and preparation, which is more troublesome. Both forms have advantages and disadvantages. At this time, South Wind is the vertical style of choice. Cannonballs the size of basketballs flew like meteors outside the South City. On the South City wall, everyone was staring at the ferocious beast running wildly in the distance. Nanshan just lets us look at it. But what should we look at? Maybe he will step on the colorful auspicious clouds and fly over to kill these ferocious beasts. Silly bird. Where did the village chief get the colorful auspicious clouds? It's still possible that he came driving Optimus Prime. Look! There's a shooting star. Call out. In the sky, a cannonball dragged its exhaust and landed among the beasts with a hiss. Boom! The violent explosion shook the eardrums of everyone in Nancheng. Damn it! Missile? Unbelievable. Nanshan even developed missiles? Mr. Village Chief, what are you doing again? Everyone in Nancheng looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Why is this gap getting bigger and bigger? Wu Yuanqing's shooting range had just exceeded 300 meters, and Nanfeng could already kill a group of ferocious beasts with one shot from 10 kilometers away. That's outrageous. This shot was extremely accurate, blasting the entire herd into ashes, leaving no one behind. The 30th wave of ferocious beasts disappeared without even getting close to the moat of Nancheng. The power is okay. Nanfeng had a panoramic view of the entire scene through the reconnaissance plane and nodded with satisfaction. Good thing. This rocket launcher is a good thing. When the natal magic weapon is upgraded to a few more levels in the future, the range of the rocket launcher will definitely be further. When the time comes, it won't be impossible to hit other worlds with one shot. The beast tide should be over. Right? Nanfeng controlled the reconnaissance plane and patrolled the high altitude outside Nancheng, only finding some scattered ferocious beasts. Moreover, these ferocious beasts have no plans to continue attacking Nancheng. This beast tide seems to have ended here. Nanfeng tapped the tactical headset and said, the beast tide should be over. I am ready to leave for World Zero. I will leave Nancheng to you. Suzerain, the rest is just some finishing work. We can handle it. You can go ahead without worries. Yuran, Be careful, brother Nanfeng. Nanfeng, don't worry. There is an invincible dragon in World Zero, which is safer than here. After a pause, Nanfeng continued, Xiao Luo. Xiao An ran. You should have seen what Lin Mimi said. Right? Xiao Luo snorted. I saw it. I'm preparing to support a world. It's enough for Nancheng to be guarded by Xiao An ran. Xiao An ran. I just came out of seclusion, and I'm looking for some ferocious beasts to practice my skills with. How about you stay at home, and I'll go support you? Wu Yuan ran. Don't listen to your nonsense. I'm going to challenge my inner demon. Nanny! Get a Nani to give me more blood. Chang Mo Yoho? I can also challenge my inner demons. Judge Shin, by the way, why hasn't Lu Daqiang succeeded in the challenge? The tide of beasts is over. Su Ming, Mr. Village Chief, go to World Zero quickly. I just saw my uncle's neighbor's niece's kindergarten classmate. He is also in World Zero. You must save him. This. Nanfeng shook his head, ignored Su Ming's nonsense, and took out the World Pass number 0. He felt a little excited in his heart. At level 30, he saw through the void with his eyes, and saw his parents in World Zero. We should be able to find them this time. Right? Before Nanfeng used the pass, the scene in front of him suddenly changed, and he came to the starry sky in the universe. Suana? Nanfeng tilted his head, and looked at the graceful figure in front of him, feeling a little confused. What is this woman doing? He was suddenly caught here with evil intentions. Going to World Zero? Suana's tone was as cold as ever. Nanfeng nodded slightly. Yes. What do you want? His hand reached into his backpack, ready to pull out a gun and shoot. It's a pity that this is a dream world, and he couldn't find his gun after touching it for a long time. In order for you to live longer, I think I need to remind you of something, Suana said softly. The original world number 0 is a completely real world. In fact, all other original worlds are virtualized based on world number 0. In World 0, equipment attributes and skills will be affected to a certain extent. After all, these things are all virtual. When they appear in the real world, they are rootless duckweeds, like bubbles in dreams. Nanfeng rubbed his chin, savoring Suana's words, and pondered. So what do you want to say? Suana choked, took a deep breath and said, what I mean is that in World 0, your strength will be greatly weakened and you may die. Then I have to go too. Nanfeng answered decisively. But he still had some doubts. Why do you care so much about my life and death? We don't seem to know each other very well. Right? Suana did not hide it, and stated her purpose directly. If you die, who can take my statue out of this virtual world? So that's it. Nanfeng suddenly realized. Suana wants to leave here. She wants to be resurrected. As expected, this woman at the level of a creation god was not willing to die just like that. Nanfeng chuckled. If you want me to take you out? No problem. But you have to help me first. Otherwise if I die, your fun will be over. Others don't have backpacks as big as Nanfeng's that can put Suana's statue inside. Suana said coldly, you want to ask how to kill the fallen demon in World 0. Right? Nanfeng nodded. In fact, there is only one fallen demon, the one in World 0. The god of creation divided his soul into thousands and tens of thousands of parts, scattered them into various worlds, and became the final boss of the beast tide. Every time his body dies, a part of his soul fragments will return to his body, resurrecting him. Until his soul is whole, he can be killed. Nanfeng suddenly realized. No wonder those fallen demons looked so calm after death. It turned out they had returned to their original bodies. Nanfeng, then how many times do I have to kill him before his soul is complete? Suana held out a finger. Nanfeng, 100 times? 1,000 times? Or 10,000 times? Suana said softly, keep killing. Chapter 335 World number 0. Here I come. How many times does it take to kill the fallen demon in world number 0? Suana doesn't know either. When I arrived in the world of number 0, it was almost evening. Suana's eyes were a little dull at that time. More than half of the old people and children in World 0 had been killed or injured. And it was a real HL on Earth. I was so angry that I tore the fallen demon into pieces in an almost cruel way. He will come back to life. But that's good news for me because I can kill him again. But every time he dies, his power grows stronger. After about his 40th death, I was no longer a match for him. Nanfeng was secretly surprised. How many times can this demon be resurrected? Does he really have the ability to be immortal like Xiaonan? Nanfeng asked, How is your strength at that time? Is it powerful? Suana glanced at Nanfeng. It won't be a problem to kill you instantly. Hee hee. Nanfeng spread his hands. Did you just say that you arrived at World Zero in the evening? I'm 2 or 3 hours ahead of you. Suana's voice was cold. If I hadn't told you how to get to World Zero in advance, you would still be looking for fallen demons all over the world at this time. This is true. Nanfeng nodded subconsciously. Long Wudi was able to go to World Zero so early because of Nanfeng's reminder. Otherwise, who would have gone to find the final boss at the beginning of the Beast Wave? Suana owes a lot to the fact that so many old people and children in Blue Star survived. Nanfeng pondered. What happened next? You are no longer a match for the fallen demon. He didn't kill you. I can't beat him. He can't kill me. And his target is not me from beginning to end, but ordinary people. Having said this, Suana was silent for a while before slowly speaking. I watched helplessly as he killed everyone, unable to stop him. The atmosphere suddenly became a little solemn. Even though more than 100,000 years have passed, Nanfeng can still feel the strong sense of powerlessness in Suana's tone. How desperate it must be to watch countless old people and children die in front of you. I killed him 40 times, only to make him stronger and able to kill my people faster. After he killed all the ordinary people in World Zero, he looked at me contemptuously and then left. Later I learned that every 129,600 years, a fallen demon would be imprisoned here, and he could only leave by killing everyone in World Zero. The mission of Fallen Demon is to kill everyone in World Zero? Nanfeng took a deep breath. Who imprisoned the fallen demon here? It's a creation. Shoo. Suana made a silent gesture and nodded slightly. Don't say that name. Was it really made by the god of creation? What does he want to do? He selects the chosen ones one after another, and lets them compete, and kill each other just like raising goo. What is the purpose? Nanfeng was filled with doubts in his heart. I'm telling you all this because I don't want you to go to World Zero and die in vain. This fallen demon may not necessarily spare your life. After saying this, Suana turned around and walked towards the depths of the void. As for what Nanfeng would decide, she would not continue to interfere. Looking at Suana's back, Nanfeng asked the last question loudly. Is the fallen devil from the previous term Xiaonan? Suana shook her head and disappeared. Nanfeng stood there and hesitated for only a second or two before deciding to go to World Zero. Just because you can't kill the fallen demon doesn't mean that I, and Long Wudi can't kill him either. But I still want to thank you for the reminder. When I deal with the fallen demon, I will definitely bring your statue to World Zero. You are right at the gate of Nancheng. Look up and watch me killing you. Nanfeng's heart sank, and he withdrew from this dream world. He looked at the World Pass number 0 in his hand and used it directly without hesitation. World number 0. Here I come. Chapter 336, Dilemma. A silvery white teleportation array lit up at the feet of Nanfeng. The scene in front of Nanfeng's eyes became blurry in an instant, like flowers in the moonlight in the mirror, making it difficult to see clearly. After a moment, his mind suddenly became clear. This feeling is very strange, as if he had always been on the verge of drunkenness and dreaming, confused. But now, he is sober. I returned from virtuality to reality. Nanfeng walked out of the teleportation array, facing a vast river and mountains. This is the original world number 0. Looking back now, the scenery of the original world number 9, whether it is light, shadow, color saturation, etc., looks a bit dreamy and unrealistic. But Nanfeng had been in world number 9 before, and had not noticed this. Now coming to world number 0. When comparing the two worlds, Nanfeng can instantly feel the difference. It's like beauty is enabled in world number 9, but not in world number 0. This feeling of being down to earth is so good. Nanfeng took a deep breath of fresh air and strode forward. Ding! You are in the original world number 0. Equipment below a level will be weakened to varying degrees. Born weapon will not be affected. A system prompt reached Nanfeng's ears, and Nanfeng hurriedly opened a panel and took a look. His various attributes have been reduced by about 30%, which is considered a significant drop in strength. But in World 0, Nanfeng can control his body more freely, and every bit of his strength will not be wasted. After increasing and decreasing, his strength actually changed little. After getting used to his body a little, Nanfeng spread his legs and started running wildly. Cross-world chat channel. World number 9 Nanfeng, Long Wudi. Brother Long, I have arrived at world number 0. Send me the coordinates. World number 1 Dragon Invincible very soon. Brother Feng, the coordinates are Knowing the coordinates, Na Fong turned off the panel and continued running wildly. After climbing over a large mountain, a huge open space appeared at the end of Nanfeng's field of vision. The open space was filled with a dense crowd of people. Endless and endless as far as the eye could see. These are all the old people and children in Blue Star. And their number has exceeded 2 billion. When they gather together, a word spoken by one person can be compared to the roar of thunder. However, these old people and children seem to have been here for a long time. They did not make any noise or run around, thus avoiding stampedes. Except for the panic when Fallen Demon first destroyed the protective shield. These people were quite calm at other times. The south wind rushed all the way, and soon came to the edge of this clearing. He has been seen. Look! Is this the young man who can use a gun? Yes. Yes. He is the only one in the world who can use guns. I remember it very clearly. Is this big brother here to save us? Whispers from the crowd came from the tactical earphones. Na Fong was slightly startled, but he quickly guessed what it was. It seems that for this month, they have been watching us as the chosen ones in World Zero. The corner of Nanfeng's mouth suddenly raised. His parents should also be looking at him. Right? I wonder if they would be proud of who I am today. Na Fong strode forward, and the crowd automatically opened a path to allow Na Fong to pass. People on both sides looked at the south wind, as if welcoming the returning heroes. Na Fong looked among the crowd for a moment, but did not find his parents. There are more than 2 billion people here, and his parents may be in other places, not in this area. Na Fong was a little embarrassed by the numerous looks he received. He quickened his pace and joined Long Woody. These old people and children are trying their best to stay away from Long Woody and Fallen Demon to avoid being affected by the rest of the battle. They are just ordinary people. If converted into levels, they are level 1 and will break when touched. The south wind went against the crowd and joined Long Woody. Brother Long, I have admired you for a long time. Brother Fong. Disrespectful. The two of them did a fist salute at the same time and laughed. Na Fong glanced at the half-dead, Fallen Demon not far away, and said, I didn't expect that our first meeting would be on such an occasion. First time meeting? Long Woody raised his eyebrows and recalled it. It seemed true, but it always felt like we had known each other for a long time. The last time they were in the land of God's favor, the two of them passed each other and did not meet. This was indeed the first time the two of them had met. I have some information to share with you about the fallen demons. Na Fong told Long Woody the key points of the information Soyana said. But Na Fong didn't say anything about the creator god. Long Woody pondered, so, the more fallen demons die, the stronger they become? It seems my feeling was correct. Na Fong nodded, yes. My idea is to control him without killing him. That way it will be safe. Long Woody, I'm already doing this. Nanfeng's idea is very simple. As long as he doesn't kill the fallen demon, he will not become stronger. And the people in World Zero will be safe. There is absolutely no need to catch and kill the fallen demon like Soyana. Soyana? She was still too young back then. Not as smart and witty as my Nan. But Long Woody lowered his head and thought for a long time. And suddenly said, but if we don't kill him? Will the beast tide never end? Na Fong was stunned. I really don't know. Long Woody thought for a while and opened the panel. Cross-world chat channel. World number 1 Long Woody Lin Mimi. What is the current situation of the beast tide? Lin Mimi quickly replied. World number 1 Lin Mimi, our world number 1 is basically over. And there are no ferocious beasts to continue attacking the city. World number 1 Dragon Invincible, what about other worlds? Are there any chosen ones from other worlds? World number 2 Archie, our world is almost done. And there are still 2 boss left to kill. World number 1 Fanqing, boss. Lauke and I are in the primitive world number 1871. The situation here is not optimistic. World number 9 Xiao Luo, I just arrived in world number 1843. There are still many ferocious beasts here. I guess not one of the fallen demons has been killed. World number 1543 Pim, hey. My friends. Is there anyone coming to our world to help? We are about to be completely wiped out. After a brief exchange, Na Fong and Long Woody discovered that the first 200 worlds were almost able to hold back the beast tide. But the world after 200 people is extremely stressful. If there are no chosen ones to help, there is a high probability that they will be killed by fallen demons. Long Woody's face was solemn, and he stood in silence for a long time. Na Fong was also silent for a long time. They have realized the current problem. If the body of fallen demon cannot be killed, The chosen ones in other worlds will suffer heavy casualties. If we keep killing the body of fallen demon and let him take back his soul fragments, many chosen ones will survive. But the elderly and children in World Zero will be in crisis. Including Long Woody and Nan Wen can also be dangerous. This is a difficult question to decide. Is it to save the chosen ones? Or to save the helpless old people and children? Nat Fong was silent for a long time. Then suddenly said, Brother Long, you should be able to defeat the fallen demon with an intact soul. Right? Long Woody crossed his arms over his chest and said with a smile, maybe it can be done with Brother Feng's help. Nat Fong laughed, raised Barrett and aimed at the fallen demon not far away. Otherwise, try it? Chapter 337. I haven't used the skills yet, so I don't know what you are pretending to do. Gunshots ring out. Nan Fong pulled the trigger and shot the fallen demon between the eyebrows. The fallen demon, as expression froze on his face. But after only a moment, the big hole between his eyebrows was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only his eyebrows, but his damaged body was also healing quickly. His health points were full again at this moment. Ho ho! Fallen demon stood up and looked at Nan Fong and the two with a sneer on his face. Now that you know the secret of my resurrection, you still dare to kill me? What? Are you ready to go head to head with your peak self? Fallen demon naturally heard the conversation between Nan Fong and Long Woody just now. He was still a little flustered. If he cannot die a few more times, he will not be able to take back his soul fragments and his strength will not be able to return to its peak. When today is over, he will be wiped out by the Chuangshishan system because he failed to complete the task. While he was still thinking about how he could die a few more times, Nan Fong and the two men changed the subject and suddenly killed him. This sudden change almost made Fallen Demon extremely happy. It seems that between the Chosen One and ordinary people, you chose the Chosen One. Fallen Demon shook his neck and stretched his muscles. I have to say that this was a wise choice. Only the Chosen Ones can continue your civilization. Nan Fong looked at Fallen Demon and said, It seems you know a lot. Can you tell me why we were chosen as the Chosen Ones? What is the purpose of the people behind the scenes? Fallen Demon walked slowly towards Nan Fong. Actually, I don't know much. I can't tell you the answer to your question. As I said just now, I don't know much. Nan Fong was stunned for a moment, and then blasted the Fallen Demon's head with a series of shots. Nonsense literature is here to help you figure it out. After death, Fallen Demon quickly returned to his peak state. He kept walking and strode towards the south wind. Come on. Keep killing me. I want you to see how strong I was at my peak. Fallen Demon roared, flapped its fleshy wings on its back, and quickly flew towards the south wind. Long Woody next to him took a step forward, stood in front of Nan Fong, and kicked the Falling Demon dozens of meters away with a flying kick. But this kick failed to kill him. After landing, Fallen Demon quickly got up. But instead of rushing towards Nan Fong and Long Woody again, he turned around and killed the old man and child on the other side. The targets of Fallen Demon have always been the elderly and children. Call out! Call out! Call out! A series of magic bullets were fired, and the Fallen Demon, flying in midair, was shot down and died again. A few seconds later, he was resurrected with full health again. Fallen Demon flapped its wings and charged towards the old man and child in the distance. But his ankle tightened, and a huge force came from behind, dragging him back and causing him to fall to the ground. While Long Woody was ravaging the Fallen Demon, he said to Nan Fong, Brother Fong, let's take this guy far away to avoid harming innocent people. Nan Fong nodded. You destroy him first, and then leave it to me. Long Woody didn't ask the reason, and quickly crippled all the limbs of Fallen Demon, broke all the bones on his body, and then threw it to Nan Fong. Devil wings. A pair of demon wings stretched out from Nan Fong's back. He twisted up the Fallen Demon, which was like a pile of flesh, and flew vertically into the sky. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. The south wind flew up to an altitude of 10,000 meters. The air here was extremely thin, and the temperature was extremely low. Ordinary people would suffer from lack of oxygen and hypothermia in an instant at this altitude. But for a southerly wind of level 30, this is not a problem at all. Nan Fong grabbed the arm of Fallen Demon, spun it several times in the air, and threw it away. Call out! Fallen Demon was like a meteor, thrown into the depths of the wilderness. Below, Long Woody looked in the direction of Fallen Demon, turned into a phantom, and chased after him. Nefeng also flapped his wings and followed, opening the panel in midair and entering the cross-world chat channel. Someone was with him just now. World number 9 Xiao Luo, Nefeng. It's strange. One of the fallen demons in world number 1843 suddenly died in front of me. What happened? World number 9 Nefeng, don't be nervous. I used the cross-world electromagnetic orbital shadowless invisible cannon to kill him in seconds. World number 1749 Audrey, a fallen demon also died suddenly in our world. World number 9 South Wind, yes. I did this too. After teasing the other chosen ones. Nefeng turned off the panel and accelerated towards the direction of fallen demon. It seems that their previous judgment was correct. As long as you keep killing the body of the fallen demon and letting him take back the soul fragments, the fallen demon in other worlds will die. As long as Long Woody and I kill fast enough, more of the chosen ones in other worlds will survive. What is this called? Surround Wei and rescue Zhao? Making noises in the east and attacking in the west? Saving the country through curves? Inexplicably, I became a superhero who saved the world. Nefeng snapped his fingers and landed quickly. Long Woody was 200 meters in front of him, killing the newly resurrected fallen demon again. Brother Long, go on. Nefeng threw a tactical earphone, and Long Woody reached out to catch it and put it in his ears. Brother Feng, you have so much equipment. Could it be that the natal weapon you awakened is Doraemon's dimensional pocket? Almost. Nefeng did not continue to approach the battlefield. Instead, he retreated 200 meters and set up a sniper for Long Woody in the distance. The two of them, one in melee and one in range, are both the strongest in their respective worlds. Although it is their first time to cooperate, they still have a good understanding. Fallen Demon, under their combined forces, they would be beaten to death if they couldn't hold on for more than a few seconds. After about the 10th time, the strength of Fallen Demon has been significantly enhanced, but it is still no match for Nefeng and Long Woody. On the 20th death, Fallen Demon's whole body began to glow with a gloomy red light. His eyes were blazing with fire, and his strength increased greatly again. This also made Long Woody become a little more serious. After the 30th death, Fallen Demon's body became extremely tough, and Nefeng's magic bullets could no longer penetrate his muscles. His strength has also been greatly enhanced, and he can now go head-to-head with Long Woody. This time, it took Nefeng and the two men a full 3 minutes to kill him. Ho ho ho. Is this the only level of your strength? Then I will start to fight back. Resurrected again, Fallen Demon was confident and showed disdain. As long as he dies 1 or 2 more times and recovers some of his soul fragments, he will be confident that he can kill these two chosen ones. Boom! A light blue beam of light struck, piercing the body of Fallen Demon. Fallen Demon looked in disbelief. What's going on? Weren't you scraping him just now? Why did the damage suddenly become so high? Open temporarily? A few hundred meters away, Nefeng blew gently at the muzzle of the gun. I haven't used the skill yet, so I don't know what you are pretending to do. Chapter 338 Watch out. I'm going to use my divine weapon. The Fallen Demon, who died 31 times, was more powerful than the 10 Fallen Demons Nefeng had hunted before combined. It's a pity that World 0 is a real world. If you are hit in the head here, it means you are really hit. The health value can only be used as a reference attribute here. Maybe one day your foot will slip, and you will fall to your death. Of course, for the chosen one who is already level 30, the chance of falling to death on the spot is lower than the chance of being hit by a meteor, unless you wear a certain necklace all the time. Nefeng's shot, Wandering Dragon Beam Cannon, directly penetrated the body of Fallen Demon, and his heart was broken. If it were in the virtual world, this shot would trigger a fatal blow. Fallen Demon's health instantly became 1, and then quickly returned to full. He glanced in the direction of the south wind with some disbelief. Although my body has not yet returned to its peak, it is already extremely strong. That kid was able to penetrate my body with one move. With such a powerful attack, Fallen Demon doubted that he might be able to withstand it even at his peak state. Even if he could hold it, he would probably be seriously injured. Unexpectedly, there would be 2 ridiculously strong chosen ones appearing in this session at the same time. Fallen Demon puts away his contempt and becomes serious. Long Woody, who was fighting him hand to hand, his eyes lit up. This is the right thing to do. The fight just now was not fun. Long Woody shouted loudly and launched all kinds of killing moves, continuing to suppress the Fallen Demon and beat him up. The south wind in the distance is quite peaceful. He only needs to fire 2 shots from time to time to support Long Woody. This is his 32nd life. Suana said that her previous record was about 40 lives. It is estimated that every time the fallen demon is resurrected, its strength will increase significantly. I don't know how many soul fragments he has recovered. Nefong set up his gun and opened the panel to ask for information. Original world number 918. The chosen ones in this world are not very strong. The only chosen one who has reached level 29 and has full experience has not yet been able to defeat his inner demons. Kong Xing is also the chosen one in the 3rd theater of the original world number 918. Before time travel, he was a salesman. With his super eloquence, he was the bestseller every year. He was about to reach the peak of his life and marry Bai Fume. But this sudden time travel disrupted his life. Fortunately, he is extremely adaptable and quickly became involved with the other chosen ones. Before the beast wave came, he talked with the scholars in the chat channel and persuaded the chosen ones one after another to join the 3rd war zone. This also greatly increased the combat effectiveness of the 3rd theater. But the ferocious beast tide still exceeded everyone's expectations. Without a level 30 strongman standing guard, no matter how many people there are, it is impossible to defend. Their camp was breached during the 27th wave of beasts. A large number of chosen ones died, and the camp was full of ferocious beasts. Kong Xing could only lead the surviving chosen ones all the way to the wilderness to pursue the only glimmer of hope. Don't be afraid, everyone. We still have more than 8,000 people. As long as we find a location that is easy to defend but difficult to attack, we will definitely be able to survive the beast tide. Everyone believes me. Kong Xing kept cheering everyone up. But when the 28th wave of beasts hit, the heavy rain made them very desperate. Some were washed away by the flood. Some got lost in the rain. And some died under the tentacles of Hao Yueshueling. The original large force of more than 8,000 people now only has more than 5,000 people left. Don't panic, everyone. There are only the last 2 waves of the beast tide left. We still have more than 5,000 people, so we can definitely survive. Everyone believes me. The 29th wave of sword walkers attacked. They disappeared into the crowd, killing wantonly, and blood flowed like rivers. Kong Xing roared angrily. There are less than 100 ferocious beasts in this wave. Our numerical advantage is huge. Everyone, come with me and kill. When the 2 sides fight in the wilderness, it takes an average of 20 or 30 chosen ones to replace 1 sword walker. By the time the battle was over, there were only more than 2,000 troops left. The corpses here made everyone extremely sad. Why don't we hide in the hut? Why did you run out? I told you. There is no point in running. They are all Kong Xing. This evil spirit. He killed us all. Kong Xing's face was covered with blood, and his eyes were a little dazed. He was now doubting whether escaping with the others was the right choice. If we had hid in the hut and defended, maybe there wouldn't have been such heavy casualties. Right? Jia. At this moment, the final boss of the beast tide, fallen demon, appears. He flapped his fleshy wings and circled twice in the sky, then suddenly landed on the ground, creating a deep pit. The dust was flying, and the fallen demon was killing everyone in the dust. No one could block his claws. Kong Xing shouted, everyone come together. There is only one boss. If we kill him, we will succeed. Everyone believes me. But at this time, how could anyone still believe his lies? Ah! Save me, run! Screams were heard one after another, and the chosen ones had already disrupted the formation. They were frightened and all wanted to escape from here. Fallen demon let out a sharp scream, and the powerful sound waves instantly killed a large number of the chosen ones. Kong Xing's eyes were about to burst. He wiped the blood on his face and rushed towards the fallen demon with a roar. You all go. I'll hold him back. Kong Xing knew that there was no way he could hold back the falling demon. But so many people died because of him, which made Kong Xing lose the face to face other people. Now he just wants to die. Fallen demon flew towards him with a ferocious smile, its sharp claws glowing with cold light. But his ferocious expression suddenly calmed down, and the next second, the falling demon fell from the air with a bang and fell in front of Kong Xing, exploding all the equipment on the ground. Kong Xing froze on the spot. Who says there won't be pie in the sky? He raised his head blankly and looked at the sky. World number 0 was projected in the clouds. The scene inside was Nan Feng and Long Woody violently beating the falling demon. Did you save me? Kong Xing murmured in a low voice, thank you. Scenes like this appear in all major primitive worlds. Those chosen ones who had fallen into despair Those chosen ones who were forced into a desperate situation by the fallen heaven demon. Those chosen ones who had given up on themselves. Suddenly found that the fallen heaven demon died suddenly in front of them. There are really miracles in this world. The death of fallen demon gave all the chosen ones the courage to continue fighting. World number 2 Archie, the cross-world teleportation array in our war zone has been opened. Which world needs support? World number 2023 Neil, someone come and save the child. World number 9 Xiao Ren, does anyone else need help? I can go too. World number 5 Guan Xianshur, I can help too. The top 200 worlds basically have level 30 experts. And some worlds have more than one. With the addition of these strong men, the lower ranked worlds have a glimmer of hope. The chosen ones from different countries, war zones, and worlds were united in a rare moment. For the continuation of civilization. Original world number 0. Fallen demon, resurrected for the 38th time. As soon as he was revived, he caught Long Woody's iron fist with his bare hands. The corners of Long Woody's mouth raised slightly. He was becoming more and more resistant to being beaten. Fallen demon, laughed ferociously, you were able to kill me so many times. Which is indeed beyond my expectation. But that's all. Remember what I said? You are strong. But you cannot kill me. Yeah. The air around Long Woody surged, slowly condensing on his fists. Watch out. I'm going to use my divine weapon. Chapter 339 The Human Cannon. Emission. You haven't used your natal magic weapon yet? Nanfeng was shocked. What kind of fat thing is this Long Woody? Killed the fallen demon more than 30 times without using his divine weapon? Then at the same level, wouldn't he be more powerful than Suana? Nanfeng secretly smacked his tongue. If nothing else happened, the man in front of him would definitely become the ultimate powerhouse at the level of a creation god. Ha! Long Woody's pair of iron fists surrounded him with true energy and hit the fallen demon's chest hard. There was a crisp sound. Fallen demon, the bones in the chest were almost turned into powder by this punch. And even the muscles were hammered into a pile of mud. It's useless. It's useless immediately. The physical strength that fallen demon was proud of was nothing in front of Long Woody's fist. But the punch missed the vital point, and he was not dead yet. Fallen demon sneered, remember to start next time. Okay. Long Woody nodded, raised his hand and punched fallen demon in the head again. The 39th resurrection. Fallen demon, as physical body has been reorganized again. And his strength is even stronger. Ho ho ho. He laughed ferociously, spread out his flesh wings, and shot straight into the sky. The speed was so fast that Long Woody didn't catch him immediately. Long Woody shouted, Brother Feng. Knock him down. Nan Feng, no problem. It's time to show off your real skills. In the previous battles, Long Woody was basically the main attacker, and Nan Feng only played assists, but didn't contribute much. Now that the fallen demon has flown into the sky and out of Long Woody's attack range, it's Nanfeng's turn to perform. Call out! Call out! Call out! Barrett roared, and magic bullets shot out, shooting randomly at the basketball-sized fallen demon in the sky. Even when hitting such a fast-moving target, Nanfeng can achieve a hit rate of over 80%. This is the marksmanship he has practiced hard for a month. Long Woody watched anxiously. Brother Feng, aim better and hit him on the head. Nanfeng's face was stern. Am I not accurate enough? Do you know how fast he flies? My hit rate is already very high. Okay. This hit rate is not good. Long Woody stretched out a hand. Quickly! Give me an AK! I'll kill him with a headshot! South Wind. Nanfeng then remembered that Long Woody was a military king before he traveled through time, and his marksmanship must have been superb. It is normal for him to have a higher vision. There is no AK. Just a small broken gun. Can you try it and see if it works? Nanfeng threw Desert Eagle to Long Woody. Long Woody caught the pistol and fiddled with it twice before returning it to Nanfeng. It can't be used. I'd better throw the stone. He picked up 2 stones on the ground and flicked them into the sky. But at this time, the fallen demon had already flown far away, and the stones could not hit him at all. He is going to continue hunting old people and children. Long Woody's face darkened slightly. He swooped out and quickly chased after the fallen demon. Penetrating bullet. A jet black light shot straight into the sky, penetrating from fallen demon's butt to his head. The flying, falling demon's brain instantly shut down, and his vision went dark before he was carried from mid-air to the ground. Down! Long Woody turned around and gave Nanfeng a thumbs up. This gun is good. He did not stop, and soon came to the spot where the fallen demon crashed, jumped high, and then stepped on it into the dirt. Don't run away, little handsome guy. I haven't had enough fun yet. As he spoke, Long Woody smashed the spine of fallen demon with 2 banging punches. 1 second later, fallen demon was resurrected for the 40th time. The resurrected, fallen demon looked at Long Woody with cold eyes. The surrounding temperature began to drop, giving people an eerie and cold feeling. Seeing this, Long Woody punched directly. The wind from the fist howled, causing pain on the face. Fallen demon's eyes flashed red, and he punched out, confronting Long Woody head-on. Boom! The 2 fists collided, and a terrifying shock wave set off a sonic boom, cutting off all the surrounding trees. Fallen demon's face darkened. In this fight, he was still no match for Long Woody. His right hand has been broken. You know, he has recovered 80% of the soul fragments. Can this really be achieved in 30 days? A trace of doubt flashed in fallen demon's heart, and in an instant, Long Woody's iron fist struck again. Will this person not be in pain? Fallen demon gritted his teeth and punched out with his left fist, fighting Long Woody again. Boom! There was another sonic explosion, and the fallen demon sank deeply into the soil. On the other hand, Long Woody not only had no trouble, but also looked excited. This is the excitement when you meet a powerful person who is evenly matched. From time to time, you are the only opponent who can make me go all out. As he spoke, Long Woody swung out a series of punches, directly beating the fallen demon into a puddle of flesh. The 41st resurrection. The resurrected, fallen demon became stronger again, but he was already stuck in the mud. Long Woody half knelt on top of him, pressing his knees against his abdomen to prevent the falling demon from leaving. Another iron fist hits. In this case, no move is as useful as a quick punch. Once the fallen demon is resurrected, he will face the fierce iron fist of Dragon Invincible. Die! Then come to life. Then continue to die. The fallen demon became more and more powerful. When it reached its 46th life, Long Woody punched it continuously for more than 20,000 times before killing it. Long Woody wiped the sweat from his forehead and exhaled loudly. He and the fallen demon are now in a deep pit, more than 40 meters deep, which he punched out with each punch. Long Woody raised his head, and only a little light could shine through the hole the size of a coin. A head suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cave. It was someone from Nan who was eating melons. Brother Long, do you want to take a rest? The faster you kill, the faster his strength will increase. Long Woody exhaled a breath. It doesn't matter. I can kill him 3 or 5 more times without any problem. 3 or 5 times? Under Long Woody, fallen demon's cold voice came into his ears. Do you think it's still possible? Life 47. The fallen demon was like a cannonball, dragging Long Woody out of the cave and flying into the sky. Die to me! Fallen demon roared angrily, clawing at Long Woody's face with his sharp claws. Kung! The true energy surrounded Long Woody's body, but this claw did not break the defense. Fallen demon was stunned. Why is this guy so thick-skinned? Long Woody smiled coldly. I said I would kill you 3 or 5 more times. So I will definitely kill you 3 or 5 more times. Long Woody reached out and grabbed the wings of fallen demon and tore them apart in a few strokes. 1 person and 1 demon fell rapidly from the sky. Brother Long, go on. Directly below, Nefong raised his hand and threw out a piece of equipment. Long Woody caught it in midair and found that it was an A-level equipment, Devil's Wings. Call out. He quickly put on Devil Wings, and while spreading his wings, he gave fallen demon a kick. Brother Fong, I leave it to you. Receive. Nefong put away Barrett, put the RPG rocket launcher on his shoulders, and faced the fallen demon. Human cannon. Fire. Chapter 340 The Insect Army. Call out. Cannonballs as big as fists soared into the sky. The face of the fallen demon, who was falling rapidly, changed. Those finger-thick bullets just now were able to blast bloody holes in his body. How could this fist-sized cannon blow him to pieces? Demonic armor. Fallen demon shouted violently, and light flashed around his body. A set of dark and domineering armor suddenly appeared, tightly surrounding fallen demon from head to toe. He was ready to withstand this cannon and test its power. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the fallen demon was blown into the sky again. and dense cracks appeared in the armor on his body. What a powerful shot! Fallen demon, as 7 orifices were bleeding. His brain was blank, and his ears were filled with the roar of the explosion. Crows fly. Long Woody flapped his wings and saw the fallen demon being blown up, and stepped on it again. Boom! The fallen demon fell to the ground with a loud bang, creating a big hole that sunk deep into the ground, making it impossible to dig it out. Not dead yet? The fate of this fallen demon is getting harder and harder. Nefong slowly walked up to fallen demon and aimed Barrett between his eyebrows. Fallen demon looked at Nefong with a weak breath, and waited for a long time, but did not wait for the fatal shot. Killed. Me. Nefong stepped on the chest of fallen demon, seeing how pitiful you are. I can't bear to kill you. Fallen demon was so angry that he almost vomited blood. If he didn't dare to kill, he didn't dare to kill. How could he just pretend to be stupid here? Long Woody landed slowly and returned the devil wings to Nefong. Brother Fong. Why don't you do it? Nefong, after playing for so long. It's time for halftime. After fallen demon dies, it can return to its full state within a few seconds. But Nefong and Long Woody cannot do that. It's getting dark. From the beginning of the battle to now, they have fought for more than 3 hours and killed fallen demon more than 40 times. Even the chatty god of war, Long Woody, is a little overwhelmed, which can be seen from the fact that his breathing is getting heavier and heavier. However, Nefong, who has been fishing, is still in good condition. However, the cooldown time of his skills is very long, and he needs to delay for a while to wait for his skills to improve. I could play like this all day, but it's okay to take a break. Long Woody didn't rely too much on him, because there were more than 2 billion elderly people and children behind him. So it was always better to be cautious. Fallen demon is getting stronger and stronger. Maybe the next time he is resurrected, Nefong and the two will not be his opponents. The two of them stared at fallen demon from left to right, breathing slowly and relaxing their tense muscles. At this time, the fallen demon has been beaten into a pile of mud and cannot move, so there is no need to worry about him continuing to act like a demon. Let me see what other worlds are like now. Long Woody opened the panel, walked around the cross-world channel, and showed a smile. Not bad. In the past 3 hours, the fallen demons have suffered heavy casualties, and 60% of the world has defended this beast wave. Nefong nodded. Yes. The main reason is that you are too fierce, and you can actually kill the fallen demon more than 40 times. Nefong had guessed that Long Woody would be slightly stronger than Suana at the same level, but he didn't expect it to be so much stronger. You know, Suyana only killed falling demon 40 times that year, but Long Woody killed him 47 times. Although Nefong was standing by with a gun, Nefong actually didn't contribute much. This can be regarded as the achievement of Long Woody alone. Suyana can become a creation god level powerhouse, so Long Woody can definitely do the same. Nefong secretly made up his mind to hug Long Woody's thigh tightly. You are a fool if you don't hold your thighs. The fallen demon, lying on the ground, glanced at the two of them, and saw that their vigilance was not as strong as it was at the beginning, and couldn't help but chuckle. The sharp claws on his right hand suddenly expanded by dozens of centimeters, and plunged heavily into his heart. Unexpectedly, I can still commit suicide. Ha ha ha. Fallen demon laughed several times, and his health points were passing by rapidly, and soon dropped to 1 point. But a few seconds later, his health points were back to full. All injuries on his body were restored, and he once again faced Nefong and Long Woody in peak condition. Life 48. Fuel consumption follows. Long Woody struck out with a rising dragon fist, and fallen demon immediately crossed his hands to block, and used this terrifying power to push back more than 20 meters. You guys have wasted too much of my time. Fallen demon, as tone was cold. He raised his head slightly, and glanced at the sky. It was getting late. Time is running out. Today, those people must die, and no one can stop me. Fallen demon, as eyes flashed red, and he used his sharp claws to throw away his abdomen, and insect eggs flowed out from it. Nefong and Long Wubai glanced at each other, sensing something bad in each other's eyes. These eggs will threaten the lives of the elderly and children. Do it. Long Woody swooped out and took the lead in attacking. Do you think I am still the same person as before? The fallen demon smiled ferociously, charging towards him and fighting with Long Woody. In just a second or two, the insect eggs on the ground had hatched into new life. All kinds of strange and ferocious beasts sprang out of the eggs. These ferocious beasts are not big, only the size of a hand. But they can split themselves, changing from 1 to 2 to 4 to 8. During the battle, Long Woody shouted, "Brother Feng, be careful of these eggs. They are going to kill the elderly and children." Nen Feng raised his hand and fired an explosive flame bomb. "Don't panic. I may not be as good as you in fighting, boss, but I am definitely a professional in clearing mobs." Explosive bombs ignited the surrounding weeds and leaves, and soon a raging fire broke out. These weak bugs were burned and scurrying around. Nen Feng switched out the Desert Eagle and started firing, one shot at a time, with headshots. But there were still a very small number of bugs that fled far away, splitting as they went. And soon a large group appeared again. Nanfeng's face hardened. These insects were extremely weak, but they were not that easy to deal with. As long as one is alive, he can split into a swarm of bugs in a matter of minutes. If these insects were allowed to kill ordinary people, the consequences would be disastrous. Nen Feng immediately took out Gatling and began to sweep the land back and forth. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The fallen demon, who was fighting Long Woody's scream, resisted Long Woody's 2 punches, turned around and flew towards the south wind. "Come here to seek death?" Nen Feng sneered, turned his gun and fired wildly at Fallen Demon. Just now, a big hole was opened in the abdomen of Fallen Demon by himself. At this moment, the magic bullet penetrated into his body and instantly smashed his internal organs to pieces. Long Woody rushed over and locked the Fallen Demon by the throat. "Brother Feng, go deal with those bugs and leave this guy to me." Nen Feng nodded and quickly chased after the insects that had run away. But at this time, the bugs have scattered in all directions. In this dense jungle, they have countless places to hide. Fallen Demon vomited blood and laughed loudly. "It's too late. Prepare to face H.L. Shut up." The muscles of Long Woody's right arm bulged and he punched Fallen Demon in the temple. But the current Fallen Demon is too resistant to beatings, and Long Woody has no way to kill him quickly. He can only deal crazy output with one punch after another. He looked at Nanfeng's back with his peripheral vision and thought to himself, "We must protect them." In the jungle, Nen Feng kept pulling the trigger, and every shot could take away the life of an insect. But the insect split so quickly that he had no time to kill it. If they continue to divide like this, those ordinary people will be doomed. Nen Feng threw a grenade and blew up dozens more bugs. But for the insect army, this is just a drop in the bucket. These bugs were too scattered, and Nen Feng couldn't kill them all in one go. And their movement speed is not slow. They are expected to arrive at the open space within half an hour and start fighting ordinary people. I was thinking before that even if the Fallen Demon stood still and let the Fallen Demon kill more than 2 billion ordinary people, it would be impossible for him to kill them all in one day. Now I finally know how those Red Star people died. Looking at more and more bugs around him, Nanfeng's brain was thinking rapidly, looking for countermeasures. But there is no countermeasure. It is simply impossible for him to kill all these insects by himself. Zila Zila. The sound of electricity came from the tactical earphones. Immediately, a familiar voice reached Nanfeng's ears. "Xiao Luo, do you need help?" "Lord City Lord?" Chapter 341. The Strong Ones Gather Together. "Xiao Luo?" Nen Feng was stunned, tapped the tactical headset, and asked, "How did you get here? Are you in World 1843? Xiao Luo replied, "I have collected 10 past fragments, so I will come over naturally." Fallen demons in all major worlds continue to die violently. After their death, there will be no shortage of things that should explode. Xiao Luo spent 2 or 3 hours collecting 10 passes and hurried to World 0. Nen Feng had no time to chat with Xiao Luo and immediately told him the current crisis. Xiao Luo said in a solemn tone, "I understand. I am with the elderly and children now, and I will kill all these insects. Nen Feng, there are too many bugs in the army. You can't do it alone. I'm rushing back." With that said, Nen Feng no longer cared about the group of insects and quickly ran toward Xiao Luo's direction. The insects split too fast, and he couldn't kill them all. He had to join Xiao Luo first, and then find another way. Original World Number 2023. Archie, who came from World Number 2, has eliminated all the fallen demons in this world and is now preparing to return to World Number 2. But when he saw the scene projected in the clouds, his expression suddenly became serious. There are so many bugs that they can't keep them at bay. He took a look at his backpack. There were only 8 World Pass fragments number 9 in it and 2 falling demons that died suddenly. The items they exploded were picked up by someone unknown. Archie lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Then opened the panel and entered the cross-world chat channel. World 2 Archie, I need 2 World 0 pass fragments. Who has them? I can exchange A-level equipment. World number 1543 Pim. Oh, are you going to world number 0? That's very dangerous. World number 361 John, Archie. Come to my world. I have it. World number 2 Archie, okay. Coming right away. I only have 3 pieces of A-level equipment. You can pick out 2 pieces later. World number 361 John, no. I don't have the courage to go to world number 0 to help. So I can only place my hope on you. If I still take your equipment like this, I will have uneasy conscience for the rest of my life. World number 2 Archie, thank you. You are a good person. World number 361 John, and you, my friend, you are the real hero. Original world number 3. Xuanqing, who was dressed in Taoist robes, silently stared at the projection in the clouds. The breeze blew by, and his white hair fluttered in the wind. Although he already has white hair, he is actually just a young man in his 20s. It's such a troubled world. It's time for Pindao to take action. Xuanqing took out World Pass number 0. And the silver teleportation array flashed past. And he had disappeared. Original world number 7. A middle-aged man dressed as a priest gently closed the Bible in his hand. He said softly, find me another pass fragment, and I will go to world 0. Behind the priest, a nun replied respectfully, please wait a moment. After saying that, the nun hurriedly retreated to find a way to get the pass fragments. The priest looked at the scene in the sky with a pious look on his face. The original Lord bless you. Original world number 0. When Nanfeng rushed back to the huge open space, he found that there were already several more chosen ones here. The beast tide in all major worlds is coming to an end, and these level 30 strong men have rushed to world 0 to support them. The blonde Archie walked forward and smiled softly. We meet again. Nanfeng. Nanfeng nodded as a response. Time is of the essence, so we'll talk about the polite words later. Nanfeng glanced around at the chosen ones here and said in a deep voice, you should all know about the insect army. Does anyone have a good idea? Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. The insects divide so quickly that unless they are all killed in one go, there will be another swarm in a few minutes. But who can kill so many in one go? Xiao Luo said, at the speed of those insects. They will arrive here in about 10 minutes. Why don't we let the elderly and children evacuate this place first? Xuanqing, dressed as a Taoist priest, shook his head. Their speed was too slow, and they couldn't retreat far. Xiao Luo nodded and stopped talking. Nanfeng pondered and said, it seems that we can only defend. But the problem now is that there are only a few of us, and the insect army can completely bypass us and attack the old people and children behind. This is difficult to do. Archie frowned slightly. We can only defend a defense line of more than 100 meters by ourselves at 20 meters, which is far from enough. When Xiao Luo heard this, he immediately started to separate himself without saying a word. 31 clones appeared. Some were cold, some were enthusiastic, some were introverted, and one kept mumbling something. Nanfeng listened carefully and found that Xiao Luo's clone was shouting to Mai in a low voice. I am the one who cuts Jiaoji alive. This one is weird. With these 31 clones, everyone can hold a defense line of 600 to 700 meters. In addition, there are still chosen ones coming from all the worlds. So holding on to the insect army should not be a problem. Now let's see if Long Woody can deal with a fallen demon. Nanfeng rested for a moment and heard a rustling sound in his ears. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked into the distance. The insect army arrived here faster than expected. The bugs are coming. Prepare to fight. Everyone looked at each other, then dispersed, with one person standing every 20 meters. Nanfeng controlled the reconnaissance plane and flew over the insect army to get an overview of the whole situation. But what he saw shocked him. Damn. So many? The front is at least 2,000 meters long. This army of insects was lined up in a row, with a length of more than 2,000 meters, far exceeding the 700-meter defense line of Nanfeng and others. The bugs outside the defense line will definitely rush into the crowd and massacre the old people and children. At this moment, a dozen chosen ones suddenly came out from both sides of the insect army. Among them, Nanfeng, the chosen one who rushed to the front, knew that it was Long Woody's father. Long Out Yin. Come on. Come on. Make dumplings out of these bugs. On the other side, Catherine Wayna's sword was like a cold light, cutting out a deep pit of more than 200 meters, blocking the path of the insect army. Wow! Another chosen one chanted a few words, and a waterfall condensed out of thin air. It was suspected that the Milky Way fell from the sky and filled this deep pit. The insect army ignored the obstacles in front of them and rushed directly across the puddle. Nanfeng's eyes lit up when he saw this. Someone is in trouble. What are you waiting for? Freeze bomb. Chapter 342. Come on, kid. Freeze bomb doubles in power when exposed to water, freezing a large group of bugs into ice sculptures. Upon seeing this, Xiao Luo gave up the plan he had just made to defend 20 meters per person, and went up with 31 clones. Drink. 32 Xiao Luo shouted loudly at the same time, and everyone activated their 8-meter-long sword energy, charging into the army of insects and slashing with their swords. Archie's hands were itching too much, so he followed closely and went in. Amos, who was dressed as a priest, had a look of pity on his face. He opened the Bible in his hand and said devoutly, "Lord, please purify this group of ignorant and evil people." As soon as he finished speaking, the soft sunlight fell from the gaps in the clouds and shone on the bodies of the insects. These insects made sharp screams, and their bodies quickly rotted and turned into ashes. Nanfeng gasped. This priest looked compassionate, but he didn't expect that he turned out to be a poisonous bitch. If you get injured in the future, you can't seek treatment from him. It's better to have a nani. Taoist Xuanqing held a fly whisk in his left hand, bit off his right index finger, and drew a spell in the air with his blood. Thunder curse. Go! The bloody talisman flew quickly into the insect army. Crackling, lightning and thunder. And no one knew how many insects died under the thunder. World number 0 has gathered more than 30 chosen ones, plus Xiao Luo's 31 clones. There are more than 60 people. They each showed their magical powers and hunted the insects quickly. However, although the strength of the insects was very weak, the speed of division was too fast, and the number of insects did not decrease much after killing them for a long time. And they are still advancing forward. The vanguard has broken out of the jungle and arrived at the huge open space. Long Outyan said in a deep voice, "Crazy Wolf, go and help evacuate the crowd. Remember, let them evacuate in an orderly manner. Don't run around in panic to avoid a stampede. The remaining people will kill these insects together with me. No one is allowed to retreat." One of the chosen ones raised his eyebrows and said with some dissatisfaction, "Who are you? Why should I listen to you?" Long Outyan glared at him. "Just because I am Long Woody's father. If you dare not listen to me, I will ask my son to beat you up." The chosen one immediately did not dare to speak and continued to hunt bugs with his head down. The south wind screamed outrageously. "Good guy. Is this what Dad does? Who is the father, and who is the son?" Shaking his head, Nanfeng controlled the Hummingbird 2 reconnaissance aircraft, flew to the area with the highest concentration of bugs, and started bombing. Countless bugs were blown up until nothing was left. As this was not enough, Nanfeng took out Gatling again and prepared to plow the ground. Gatling did not have red temperature just now, so now it has cooled down and can be used again. "Get out of the way. I'm going to start showing off." Nanfeng carried Gatling and rushed to the front, firing wildly wherever the bullets passed. The insect army suffered heavy casualties. Time passed by, and before they knew it, everyone had been hunting bugs here for more than an hour. During this period, level 30 chosen ones continued to join the battlefield, and the insect army was unable to break through the defense line. But the insect army seems to be endless and never decreases. Long Outyan looked at the jungle in the distance and said in a deep voice, "There must be insects hiding and dividing in the woods. Otherwise it would be impossible to kill them all for so long." Archie licked his lips. "Half of my magic power has been used up. I must find a way. I can't continue to use it up like this." Xiao Luo came over and volunteered. "Hey, I can go to the woods and kill the bugs to 0. Please call me by my nickname. Come on. Luo, you can win." South Wind. "Don't say it. Don't say it. Just bet." Nanfeng was about to ask Xiao Luo to come over and take care of his clone, when a pair of slender legs appeared in front of Nanfeng. Catherine's expression was as cold as iceberg as always. "Killing all these insects is not our goal. Killing the fallen demons is." Nanfeng was stunned. Yes, he was disturbed by these insects, and almost forgot what he was going to do. "I don't know what the situation is like on Long Woody's side." A chosen one named Fan Qing came over, his face a little heavy. "The situation at Long Arm Sales is not good. Fan Qi Gang teleported to World 0 for 10 minutes. Before that, He saw Long Woody's current situation through the projection in the clouds. The fallen demon, with the 48th life, is so tenacious. He was like Chung Yao Jin using his ultimate move. No matter how injured he was, as long as he was still alive, he could heal himself in a very short time. Although Long Woody has always had the upper hand, he has never been able to kill his opponent. Moreover, since the beginning of the Beast Tide, Long Woody has been either fighting or on the way to fight, with almost no rest. He was already showing signs of fatigue, and his combat effectiveness began to decline. When Long Oudian heard this, his eyes showed deep worry. No, I'm going to help my son smash it. With that said, he prepared to rush into the jungle. Nafeng stopped him and said, Uncle, let us young people go. Long Oudian snorted, Why? You look down on me. An old man? I am only in my 40s, and in my prime. No, I don't mean to look down on you. Nafeng shook his head slightly. I just think that this is the responsibility that we young people should shoulder. More than 30 years ago, a flash flood broke out in Longwa and flooded 7 cities. It was the older generation of people who used their bodies to form a line of defense to fight the flood and provide disaster relief. More than 20 years ago, there was a huge earthquake in Longwa, which destroyed countless families. It was people of your generation who risked their lives to enter the disaster area and saved one living life after another. Now that this crisis is endangering the entire Dragon Kingdom and the entire Blue Star, it is time for us young people to stand up. The number of the insect army has not decreased. If it continues to linger, sooner or later they will break through the defense line and threaten the lives of the elderly and children. We must kill the fallen demon as soon as possible. Nafeng said loudly, Is there any brave man who can accompany me? Catherine did not speak, but stood silently behind Nafeng, expressing her choice with practical actions. Archie flicked his golden bangs and chuckled. I've always wanted to try to see how strong the fallen demons in World Zero are. So I went. Father Amos came over holding a Bible. The fallen devil needs the purification of our Lord. Xuanqing waved his fly whisk and said, Principal Taoist, let's go too. Xiao Luo also wanted to go, but Nafeng stopped him. You can't leave. You and your clones have to stay here to guard the insect army. Once Xiao Luo leaves, the pressure here will be very high. This, Xiao Luo was a little unwilling, but for the sake of the overall situation, he still nodded and agreed. Be careful. Nafeng said softly, If I die, please tell my brothers in Nancheng to help me take care of Xiaonan. Xiao Luo's voice was cold. If you die, then I will send her down to stay with you. Nafeng laughed, patted Xiao Luo on the shoulder, and took the lead into the jungle. Behind him, Catherine, Weina, Archie, Xiancheng, and Amos followed closely. The remaining chosen ones watched the 5 of them enter the jungle. No one knows how many times the fallen demon can be resurrected, and no one knows how strong the fallen demon is after it has returned to its peak. Once they go, they will most likely not be able to come back. What if you never come back? Then you'll never come back. Kill! Kill! Suddenly, deafening shouts of killing rang out, and the remaining chosen ones no longer retained their strength and began to hunt the insect army with desperate tactics. Nafeng turned around and looked at the huge open space behind him. Vaguely, he seemed to see 2 extremely familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar figures among the crowd. Dad, Mom. Nafeng paused at his feet and turned around in a daze. With the blessing of Eagle Eye, Nafeng saw what his parents were talking about. That mouth shape is... Come on, kid. Chapter 343. A fair duel? Is this fair? Primitive world number 0. Deep in the jungle, Long Woody and Fallen Demon fought unreservedly, destroying everything around them. Ho ho ho. Fallen Demon smiled and glanced down at his abdomen. I have told you before. You can't kill me. You see, after being beaten for so long, the wounds on my abdomen have healed. This is the 48th life of Fallen Demon. When he was first resurrected, he tore open his abdomen, and a large number of insect eggs came out of his stomach. Later, Nafeng also used Gatling to shoot him, smashing his internal organs to pieces. Unexpectedly, such serious injuries could not kill Fallen Demon. Instead, as time went by, his injuries healed. Long Woody exhaled 2 breaths of turbid air and sweated profusely. He had used all his strength, but he could only slightly suppress the Fallen Demon, and it was almost impossible to kill him. Long Woody could already feel that his physical strength was declining, and the balance of victory was tilting towards the Fallen Demon. To tell you the truth, my physical strength has now returned to its peak. But my strength has not yet reached its strongest state. You are a very powerful opponent. And I also want to fight you in full glory. It's a pity that you can't kill me again. Fallen Demon had some regret on his face. And he stretched out his claws again and walked towards Long Woody. Long Woody nodded suddenly. In other words, your defense power has reached the maximum. But your attack power is still a little behind? It seems that you can't be resurrected a few times. Fallen Demon sneered. This life is enough to kill you. Uh-huh. Fallen Demon suddenly accelerated in speed and was in front of Long Woody in an instant, with its sharp claws stretched out. Hollow claw. The true energy outside Long Woody's body condensed on his index and middle fingers, and he clamped his sharp claws with a clang. You underestimate me. Long Woody used his 2 fingers to forcefully break off the claws of Fallen Demon. I will take your life. Tathagata cannot protect you. I said so. Who wouldn't say harsh words? Fallen Demon was just about to reply when Long Woody had already launched an attack. One person and one demon struggled together again, and Long Woody consciously attacked the lower body of Fallen Demon and knocked it to the ground. Afterwards, Long Woody grabbed one of the Fallen Demon's arms, fell to the ground himself, and locked it. Broken arm and solid cross. One of the most terrifying lock techniques in Jiu-Jitsu. Once it is formed, it is basically impossible to solve. This is indeed the case. Just as the Fallen Demon was about to use his strength to pull out his hand, he heard a click and his right arm was broken. Uh-huh. Fallen Demon groaned. But this level of injury was nothing to him. It was just a broken hand, and it only took tens of seconds to heal. As soon as he stood up and prepared to fight back, his other arm was also grabbed by Long Woody, who followed the same pattern and broke it off. Guillotine! Long Woody shouted, clamped the Fallen Demon's neck under his armpits, and pressed his knuckles against his throat. If the crossbar is only maiming, then the guillotine is fatal. Once locked, the fate waiting for him is death. Soon, the blood vessels in Fallen Demon's neck began to burst, and the bones made a crunching sound. Long Woody's true energy circulated on his body, and all his strength was concentrated on his arms. He squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. This is a fighting skill from Blue Star. Have you never seen it before? Once locked, death is certain. Fallen Demon also gritted his teeth and replied, for you Blue Star people, this move is very fatal. But I am not a Blue Star person. With his neck locked, Fallen Demon will not feel suffocated, nor will his head feel dizzy. His physiological structure is very different from that of Blue Star people. Uh-huh. Fallen Demon's broken right arm recovered a little, and he stretched out his sharp claws again and stabbed Long Woody's abdomen fiercely. All of Long Woody's energy had gathered on his arms, and he had no time to block the blow. And he was not prepared to block it either. The sharp claws pierced his abdomen and his internal organs, and severe pain struck Long Woody's brain. But his arms did not relax at all, but even increased their strength. He wants to cut off the head of Fallen Demon forcefully. Ho ho ho. Trade injury with me for injury? Don't you know how resilient I am? Long Woody gritted his teeth. Of course I know. Otherwise why would I break your arm first? Fallen Demon's powerful recovery ability is working hard to heal his broken arm, which also leads to insufficient recovery ability of his neck. Fallen Demon smiled. It seems that my last weakness has been discovered by you. Click. Click. His neck made a sound and was about to be strangled. Fallen Demon held his last breath and sneered. Congratulations. You are about to see me in my complete form. But in my complete form, what can you do to kill me? Drink. Long Woody roared and exploded with all his strength. Click. With the last crisp sound, Fallen Demon's neck was strangled by Long Woody, and his health instantly dropped to 1 point. Hand knife. Long Woody combined his palms to form a sword, and his true energy was condensed in his hand, which was extremely sharp. He slashed the Fallen Demon's neck with his hand knife. Gulyalu. Fallen Demon's head fell to the ground and rolled around several times. But Long Woody saw that his blood bar still retained the last drop of blood. This won't kill you. Long Woody covered his abdomen and breathed in fresh air. He watched helplessly as the wounds on Fallen Demon healed quickly, then picked up his head and pressed it on his neck. Life 49. Uh-huh. Fallen Demon's body glowed with intense red light, and he floated slowly in the air, looking down at Long Woody from above. It was as if a god had descended into the world and was looking at a pagan. I said it from the beginning. You can't kill me, but you bought enough time for your people. It is no longer possible for me to kill them all. After today, I will die. And you will die in front of me. Why do you talk more than me? Longwoody took a sip and danced butterfly steps on the spot. Didn't I say? I can fight like this all day long. Where am I now? Ho ho ho. Fallen Demon glanced at Longwoody one last time. And then his eyes emitted blood-red light, hitting Longwoody directly. The energy is flowing. Longwoody concentrated all his energy in front of him to resist the red light. But the full form of Fallen Demon is too strong. Compared with the last life, its strength has increased several times. The true energy could not block this red light. It was scattered. And Longwoody's chest was pierced by the light. When the chosen ones from all over the world saw this scene, they all covered their mouths. Longwoody. Tears rolled in Lin Mimi's eyes. Chief Long. Come on. The chosen ones of World Number 1 are shouting. I can't wait any longer. I'm going to World 0 now. I will go with you. I would rather be a hero for a minute than hide here and be a coward all my life. I'm going to go too and beat this son of a bitch to death. Don't make trouble. Brother. You're not level 30 yet. So you can't go to World 0. Who still has the pass fragments? I'm still 6 short. Can 2 people use 1 pass? For a time, the level 30 experts from all major worlds no longer retreated to their own worlds, but went to World 0 to support them. They only have one idea now. And that is to kill this stupid, Fallen Demon. World Number 0. Fallen Demon looked at Longwoody with pity. You actually don't have to die. With your talent, you will definitely have an unlimited future. Do you think it's worth exchanging your life for the lives of a group of ordinary people? Longwoody stood upright unsteadily, and used his true energy to block the wounds on his body to prevent the blood from flowing out. He said vaguely, Do you think I am dead? If not, Fallen Demon, stop talking nonsense. His eyes flashed red, and he was about to emit red light again. But a meteor suddenly struck in the sky and hit the Fallen Demon straight away. This is Nonfeng's RPG bazooka. Fallen Demon snorted coldly, and shot the red light in his eyes at the meteor. But at this time, Archie rushed over and invited the Fallen Demon to a duel. Come and have a fair duel with me. The body of Fallen Demon fell from the air uncontrollably and walked towards Archie stiffly. At the same time, on the left side of Fallen Demon, 2 sharp sword lights struck in a cross shape. This is Catherine Vina's Holy Light Cross. Immobilizing spell. Go! Schwanching threw out a talisman and stuck it on Fallen Demon's body. Fallen Demon's body froze, and he was unable to move. Oppo Keely. Father Amos opened the Bible and recited the incantation with a solemn expression. In an instant, golden light burst out, and Longwoody's wounds healed quickly. Damn. The amount of milk is so abundant. Nanfeng exclaimed that he was awesome. Glanced at the wandering dragon beam cannon that had been fully charged with charged attack, and decisively pulled the trigger. Longwoody gathered all his energy into his right fist and swung it out with all his strength. Superman punch. Fallen Demon still hasn't reacted. Why did so many chosen ones suddenly appear? And, if he heard correctly just now, the blonde and blue-eyed chosen one was talking about a fair duel with him. Right? Is this really fair? Chapter 344 An Invincible Punch. This is not fair. Fallen Demon looked up to the sky and let out a loud roar. The immobilizing curse could no longer suppress him and spontaneously ignited. After regaining his ability to move, Fallen Demon's eyes flashed red, and he was about to glare at Archie, who was running towards him. But there is a light blue beam of light faster than him. Call out. Watering dragon beam cannon pierced the sky and collided with the red light emitted from the eyes of Fallen Demon. The blue beam of light was obviously thicker, larger and more powerful, while the red beam was defeated in less than 0.1 seconds. Fallen Demon couldn't even let out a scream, and most of his head was blown away by this cannon. Holy Light Cross. 2 golden lights flashed, one horizontally and one vertically, and a cross-shaped mark was cut into the back of Fallen Demon. Blood spurted out, and internal organs were looming. Catherine succeeded with one blow and immediately retreated without any intention of fighting. At the same time, Archie finally came to the Fallen Demon, filled the vacancy that Catherine had just given up, and slashed out with one sword. The sword shatters the stars. This was Archie's full sword, slashing diagonally from the Fallen Demon's shoulder, trying to split it in half. But unfortunately, the sword was eventually stuck by the bones of the Fallen Demon and did not achieve the effect Archie imagined. Shit. Archie didn't expect the fallen demon as bones to be so hard, so he could only curse inwardly, draw his sword with his backhand, and retreat. This series of attacks caused fallen demon to be seriously injured. But he is not dead. His vigorous vitality is burning, the vitality bursting out of his body, and he is frantically healing his injuries. The sword wound on his shoulder is healing. The cross mark on his back is healing. And even his head that was blown to pieces is growing like crazy. And a head is beginning to take shape. What a terrifying resilience! Nan Feng secretly smacked his tongue. And when he was about to fire another penetrating bullet, Long Woody's fist had already arrived in front of fallen demon. Strike hard. This is an invincible punch. This punch hit fallen demon as chest without any accident. Dark cracks as thin as spider silk appeared. And the space barrier of World Zero was cracked open by this punch. Whoosh! At this moment, air with a radius of 100 meters poured into the space crack crazily. The strong air pressure sucked in all the flowers, plants and trees. Before they could retreat, Catherine and Archie were also sucked in. They could only insert their swords into the ground to stabilize their bodies. The fallen demon, which had just grown more than half of its head, let out a heart-rending scream. His body is being dismembered in 2 dimensions. Space cracks can easily cut his body open, and it's useless no matter how strong his recovery ability is. This is Long Woody's true strength. This is Long Woody's full blow. The last time he killed the falling demon, Long Woody still had reservations. Even if Na Feng and others didn't come to support him, he would still have a chance to kill the fallen demon again. Ah! The screams of fallen demon continued. He wanted to leave this space crack, but as soon as he moved, part of his body was dismembered. However, this small space crack did not last long, and the space barrier began to repair itself. Upon seeing this, Nan Feng immediately pulled the trigger and shot a penetrating bullet. The cracks that were about to close have expanded a bit, and the thin cracks are like spider webs. Fallen demon, as body completely collapsed and was torn apart by space cracks. Half of the body remained in World Zero, and the other half was sucked into the unknown space. Long Woody gasped and staggered back 2 steps. The punch just now drained away all his strength. The reason why he still hasn't fallen to the ground is because of his strong willpower. Everyone's eyes are fixed on the fallen demon, with half of his body left on the ground. Once he shows signs of resurrection, he will once again face the devastating blow of everyone. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes passed, and there was no movement from fallen demon. Dead? Archie's tone was somewhat unconfident. Catherine stepped forward and gave fallen demon 2 swords, but there was still no reaction. Should be dead. Xuanqing took out a soul-calling flag from his backpack and waved it a few times, then nodded. If you can't summon the soul, you're dead. Father Amos tapped his forehead and shoulders with his fingers, his face full of compassion. Our Lord will forgive you. Amen. Archie, why is there no system prompt? You don't want to explode the equipment. If you kill him, you'll get some reward or something. Right? Could it be fake death? Xuanqing frowned. Should I be him again? I haven't made any move just now. With that said, Xuanqing summoned 2 little ghosts and began to eat the corpse of the fallen demon. In the distance, Na Feng, who was setting up his gun, closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. He wanted to find Suanna to confirm whether fallen demon was dead or not. But this time in deep sleep, Na Feng did not enter the starry sky, but was in a dark space. There is no Suanna here. Nothing. Can't she come to the real world? Na Feng nodded slightly. It seemed that Suanna's current state could only wander in the virtual world number 9. Fair enough. Na Feng has no plans to bring Suanna's statue to World Zero for the time being. After all, she sealed Xiaonan for more than 100,000 years, and there was no enmity between the two. Xiaonan is now Na Feng's pet, and after getting along with her for this period of time, Na Feng has treated her as his own sister. He will never allow Suanna to pose any threat to Xiaonan. If he really had to choose one, he would rather not have Suanna's encyclopedia. Opening his eyes, Na Feng woke up from a deep sleep and joined several others. Nan Feng, what do you guys say? Did you research anything? Xuanqing, the flesh of a fallen demon is average. The 2 little ghosts summoned by Xuanqing had eaten up the fallen demon as body completely. The guy said it tasted average. Nan Feng took a step back calmly. Why is there still someone playing tricks? Fortunately, it's not night. Otherwise it would be scary. The soul is gone, and the body is gone. So there should be no resurrection. Right? Archie stretched out his muscles and muscles. But he still had some unfinished thoughts. This guy can't bear to be beaten. So I just took out a sword. Schwanching. Is it possible that Long Woody's last punch was too strong? Archie, you mean I'm useless? Nan Fong interrupted the two of them. Let's meet up with the others first. Shall we? There's a swarm of bugs over there. After hearing this, everyone nodded and strode back. Original World Number 9. A glimmer of light flashed in the eyes of the statue outside Nanchung. Suana murmured in a low voice, unbelievable. Chapter 345. A new beginning has just begun. Original World Number 0. Nan Fong and others climbed over the mountains and ridges, and soon joined the large army. The previous army of insects had all disappeared without a trace, which made Nan Fong and others breathe a sigh of relief. The disappearance of the insect army can be regarded as proof of the death of fallen demon from the side. The beast tide is really over. But why didn't the Chuangshishan system prompt? Archie is still worried about this issue. Could it be that the Chuangshishan system is on strike? Xuanqing thought for a moment and gave a guess. There may be other primitive worlds where there are still ferocious beasts that have not been killed. So the beast tide has not completely ended. Father Amos has a different idea. This is the real world. Our Lord's territory. So no system dares to mess around in the real world. Nan Fong raised his eyebrows. But he didn't expect that this priest's faith was quite firm. After traveling for so long and experiencing so many things, it is really rare that he can still maintain his faith. Nan Fong doesn't even believe in science now. Father, do you think it is your Lord who is more powerful? Or the God of creation? Nan Fong asked with interest. Father Amos looked solemn. Our Lord is omniscient and omnipotent. The omniscient and omnipotent Lord? Isn't this bragging? Nan Fong believes that there are gods in the world. For example, Suana is a half-fallen god. And the creation god who allows Blue Star people to travel collectively is also a god. But even Suana and the god of creation cannot be omniscient and omnipotent. Otherwise Suana would not have fallen. Nan Fong, Father, can your Lord create a rock so big that no one can lift it? Father Amos nodded, of course. Nan Fong, can he move this big stone by himself? Amos looked stunned for a moment, then looked at Nan Fong with evil eyes, and silently opened the Bible in his hand. You have been bewitched by the devil, and need to be cleansed by our Lord. When Nan Fong saw this, he quickly reached out and closed the Bible in the priest's hand. No. No. Just pretend I didn't say anything. This priest also has a bad temper, and will poison Nan Fong if he disagrees with him. Of course, Nan Fong is not afraid of him either. It's just that the two of them were fighting side by side not long ago, killing the fallen demon and saving the world. There was no need to fight over such a trivial matter. After all, it was Nan Fong himself who was the one who started the trouble with his bad mouth. In just a few words, Long Woody had already arranged for the chosen ones to patrol the surrounding area to eliminate possible safety hazards. With Long Woody here, Nan Fong didn't need to worry about the rest. He turned to look at the crowd. The old people and children also realized that it might be safe and were moving closer. Dad? Mom? Nan Fong saw his parents in the crowd and ran over. This month has been too long. It feels like several years have passed. Before traveling through time, Nan Fong had not been home for several months due to work. At that time, he thought this was normal. But now, he just wants to spend a little more time with his parents. Child, let me take a good look. Mother Yirushwang, with tears in her eyes, pulled Nan Fong up and down to look at her. Good son. I didn't embarrass your father. Father Nan Shanlin patted Nan Fong on the shoulder and laughed. Nan Fong saw that his father's eyes were also red, but he held back the tears. Perhaps this was the man's competitive spirit. Dad? Mom? You? Just as Nan Fong was about to say something, an old man came over aggressively, pointed at Nan Fong and yelled, You killed my grandson. Go to H.L. The old man stretched out his hand and pinched Nan Fong's neck fiercely, with a ferocious expression on his face, as if he was crazy. The people around him heard what was going on here, looked over and pointed. I know that the old man's name is Sakura Yudo, and his two grandsons were killed by Nan Fong. How pitiful. Hey, what's so pitiful about this? In that case, either you kill me or I kill you. The death of the Sakura family's children only shows that their skills are inferior to others. Huh? You really stand up and talk without pain in your back. If it were your family members who died, you wouldn't say that. Nan Fong was originally ready to kick the old man away, but after hearing the talk around him, He silently retracted his kick. No wonder he felt that the old man looked familiar at first glance. He turned out to be Sakura Itkin and Sakura Kojiro's grandfather. You damn old man. Let go! Seeing that his son was being bullied, Nan Shanlin's face darkened, and he forcibly opened Sakura Yudo's hands and protected Nan Feng behind him. Yi Rushuang also looked nervously to see if Nan Feng was injured. In their hearts, Nan Feng is still just a child, not a powerful chosen one. Are you trying to protect criminals? Sakura Yudo yelled. He killed my grandson, and I want him to pay for it with his life. Nan Shanlin's voice was louder than his. What are you talking about? My son is a hero, not a criminal. Nan Feng took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Sakura Yudo. His eyes cold. I was indeed the one who killed your 2 grandsons. Not only them. I also killed many people. If you want to seek revenge from me, I'm welcome at any time. But you'd better consider whether it's enough to blow up one of my grenades. In the past month, Nan Feng had killed countless people, and no longer took human life seriously. The reason why he didn't give Sakura Yu a fight on the spot was because he didn't want to kill anyone in front of his parents. Sakura Yudo opened his mouth, but no words came out. Nanfeng's emotionless eyes made him feel chilled all over. Sakura Yudo knew that if he dared to chirp again, Nan Feng would slap his head like a watermelon. Even if there were people around, it would be impossible to save him. After such a small episode, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became weird. The chosen ones looked at this group of old people and children, and suddenly didn't know what to do. Which of the chosen ones, who can stand here now, is not murderous? Which one doesn't have hands full of blood? And those people they killed must have relatives waiting for them here. How to face these people? This is a headache. You can't kill them too, right? There are so many people watching here. Fortunately, at this time, Xiao Luo, who was out on patrol, brought back a message. Everyone, I took my avatar to patrol the surrounding area and found many traces of the movements of ferocious beasts. If nothing else, the original world number 0 also has ferocious beasts. But they seem to be driven away by some force, and were not nearby. Long Woody crossed his arms around his chest and said in deep thought, since there are ferocious beasts in this world, they are ultimately a threat to ordinary people. We must build a camp as soon as possible. As for the grievances between the chosen ones and ordinary people, I am not qualified to persuade them to give up their hatred. Nor will I help anyone kill the chosen one. Just like Nan Feng said, if you want to avenge your loved ones, every chosen one is welcome at any time. Long Woody's meaning is very simple. He will not judge any chosen person, even if this chosen person is a murderer who kills innocent people indiscriminately. The idea of killing people to pay for their lives no longer works in this world. Want revenge? Okay, you can do it yourself. After saying all this, Long Woody looked at the group of chosen ones behind him. Now, everyone is going to cut down trees and build temporary camps to prevent the beast from attacking. The end of the beast tide does not mean the end. The new beginning has just begun. Chapter 346 Return to World Number 9. Original World Number 0. The chosen ones were working hard to chop down trees, while ordinary people gathered together in 2s and 3s, whispering. What was going on in Long Woody's mind that he actually asked us people to build a temporary shelter? Xuanqing summoned 2 big and thick little ghosts. One ghost had a machete, and they whirred and chopped down trees. As for Xuanqing himself, he was resting and paddling aside with a piece of dogtail grass in his mouth. There are more than 2 billion people here. Even if we cut down trees for hundreds of years, we still can't build such a large shelter. Archie said, Long Woody just made an excuse to separate us from ordinary people first, so as to prevent the conflict from escalating further. As a bystander, Archie saw things very clearly. If Yudo Sakura had continued to push Lai Lai just now, Nan Feng might have hit him with a big push. In the final analysis, Sakura Yudo is just an ordinary person. If Nan Feng slaps him, he will still be killed even if he has 9 lives. Then things will get into trouble. To ordinary people, the chosen one is just like Superman, a life form of a higher level. Now he is killing innocent people indiscriminately in public, with no regard for legal and moral constraints. There will definitely be an irreparable gap between the chosen ones and ordinary people. This is not a good thing. That's why Long Woody asked Nan Feng and others to go aside and chop down trees to prevent the conflict from escalating. Nan Feng held Netherworld Thorn in his hand and said while cutting down the tree, Brother Long underestimated me too much. How could I kill that little old man in front of so many people? If you want to kill, you have to wait for it to be dark and windy at night, and do it secretly. Archie chuckled, they are not stupid. Sakura Yuto died. Others will definitely doubt you. Nanfeng shrugged indifferently. Let them be suspicious. There is no surveillance here anyway. I even said that someone framed me. Xiao Luo took 31 clones to cut down the trees with super high efficiency, and soon cut down a large area. He turned back to look at Nanfeng and said, I heard that most of the original world on number 11 are the chosen ones of the Sakura Kingdom. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the territory of the Sakura Kingdom. If you kill Sakura Yuto, they will definitely give you trouble. Sakura country is a bit of a bird. Nanfeng looked disdainful. Are you looking for trouble with me? Come on. Let's see if I don't give them shit. Xuanqing looked around. Are there the chosen ones from the original world number 11 here? It seems not. Haha. They don't even dare to come to World 0 to help. They are really a bunch of cowards. I dare not say anything else. But on the matter of beating Sakura, we people in the Dragon Kingdom can all reach a consensus. Fan Qin from world number 1 came over and joined the conversation. As long as they dared to cause trouble, they would wait to be attacked by the chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom. Nanfeng nodded in agreement and said, Playing little cherry blossoms can be recorded in the family tree. Even if you are dead, my descendants will have to burn incense on my head during the Qiming festival. Xiao Luo, you don't even have a partner. So where can you get your juniors? Nanfeng's mouth twitched. Why do you look down on others? I'll look for one tomorrow. Speaking of this, Nanfeng suddenly thought of Nancheng. I wonder how Nancheng is doing now. Xiao Luo, how about we go back and take a look? When Xiao Luo heard this, the 31 clones instantly returned to their original bodies. Let's go! A fool is cutting down trees here. The two of them left as soon as they could, and immediately took out their passes, and returned to the original world number 9. World 0 pass is a two-way pass. You can go to World 0 or return to your own world. But you cannot go to other worlds. If you want to go to other worlds, you can only go there through the teleportation array. Seeing Nanfeng and Xiao Luoshan, Xuanqing spat out the dogtail grass in his mouth and took out his pass. Slip away. See you later. Swish. 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 In just a few seconds, more than half of the chosen ones returned to their own world. Just kidding. They are all top experts in their respective worlds. And they will stay here chopping trees only if they are too idle. If it weren't for the fact that Long Woody was too strong and wanted to give him face, these people would have run away long ago. Archie saw this and glanced at the crowd behind him. Long Woody stood among the crowd, not knowing what he was talking about. Just when Archie also took out his pass and was about to get out of the way, Long Woody suddenly took a long step towards a little blonde boy. Archie's heart skipped a beat. This little boy with blonde hair and blue eyes should be from France. Just like him. Why would Long Woody find a little boy from France? Archie swallowed, his mind flashing back to the time he faced his demons in the cabin. That inner demon looks exactly the same as Long Woody. He eats children one bite at a time, which is so scary. Did he want to eat this child? Go quickly. Get out of there quickly. Seeing Long Woody getting closer and closer to the little boy, Archie's nervous heart almost jumped out of his chest. Fortunately, Long Woody just passed by the little boy and walked further away. Let me just say, there is no way Long Woody can eat children. Archie exhaled and used the pass to return to World 2. Original World number 9. Nanfeng opened his eyes and found that he was teleported back to the hut. The world is even more repulsive to me. Returning to World number 9, Nanfeng felt that his breathing was very difficult, as if someone was strangling his neck. Moreover, the space around his body would appear with mosaics and garbled characters from time to time, making him seem a little out of place. Nanfeng frowned slightly. If I stay here, either World number 9 will collapse, or I will be assimilated into the world and reduced to a virtual character again. It seems that I still have to stay in World 0. In other words, all the chosen ones must go to World 0 after level 30. World number 0 is the place of ascension. With no time to think, Nanfeng opened the door and strode out, finding that the chosen ones in Nancheng were preparing for post-disaster reconstruction work. In fact, this beast wave seemed very ferocious, but it did not cause much damage to Nancheng. After all, the fallen demon was killed by Nanfeng even before he could get close to Nancheng. Nanfeng came to the center of the city and found that everyone was here. Xiao Luo followed closely and came to the center of the city. Huang Yuanming smiled. Oh, Nanshan and Brother Luo are back. Su Ming said cheerfully, our great hero is back. Su Zering glanced at Nanfeng and said calmly, we have just finished counting the battle losses. In this beast wave, A total of 68 brothers died. Nanfeng nodded silently. During the first small beast wave, Nanfeng was still a little sad when faced with the sacrifices of his brothers. But now Nanfeng has seen too many such things, and his heart has become a little cold. Perhaps only when people like Xiao Liyuan, Su Ming and others died, Nanfeng would feel sad. Right? Chapter 347 World Number 0 is fully opened. Original World Number 9. Everyone listened quietly to Su Zern's explanation of the situation of the beast tide. In general, the battle losses of this beast wave were very low. Only 2 brothers from the original area 527 died. The remaining 66 chosen ones, who died, all joined Nancheng later. Their strength is relatively weak, and the casualties are naturally more severe. If nothing else goes wrong, the beast tide should be over. But no one knows what we will face tomorrow. Su Zern said calmly. I have made arrangements for everyone to hurry up and rebuild Nancheng to face the unknown danger. Nanfeng pondered for a moment and then said, don't be anxious about rebuilding Nancheng. We will definitely go to World 0 in the future. Nancheng here. That's it. Su Zern nodded slightly when he heard this. Huang Yuanming suddenly thought of something. By the way, Nancheng, Lu Daqiang went to challenge the inner demon before the beast wave. He hasn't come out yet. Is something going to happen? How about you and brother Luo go take a look? Nanfeng shook his head. No outsider can help him with his inner demon. He can only look at himself. Xiao Luo also said, don't worry. No one will die if challenged by the inner demon. When he can defeat his inner demon one day, he will naturally come out. Shen Fan raised his eyebrows. What if you still can't defeat your inner demon? Xiao Luo smiled helplessly. Then he would be trapped by his inner demons for the rest of his life. After chatting with friends in Nancheng for a while, Nanfeng said goodbye to everyone and arrived outside the gate of Nancheng. He stood in front of Suana's statue and stretched out his hand to touch the lifelike statue. The next second, Nanfeng had fallen into a dream, surrounded by thousands of stars. Suana turned her back to Nanfeng, a little lost in thought. Suana, is the fallen demon dead? Nanfeng must ask this question clearly so that he can feel at ease. Hearing this, Suana slowly turned around and said softly, dead. Nanfeng, really dead? Suana, well, he can only be resurrected 49 times. Nanfeng pondered. Then why didn't the creation god system give us a hint? Also, how do you know that the fallen demon can only be resurrected 49 times? Nanfeng remembered that Suana said that she only killed the fallen demon about 40 times that year. So how did she know how many lives the fallen demon had? Suana's eyes turned cold. If you don't believe me, why bother asking me? I just wanted to make sure to avoid any further surprises. Nanfeng spread his hands. The creation god system did not give me a kill prompt, nor did it tell us whether the beast tide was over. This made me a little panicked. Suana was silent for a long time, and then suddenly said, don't rely too much on the system, and don't rely too much on your natal magic weapon. Nanfeng looked calm, but you should know that if I didn't have the divine weapon, I would have died 1,800 times. How could I still stand here and talk nonsense to you? Nanfeng knew that Suana was reminding him not to trust too much in the god of creation, including the things given by the god of creation. The god of creation must be planning something behind the scenes. The divine weapons he gave everyone may be used to control the chosen ones. But what can be done? Could it be that Nanfeng no longer needs his natal magic weapon from now on? That way the south wind will only die faster. Suana continued to remain silent, as if she did not want to discuss this issue too much. Nanfeng thought for a moment and then asked, the beast tide should be over, right? What will happen to us tomorrow? Suana whispered, nothing will happen. Nanfeng, what do you mean? In these 30 days, he is pulling back the growth and creating a high-pressure environment so that you can grow up faster. At the same time, this can also screen out the weak. But this method cannot last long, and it cannot cultivate the top strong people. Therefore, starting from tomorrow, he will let the chosen ones grow freely and reach the top step by step. Nanfeng savored what Suana said carefully. You just said that he wants to train us to be top strong men? Nanfeng was confused. Why? Does an existence of his level also need subordinates? Suana sneered. The god of creation is just a level. He is trying to put money on his face. In fact, he could not create the world, nor was he invincible. As for why he did this, you will know later. Now to tell you the truth, I am afraid that you will commit suicide in despair like me. Desperate suicide? Nanfeng was speechless. What kind of truth would make people so desperate that they commit suicide? My wife ran away with my brother? The son is not his biological son? It's not like committing suicide. Soyana's eyebrows were a little tired. And she said, that's it for today. Remember to take the statue to World Zero. Nanfeng looked serious, don't worry. I promise to complete the task. The scene suddenly changed, and Soyana's figure disappeared. When Nanfeng came back to his senses, Soyana in front of him had turned into a statue. Do you want to take this statue to World Zero? Nanfeng touched his chin, lowered his head and thought. Even though Soyana seems to be quite gentle, and she basically answers Nanfeng's questions, but who knows if she is stirring up trouble behind her back. Nanfeng had a vague feeling that Soyana was just using him as a chess piece. It was like she was using a pair of invisible hands to silently push Nanfeng into the abyss step by step. This feeling is not good. But I have to say that at certain times, Soyana can still provide a lot of help to Nanfeng. This made Nanfeng a little confused. Should I take the statue with me to World Zero? Forget it. Let's think about this issue again when we go to World Number 0 tomorrow. World Number 9 was becoming more and more repulsive towards him. Nanfeng could feel it. And he could only stay for one more night at most. Tomorrow morning, he must go to World Zero. As the sky grew dark, Nanfeng took one last look at the statue and turned back to Nancheng. Xiao Nan. What about Xiao Nanren? Let's go out with my brother to fry fish. I'll give my brothers extra food tonight. Xiao Nan, who was chasing rabbits in the city, heard the call of the south wind and responded happily. Here it comes. It's midnight sharp in the morning. The lights inside and outside Nancheng are brightly lit. Piles of bonfires were raised, and the surviving people sang and danced around the bonfires, drank heavily, and ate meat from large bowls. Ding! An emotionless electronic synthesized sound suddenly sounded, reaching the ears of every chosen one. World announcement, the Beast Tide has officially ended. Congratulations to all the chosen ones. The chosen ones have performed well in this beast wave, and the rewards are being calculated. Please wait. After a while, a series of prompts sounded in Nanfeng's ears, and a lot of things appeared in his backpack. Before Nanfeng had time to check, another alert sounded. Please note, the original World Number 0 has been fully opened. Please explore with caution. At the same time, original World Number 0. In the very center of this world, there is a giant virgin forest. Before today, this forest had been shrouded in thick fog. But now, the fog is dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Outside the primeval forest, two men with pointed ears looked shocked. The secret realm is unlocked. Quick! Send the news back to the capital. Chapter 348 The God of Creation System That Is Not Human. Primitive World Number 9. Nancheng. Nanfeng returned to the hut and began to count the rewards obtained from this beast wave. The first thing that catches the eye are the 10 red treasure chests. Darling, with my luck, why can't I open 10 pieces of A-level equipment? Nanfeng glanced at the system prompts and found that these treasure chests were derived from various achievements, such as killing the most ferocious beasts at the longest distance, killing the most ferocious beasts in a single attack, successfully reaching World Zero, and killing the fallen demon, etc. These achievements are calculated separately for each world. The chosen ones in other worlds can also obtain the same achievements, and they are not the only ones. Looking at the 10 treasure chests in front of him, Nanfeng hesitated for a moment and decided to go out and accumulate character. He rushed out of Nancheng like flying, pretending that he accidentally stepped on cow dung, fell into a puddle, and ate poisonous mushrooms. Half an hour later, Nanfeng returned to Nancheng in high spirits. After spending so much bad luck, I will definitely get 10 aces out of the box this time. Nanfeng touched the lucky amulet on his neck and opened 10 red treasure chests at the same time. 10 draws in a row. Flashes of red and purple light flashed. Nanfeng took a look at the harvest of unpacking this time, and was slightly disappointed. 5 pieces of A-level equipment, and 5 pieces of B-level equipment. Okay, that's good luck. After all, the red treasure chest only has a 25% chance of opening A-level equipment. Nanfeng was indeed lucky to be able to open 5 pieces if he didn't save his character in advance. After gathering his thoughts, Nanfeng began to check the attributes of these 5 A-level equipments. As for the B-level equipment, Nanfeng threw it directly into the village warehouse without even looking at it. Dragon Roar Helmet. Grade, Pika Grade. Type, Helmet. Attribute, all attributes plus 500. Skill, Iron Bone. The damage taken by your head is reduced by 60%. Oops. Peak A level. This is really hot type pants. Nanfeng is very happy. It seems that you are lucky today. The first item is the best equipment. In particular, the skill that comes with Dragon Roar Helmet can reduce head damage by 60%, which is simply invincible. As the saying goes, wear a helmet correctly, travel happily and stay safe. With the Dragon Roar Helmet, Nanfeng is no longer afraid of being beaten. He even dared to compete with Long Woody to see who had the tougher head. Let me see what the next piece of equipment is. Nanfeng looked at the second piece of equipment, which was a battle armor. Dragon Song Armor. Grade, Pika Grade. Type, Top. Attribute, all attributes plus 500. Skill, Steel and Iron Bones. The damage taken by your body is reduced by 60%. Nanfeng's eyes narrowed. Good guy. Is this a suit? He quickly looked at the remaining 3 treasure chests, and found that they contained a pair of leggings, a pair of combat boots, and a belt. Really or not? My luck. Nanfeng's heart beat faster, and he used Eye of Insight to look at the remaining 3 pieces of equipment one by one. Dragon's leggings, dragon's boots, dragon's belt. It's really a dragon chant. Oh, cake buyer. I will be punished by God tomorrow. Nanfeng was so frightened that he quickly took off the lucky amulet. After this set of equipment was released, Nanfeng felt that all his 10 years of good luck had been consumed tonight. Unbelievable. Nanfeng put the Dragon Roar suit aside first, and then looked through other rewards in his backpack. Village relocation order. Your village successfully withstood the attack of the beast tide. And this is your reward. You can choose a new territory in the original world number 0 and move your village there. Village upgrade order. Your village successfully withstood the attack of the beast tide, and you are hereby rewarded. Your village can be upgraded to a town, which can accommodate 10 times the population. Oh! These 2 things are good. Towns. Nancheng. Before that, Nancheng was just called that by everyone. In fact, in the system panel, it was Nansuan. Now, Nansuan can be upgraded to Nancheng in a real sense. Nanfeng was very satisfied with these 2 tokens. In addition to these rewards, Nanfeng's backpack also contains a lot of various materials and random titles, which are also the rewards obtained by this beast wave. There was a lot of material in it that Nanfeng had never heard of, and he didn't know what its use was. Nanfeng spent half an hour sorting these materials into categories before closing the panel. Finish. The biggest reward this time is probably the Dragon Roar set. Although the set of equipment does not have a set effect, its powerful attributes and super high damage reduction make it definitely the best equipment at this stage. It can be said that Nanfeng wearing the Dragon Roar suit is thicker than most human shields. I don't know how long it will take for me to be unlucky. Nanfeng yawned and lay quietly on the bed. Outside the window, Nanfeng could still hear the sounds of brothers punching each other and drinking water, hearing the sounds of Xiaonan and others fighting rabbits, and hearing the sounds of Shenpian and Wang Mumu from District 113 kissing and banging each other. Laughter. They are waiting for the dawn to come. Nanfeng didn't join in. He was very tired today and just wanted to sleep. The last night before dawn passed. 6 o'clock sharp in the morning. Nanfeng stood up from the bed with a sudden jerk, and a continuous beeping sound rang in his ears. Who made the fatal serial call so early in the morning? Are you sick? Nanfeng's anger surged. He opened the panel and saw that it was Long Woody. If you can't beat this, calm down quickly. Nanfeng, Brother Long? What's the big deal this morning? Long Woody, oh, Brother Feng. Are you up? Come quickly. Come with me to open up Wasteland in World 0. Open up Wasteland. Nanfeng sighed and collapsed on the bed, not wanting to move. The previous 30 days were tiring enough. We finally got through the most dangerous period. Now that we have some leisure time, why not have a comfortable sleep? I don't want to move. I don't want to move. Long Woody, time waits for no one. We are in urgent need of food now. Otherwise all the people in World 0 will die. When Nanfeng heard this, he jumped out of bed again. Nanfeng, food, yes. Food. Those 2 billion people in World 0. What did they eat in the past 30 days? Nothing to eat. Long Woody quickly replied. Do you still remember the light blue protective shield that enveloped them? The one who was beaten to pieces by the fallen demon. Nanfeng, remember. What's the problem? Dragon invincible, in that protective shield. The air is full of energy. To put it simply, for the previous 30 days, they only needed to breathe to survive. Nanfeng frowned and realized the seriousness of the problem, now that the protective shield has been blown out. Wouldn't it be? Long Woody, yes. You guessed it right. We need to get a lot of food in a short time to keep them alive. Are you kidding me? Nanfeng gasped. More than 2 billion people, standing together in a sea of people, are so dense that you can't see the end at a glance. How much food does this require? Creation God's system. You really don't deserve to be human. Chapter 349 Copperstone Spider. Nanfeng got up, washed himself, and quickly walked out of the hut. He planned to take Xiaonan to World Zero as soon as possible and find a way to get more food. He can't control other people, but his parents are also in World Zero, so he can't let them starve to death. Right? Moreover, there are many people from the Dragon Kingdom in World Number 0. These are all compatriots, and every one of them can be saved. Walking out of the hut, Nanfeng looked around. Xiaonan. Where is Xiaonan? This unlucky kid didn't go home at night, so he just fooled around outside. I'll have to give her a good beating when I find her later. Nanfeng knows one thing very well. If you don't hit someone when you are a child, you won't know who will hit whom when you grow up. At this time, many of the chosen ones had already gotten up in South City. They were watching around with great interest, wanting to see if there would be any new changes in the world after the beast tide. Good morning, Nanshan. Brother Nanfeng. Why is your body flickering? Lord City Lord. Are you preparing to go to World Zero? Nanfeng glanced down and found that World Number 9's rejection of him had become worse again. World Number 9 can no longer accommodate him. Yes, I will go to World Zero soon, Nanfeng said. Have you seen Xiaonan? One of the chosen ones lowered his head and recalled for a while. Xiaonan. She seemed to have gone to sleep at Yuren's house last night. What? This little girl didn't go home at night and went to sleep at Sister Yuren's house. Really? You don't know how to ask me to go with you. Nanfeng angrily walked towards Yuren's cabin. Boom, boom, boom. The south wind knocked on Yuren's door. A moment later, Yuren, who was wearing a suspender belt, opened the door sleepily. Brother Nanfeng? What's going on so early? Nanfeng pondered, and moved his gaze from his chest to Yuren's pretty face without any trace. It's beautiful. Yuren frowned. Hello? Are you there? Oh, yes. I'm here to see Xiaonan. Nanfeng came back to his senses and talked about business. Is Xiaonan at your house? I'm going to take her to World Zero. Yuren groaned. Are you leaving so early? Nanfeng nodded. Yes. This world can no longer accommodate me. Yuren saw Nanfeng's body flickering, a bit like a holographic projection with poor signal, and quickly said, then go back to World Zero quickly, and I'll wake Xiaonan up. Yuren didn't waste any time and woke up Xiaonan, who was sleeping soundly. Damn it. I need to sleep. Xiaonan was very unhappy about being forced to turn on her phone. She put her hands on her hips and got angry. Nanfeng twisted her up and spanked her twice on the butt. Xiaonan immediately became honest. Okay, Sister Yuren. I'll take Xiaonan and leave first, Nanfeng said as he took out the World Pass number 0. Yuren said softly. Yeah. You have to be careful. Nanfeng, don't worry. You hurry up and upgrade. I'll be waiting for you in World Zero. Chosen ones whose level has not reached level 30 cannot go to World Zero, because essentially, they are still semi-virtual creatures and cannot travel to the real world. Dimensions do not match. The only person in Nancheng who can go to World Zero now is Nanfeng Xiaoluo and Xiao Angren. Cheng Mo and Lu Daqiang are still challenging their inner demons and have not yet come out. But pets don't have this restriction. Yesterday, some chosen ones took their pets with them to World Zero. Gone. Nanfeng used the pass and came to World Zero in an instant. There are still dense woods all around, and it's hard to distinguish between east, west and north. Fortunately, there is a map that can guide Nanfeng in the direction so that he will not get lost. Xiaonan looked around curiously with a pair of big eyes. Brother, is this world number 0? Yes, this is a real world. Nanfeng took Xiaonan's hand and walked in the direction of Long Woody. The real world? Xiaonan lowered his head and didn't know what he was thinking. After a long time, she finally said, I seem to have been here before. Nanfeng raised his eyebrows, but he wasn't very surprised. Xiaonan didn't know how many years she had lived, and it was normal for her to have been to World Zero before. However, her memory has always been missing, and she cannot remember what happened before. This time when he came to world number 0, Xiaonan seemed to remember something. Have you got your memory back? Nanfeng asked. Xiaonan shook his head slightly. He only remembered a few scenes. Nanfeng, picture? What content? Xiaonan bit her lip and said, It's me and Suana who are hunting the ferocious beasts. You and Suana? This actually surprised Na Fong. Didn't you say that Suana sealed you for more than 100,000 years? Why? Have you fought side by side before? I don't know. I can't remember. Xiaonan's eyes are a little confused. I don't remember what happened between me and her before. And I don't remember why she sealed me. Na Fong shrugged. It's okay. Just forget it if you can't remember it. You will remember it one day. Let's go to the survivor camp first. And I'll take you to meet my parents. I left so suddenly yesterday that I forgot to tell them. Swish. Nanfeng's tactical headset suddenly heard a rustling sound. As if something was moving. Na Fong quickly shut up. Held his breath and focused. Quietly looking in the direction of the source of the sound. 2 minutes passed. And there was still silence all around. There is probably a ferocious beast nearby. Na Fong lowered his voice and said softly, Be careful. If there is danger, remember to stand in front of me. Xiaonan. One person stood frozen in place and waited for another 2 minutes. But there was still no movement around him. Na Fong thought for a moment. Then led Xiaonan forward. Let's go! Get out of here first! They walked forward cautiously, trying not to make any noise. After going for more than 200 meters, there was still no movement around. Brother, it seems nothing is wrong, Conan whispered. Na Fong shook his head cautiously and quickened his pace. He didn't know why, but he always felt that danger was approaching, so that the hairs on his body stood up. But I obviously didn't hear any strange sounds from the tactical headphones. While Na Fong was wondering, a sharp sword fell from the sky, as fast as lightning, and seemed to cut Na Fong in half. Fortunately, Na Fong had always been vigilant and reacted quickly at this time, pushing Xiaonan away first, while he rolled forward and jumped a long distance to avoid the blow. Call out. Na Fong took out Barrett, and without seeing the enemy, he turned around and fired a shot based on his feeling. Kung! The shot seemed to hit some kind of metal, making a crisp collision sound. At this time, Na Fong could clearly see the enemy in front of him. No, it can't be said to be an enemy, because the one who attacked him was not a human, but a big spider. Each leg of this spider is 5 to 6 meters long, and its body is made of some kind of metal, and is extremely hard. What attacked Na Fong just now was not a sharp sword, but a spider leg, a ferocious beast from World Zero. Nan Feng's eyes condensed, and he released Eye of Insight. Copperstone Spider, Level 31. Chapter 350 A Guinea Pig in the Fog? Copperstone Spider. This is a Level 31 ferocious beast. Nan Feng's face was filled with joy. This is experience. After Na Fong reached Level 30, he only killed a few fallen demons, which provided him with about 20% of his experience points. He was still worried about where to find a ferocious beast above Level 30. But he didn't expect it to come to his doorstep. Good luck today. Na Fong raised his hand, aimed at the spider's eyes, and pulled the trigger. Kung! Unexpectedly, the eyes of this calculus spider are also made of copper stone, which is extremely hard. However, this shot did some damage, and a faint red number appeared from the spider's head. Minus 4.2%. Na Fong was stunned. Huh? Now shows damage as a percentage? Na Fong suddenly remembered that when he used Eye of Insight to check the attributes of Chronicle Spider just now, the HP column showed indeed 100%. It seems that in World Zero, health cannot be completely quantified and can only be expressed in the form of percentages. I only knocked out 4.2% of its health with one shot. This guy has some meat. This Copperstone Spider has a hard body and frighteningly high defense. It is indeed very fleshy. Swish. The shot in the eye made Copperstone Spider stunned for a moment. After he reacted, the spider's legs flicked out, as sharp as a knife, trying to cut off Nanfeng's waist. But Nanfeng's reaction was also very quick. The devil's wings behind him spread out and flew into the air in an instant, constantly pulling the trigger. Whoosh. Minus 2.1%. Minus 1.7%. Numbers appeared quickly one after another, and bullet holes began to appear on the body of Copperstone Spider. So scraping? Are all level 31 beasts so tough? Fortunately, Na Fong can fly. Copperstone Spider, as attack range is not enough to hit Na Fong in midair. South winds can be safely exported in the sky, but Xianan's situation below was miserable. The 8 spider eyes of the Copperstone Spider turned and locked their target on Xiaonan. Brother, help me. Xiaonan screamed, jumped far away with a jump of his legs, and ran around the big tree. Copperstone Spider spread out its 6 long legs and followed closely behind. Its 2 front legs are used to open the road, like a pair of big scissors, cutting off all the big trees blocking the road in front. Rumble. Trees fell down one by one. Don't panic, Xiao Nan. You will be resurrected. That was what he said. But Nan Feng was still a little unhappy when he saw Xiao Nan being chased around. Hitting a pet also depends on the owner. Ta. Nan Feng felt that Barrett's output efficiency was a bit low, so he decisively switched to Golden Gatling and started strafing from a high position, under the dense bullet attack. Calcastone Spider's body was filled with sparks, and a series of red numbers appeared. Boom! With a loud noise, Copperstone Spider's health value returned to 0, and it fell to the ground lifeless. Hey! Gatling. Fire 15 bullets per second. Are you kidding me? This Copperstone Spider is indeed hard enough. But no matter how hard it is, it can't withstand Gatling's crazy output. Using Gatling to fight spiders is really overkill. Nan Feng flapped its wings gently and fell from the sky. Xiao Nan. Are you not injured? Xiao Nan pursed her lips. Huh. I know I'm flying alone. Why don't you take me with you? Stop. Stop talking. I will fly with you next time. Nan Feng interrupted Xiao Nan in time and inspected the body of the Copperstone Spider. The whole body is made of metal. Nan Feng walked around the Calcastone Spider, touched his chin and said in surprise, Is this really a creature? Not a robot? He glanced at the spider's big butt. He had taken care of this position just now and made a big crater. But Nan Feng suddenly discovered that the spider's butt was also made of copper and stone. It's solid. Darling. This can't be a robot. Is it an iron-based creature? The robot needs chips and circuits inside. And it will definitely not be solid. Even if there is no circuit in this position, it will not be made solid, because it will bear too much weight and require more energy to move, which will do more harm than good. From this point of view, this Calcastone Spider may really be an iron-based creature. However, it is not unusual to encounter another kind of life form in this world. Nan Feng did not struggle with this issue for too long. He opened the spider corpse and rummaged around. Why doesn't this thing explode equipment? Nan Feng smacked his lips. He was really a poor man. Xiao Nan patted the big spider's body. Brother, it has already exposed itself to you. Aren't you satisfied? Makes sense. Nan Feng nodded. The body of this Copperstone Spider is extremely hard and cannot be penetrated by magic bullets. It is a good material. Take away. Take away. Nan Feng put the body of Copperstone Spider in his backpack and continued moving forward while holding Xiao Nan. The rest of the journey was safe, and they did not encounter other ferocious beasts. It seems that there are indeed not many ferocious beasts around here. This is a good thing, because it means those 2 billion ordinary people can live longer. However, as time goes by, the ferocious beasts will gradually gather together. The Copperstone Spider just now is a good example. I want to move Nanchung to World 0 as soon as possible, and then bring all the relatives of Nanchung brothers to settle in the city. The longer it goes on, the more dangerous it will be for the elderly and children. Nan Feng quickened his pace, and after half an hour, he arrived at the coordinate point given to him by Long Woody. A large group of chosen ones have gathered here, including several acquaintances, including Xian Chung Amos Archie, who fought side by side yesterday. Xiao Luo also came here before Nan Feng. Brother Feng, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Long Woody put his hands behind his back and smiled at Nan Feng. Nan Feng smiled sheepishly. He encountered a ferocious beast on the road and was delayed for a while. A vicious beast? After hearing this, everyone looked over. Long Woody's face condensed slightly. Are there any ferocious beasts around here already? This is not good. With that said, Long Woody shared some of the information he had obtained with everyone. Last night, Long Woody did not return to world number 1. Instead, he found a direction and walked quickly, wanting to see what was beyond this forest. But this forest was so big that it was beyond Long Woody's imagination. After running at his speed for 2 or 3 hours, there was no sign of leaving the forest at all. But Long Woody is not completely without gains. Do you know what I saw last night? Long Woody's tone was mysterious. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. Heavy fog? I saw a heavy fog. Long Woody looked serious. If my judgment is correct, we should be surrounded by this heavy fog. This fog is like a glass vat, and we are the guinea pigs in the vat. And outside this glass jar, There must be civilization. Chapter 351 Nanchung and Longcheng. We were in a heavy fog. Long Woody looked at everyone with a calm expression. I'm going to take a look outside the fog today. What about you? According to Long Woody's guess, the place where they were now was already surrounded by a thick fog. And outside the thick fog, there may be other civilizations. Long Woody's so-called land reclamation refers to going outside the fog to take a look. Nafeng pondered for a moment. If you want to find food, do you have to go outside the fog? There are also some edible fruits around here, but they are not many and definitely not enough. Long Woody replied. Regarding food, we still have time. Those ordinary people breathe the energy-filled air and do not need to eat for at least a month. 1 month is not enough. There are too many people, and it is impossible for us to find so much food, Archie said somewhat pessimistically. I wonder if you have noticed that the food in our backpack cannot fill our stomachs here. Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. Is there such a thing? Maybe it's because the food in other worlds is virtual. Virtual food cannot fill a real stomach. Therefore, we must find the most food and save the most people in the shortest time. Long Woody clenched his fists and had a high fighting spirit. 1 more person can be saved. This is Long Woody's idea. Nanfeng nodded. I understand. I will choose a place first. Move my village here. And then go to open up wasteland with you. My Dragon City is right here. You can move near Dragon City. We will take care of each other. Long Woody pointed to the east and said, I won't follow you. I will clear up wasteland first. Okay. Xiaonan. Let's go. Nanfeng looked at Xiaonan. But Xiaonan shook his head unhappily. I've been walking all morning. It's not fun at all. You can go by yourself. I'll just take a walk around here. That's okay too. Nanfeng thought for a while, then ignored Xiaonan and ran towards the east alone. Others had the same idea as Nanfeng, and planned to move the village here first and then open up wasteland. But they don't dare to get too close to Dragon City. If there is a conflict with the Dragon Kingdom people in the future, Long Woody doesn't have to go far. He can kill them standing at his doorstep. Nanfeng didn't have such worries. First of all, he could trust Long Woody's character. And since everyone was from the Dragon Kingdom, there wouldn't be much conflict between the chosen ones on both sides. In addition, Nanfeng also has confidence in his own strength and Nanchung's strength. If Longcheng wants to expand outwards and annex Nanchung in the future, Nanfeng will also make Longcheng pay a huge price. However, Nanfeng believes that Longcheng and Nanchung will be in harmony even if there are foreign enemies. After running at full strength for about half an hour, Nanfeng finally saw the outline of Dragon City. Although it is said to be a city, it is actually a relatively simple village. But at this time, there were a lot of people gathered around the village. Most of them were relatives of the chosen ones in world number 1. And some were people who wanted to sneak into Dragon City to seek asylum. Long Woody has arranged for 2 level 30 experts to maintain order here and give priority to the family members of the chosen ones to be brought into Dragon City. There are also 5 level 30 experts who are cutting down trees to build large sheds to provide simple shelter for these ordinary people. There are so many strong men in Dragon City. Nanfeng walked over with some envy and found a beautiful woman in the crowd. Hello. Are you Lin Mimi? Southwind? Lin Mimi tucked a strand of hair from her forehead behind her ears and said, You are here to build a city. Right. Long Woody has already told me your purpose of coming. Nanfeng nodded, yes. Lin Mimi smiled and said, From now on, we will be neighbors. I hope that we can help each other when facing danger. That is required. Nanfeng looked around and asked, How about I pick a place? Will it affect the future development of your Dragon City? How Dragon City develops in the future depends on where your Nanchung is located. Lin Mimi's tone was gentle, giving people a feeling of spring breeze. Long Woody said that Dragon City would only expand in 3 directions in the future, leaving Nanchung behind. With Brother Long's words, I feel relieved. Nanfeng clasped his hands in his fists, and then used the village relocation order 500 meters south of Longcheng. Ding! Do you want to choose this place to be the new camp in Nanchung? Yes. Up north, down south, left, west, right, east. As the south wind was confirmed, shadows began to flicker. In just a few seconds, thousands of huts appeared around Nanfeng. These are the huts of the chosen ones in Nanchung. Yeah. What is this place? Where is my city wall? The city wall was stolen. A strange voice suddenly came from a small house. Nanfeng followed the sound and walked over and found Shen Fan standing by the window, looking outside with a shocked expression. Sentence? Why are you still sleeping in the hut if you don't upgrade in broad daylight? Is it Mr. Nanfeng? I am a night owl. I act at night and sleep during the day. After Judge Shen casually answered Nanfeng's question, he quickly asked, "What's going on? Where is the city wall in our southern city?" "Nanfeng, this is World Zero. I moved Nancheng here." Hearing this, Judge Shen excitedly opened the door and prepared to come out and take a look. But after he walked out of the hut, he found that he was back in world number 9. "What's going on? Why do you return to world number 9 when you leave the hut?" Shen Pan returned to the hut again, with a puzzled look on his face. Nanfeng thought for a moment and said, "Maybe it's because you haven't reached level 30 yet. The hut is a special space that connects world number 9 and world number 0. You can only come to my side after level 30. Shen Pan suddenly realized that this was the case. Nanfeng suddenly heard something and asked in confusion, "Wait, wasn't your cabin blown up? Whose home is this?" Before Shen Pan could answer, a soft female voice sounded, "Bao? Bao, who are you talking to?" Then Nanfeng saw Wang Mumu pushing the door open and throwing herself into Shen Pian's arms with an affectionate look on her face. "Judge Shen. South Wind. Are you spreading dog food? Are you spreading dog food?" No wonder Shen Pan is still staying in the hut in broad daylight. It seems he was too tired last night. Nanfeng shook his head, ignored the young couple kissing each other, and walked aside alone to use the village upgrade order. "Ding! Your village, Nansuan, has been upgraded to Nancheng. Ding! Nancheng can accommodate 15,000 residents. Ding! South City, all residents have plus 100 attributes, and the city lord has plus 200 attributes." After upgrading the village, Nanfeng was given a 200-point all-attribute bonus. A force circulated in Nanfeng's body, strengthening his body and uplifting his soul. In just a moment, Nanfeng felt that he was stronger again. It's time to open up Wasteland with Long Woody and the others. But before that, Nanfeng still needs to deal with a few more things. The first thing to do is to bring all the brothers' relatives to Nancheng. But now Nancheng is too small, and several extra-large shelters must be built as soon as possible to give the family members a place to shelter from the wind and rain. There are a lot of other miscellaneous things, and Nanfeng is not good at dealing with these things. Fortunately, Nancheng has talented people in this field. Nanfeng sent all the situation here to the Handsome Guys group and asked Su Zern and Xiao Ren to cooperate and take over the work here. It just so happens that Xiao Ren is already level 30 and can come to World 0. As for Nanfeng himself, it would be more suitable for him to go out and explore a new world. He picked up a wooden stick on the ground, put it on his shoulder, and strode out of the city. Today, I am a trailblazer. Chapter 352 Sakura Saburo. Nanfeng held a wooden stick and shuttled through the dense virgin forest. At this time, the wooden stick had turned into a sharp sword to open up Wasteland, cutting through thorns and thorns, cutting off all the blocked branches and vines. Hiss! Why is Long Woody so fast? I can't catch up at all. Nanfeng glanced at the chat channel and saw that the coordinates set by Long Woody were at least an hour away from his current location. He just moved the town, but Long Woody had already traveled so far. Exaggerate. Forget it. Let him take the lead and explore the reality ahead. I'll take Xiaonan over first. Thinking of this, Nanfeng turned around and ran in the direction of Xiaonan. After level 30, the telepathy between Nanfeng and Xiaonan becomes stronger. He can clearly sense Xiaonan's position, and the error will not exceed 20 meters. But Xiaonan didn't know what was going on, and kept going in the opposite direction, getting further and further away from the south wind. The distance between them has exceeded the communication range of the tactical headset, and Nanfeng cannot contact Xiaonan now. What kind of airplane is this unlucky kid doing? Nanfeng frowned slightly and quickened his pace. During this morning, all the level 30 experts from all major worlds moved their cities to World 0. Some of the chosen formed a brief alliance, moving cities together to deal with future crises. Some of the chosen ones disdain to join others in the same trend, so they go far away alone and find a feng shui treasure to relocate the city. The old people and children are also looking for their families and want to enter the city. The entire primeval forest soon became lively. Nancheng. Xiao Ren breathed the air of World 0, feeling relaxed and happy. This is the real world, and it does feel different. Above Xiao Angren's head, Chung Yamo circled around with his flying sword on his feet. It's indeed very different. Look at the city next door. There is a girl with a great figure. Where can I find such a top-notch girl in world number 9? Chung Yamo had just defeated his inner demon more than 10 minutes ago. As soon as he came out, He came to World Zero, and was looking around curiously. The city next door, he mentioned, was Dragon City. Hearing this, Xiao Aran followed Chung Mo's gaze, and looked over. That was Lin Mimi, Long Woody's girlfriend. I heard that she grew up with Long Woody. Hiss. Chung Mo took a breath of air and quickly looked away, not daring to look any further. The corner of Xiao Angren's mouth raised. It seems that we have formed an alliance with Long Chung. With such a powerful ally, we don't have to be so worried in the future. Okay. Without further ado, I will build a few large sheds as temporary shelters. Chung Mo, you have a mount. Go to the survivor camp and pick up all the brothers' families. The elderly and children are not the chosen ones. They have no system, and naturally do not have cabins. In this primeval forest, there is a huge temperature difference between day and night. Without the protection of the light blue protective shield, the elderly and children are likely to freeze to death at night. The importance of shelter cannot be overstated. This is not a mount. This is my precious flying sword. Chung Mo corrected Xiao Angren's words, and then flew to the survivor camp with his flying sword. Outside Nanchung, a large number of ordinary people are already walking this way. Oops. This is right. This is Nanchung. An old lady with gray hair was full of joy. I am Yunfei's grandmother. Is my grandson here? Yunfei. Xiao Aran lowered his head and thought about it for a moment. It seemed that there was such a person. A young man who played with slingshots, and was originally from District 527. Grandma Yunfei. Right? Come on. Please come in. This will be your home from now on. Xiao Aran brought the old lady in with a smile on his face. You young man is so polite. Unlike my boring grandson, who can't say a word all day long. The old lady walked into Nanchung with a smile on her face. How old is the young man? Do you have a partner? Do you want me to introduce you to one? Xiao Angren's smile froze on his face. Soon, a large group of old people and children gathered in Nanchung. They were all relatives of the chosen ones in Nanchung, and Nanfeng's parents were among them. Many of the chosen ones in Nanchung have returned to their huts, and are talking to their relatives through the windows. The chosen ones are inside the house, and the ordinary people are outside the house. This scene is like visiting a prisoner. There is no way. The level has not reached level 30. The chosen ones cannot enter World Zero, so they can only meet their relatives in the hut. This was a reunion between relatives. I don't know who was moved to tears first. And soon there was a burst of crying in Nanchung. Even the Dragon City next door was infected and started sobbing together. But the sad atmosphere did not last long, as an uninvited guest strode into Nanchung. Stop! Who are you? Xiao Aran saw the other party for the first time and immediately came up to him. This person is full of murderous intent and should be a chosen one with considerable strength. Xiao Aran could basically determine that he was a Sakura man by looking at the other person's clothes. What about the people from the south? The Sakura man looked gloomy and stared at Xiao Aran with eyes like poisonous snakes. Xiao Aran was not afraid at all and stared back. Answer my question first. The two looked at each other with eyes that could kill people, and their murderous aura made the ordinary people around them breathless. Seeing that Xiao Aran had no intention of giving in, the leader snorted coldly and slowly pressed his right hand on the handle of the knife. Jung. The crisp sound of sword sounded, and a flying sword fell from the sky, inserted between Yinghua and Xiao Aran. Chung Mo fell to the ground lightly, giving off the image of a fairy-like master. Who are you? What are you doing? You want to fight, right? Xiao Aran tightened his grip on the spear and replied, a clown from the Sakura Kingdom is probably here to cause trouble for Nanfeng. Seeing that there were two level 30 chosen ones here, Sakura knew she couldn't take advantage, so she silently let go of her hand. My dear Sakura Saburo, Nanfeng killed two of my nephews, and I came to him to ask for an explanation. When Chung Mo heard this, he sneered, are you stupid? It's not like you haven't experienced what happened in the past 30 days. Have you never killed people from the Dragon Kingdom? I still want an explanation. Do you want me to give you a big mouth? Sakura Saburo's face darkened, and he glared at Chung Mo fiercely. Chung Mo took a sip and stared back without any fear. This made Saburo Sakura feel a little uncomfortable. Who dared to stare at him like this in the original world number 11? Why are these two people from the Dragon Kingdom the same as Lung Tu Qing? Don't you know that Sakura Saburo is a ruthless character who kills without blinking an eye? At the same time, Lin Mimi from Dragon City noticed the tense situation here, and was heading here with two chosen ones. Sakura Saburo knew there was no point in staying here, and was about to leave, when he suddenly saw Nanfeng's parents in the crowd. Nanfeng's parents. Right. Sakura Saburo looked at Nanfeng's parents and said loudly, "Your son killed my 2 nephews. And I will kill him to make him pay for it. But if he keeps hiding and dares not come out, then you 2 will have to die in his place." After saying that, Sakura Saburo swung his bangs handsomely, turned around and strode away. Only a back figure that he thought was handsome was left. Chung Yimou and Xiao Aran looked at each other, stunned. Is this person Shabi? Not sure. We'll have to look again. Do you want to tell Nanfeng about this? Say it. Definitely say it. Deep in the jungle, Nanfeng received Xiao Angren's message and figured out the ins and outs of the matter. Something is wrong. 9 out of 10 things are wrong. The previous battle with Falling Demon was broadcast live simultaneously in all primitive worlds. Nanfeng didn't believe that there were still people who didn't know his strength. There is definitely something wrong with Saburo Sakura, who dares to be so blatantly provocative. Someone is behind the scenes to cause conflict between our Dragon Kingdom and Sakura Kingdom. Nanfeng thought. This possibility is very high. It is estimated that someone saw that Sakura Saburo was not very bright and was a bit naive. So he tricked him into trouble with Nanfeng. But this is a conspiracy. Nanfeng has no choice but to take the bait. What if Sakura Saburo really makes a mistake and wants to kill his parents? It's impossible for Nanfeng to stay by his parents' side every day. Right? In order to deal with the emergency, Nanfeng had no choice but to strike first and kill Sakura Saburo. He said he wanted to kill me. So to protect myself, I killed him first. This is definitely self-defense, and there is nothing wrong with it. Chapter 353 Spider Cave. To Nanfeng, Sakura Saburo is just a small hidden danger and not a big threat. His parents are now in Nancheng. No matter how weak Sakura Saburo is, he would not dare to go to Nancheng to kill people. Moreover, there are Xiao Aran and Chung Yimou sitting in Nancheng. And there are masters from Dragon City next door. How could Saburo Sakura enter Nancheng to kill people? Even if he had the courage, he didn't have the strength. Go find Xiaonan first. Then go to open up Wasteland with Long Woody. And kill Sakura Saburo when you go back at night. Today is really a fulfilling day. After making arrangements for today's itinerary, Nanfeng quickened his pace and continued running in the direction of Xiaonan. On the way, Nanfeng occasionally encountered 1 or 2 ferocious beasts, both of which he killed easily. Not all the ferocious beasts here are above level 30. There are also ferocious beasts of more than 10 or 20 levels. These ferocious beasts cannot provide Nanfeng with experience, but they can get some food, which can be considered a small gain. The scenery in the forest was the same, which made Nanfeng a little tired of aesthetics. 10:30 a.m. The speeding Nanfeng stopped and looked around. Strange. Xiaonan should be nearby. Why didn't you see her? He could feel that Xiaonan was very close to him. But the area was extremely peaceful, and there was no sign of Xiaonan at all. Xiaonan, Xiaonan. Please answer if you hear it. Nanfeng taps the tactical headset and calls Xiaonan. After a while, Xiaonan's slightly childish voice came from the earphones. Brother, I'm underground. Come and help me. Underground? Nanfeng was stunned. There were towering trees everywhere, and he didn't see any holes. About 5 kilometers to the east, there is a mountain with a cave at the foot of the mountain. You can find me by walking along the cave. Xiaonan's voice came from the earphones again. Nanfeng frowned slightly. At the foot of the mountain 5 kilometers away, this underground cave is a bit too long, and it will take a lot of time to go back and forth. And for some reason, Nanfeng always felt that Xiaonan wanted to drive him away. What is she doing underground? What is this little girl doing on a plane behind my back? Nanfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he took out the RPG rocket launcher from his backpack. Enter through the cave entrance? That is impossible. Nanfeng was going to blast down from here to see what Xiaonan was doing underground. Xiaonan, find a place to hide. My brother will come down to help you. Nanfeng spread out his devil wings and flew into the sky, aiming the rocket launcher at the ground. Brother, don't fire. There was a loud bang. The earth shook, and a deep pit appeared in front of Nanfeng. But the hole in the ground where Xiaonan was located seemed a bit deep, and the rocket launcher failed to dig directly through it. But it doesn't matter. Nanfeng still has Gatling and grenades. Ta 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 ta. Boom boom boom. After a series of heavy fire bombings, the ground began to collapse, and a large black hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared. The south fan fluttered its wings and landed slowly. This underground cave was not deep, so Nanfeng quickly landed and dug out Xiaonan in a pile of gravel and soil. Xiaonan, how are you? Who buried you? See if I don't kill him? Nan Feng looked concerned. Tui. Tui. Xiaonan spat out a mouthful of sand and looked at Nan Feng nervously. Shh. Don't be so loud. Crunch. As soon as Xiaonan finished speaking, there was a sound coming from the side, like the friction of some kind of metal equipment in operation. Nan Feng turned his head and fired a shot in the direction of the sound. Kung! A harsh sound sounded. With the light above his head, Nan Feng could clearly see what was behind him. Copperstone spider. This thing again? This is the second Calcastone spider Nan Feng encountered today. But this one is weaker. Only level 28. Nan Feng's casual shot just now penetrated his body easily. Minus 86.8%. Copperstone spider, as health had bottomed out. But it was still full of energy and rushed over with its long legs. Nan Feng immediately shot again, ending its life. The crisis was temporarily resolved. Nan Feng turned to look at Xiaonan. Xiaonan. Why did you come here alone? Is there something you are hiding from me? Xiaonan sighed. Brother. I told you not to be so loud. Nan Feng frowned, lowered his voice, and repeated the question just now. I felt like something was calling me here, so I came over to check it out. Xiaonan chewed her nails and said helplessly. The reason why I don't tell you is because my subconscious tells me that this place is very dangerous, and I'm afraid you will die here. Nonsense. What danger could there be here? Even as he said this, Nan Feng still cautiously raised his gun and became vigilant. After all, Xiaonan is a little witch who has lived for an unknown amount of time, so what she says must be respected. What if this hole is really dangerous? Nan Feng does not have the ability to be immortal. It was quiet in the cave, and the passages on the left and right extended crookedly into the distance. I don't know how deep they were. Vaguely, a rustling sound came to Nan Feng's ears, as if something was moving slowly. It's a copperstone spider. Nan Feng had heard this sound more than once today and made a judgment immediately. There is also a calcastone spider in this cave, and there is more than one. This is a spider hole. Brother, please keep your voice down, Xiaonan said in a low voice. These spiders rely on sound to determine the location of their prey. But Xiaonan said this now, which was obviously a bit late. Nan Feng's wild bombardment just now was so loud that it attracted all the copperstone spiders around it. They moved slowly, trying not to make the slightest sound, and gently approached Nan Feng and Xiaonan. Brother, get out quickly. It's really dangerous here. Xiaonan pointed to the big hole above her head and said, before they surround you, fly out quickly, and I'll just go inside and take a look. Nan Feng shook his head. It's too late. The devil's wings are cooling down. In the space of 2 sentences, a copperstone spider quietly came behind Nan Feng and suddenly launched an attack. Boom! Nan Feng switched to the spray, and with one shot when he looked back, the copperstone spider was turned into a sieve. Crunch! In an instant, there was a loud noise all around. When the remaining copperstone spiders heard that their companions were already on board, they no longer hesitated and all started to kill Nan Feng and the two. So much? Nan Feng was startled. A large group of copperstone spiders appeared in front of his eyes instantly. At least 70 or 80 of them. You know, these calcastone spiders are very large, with each leg nearly 2 meters long. Nan Feng and Xiaonan were like 2 ants in front of them. The feeling of oppression came up all of a sudden. Xiaonan pulled the corner of Nan Feng's clothes and pointed forward. Brother, let's run in this direction. Hearing this, Nan Feng raised his hand and threw 2 grenades to clear the way without saying a word. Walk! The 2 of them ran at full speed and flew under the abdomen of a large group of copperstone spiders. After running for a few minutes, 7 or 8 forks appeared in front of Nan Feng. Xiaonan, which way are you going? Xiaonan lowered his head and meditated for a while, then said, the third one from the left. If I remember correctly. If you remember correctly? Nan Feng raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Xiaonan had regained some memories. Crunch! Behind him, dozens of copperstone spiders were still chasing after him. Nan Feng didn't have time to ask any more questions, so he led Xiaonan and continued to run wildly. The 2 of them rushed into the third fork on the left, and Nan Feng's breath was instantly suffocated. What caught his eye was a large silver-white spider. Silver Moon Spider, level 35. Xiaonan, are you cheating on me? Chapter 354 Trapped in Thick Fog. This silver-white giant spider appeared in front of Nan Feng, startling him into a cold sweat. A level 35 ferocious beast. Isn't this even stronger than the strongest form of fallen demon? Go. Change the way. Na Fong didn't stop for a second. Picked up Xiaonan and ran back. But behind them, there was a large group of copperstone spiders rushing over with murderous intent. There is interception in front. And there are pursuers behind. Xiaonan hung on Nanfeng's neck and said with some complaints, "Brother, I told you not to come down. It's over now." Na Fong didn't reply and analyzed the current situation very calmly. There are countless spiders in this underground cave. The longer you stay here, the less likely you are to survive. For Na Fong, his only way out now is the big hole that was exploded before. As long as they can get out of the hole, these spiders will have nothing to do with Na Fong. "Brother, please put me down. I can hold back these ferocious beasts," Xiaonan said. "They can't kill me." "No need. Just hold on to me and see how I can fight my way out." Na Fong took out the mountain-climbing flying claw and looked back and forth. The silver moon spider behind him made no movement. But the copperstone spider in front of him was getting closer and closer to Na Fong. Without any time to waste, Na Fong launched mountain-climbing flying claw above. The sharp claw tips dug into a boulder, making it very stable. "Let's go!" Call out. The rope contracted. Na Fong flew up with Xiaonan in his arms, retracted his flying claws in midair, and grabbed another boulder in front of him. "You are spiders, and I am Spider-Man." During the time when mountain climbing claws was first unlocked, Na Fong often wandered around in the woods and experienced Spider-Man's daily life. Since acquiring devil wings, Na Fong has spent less time using his flying claws. But this does not mean that his skills are rusty. The height inside this underground cave is only a dozen meters, which is very suitable for mountain climbing flying claw. Na Fong transformed into Spider-Man, swinging back and forth in the cave, preparing to return the way he came. Xiaonan looked in the direction behind him eagerly. "Brother, I feel that the thing calling me is very close to me. I want to take a look." "No. It's too dangerous." Na Fong decisively rejected Xiaonan's idea. "Let's explore the area ahead later." Soon, a ray of light appeared in front of Nanfeng's eyes, which was the big hole he had just exploded. As long as you get out of the hole and into the open forest, these spiders will pose no threat. Na Fong can even use its range advantage to kill them one by one. Call out. Another claw shot out, and Na Fong swayed forward, getting closer and closer to the cave entrance. But behind him, a silver-white figure ran rapidly in the cave and had already arrived behind Na Fong. As soon as its spider legs flicked out, it shot out 7 or 8 meters long, straight to the back of the wind. "Brother, be careful." Xiaonan's eyes flashed, and she decisively took off the talisman on her forehead, threw it back, and stuck it on Silver Moon Spider as head. I don't know what kind of power this yellow talisman contains, but it actually made the level 35 Silver Moon Spider completely unable to move. At this time, Silver Moon Spider's spider legs were less than 5 centimeters away from Nanfeng's back. The extremely sharp spider legs covered with barbs sent a chill down Nanfeng's back. He had no doubt that if it penetrated his body, those sharp barbs could dig out all his internal organs. What a scary guy. Na Fong didn't dare to stay, so he speeded up and crawled out of the hole. The sun shines on me, and the south wind exhales a breath of turbidity. Feeling safe in such an open place. Even if Silver Moon Spider chases it out, Na Fong is sure to kill it. "Xiaonan, how long can your spell hold it?" Na Fong placed Xiaonan in his arms on the ground and asked. Xiaonan chewed her nails and said vaguely, 3 to 5 hours should be fine. Na Fong was startled. What? The talisman on Xiaonan's forehead is so powerful. It can actually immobilize Silver Moon Spider for 3 to 5 hours? Not to mention 3 or 5 hours. Even if it can only be stationary for 1 hour, Na Fong can kill it with one shot. Then we are still running away. Go ahead and kill it. Na Fong was full of confidence and was about to fight back after carrying Barrett. This is a level 35 ferocious beast. It needs 2 divine outfits. Right? If no one takes off the talisman. Xiaonan continued the previous sentence. Na Fong paused, and a crunching sound came from his tactical earphones. A few seconds later, a large silver-white spider poked its head out of the hole. It's Silver Moon Spider. Swish. Silver Moon Spider and Na Fong looked at each other and immediately climbed out of the hole to prey on Na Fong. Black flash. Na Fong took a step back, raised his hand and threw a black flash at the entrance of the cave. pulling the Silver Moon Spider into the mysterious dark space. But Black Flash doesn't seem to be able to control Silver Moon Spider for too long. Silver Moon Spider was struggling crazily in the black space, and 8 slender spider legs had already stretched out from the black space. Xiaonan. Let's go! Nanfeng assessed the strength gap between the two sides of his mind and decided to retreat first. His Gatling demon wings are all cooling down, and several grenades have been used. His combat effectiveness is now greatly reduced, and it is very difficult to kill Silver Moon Spider. It's better to avoid the edge for now. Oh! Xiaonan nodded obediently and followed Nanfeng out of here. But she still looked back in the direction of the cave entrance with some reluctance. Don't worry. I'll wait for my brother to level up in the next 2 days, and then I'll bring you back to kill you randomly. Nanfeng patted Xiaonan on the shoulder. There are many ferocious beasts above level 30 in this underground cave, making it a good place to level up. And there is something deep in the cave, perhaps related to Xiaonan's past. Nanfeng will come back no matter what. Hearing this, Xiaonan nodded slightly, holding Nanfeng's hand and walking away. Behind them, Silver Moon Spider broke free from the black space and looked around with its metallic eyes. After seeing that no other creatures were found, it slowly retreated into the cave. After a while, a large group of chronicle spiders gathered around, digging up soil and filling the hole, blocking the large hole created by Nanfeng's bombing. 12:41 p.m. Longwoody, who had been running wildly all morning, finally stopped and looked at the thick fog ahead with his hands behind his back. He had seen this heavy fog 2 hours ago. As the saying goes, he ran to death in Wangshan Mountain. Longwoody ran for more than 2 hours before he came to the heavy fog. This heavy fog enveloped us. Is this protecting us or imprisoning us? Longwoody murmured. Walked slowly to the thick fog, stretched out his right hand and reached in. The fog was calm and seemed safe and harmless, without any danger. Longwoody thought for a moment, sent his coordinates in the chat channel, and told others that he was going to explore in the fog. After doing all this, Longwoody no longer hesitated and strode into the thick fog. The fog was so thick that I couldn't see anything. As soon as he stepped into the fog, Longwoody felt something was wrong, and immediately took a few steps back, preparing to exit. But there was still thick fog and a vast expanse of white before his eyes. No matter which direction he ran, it was useless. He couldn't get out of this thick fog. Longwoody was trapped in the thick fog. Chapter 355 Meeting the Aboriginals? In the dense virgin forest. Xiaonan, do you think there is a possibility that you are actually a god? Brother, the god you are talking about is Chuang. Shh. Don't say it out loud. Just know it in your heart. Oh, why do you think I'm a god? Because you have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Who else but gods can live for such a long time? Moreover, Suena has sealed you for more than 100,000 years. As we all know, Suena has a bad relationship with that god. Well, actually I don't know who I am, and I can't remember what happened before. It doesn't matter. If you are really that god, then brother, I will definitely stand by your side and help you beat up Suena. Brother, you are quite a nice person. Everyone froze and chatted, and soon they came to a large thick fog. This thick fog stretches straight into the sky, reaching as far as the eye can see. The fog was so thick that it was impossible to see what was inside. Nanfeng opened the panel and took a look at the map, and murmured, "The coordinates Longwoody sent me are here. Where are the others?" After wandering around for a while, Nanfeng didn't find Longwoody, nor did he find any traces left by him. He called Longwoody a few more times on the tactical headset, but received no answer. He must have gone into the thick fog. We agreed to open up Wasteland together, but we didn't know how to wait for me. Nanfeng secretly smacked his tongue. This Longwoody was so brave. He dared to rush into this thick fog alone without fear of danger. This made Nanfeng a little troubled. Should he return to the same place? Or should he follow Longwoody's footsteps and go into the thick fog to take a look? Brother, where are we going now? Conan asked, tilting her head. She was still thinking about the underground cave and wanted to take a look deep into the cave. Let's rest here for a while and make plans later. Nanfeng found a place to sit down, opened the panel, and started the water group. To say it is a group of water is actually to understand the current situation of world number 0. As of now, 84 cities in world 0 have moved here, distributed in every corner of the forest. Those ordinary people are looking for their relatives and friends and want to enter major cities. As for the chosen ones, Most of the chosen ones are building new camps in an orderly manner, while a small number of chosen ones are exploring the distance and opening up new maps. There are so few ferocious beasts here. After walking around for a long time, I found 6 ferocious beasts. There is a serious shortage of food. It is unknown how many of these 2 billion ordinary people will starve to death. Not only ordinary people will starve to death. We may starve to death too. I just encountered a ferocious beast, which turned out to be an iron spider. It was so outrageous that it had no flesh at all. The most discussed topic in the chat channel is still about food. Not only ordinary people need food, but the chosen ones also need food. When the chosen reaches level 30, they can absorb energy from the air to stay alive, and do not need food to provide energy. But the energy in the air is too thin after all. If you don't eat for a long time, the chosen one will die. Nan Feng estimated that he could go without eating or drinking for up to 10 days. Where to get so much food? Nan Feng frowned. This problem was urgent, and must be solved as soon as possible. But in the thick fog where they were, the number of ferocious beasts was extremely small, and it was impossible to provide sufficient food sources. If you want to solve the food problem, you have to go look into the thick fog. I wonder if Long Woody has made any new discoveries. Nan Feng checked Long Woody in the chat channel, but he did not reply. This made Nan Feng a little uneasy. This chatty god of war usually replies to messages when fighting ferocious beasts. What happened today? Nan Feng turned off the panel, closed his eyes, and began to rest and adjust his state. After dark, if Long Woody still didn't reply to the message, Nan Feng was going to go into the thick fog to take a look. When Xiaonan saw this, he didn't disturb Nan Feng and squatted beside him, playing in the mud. Time passed by, and the sky quickly darkened. 6:11 p.m. Nan Feng opened his eyes and opened the panel to enter the chat channel. Long Woody still didn't reply to the message. Not only Nan Feng, but also other people's messages. Long Woody didn't reply either. Lin Mimi also sent a friend request, and Nan Feng agreed without thinking too much. A few seconds later, Lin Mimi sent a message. It seemed that she had been waiting for Nan Feng to agree to the friend application. Lin Mimi, Nan Feng. Have you seen Long Woody? Afternoon. He didn't reply to my message again. Nan Feng, I am currently at the coordinates he sent out at noon. I can't see him, and he hasn't responded to my message. Lin Mimi, strange. Through the screen, Nan Feng could also feel that Lin Mimi was a little anxious. Nan Feng, don't worry. I'll look around nearby. Maybe I can find some clues. Lin Mimi, okay. I'll trouble you then. Turning off the panel, Nan Feng looked at the thick fog in front of him and thought deeply. Long Woody was probably trapped in this thick fog. Xiaonan, I'm going to take a look in the fog. You? Nan Feng looked at Xiaonan, who was playing in the mud, and said to himself, do you want to come with me? Xiaonan wiped her hands on Nan Feng's clothes. Can I say no? Nan Feng shook his head. No. You have to take the lead because I'm afraid of death. Xiaonan. Xiaonan muttered a few words, and without fear, strode towards the thick fog. Nan Feng was afraid of death, but she was not. Brother, let me go in first and take a look. You follow my instructions. Xiaonan pointed to the earphones and jumped into the fog. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Xiaonan's voice came from the tactical headset. Brother, you can't see anything in here. It's all white. Nan Feng frowned slightly. Couldn't see anything? Could it be that Long Woody was trapped in the fog and unable to get out for this reason? Nan Feng's heart tightened. Xiaonan, you retreat immediately. Remember? Exit. Don't turn around and walk out without being able to see. Wandering around will only cause you to lose your bearings. In Xiaonan's situation, retreating is definitely the right thing to do. I just came in, okay. Then I'll blame brother. You? As Xiaonan spoke, her voice became choppy and could not be heard clearly. Xiaonan? Xiaonan! Nan Feng shouted several times into the thick fog, but Xiaonan didn't respond. Even in the tactical headphones, Xiaonan's voice can no longer be heard. Xiaonan was also trapped by this thick fog. Tell Elise, will this thick fog eat people? Nan Feng sensed Xiaonan's position in his mind, but the sense was very weak. Xiaonan seemed to be thousands of miles away from Nan Feng. Will this thick fog transport people to other places? Nan Feng stood there and pondered for a moment, then sent his guess to the group of handsome guys. Then, Nan Feng strode into the thick fog. I want to see what is in this thick fog. What I saw was a vast expanse of white, and nothing could be seen except white. Nan Feng tried to put his hand in front of his eyes, until his hand almost touched his eyelashes, and he could barely see a little. What a thick fog. Nafong strode forward with the Desert Eagle in one hand and the Netherworld Thorn in the other. The boundless white blurred his sense of direction, and Nafong soon had no idea where he was, let alone which direction he was coming from. He could only move forward aimlessly in the thick fog, calling Xiaonan and Longwudi's names from time to time. But no one answered Nafong. I don't know how long he walked like this, but Nanfeng's eyes gradually became heavy, and the strong feeling of exhaustion made him drowsy. He persisted and continued to move forward, but there was still a vast expanse of white in front of him, without any change. Finally, Nanfeng's legs weakened and fell to the ground. Are you going to die here? He somewhat regretted entering the thick fog so impulsively, but if he had it to do over again, he would still do it, rather than staying in the thick fog and waiting to die. It's better to give it a try. Nanfeng's eyelids became heavier and heavier. At the last moment when his eyes were closed, the white fog in front of his eyes began to dissipate, and the color gradually returned. Blue sky, white clouds, green mountains and green waters, a slightly dilapidated city wall in the distance, and a little old man collecting herbs 10 meters away. The little old man also noticed Nafong, shouted twice in surprise, and strode over. Is this a native of World Zero? With the last thought flashing through his mind, Nafong couldn't hold on any longer, so he closed his eyes and fainted. Chapter 356. The elves? Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of dripping water echoed in Nanfeng's ears, one drop after another. His consciousness began to focus, and he woke up from his hazy state. Nafong opened his eyes suddenly, surrounded by stars, and in the distance, there was a woman with her back to him. Suana? This woman is Suana. She slowly turned her head and said softly, You didn't keep your promise. Well? Nafong scratched his head in embarrassment. If I said I forgot, would you believe it? Nafong had previously promised to bring Suana's statue to World Zero, but after thinking twice, he felt that Suana was not a good person, so he let her go. Now that he suddenly met Suana, Nafong felt like he had gone online without doing his homework when he was a child, and then was caught by the teacher, slightly embarrassed. Nafong suddenly realized that Suana's statue was still in world number 9. How did she come to world number 0? Or am I back to world number 9 now? Wait, why am I here? What happened just now? I remember I was about to die? Nafong gently rubbed his temples, and quickly recalled it. He entered the thick fog and almost died in it, but finally walked out and met a little old man, who was suspected to be a native of World Zero. What is this place? Nafong looked at Suana. This is your dream. Suana replied softly. I left a seed in your dream. If you didn't bring the statue to World Zero, then this seed would sprout and let you dream of me. Oh. Nafong raised his eyebrows and understood. It seems that Suana is still in world number 9. The Suana in front of her can only be regarded as a ray of her consciousness. I knew you couldn't trust me, which made me very heartbroken. So I left the statue in world number 9. Nafong directly complained to the evildoer first, looking like he was heartbroken. Suana choked. So, blame me? Nafong wanted to continue the performance, but Suana interrupted him directly. You must be short of food now. When Nafong heard this, he immediately became serious and stopped joking. Do you have a solution? Only I can solve it. Suana's tone was calm, as if to her, this large food gap was not a problem at all. Bring my statue to World Zero, and I will tell you the solution. Before Nafong could answer, Suana waved her hand and pushed Nafong thousands of miles away. The scenery on both sides was retreating rapidly, and Nanfeng's eyes soon became blurry. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of dripping water sounded again, and Nafong woke up instantly and returned to reality from his dream. He did not open his eyes immediately, but continued to lie still and judge the surrounding situation through other organs. The faint smell of herbs, the sound of dripping water, and the hard bed boards. He lay quietly like this for 2 minutes, and Nafong didn't hear any other sounds. There should be no one around. Nafong opened a small crack slightly and looked at the surrounding environment. He was in a dilapidated wooden hut. The ceiling of the roof was not very good, and rainwater dripped down the cracks, making a dripping sound. Sure enough, there was no one. Nafong suddenly sat up from the bed and began to check his condition. Health, 97%. Magic value, 100%. He is in good health, with no arms or legs missing, and all the equipment is there. Not a single thing is missing. Nafong felt slightly relieved. took out the Desert Eagle from his backpack and held it in his hand, and then took a serious look at the surrounding environment. Is this the home of an indigenous person in World Zero? Nefong recalled the last scene he saw before he fainted. It seemed that a little old man collecting medicine was walking towards him. After adding the various herbs piled in the corner, Nefong had already made a preliminary judgment it was the little old man who saved him and brought him back here. This little old man is pretty cool. Where did that little old man go? Nefong opened the door and walked out. It was raining lightly outside, making it a bit chilly. The old man is not here. Nefong probably went to collect medicine again. Beep beep beep. A system prompt sounded. Nefong hurriedly opened the panel and found that many people were looking for him. Nefong quickly reported to the handsome guys that he was safe. Everyone. I'm fine. Wu Yuanran, ha. I knew Nefong wouldn't die that easily. Xiao Luo, where have you been these 2 days? Nefong was stunned. What? As soon as he closed and opened his eyes, 2 days had passed? Su Zern, Nefong. Long Wudi has been looking for you. Please contact him when you have time. Nefong, okay. It seemed that Long Wudi also came out of the fog and restored communication. Nefong sent a private message to Long Wudi. Brother Long. Where are you? Long Wudi replied instantly. Brother Feng. Are you also in the fog? Nefong, yes. I fainted for 2 days and just woke up. Long Wudi, oh. Then you are not as powerful as me. I only fainted for 1 day. South Wind. What's the comparison? Excuse me? You're awesome. So I'll give you a thumbs up and say, okay. Long Wudi continued. Do you know? There are Aboriginal people in World Zero. I sneaked into a small town called Mingqing, which is somewhat similar to the ancient Dragon Kingdom. By the way, where are you now? Nefong, I just woke up and don't know where I am. My coordinates are. The two reported the coordinates to each other and found that the distance between them was still quite far. At the speed of the south wind, it would take about 2 days to join Long Wudi. Long Wudi, there's no rush to meet up. Let's collect some intelligence first and then make plans. Nefong, okay. Someone seems to be here. Let's talk later. Long Wudi, okay. Be careful. Nefong turned off the panel, walked quietly to the window, and looked outside. He heard footsteps in the tactical earphones. On the muddy road outside the window, a little old man was walking towards me with a basket of herbs on his back and a big leaf in his hand. The little old man had gray hair. His face was wrinkled, and he was skinny. His clothes were in tatters, and he looked a little pitiful. Nefong noticed that this little old man had 2 pointed and long ears, which looked a bit like the elf ears in the game. The Aborigines of World Zero are actually elves? Nefong thought for a moment, then turned around and lay down on the creaking wooden bed, and began to pretend to be dead. After a while, the old man pushed open the wooden door of the hut, stood at the door and looked inside, and found that Nefong was not awake yet. Jilawadelipapa. The little old man muttered a few words, stood at the door, shook off the rainwater on his body, and walked into the house. Nefong, who was lying on the bed pretending to be dead, couldn't help but feel a little pain in his balls. He couldn't understand what the old man said. Language barrier. How can this be done? I have studied English for more than 10 years, and now I can only say hello. Okay. Can you take 3 pills? Now, do you mind if you ask me to learn a new language? Before Nefong could think of a countermeasure, he heard the sound of wild beasts galloping outside the door, as well as various roars, screams, and laughter. The little old man also heard these sounds and hurriedly opened the door and ran out, waiting for the footsteps of the little old man to fade away. Nefong got up from the bed with a hiss, opened the panel and chat privately with Long Wudi. All in one go. Nefong, Brother Long, I can't understand what these natives are saying. What should I do? Dragon Invincible, go take a look at your town warehouse. There is a real-time translation item in it, which can be redeemed when your reputation reaches 500. Is there such a good thing? Nefong quickly switched to Town Warehouse, which was upgraded from Village Warehouse. In addition to experience beads and other items, several items have been updated in the warehouse, including the real-time translation props that Long Wudi mentioned. Nonfeng's reputation has already exceeded 500 points, so he can exchange it directly. Ding! Downloading voice pack. Progress. Please wait patiently. What? There are actually 26 voice packs? Nefong was shocked. Does this mean that there are 26 different languages and 26 different races in World Zero? It seems that this world is much bigger than Nan Feng imagined. Chapter 357 Destroy the corpse and eliminate traces. Ding! The voice package download is completed and real-time translation is enabled. In about 5 seconds, all 26 voice packages are downloaded. Nan Feng quietly climbed out of the window to see what was going on outside. Ha ha ha. No money? If you don't have money, I'll kill you. Oh, there's a pretty little girl over there. Brothers, go catch her and play with her. Help! Help! All kinds of messy sounds reached Nan Feng's ears, and they were all translated into Chinese by the Chuanshishan system. Nan Feng frowned slightly. What's going on? Bandits have entered the village. Right? There was a tall pile of firewood next to the hut. Nan Feng hid behind the pile of firewood and stuck his head out to look in the direction of the sound. This is a small village. The village is not big, with only a dozen or so households at a glance. The old man's hut is at the eastern end of the village. At this time, in the southeast of the village, there were 3 or 4 strong men riding fierce beasts, wearing animal skins and holding machetes. Laughing wantonly, the villagers gathered together nervously, obviously afraid of these strong men. Is it true that bandits have entered the village? Nan Feng did not act rashly, and hid behind the firewood pile to wait and see. Being unfamiliar with the place, Nan Feng was not prepared to act as a hero on behalf of the villagers unless there was a reason to take action. No, don't come here. A bandit walked towards a 17 or 18-year-old girl with a wicked smile, causing the girl to scream in surprise. The faces of the villagers were full of anger, but no one dared to step forward to stop them. They could only watch helplessly as the bandits pushed the little girl to the ground and began to take off her clothes. Are these villagers so cowardly? Nan Feng was speechless. There were only 4 bandits, but there were 40 or 50 villagers. Apart from the old, weak, sick and disabled, there were also about 20 young people. They just watched the little girl in the village being bullied by bandits? Shameful. Nan Feng clicked his tongue and continued to watch the changes. If the villagers don't help, then I won't help either. Hey! Let that girl go. Suddenly, a powerful voice sounded, and a certain old man with gray hair and skinny bones stood up. This is the old man who saved Nan Feng. I saw the old man holding a long stick and standing upright, looking like a master. It's just that his toes without shoes kept digging into the mud on the ground, and Nan Feng could see his nervousness. Bah! Old man. What the hell are you? The bandit who was teasing the girl spat out a mouthful of phlegm and strode towards the little old man, like a wild beast running wildly. In comparison, the old man's thin body looked like paper. Bullying the elderly is unjustifiable. Nan Feng's face darkened slightly. He took out the Desert Eagle and aimed at the running bandits. It's okay to bully a little girl, but it's not okay to bully an old man. After all, this was Nan Feng's savior. Nan Feng couldn't just watch him get knocked to death by the bandits. Right? However, Nan Feng was not in a hurry to shoot, because he saw the old man moving, and he did not hide away, but walked towards the bandits head-on. Nan Feng was stunned. Just as the two were about to collide, the old man swiped the long stick in his hand and hit the bandit on the crook of his leg. The bandit's unsteady feet, coupled with the strong inertia brought by his wild running, caused him to fall headlong to the ground and fall like a dog. A simple blow of the stick broke the bandit's offensive. Damn it. Your uncle still needs to be your uncle. Nan Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this old man was really a master. I just made a mistake. However, the old man did not appear to be so relaxed. His chest was rising and falling slightly. It was obvious that the blow just now consumed a lot of his energy. You are riding a horse. You are a bad old man. You are looking for death. When the other 3 bandits saw their brother being beaten, they immediately came over in anger and killed him. When the villagers saw this, instead of helping the old man, they hid in their homes in panic and closed the doors tightly for fear of getting into trouble. What a bunch of cowards. Nan Feng shook his head helplessly and focused his gaze on the old man. As long as the old man's life is in danger, his bullets will be shot into the heads of these 4 bandits. Call. The old man took a deep breath and raised his long stick to meet the 3 bandits who were charging towards him. Behind him, the bandit who had just been thrown to pieces also got up, roaring that he was going to kill the old man. For strong men beat up an old man. Nan Feng couldn't help but sweat for the old man. Hey! However, the old man did have some strength. His movements were elegant, and he could dash from left to right, so the 4 bandits couldn't touch him at all. It is not difficult to see that this old man must have been a master when he was young. Boom! 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 The old man hit the bandits on the head with a long stick. One blow at a time. Each stick was so powerful that stars appeared in the eyes of the bandits. With this strength, no wonder he can carry Nan Fong home from the wild. Damn! This old guy is a master. The phosphorus poisonous beast. Kill him! The bandits made grunting noises, and called 4 ferocious beasts at the entrance of the village. Over these were the bandits' mounts. Eye of Insight. Phosphorus Poison Beast, level 10. The level 10 ferocious beast was like a moving dinner to Nan Fong. But the old man had a solemn expression. It was already difficult for him to fight against 4 bandits alone. But now there are 4 more phosphorus poison beasts. How can the old man withstand them? Don't these natives have the custom of respecting the elderly and caring for the young? Nan Fong switched out Barrett, aimed at the 4 phosphorus poison beasts, and fired 4 shots in a row. Call out! Call out! Call out! Call out! The heads of the 4 phosphorus poison beasts blossomed like exploding watermelons. This sudden scene made the old man and the bandits freeze on the spot. What's going on? My phosphorus poison beast is dead. Dead? Come on. There are experts in this village. One of the bandits reacted quickly and ran out of the village with his head down. The remaining 3 bandits saw this and hurriedly followed. Call out! Call out! Call out! Call out! To get rid of the roots, Nan Fong pulled the trigger and shot all 4 bandits in the head. The strength of these bandits is about level 15. The old man is a little more powerful, but not more than level 20. Nan Fong made a judgment in his mind, and then ignored the mess left behind. He climbed back from the window to the small shabby house, and sat on the bedside waiting for the old man to come back. Several young villagers saw that all the bandits were suddenly killed, and they bravely came out to check the situation. After a while, the remaining villagers also came out of their homes, discussing something in a hurry. Their voices were very low, with panic and uneasiness in their tone. They were chattering, and Nan Fong couldn't hear them clearly even though he was wearing a tactical headset. Before Nan Fong had time to listen carefully, the old man gasped and opened the door. When he saw Nan Fong wake up, he showed a real expression. I knew it was you. You are in big trouble. Nan Fong shrugged. I thought I helped you solve a big problem. The old man sighed. It would have been fine if I had been beaten. But they couldn't beat me to death. But if you kill them now, the Crow King will definitely come and kill you. Duck King? Nan Fong showed a strange expression. Is there anyone else calling this name? This Duck King. What does he do? The old man was a little shocked. You don't know Crow King? That's right. You don't have pointed ears. You're not from here. Crow King is the king of Black Crow Peak. He is the largest bandit leader within 100 miles, and has many bandits under his command. If you kill his people, he won't let you go easily. Oh! Nan Fong understands. This Crow King is the local snake here. He's just a bandit leader. There's nothing to be afraid of. I shot someone one at a time. As if he could see Nan Fong's indifferent attitude. The old man sighed and continued, I know you are very powerful. You should be a strong person above level 20. Right. But the Crow King is stronger. I heard he will reach level 40 soon. Nan Fong took a breath of air. What the hell? A bandit leader is actually a level 40 master? Are you serious? Also, why does this old man use a hierarchy? Could it be that he also has the creation god system and the Eye of Insight? Nan Fong was filled with doubts. But the most important thing to solve now was to prevent the Crow King from causing trouble for him. Nan Fong immediately took out a grenade and walked outside the house. The old man was stunned. What are you doing? South wind destroys corpses and eliminates traces. Let's raise the ashes of these 4 bandits first. Chapter 358 Good Old Uncle Lee. Nan Fong strode out of the dilapidated hut and came to the bodies of the 4 bandits. Their heads had been beaten to pieces, leaving only their bodies intact. When the villagers saw the unfamiliar face of Nan Fong, they all showed shocked expressions. One villager remembered something and whispered softly, Lao Lita dragged back a dead ghost 2 days ago. It seems to be him. Nan Fong paused. This villager actually called him a dead ghost? Is this something that can be screamed at? Nan Fong glared at the villager, who was so frightened that he took 3 or 4 steps back, trembling. This villager's strength is probably only about level 5. In other words, he is a scumbag. The murderous look in Nan Fong's eyes can make him wet his pants. However, Nan Fong didn't care too much about a villager. He pulled a grenade ring and threw it among the corpses of the 4 bandits. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the 4 bandits were blown to pieces. It was guaranteed that their mother would not be able to recognize them even if she came. The power of the grenade was so terrifying that the villagers fell to their knees in fright, not even daring to raise their heads to look at Nan Feng. Nan Feng ignored them, followed the same pattern, and exploded the 4 phosphorus poison beasts into meat paste. Done. At this time, the old man came over with a trembling tone. With this power, are you a level 25 expert? Nan Feng shrugged. Pretty much. It seems that this old man's eyesight is not very good, and he cannot see through Nan Feng's true strength. The old man sighed, but still looked sad. That's not strong enough. Black Crow Peak will send people over soon to investigate. This can't be concealed. You better leave here quickly. If you don't tell me, if I don't tell you, who will know that I killed him? As he spoke, Nan Feng walked up to the group of villagers, took out a grenade, and played with it in his hand. Look over here! The villagers timidly raised their heads and looked at Nan Feng. When they saw the grenade in Nan Feng's hand, they all showed frightened expressions. This was the thing that blew 4 bandits to pieces just now. How scary. These bandits have never been here, and you have never seen them. Do you hear me? The sound of the south wind is very soft, but it has an irresistible power. This is the natural coercion that a level 30 strongman exerts on the inferior ones. And it can also be understood as a kind of domineering aura. The average level of this group of villagers does not exceed level 10. And Nan Feng is like a god in their eyes. How dare they go against Nan Feng's words? I heard. The villagers were as quiet as mosquitoes, and did not dare to speak loudly. Nan Feng shouted softly. Speak louder! The sissy's voice is louder than yours. I heard. Seeing that Nan Feng was about to get angry, the villagers quickly responded loudly. That's right. Nan Feng smiled and nodded. You don't have to be afraid. I am easy to talk to. From now on, we are a family. Later, Nan Feng handed over the task of cleaning up the scene to his family members. All the blood stains and rotten flesh on the ground were buried, and the footprints of the phosphorus poison beast outside the village were also wiped clean by the family members. In addition, the light rain has been falling, which has washed away the smell of blood in the village. At first glance, it seemed that the 4 bandits had never been to this village. After supervising the family to complete all this, Nan Feng nodded with satisfaction. That Crow King shouldn't be able to find me in a short time. Right? As for the long time, the south wind won't be here for long. After collecting enough intelligence and having a general understanding of World Zero, Nan Feng will leave here and go to Ningxing to find Long Wudi. Is the Crow King amazing? Someone in my Nan also knows the Dragon King. That old man. Come here and let's talk. Nan Feng waved to the old man, then turned and walked into the old man's house. The villagers in this village are not very knowledgeable. They have probably stayed here since they were born and have never left. If you want to get information, you have to ask the old man. The old man stood aside with some restraint, his toes pressed hard into the mud on the ground. Very nervous. Nan Feng smiled gently. Uncle, don't be afraid. I'm just going to ask you something. Don't be nervous. You asked? Soon. Nan Feng got some useful information from the old man. This village is called Huatsuan because there is a large field of rapeseed flowers at the entrance of the village. The old man's name is Lisaniu. He came to this village 5 years ago because he was old and didn't want to continue wandering around. He decided to settle in Huatsuan. When Lisania first arrived, there were only 12 households in Huatsuan. They usually grew vegetables and picked wild fruits to barely fill their stomachs because they don't have enough to eat all year round. The villagers in Huatsuan are sallow, thin, weak, and afraid to go out for hunting. That's not hunting. That's being hunted. This situation slowly changed after Lisania arrived. Young Lisania traveled far and wide and learned skills from his masters. Although he was not a master, he was more than capable of hunting some low-level ferocious beasts. He took the villagers out to hunt, raise ferocious beasts in captivity, and slowly improved the lives of the villagers. But such days did not last long. The bandits from Black Crow Peak discovered the changes in the village, and would send people to buy goods for 0 yuan every once in a while. It was okay in the past few years. The bandits only robbed supplies and left after they finished. But starting this year, the bandits have become more serious. They not only steal things, but also play with women. Uncle Lee couldn't bear it anymore, so he took action to stop it. Hey, Yaya is only 14 years old. Uncle Lee sighed as he spoke. Yaya's mother was also killed by these bandits, and her father also died in the mouth of a ferocious beast 2 months ago. She is already an orphan. And those bullies want more bully her. Nanfeng shrugged and did not dwell on this issue. His focus is not on Yaya, but on the Crow King. By the way, Uncle Lee, can you tell me more about that Crow King? Crow King. At the mention of this name, a trace of fear flashed in Uncle Lee's eyes. He is the boss of Black Crow Peak and has many masters under his command. I heard that he will reach level 40 soon. At this point, Uncle Lee lowered his voice and whispered, when I was young, I saw the Crow King dueling with others. He crushed a city with 1 foot. It was terrifying. A generous gift? Crush a city with 1 foot? Is it that exaggerated? If a strong man of this level becomes a bandit leader, is there something wrong with his brain? Nanfeng suddenly became a little nervous. If the Crow King came to his door, he would probably be crushed. You have to hurry up and run away. By the way, old man, where is the nearest city here? Nanfeng asked. Uncle Lee thought for a while. The nearest city, that is Yancheng. There is a small road to the east of the village. Just follow this road and you will arrive. You may encounter blood monsters on the way, so it's best to avoid them. Well, with your strength, you shouldn't have to avoid them. If you want to leave, you'd better hurry up. Otherwise the people from Black Crow Peak will come, and you won't be able to leave. Nanfeng didn't plan to stay any longer. This village was too small, and there was no point in staying here. He was going to find a city to sneak into first. See if he could get in touch with some big shots and get some food. The old people and children of Blue Star are still waiting in the mist. Okay, old man, I'm leaving first. Nanfeng patted the dust on his armor, walked to the door, turned back and asked, If I leave, those bandits won't kill you to vent their anger. Right. How could it be possible? How could we, the helpless villagers, have the ability to kill people? Besides, you have already disposed of the body. Black Crow Peak will not suspect us, Uncle Lee said with a smile. Nanfeng nodded, then I'll be relieved. After saying that, Nanfeng strode out of the village and quickly disappeared. But he did not leave Huansuan too far. Instead, he climbed up a big tree near the village and rested against the trunk. This Uncle Lee is such a good old man. Nanfeng could see that the reason why Uncle Lee asked Nanfeng to leave quickly was because he wanted to take care of this matter himself. In addition, he has been helping the villagers bring the unconscious Nanfeng home to help Yaya. He is truly a good old man. It is really not easy for such a person to live to this age. Nanfeng shook his head with some regret, opened the panel and started the water group, exchanging information with other chosen ones. Up to now, more than 10 chosen ones have walked into the fog and been transported to all corners of the world by the fog. The historical power structure of world number 0 and the distribution of powerful people are slowly becoming clearer. Throughout the whole day, Nanfeng didn't go anywhere, just sitting in the tree chatting and getting information. At noon the next day, the sound of messy and heavy footsteps came from afar and reached Nanfeng's ears. It should be coming. Nanfeng turned off the panel and looked out through the gaps between the leaves. In the distance, a 10-man bandit squad was heading this way with great force. Judging from the direction they were heading, it should be Hanuman. They were all riding phosphorus poison beasts. And phosphorus poison beasts, weighing 700 to 800 pounds each, started running at the same time. And the south wind on the trees could faintly feel the vibrations. Nanfeng jumped down from the tree, straightened his hair, and walked towards the bandit team calmly. The two sides met soon, and the bandit team slowed down and looked at Nanfeng cautiously. It has to be said that Nanfeng's exquisite armor does not look like an ordinary person, and is not easy to mess with. The leading bandit said, "Who are you?" Nanfeng chuckled, "It's none of your business." The bandits' faces suddenly became angry. The bandits from Black Crow Peak had never been looked down upon like this before. The leading bandit was quite calm and knew that Nanfeng might not be easy to deal with. So he changed the subject. "Several of our brothers disappeared last night, and their patrol route is this road. Have you seen them?" Nanfeng nodded. "I've seen it before." The leading bandit was delighted. "Where are they now? Take me to him quickly." Nanfeng took out Netherworld Thorn and slowly walked towards the group of bandits. "Okay. I'll take you there right now." Chapter 359 Young Master Yancheng Chuan. 2 minutes later, the corpses of 10 bandits and 10 phosphorus poison beasts lay neatly in front of Nanfeng. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, and they refused to rest in silence. In fact, it only took Nanfeng 10 seconds to end the battle. In the remaining 1 minute and 50 seconds, he used Mountain Climbing Flying Claw to tie all the corpses together. "I will move a grave for you." Nanfeng dragged the bandit team farther away, and came to a wasteland far away from Huatsun. He threw the corpses here in various directions, and created signs of fighting around them. What does it feel like that's missing? Nanfeng thought for a moment and used Netherworld Thorn to carve a few words on the big stone next to him, a famous hero. Doing justice for heaven. Not bad. Not bad. Nanfeng nodded with satisfaction. Then returned the same way, and cleaned up the blood stains left on the road. After this operation, Uncle Lee should be safe. Black Crow Peak will definitely ask around for who the famous heroes are. And a small place like Hanamura is not enough to attract their attention. Does this count as repaying the life-saving grace? Even if Uncle Lee doesn't save me, I won't necessarily die. Nanfeng glanced in the direction of Huatsun without any nostalgia, and ran along the east path to Yancheng. When passing a hill on the way, Nanfeng climbed up with a flick of his flying claws. Standing on the top of the mountain, you can see the south wind as far as the eye can see. To the southwest, there is a vast forest stretching as far as the eye can see. Each tree in the forest is 30 to 50 meters high, equivalent to a dozen-story high-rise building, and has a strong visual impact. Deep in the forest, the south wind could vaguely see a large thick fog. That is our base camp in this world. The base camp of the Blue Star people. This forest has been named the Forest of Mist by the Chosen Ones. The name is a bit old-fashioned, but it is very realistic. This fog is very magical. After the Chosen Ones walk in, they will be randomly teleported to a certain place when they are exhausted. There is no pattern to the transmission. It is completely random. The dozen or so Chosen Ones currently entering the thick fog have not been teleported together yet. When Nanfeng woke up yesterday, he sensed Xiaonan's position. It was very far away from him, and there was no way to meet him in a short time. Fortunately, Xiaonan is immortal, so Nanfeng doesn't need to worry. Jumping down from the mountain, Nanfeng continued to Yancheng. First go to Yancheng to have a look, then go to Ningxing to meet up with Long Woody, and find a way to solve the food problem. As he was on his way, Nanfeng made arrangements in his mind for what he was going to do next. Suena said she had a solution to the food problem, but Nanfeng didn't quite believe her. Unless there is no other option at the last moment, Nanfeng will not bring Suena to World Zero. Yancheng is not far from Huatsun. Nanfeng walked slowly and leisurely, and it took him half a day to arrive outside Yancheng. What a small city. Nanfeng climbed up a big tree and used an 8x mirror to observe the situation in Yancheng from above. Yancheng is very small. It is said to be a city, but in fact it is more like a small town. Nanfeng observed in the tree for a while, but didn't notice any danger. So he put away the 8x lens and prepared to enter the city. The city gates of Yancheng are wide open, and there are no soldiers guarding the city gates. You can enter and exit at will. Nanfeng took off his armor, found a set of rags from the town warehouse, put it on, and easily sneaked into Yancheng. It was dusk at this time. Nanfeng walked around the city for a while, and found a street that was very lively. So he walked over, selling sesame cakes, mutton skewers, 2 coins per skewer. Sir, come in and play. This should be the snack commercial street in Yancheng. The shouts and shouts come and go, making Nanfeng feel like he's dreaming back to Blue Star. But the mutton kebabs here are not mutton, but the meat of some kind of ferocious beast. But in order to make it easier for Nanfeng to understand, the God of Creation system translated it into mutton skewers. Similarly, the copper plate here is not a real copper plate, but a small light blue stone. The translation into copper plate is also for the convenience of understanding. If a chosen one from the beautiful country were here, what he would hear would be mutton skewers, and it would be fun to eat them with 2 knives. This mutton kebab is very fragrant. Nanfeng licked his lips, wanting to taste the mutton skewers, but his pockets were empty, and he couldn't grab them openly. At this moment, Nanfeng glanced out of the corner of his eye and noticed the little kid stealing something. It was a child of 11 or 12 years old. He was dirty and looked like a little beggar, but he was very decisive and quick in his actions. He would often touch someone's wallet as he passed by them inadvertently. Such quick hands. The corner of Nanfeng's mouth raised. He casually approached the thief, and with lightning speed, he stole the child's newly stolen wallet. The kid's pants pocket was touched, and he immediately discovered that his wallet had been stolen. He turned his head and glared at Nanfeng fiercely. Knowing that he was meeting an expert, he didn't dare to say anything and left here quickly. Nanfeng chuckled and opened the wallet he just picked up. He saw, good guy, there are more than 100 copper coins. How many mutton skewers can you eat? Boss, grill me 5 skewers. Nan Fong came to the mutton kebab stall and took out 10 copper coins and placed them on the stall. Okay. Sir, please wait a moment. The boss smiled broadly, rolled up his sleeves, and started grilling. Soon, the aroma of barbecue wafted into Nanfeng's nose, and the greedy Nan Fong almost drooled. It's been a long time since I've eaten serious food. I really miss it. While he was sighing, suddenly a large group of people came to Nan Fong in an aggressive manner. The leading man was brightly dressed and elegant, and he looked like he was no ordinary person. Next to him, there was a dirty child. He pointed at Nan Fong and said, Mr. Chuan, that's him. What I saw clearly just now is that he stole your wallet. The man called Mr. Chuan looked at Nan Fong with a sneer. Hey, you are really tired of stealing my things in Yancheng. Nan Fong glanced at the child, then at young Master Chuan, spreading his hands. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't take your wallet. Impossible. It was obviously you who stole it, the child said loudly. Mr. Chuan, don't be deceived by him. If you don't believe it, you can search his body. The wallet must be on him. Mr. Chuan smiled coldly. Someone came and took off all his clothes. Yes. Behind Mr. Chuan, more than a dozen bodyguards responded in unison. They surrounded Nan Fong in the middle and stretched out their hands to take off Nanfeng's clothes. It's not necessary. It's really unnecessary. We are all civilized people. Taking off people's clothes is too uncivilized. Nan Fong grabbed the hand of one of the bodyguards and twisted it gently, twisting his entire arm into a twist. Ah! The bodyguard let out a heart-rending scream. The other people were shocked when they saw this. Shocked that Nanfeng's strength was so terrifying. About 10 levels of strength. Nan Fong made a rough estimate in his mind. These bodyguards are not very strong. It seems that there are no masters in Yancheng. Mr. Chuan, right? Your subordinates are not very, huh? Where are people? Nan Fong was just about to tease Mr. Chuan a few words, but when he turned around, he found that Mr. Chuan had already run to the end of the street, leaving only Nan Fong with his back. Chapter 360 The Chosen One? Intruder. This Mr. Chuan. The corner of Nanfeng's mouth twitched. This young Master Sichuan is really capable of bending and stretching. When you see the situation is not right, you run away. That's awesome. The bodyguards around him looked at Nan Fong warily and backed away slowly. Seeing that Nan Fong had no intention of continuing, they turned around and ran away. The surrounding vendors looked at Nan Fong in shock, with admiration, worship, and pity in their eyes. If you dare to challenge Yan Chuan, this guy is dead. If he didn't resist, at most he would be stripped naked in public and beaten. If he resists like this, he may not be able to save his life. Hush. Keep your voice down. This guy is also a cruel person. We can't afford to offend him. The whispers of the vendors came from the tactical earphones. It turns out that Mr. Chuan's name is Yan Chuan. From this name, he should be a local snake in Yancheng. Nan Fong nodded slightly. As a local snake in Yancheng, Yan Chuan will definitely not give up. Nan Fong estimates that he will most likely go back to find helpers. It just so happened that Nan Fong wanted to get to know the experts in Yancheng, so he did not leave and continued to stay where he was waiting for the mutton skewers. Boss, bake it quickly. I have to fight later, and I can't do it without eating. When the mutton kebab boss heard this, he was sweating profusely and said in a trembling voice, Okay, it's done. With that said, the boss handed the grilled mutton skewers to Nan Fong. Nan Fong took a bite and curled his lips. This mutton kebab smells good, but the taste is very average. Maybe it doesn't suit the taste of Blue Star people. When the boss saw Nan Feng's expression, his whole body muscles tensed up, fearing that Nan Fong would twist his hands into knots if he disagreed. Fortunately, Nan Fong was a civilized person and did not embarrass the boss. He turned around and walked to the next stall to eat sesame seed cakes. The sky was getting dark, and Nan Fong never waited until Yan Chuan brought his masters to come to trouble him. What's going on with this Yankoa? Can you tolerate this? Nan Fong licked his lips, unable to wait any longer. He has visited all the shops on this street, leaving only Yingchun Building that he has not yet entered. At the entrance of Yingchun Building, there were 2 young ladies with pointed ears wearing scantily clad clothes. They kept waving and winking at Nan Fong, hoping that Nan Fong could come in and spend some money, which made Nan Fong feel a little itchy. This is a real interracial style. I kind of want to experience it. However, Nan Fong still shook his head regretfully and did not go in, because he felt that there were several sharp eyes staring at him secretly. Those people were probably recruited by Yang Chuan. The reason they didn't take action was probably because they didn't want the aftermath of the battle to affect these vendors. Has an expert finally arrived? Nanfeng stopped wandering around and wandered out of Yancheng, coming to the open space outside the city and waiting quietly. Within a few seconds, a dozen well-trained warriors wearing armor slowly followed Nanfeng. And then the gate of Yancheng closed with a bang. These warriors have some strength. The murderous aura emanating from several of them made Nanfeng feel a sense of crisis. These dozen soldiers stopped more than 20 meters away from Nanfeng. The leader said calmly, "My name is Yang Jian. What do you call me?" Nanfeng chuckled, "I am a famous hero." A famous hero? This group of soldiers looked at each other. Obviously they had never heard of such a number one person. Yang Jian still looked calm and said, "You are not from here." Nanfeng's eyes narrowed. What did Yang Jian mean? Does he know that he is from another world? It shouldn't be possible. Nanfeng pondered for a moment and then said, "Yes. I came from Ningxing." "Ningxing?" Yang Jian shook his head gently. "You are not from Ningxing. You come from the secret realm." Nanfeng frowned slightly. "Secret realm? What secret realm?" Yang Jian pointed to the southwest. "Stop pretending. You came out of the secret realm of the ancient forest." "Right." This. Nanfeng was secretly shocked. These locals actually knew his origins? How can this be? Not only Nanfeng was surprised, but also the people around Yang Jian. What? Did he come out of the secret realm? By the way, I heard rumors a few days ago that the thick fog in the ancient forest is dispersing. Unexpectedly, an intruder would come out of the secret realm so soon. You see, his ears are so short and round. He is definitely not from our falling sun empire. According to records in ancient books, the last time the secret realm was opened was hundreds of thousands of years ago. Right? The soldiers communicated quietly. But Nanfeng listened to every word. Nanfeng's heart stirred up. In just a few seconds, Nanfeng obtained too much information. The dense fog in the ancient forest is drifting away. The last time the invaders opened the secret realm was hundreds of thousands of years ago. Any piece of information would be enough to shock Nanfeng. After a while, Nanfeng came back to his senses and said without changing his expression, "What ancient forest? What secret realm? I do not understand. To tell you the truth, I just came from the Weekar Empire. I don't even know where the forest or the secret realm you mentioned is." Last night, when Nanfeng and other chosen ones were exchanging information, one of the chosen ones said that he had been transported to the Wadika Empire. Nanfeng suddenly had an idea and made up a false origin for himself in an attempt to get through. He is not familiar with the place here, so he should try not to do anything if he can. Otherwise he will definitely suffer a loss. Yang Jian smiled coldly. "Stop pretending. Even if you are from the Wadika Empire, you must know the ancient forest." Nanfeng was dissatisfied. "Why are you so sure? I have no culture. I just don't know what an ancient forest is. Is there any problem?" Yang Jian gave a sneer. "You are an intruder. You don't understand." As he spoke, Yang Jian had already drawn his long saber, and the other warriors around him also raised their weapons and were ready to take action. Apparently, they had decided that Nanfeng was an intruder. Alas, we are all adults. What can't we say properly? Nanfeng sighed and took out the Netherworld Thorn, insisting on killing him. How disharmonious this was. Netherworld Thorn exudes a cold light and looks extraordinary. Yang Jian's eyes were a little fiery, and he murmured in a low voice, "Is this the legendary divine weapon?" Nanfeng was even more surprised. These natives even knew their own divine weapons. How many things are recorded in their ancient books? For a moment, Nanfeng felt a little uneasy. The natives of World Zero know them very well. But on the other hand, the Blue Star people are almost blind and don't know anything. Under this information gap, the situation of these chosen ones is very dangerous. Maybe the natives of World Zero have set up dragnets all over the world, just waiting for the chosen ones to come to their door. Thinking of this, Nanfeng felt more uneasy. Instead of attacking Yang Jian and others, he chose to turn around and run into the wilderness. "You can't run away." Behind him, Yang Jian's proud laughter reached Nanfeng's ears. "I have said so many things to you, and I have inadvertently revealed so much information to you. What do you think I am doing? Of course I'm waiting for reinforcements to arrive." As soon as Yang Jian finished speaking, Nanfeng saw smoke and dust billowing in the distance, as if an army was coming. In addition to the army, Nanfeng also saw several people suspended in the air, looking at Nanfeng with cold eyes. The aura of these people is extremely strong. Nan Feng is sure that they are also strong men above level 30. Damn it! Playing so big? Nan Feng took a breath of air. These people must have been ambushing around them early in the morning, just waiting for the chosen ones to fall into the trap. At this same moment, all the empires in World Zero are arresting the chosen ones. Ningxing. Long Wudi punched the city gate open and strode out of the city. Poisoning my food? You locals have really dark hearts. Blood flowed from the corner of Long Wudi's mouth, and he covered his abdomen with one hand while running wildly towards the wilderness outside the city. Now that you're here, stay. An extremely arrogant voice came from Ningxing, and a figure rose into the sky and quickly chased Long Wudi. It's Master Wushuang, Ningxing's #1 war god, Ning Wushuang, with him personally taking action. The intruder can't escape. Humph. It's just a small intruder. I can deal with him without Master Wushuang taking action. In the city, countless masters jumped on the city wall, wanting to see Ning Wushuang's heroic power with their own eyes. Ning Wushuang quickly caught up with Long Wudi, with a sneer on his lips as he swooped down from midair. Peerless eagle claws. Ning Wushuang's hands were shaped like eagle claws, tearing open the air and grabbing Long Wudi's skull. Chapter 361 Encirclement and Suppression. Crisis of the Chosen One. Peerless eagle claws. Ning Wushuang's hands were shaped like eagle claws, tearing open the air and grabbing Long Wudi's skull. Oh! A palm technique falling from the sky? Long Wudi raised his head and smiled, gathered his energy and concentration, raised his hand and punched. Boom! The fists and claws collided, and Ning Wushuang's smile instantly froze on his face. The bones in both his arms were broken, and he was punched hundreds of meters away. Is this the #1 master in Ningxing? Long Wudi shook his head slightly disappointedly, covered his abdomen with both hands, and rushed out like lightning, disappearing out of the wilderness in an instant. So fast. Ning Wushuang's face was ashen. It turned out that Long Wudi was waiting for him on purpose just now, just to test his strength. Chase! Don't let him get away! Ning Wushuang shouted sharply. Dozens of cavalry troops rushed out from Ningxing and chased in the direction where Long Wudi escaped. Ning Wushuang quickly returned to Ningxing, not daring to pursue him further. The power of Long Wudi's punch made Ning Wushuang very afraid. In the Ningxing city lord's mansion, two people were sitting at the tea table, enjoying tea leisurely. One of them was wearing a gray-black brocade python robe, with a pure white patterned brocade belt around his waist, with sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes, and a dignified appearance. This person is none other than the lord of Ning City, Ning Wuji. Sitting opposite Ning Wuji was a middle-aged man with completely white pupils, neither happy nor sad. Ning Wushuang came to Ning Wuji, knelt down on one knee, lowered his head, and said, City Lord, this subordinate deserves to die. Let the intruder run away. Ning Wuji took a leisurely sip of tea and waved his hand carelessly. The secret realm has just been opened. The intruders who can come out at this time are extremely powerful. It is normal that you can't keep him. The middle-aged man smiled disdainfully. Are you the #1 god of war in Ningxing? This strength really disappoints me. When Ning Wushuang heard this, a trace of gloom flashed in his eyes, but he did not dare to refute. He knew the identity of this half-blind middle-aged man, and he was not someone he could afford to offend. Lord Tianyuan was joking. Ningxing is just a small border town. How can there be any god of war? Ning Wuji spoke in time to help Ning Wushuang relieve his embarrassment. But Lord Tianyuan, you came all the way from the royal capital. If you don't take action quickly, the intruder may have escaped. Tianyuan looked calm, looked at Ning Wuji with pure white pupils, and said, Don't worry. There is another intruder in the southwest. After the two of them meet, I will naturally catch them all. After saying that, Tianyuan closed his eyes, sipped the tea silently, and stopped talking. Almost at the same time, the natives from all over the world on #0 began to encircle and suppress the chosen ones. It was like they had agreed upon it. In the chat channel, a large number of messages popped up like crazy. Amos, there are natives chasing the chosen ones near Hainan City in the Silver Moon Empire. The chosen ones who teleport to this area should be careful. Fan Qin, damn. I was targeted by a strongman just now and almost died. Xuanqing, these natives know us very well. This is a premeditated siege against our chosen ones. Yale, attention. There are natives above level 40 in World 0. I might be dying. Goodbye. Everyone. Walter, Yale. Hey. Yale. You must come back alive. The chat channel is a mess. Those chosen ones who came out of the fog were plunged into crisis one after another, unable to protect themselves. The chosen ones inside the mist are nervously watching the development of the situation and praying for the chosen ones outside the mist. Longwoody, friends in the mist. Please don't come out yet. Friends outside the fog. Find a place to hide and wait for the storm to pass before finding a way to reunite. Longwoody, are there any chosen ones in the Falling Sun Empire? Send me the coordinates and I'll find a way to meet you first. Longwoody, by the way. Brother Feng. Where are you now? I'll go find you. South Wind. But Nanfeng didn't answer. Nanfeng was in a very dangerous situation at this time. And there was no time for water groups at all. There was a cavalry force of more than 1,000 men charging towards him. And above their heads, there were several super strong men suspended in the air, staring at the south wind. Surrounded, Nanfeng exhaled and put on the Dragon Roar suit within 1 second. The radiant and elegant battle armor made Yang Jian and others behind him look greedy. Wouldn't that man love such a gorgeous armor? She is simply more attractive than the young lady in Yingchun Tower. Still watching? I'll dig out your eyes again. Nanfeng grasped the Netherworld Thorn tightly and turned around to kill Yang Jian and others. Compared with the cavalry army in front and the strong men in the sky, Yang Jian and others behind him are more likely to become a breakthrough. Looking for death. When Yang Jian saw Nanfeng coming towards him, his face was filled with joy. He raised the saber in his hand high and looked at Nanfeng's head. Nanfeng leaned over and made a sliding shovel, and the Netherworld Thorn pierced Yang Jian's thigh hard. Yang Jian's face instantly twisted, like Xing Shaoxian after eating a mustard burger. Netherworld Thorn, the pain that penetrates deep into the soul is not something he can bear at this age. Team leader. Kill, kill, kill. When the other Yangcheng soldiers saw that Yang Jian was injured, they immediately yelled and rushed towards Nanfeng to chop at him. Boom! The grenade held by Nanfeng's left hand exploded, and thick smoke instantly rose from the battlefield. More than a dozen soldiers were blown to pieces, and their flesh was torn apart, leaving them breathless. But there are still 3 people left alive, one of whom is Yang Jian. He was closest to Nanfeng and suffered the highest damage. But Yang Jian was stunned and resisted. Awesome. What level are you at? Nanfeng gave Yang Jian a thumbs up, then stabbed him in the abdomen. Minus 22.1%. Yang Jian's face turned pale, and the severe pain caused his brain to shut down. He had no chance to answer Nanfeng's question, because Nanfeng's next blow sent him straight to the west. Team leader. You killed our captain. Ah! I will fight you. The 2 people who were still alive were furious. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they wanted to fight Nanfeng desperately. Nanfeng intentionally stretched out his arms to resist the 2 swords. Minus 2.6. Minus 1.8. 2 sword strikes knocked out 4.4% of Nanfeng's health, and the damage could only be described as average. After testing the damage, Nanfeng had achieved his goal and cut off a warrior's neck with a backhand knife. The remaining warrior screamed and rushed forward to fight for his life. But Nanfeng was faster than him and had already put the Netherworld Thorn on the opponent's neck in advance. With the shadow of death all over his body, the warrior finally calmed down and looked at Nanfeng in horror. Don't be afraid, man. Nanfeng showed a warm smile and told me what level you are at, and I will spare your life. The warrior swallowed and said with a slightly trembling voice, I just reached level 30. Nanfeng wiped off the warrior's neck with a knife, and then ran away in Yangcheng. The soldier fell to the ground with a bang and died with his eyes open. Several people suspended in midair calmly watched Nanfeng kill everyone. One of the Scarfaces said solemnly, this intruder should be around level 33 by visual inspection and can be captured. An old woman with white hair chuckled and said, you overestimate him. He should have just reached level 30. It's just that with the blessing of the natal magic weapon, his strength is stronger than ordinary people. A handsome scholar nodded in agreement. Grandma Lin's judgment is similar to mine. Let's do it. He has no long-range attack methods and is no threat to us. Several people looked at each other, nodded, and flew over Yangcheng. In Yangcheng, Nanfeng found a horn gada to hide and was adjusting the RPG rocket launcher in front of him. His tactical earphones had completely transmitted the conversations of several people in the air to Nanfeng's ears. I don't have the means to attack from a distance? I will let you know what cruelty is right now. Chapter 362 I am a famous hero. Over Yangcheng. 5 figures flew quickly. There are old and young among these 5 people. The eldest old woman has gray hair and looks senile. But the youngest one looks like she has just grown up. But these 5 people could walk around in the air regardless of gravity, which made Nanfeng look solemn. I have to use devil wings to fly briefly. These guys should be much better than me. The Eye of Insight has no effect on these natives. I don't even know what level they are. It's difficult. Nanfeng felt a little troubled. But the current situation no longer allowed him to think wildly. Even if it is difficult, we must deal with him. The muzzle of the rocket launcher was already pointing straight up at 90 degrees. As soon as the 5 people flew overhead, Nanfeng would shoot them. Of course, Nanfeng didn't expect this shot to knock them all down. It would be good if it could only injure 2 or 3. As for whether to fight back or run away next, it depends on the situation. At the same time, someone in Yancheng had already recognized the 5 people in the sky. Aren't these the 5 Yingjiang monsters? Why did they come to Yancheng? I heard that these 5 people killed without blinking an eye. So I wanted to go home and hide first. The 5 Yingjiang monsters seem to be chasing someone. Everyone, please leave now to avoid any unforeseen disaster. The residents of Yancheng City were very afraid of the 5 Yingjiang monsters, and did not dare to look at them on the street. So they quickly hid in their homes. In addition, there were some people who were relatively close to the city gate, and wanted to leave Yancheng directly. But as soon as they walked out of the city gate, dense silver needles fell from the sky, pricking them like hedgehogs. Everyone is not allowed to leave Yancheng. The middle-aged man, with a scar on his face, said solemnly. His voice instantly spread throughout Yancheng, and everyone could hear it clearly. For a moment, those who wanted to leave Yancheng all stopped and hurriedly found a place to hide. For fear of being pricked like a hedgehog, the 5 Yingjiang monsters flew slowly towards Yancheng, while Nanfeng hid in the alley, silently adjusting the angle of the rocket launcher, trying to cover the entire area with firepower, and blasted all 5 of them into cripples with one shot. Da-da-da. Suddenly, a footstep came from far away, running towards the alley where Nanfeng was in a panic. Nanfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, drew out the netherworld thorn, and stood at the corner. The moment the person entered the alley, he put the netherworld thorn on his neck. Spare your life. Do not kill me. If you have something to say, say it. I am a good person. I'm rich. South Wind. The person who walked into the alley was a young man in his 20s. He was gorgeously dressed, and his clothes were 10 times better than those worn by Yang Chengchuan. Nanfeng didn't feel any threat from him. He should only be around level 10. If nothing else, this guy should be a young master from a rich family. Nanfeng thought this way, and instead of killing the young man directly, he said in a deep voice, I will give you a price to buy your life. With that said, Nanfeng moved his right hand forward and gently pressed the netherworld thorn on the young man's neck. 10,000. 10,000. The young man felt the sharpness on his neck. Sweat broke out on his forehead, and he shouted hurriedly. Nanfeng snorted coldly. 10,000? Do you think of me as a beggar? With that said, Nanfeng sent netherworld thorn a little further forward. Wait! 20,000. 20,000. The young man raised his hands and shouted again. This is my limit. No more. For even 1 more copper, my father would give up on me, and then use the money to buy a wife and give me a brother. When Nanfeng heard this, he took a breath of air. Can 20,000 yuan buy a wife in this world? So cheap? Nanfeng has just arrived and doesn't know what the world's financial system is like. But based on what the young man said just now, Nanfeng estimated that 20,000 yuan should be considered a huge sum of money. Get it first and then talk about it. Just 20,000. Give me the money and get out, Nanfeng said, glancing at the 5 Yingjiang monsters in the sky with his peripheral vision. These 5 guys were still flying over slowly and leisurely, seemingly in no hurry at all. Just in time. Nanfeng was not in a hurry, and he could take advantage of this time to complete the first blackmail in his life. The young man said, a little embarrassed. Who would carry so much money with him? If you want to get the money, you could only come home with me and ask my dad for it. Nanfeng rolled his eyes. Tell a lie. Blackmail turned into kidnapping. The key is that Nanfeng is currently unable to protect itself. So where can it find the time to do this? Nanfeng withdrew the netherworld thorn without interest and waved his hand. Forget it. Go away. I have no time to care about you now. With that said, Nanfeng returned to the rocket launcher and continued to calibrate the muzzle, aiming at the 5 Yingjiang monsters in midair. But the young man not only did not take the opportunity to escape, but also came over happily. This hero. My name is Di Yuan. What about you? Nanfeng ignored it. Di Yuan looked at the rocket launcher, his eyes flashing with excitement. If I guess correctly, you are ambushing the 5 Yingjiang monsters. Right? Nefeng glanced at him. Stay away. Don't force me to punch you. Di Yuan was not afraid of Nanfeng's threat, and said very excitedly, the 5 Yingjiang monsters are here to hunt me down. If you can kill them, I will give you 100,000. Nefeng was stunned. Good fellow. The lives of the 5 Yingjiang monsters are so valuable. Is it more valuable than Di Yuan's own life? Also, the 5 Yingjiang monsters are obviously here to hunt down Nefeng. Why does Di Yuan say they are here to hunt him down? Nefeng coughed lightly. Why are the 5 Yingjiang monsters chasing you? Di Yuan spread his hands and said, my dandy brother must be afraid that I will compete with him for the family property. So he hired the murderer. These 5 lunatics chased me for more than 10 days, and killed all my bodyguards. Is there such a thing? Nefeng raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the 5 Yingjiang monsters came to Yancheng after Di Yuan, but they just happened to meet Nefeng. A bit unlucky. Hero, what do you think of my proposal? Seeing that Nefeng didn't answer, Di Yuan asked again. 100,000. 100,000. As long as you kill the 5 Yingjiang monsters, you can get 100,000. Such a cost-effective thing. Why are you still hesitating? Nefeng looked at Di Yuan and asked seriously, how much food can be exchanged for 100,000? Food? Di Yuan was stunned for a moment and thought deeply. There are many. Many. Enough to feed everyone in Yancheng for a year. Nefeng clapped his hands. I did it. At the same time, the 5 Yingjiang monsters had already flown into the sky above Yancheng. Their eyes were sharp as they scanned the streets below, looking for traces of Nefeng. Nefeng seized the opportunity and blasted out. Call out. The cannonballs soared into the sky at extremely fast speeds, flying towards the 5 monsters in Yingjiang. What a big cannonball! Spread. The 5 Yingjiang monsters also reacted very quickly and immediately dispersed. But the speed of the cannonball was faster than them, and it flew among them in an instant and exploded with a bang. Boom! 5 figures fell from the sky, like 5 birds with broken wings. Nefeng was stunned. Are these 5 guys so good? Di Yuan was shocked. This guy is so awesome. Defeat the 5 Yingjiang monsters with one move? Di Yuan swallowed and recalled the famous masters of the Falling Sun Empire in his mind, trying to match the Nefeng in front of him. But after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't guess Nanfeng's identity. Well, can I ask? Di Yuan said cautiously. What is the hero's surname? Nefeng put away the rocket launcher and looked deeply into the night sky. I am a famous hero. Chapter 363. Fight against the 5 monsters of Yingjiang. A famous hero? Di Yuan scratched his head. This should be your honorific title. Right? I'm asking for your name. Nefeng curled his lips. I have no name. Or in other words, the famous hero is my name. Di Yuan asked curiously, since you don't have a name, why aren't you called the unknown hero? You know shit. Nefeng glared at Di Yuan. Famous hero was a nickname he picked casually. There was no reason for it. Di Yuan still wanted to speak, but Nefeng strode out of the alley. Those 5 guys are still alive. If you don't want to die, just follow me. The rocket launcher just now knocked all the 5 Yingjiang monsters down from the sky, but it failed to kill them. Nefeng could see clearly that the light red numbers floating above their heads were between 18% and 40%. Among them, the white-haired old woman was the most seriously injured, with 39.6% of her health lost, and she was basically half disabled. The young man dressed as a scholar was the farthest away from the rocket launcher and was the least injured. He only lost 18.2% of his health, which had little impact on his combat effectiveness. Nefeng had already heard the footsteps of the 5 Yingjiang monsters, and they were rushing towards this side from 5 different directions. These 5 guys are not as good as Nefeng imagined. If they get close and Nefeng fights 1 against 5, it's hard to say who will win and who will lose. Nefeng suddenly looked back at Di Yuan. Do you know what level each of the 5 Yingjiang monsters are? Of course I know. Di Yuan said casually that Scholar Gaoshua, level 35, was the strongest among the 5 monsters in Yingjiang, followed by Granny Lin, level 34. Di Yuan told Nefeng all the basic information about the 5 monsters in Yingjiang. Nanfeng's face was a little solemn. Among these 5 people, the lowest level was level 33, which was a full 3 levels higher than Nefeng. Such overwhelming strength. But after the shot just now, Nefeng didn't feel how powerful the 5 Yingjiang monsters were. Instead, He felt that they were as brittle as a piece of paper. Compared with a fallen demon with a 49th life, these 5 people are simply far behind. Does this look like a level 35 powerhouse? Nanfeng vaguely felt that something was wrong. But time no longer allowed him to think too much. The footsteps of the 5 Yinjiang monsters are getting closer and closer. You go find a place to hide. Nanfeng glanced at Diyuan. This was his humanoid treasury, and it couldn't die. Diyuan also felt that the 5 Yinjiang monsters were approaching, and said with some fear, "You? Come on. Kill 5 of them, and I will give you another 20,000. After saying that, Diyuan climbed over the fence on the left side of the alley, and hid in the pigsty of this family. Nanfeng, with Netherworld Thorn in his left hand, and Desert Eagle in his right hand, quickly rushed out of the alley, and rushed in the direction of one of the footsteps. The footsteps were a bit messy, and the pace was not steady enough. Nanfeng guessed that the owner of the footsteps should be Grandma Lin. She was hit by a rocket launcher just now. Nearly half of her health was lost, and she was seriously injured. Nanfeng wants to use her as a breakthrough to tear apart the encirclement of the 5 monsters in Yinjiang. Nanfeng rushed out of the alley, and immediately rushed into another alley. 2 seconds later, he saw the white-haired Granny Lin running towards him. When Grandma Lin saw Nanfeng, a look of astonishment appeared on her wrinkled face. But she quickly reacted, and swung the wolf-head crutch in her hand. Roar! A huge wolf-headed shadow flew out of the cane, and headed straight into the south wind. Phew! Nanfeng raised his hand, and fired 2 shots. And the shadow of the wolf head was scattered. The power of the magic bullet did not decrease after passing through the phantom of the wolf head. 1 bullet hit Grandma Lin's left shoulder, and another bullet flew past her cheek, leaving a blood mark. Minus 11.3%. Minus 0.01. Although these 2 shots did not hit the vital point, they still took away 1/10 of Grandma Lin's health. Well, Grandma Lin screamed and backed away. There was panic in her eyes. Nanfeng took advantage of the victory to pursue the victory, rushed towards Grandma Lin, and stabbed him with another thorn in his left hand. Ding! A silver needle came from the side, and hit the tip of Netherworld Thorn. The extremely terrifying impact was transmitted to Nanfeng's wrist through the handle of the knife. His wrist shook violently, and he almost lost his grip on the Netherworld Thorn. Who is so fierce? Nanfeng was shocked. The numbness in his left hand made it impossible for him to continue attacking Grandma Lin. In desperation, Nanfeng could only withdraw the Netherworld Thorn. Can you still hold the knife? It seems that I just underestimated your strength. On the roof next to him, Scholar Gao Zhua held a silver needle between his 2 fingers and smiled faintly at Nanfeng. With your strength, Grandma Lin is really no match for you. But unfortunately, you have no chance to kill her now. Duh. There were footsteps all around Nanfeng, and the 5 Yinjiang monsters had gathered here to surround Nanfeng. Grandma Lin, who was the most seriously injured, took a dozen steps back and hid behind the scar-faced Yiquang, and then breathed a sigh of relief. It was almost just now. Nanfeng's knife stabbed into her neck. Thinking about it now, Grandma Lin is still a little scared. Nanfeng looked at the Scholar Gao Zhua calmly. Can you tell me why you want to kill me? Gao Zhua jumped off the roof and landed lightly. Because you are an intruder. If we don't kill you, you will kill us. Nanfeng frowned slightly. I have never thought of killing you, including my people, and none of them have such thoughts. Nanfeng didn't lie. He really had no intention of invading the original world number 0. If possible, he would prefer to coexist peacefully with the indigenous people of World 0. Most of the chosen ones have the same idea. When you say this, do you believe it? Gao Zhua sneered. I don't believe it anyway. In comparison, I am more willing to believe what is recorded in the ancient books. South Wind, Book of Ancients? What is recorded in this book? You do not need to know. Gao Zhua flicked his finger, and the silver needle came out and struck Nanfeng's right eye. Nanfeng tilted his head slightly to avoid the needle. But from the side, the scar-faced Yiquang was already slashing with his sword. I think we can sit down and talk. Nanfeng dodged left and right, but did not fight back. He still had many things to figure out, and he wanted to give more information. There is nothing to talk about. There is only one situation between us and the invaders, and that is to fight to the death. Gao Zhua flicked his hands together, and more than a dozen silver needles flew toward the south wind. There was a crazy look on his face. If I kill you intruders, I can take away your divine weapons and become the top strongman in the world in one fell swoop. Nanfeng suddenly realized. So it is. No wonder the natives of World Zero are so crazy about encircling and suppressing the Chosen Ones. It turns out that what they really want is the divine weapons of the Chosen Ones. So if that's the case, then we really don't have anything to talk about. Nanfeng shook his head, stopped holding back, and instantly threw 3 grenades. Boom, boom, boom. The scar-faced Yiquang was right in the middle of the 3 grenades. He had no time to dodge, and was directly blasted to pieces. Ding! You killed a level 33 strongman and gained 20% experience points. A system prompt reached his ears, causing Nanfeng to freeze in his next move. You can also gain experience points by killing strong men above level 30. No wonder. No wonder the Scholar Gauche was said, if we don't kill you, you will kill us. How many of the Chosen Ones can resist such a huge temptation of experience? Nanfeng suddenly felt chilled. The creation god system is forcing them to kill each other. Chapter 364 Escape Intact. Yiquang. Lao Yi. The scar-faced Yiquang was already dead before the other 4 people could react. Scholar Gauche's eyes were splitting as he stared at Nanfeng fiercely. You deserve to die. Swish. More than a dozen silver needles flew out, drawing silvery white lines in the air and attacking the south wind. Nanfeng tried his best to dodge, but was still hit by several silver needles. Ding, ding, ding. The silver needle hit the Dragon Roar armor, making a crisp metal collision sound. The Dragon Roar armor was very strong and could not be penetrated by silver needles. But the huge impact still made Nanfeng retreat continuously. This scholar is so powerful. Such strong armor. Scholar Gauche's fierce eyes flashed with a hint of greed. But it was mine immediately. Are you worthy? Nanfeng sneered and raised the Desert Eagle to aim at Gauche. Seeing this, Grandma Lin quickly reminded, be careful. His hidden weapon is very powerful. Sharp? No matter how powerful it is. Can it be as powerful as my silver needle? He said this, but Gauche knew that Lao Lin would not lie to him. So he stared at the muzzle of the Desert Eagle cautiously. He put his right hand behind his back, took out a large number of silver needles, and shot them all out with a swish. Heavy Rain Pear Blossom Needle Manual version. At the same time, Nanfeng also fired 3 precise shots. Each shot aimed at Gauche's fierce face. Ding, ding, ding. Boom. Boom. Nanfeng used his left hand to protect his handsome face and let the silver needle hit his body. Minus 3.1%. Minus 2.6%. The powerful defensive power of the Dragon Roar armor offset most of the damage. These silver needles were like scraping Nanfeng's body. But the 3 magic bullets shot by Nanfeng killed half of Gauche's life. Dash 21%. Minus 28.4%. Minus 9.1%. The first 2 shots hit Gauche in the face. The last shot was dodged slightly by Gauche, and only shattered his left ear. Uh-huh. Scholar Gauche screamed, covered his face with his hands, and stepped back. Kill! Stop him! Exploding God Fist. Grandma Lin and the other 2 monsters were frightened and angry, and hurriedly attacked Nanfeng to prevent Gauche from dying at Nanfeng's hands. When a strong offensive came, Nanfeng did not dare to push forward, so he could only give up and continue attacking Gauche, and turned around to fight with the other 3 monsters. Duh. The sound of a large number of horse hooves sounded in the distance, reaching Nanfeng's ears. The cavalry army of nearly 1,000 people is about to enter Yancheng. I don't know if there are any masters among this cavalry. Nanfeng muttered in a low voice. He still has about 80% of his health left, which seems to be quite healthy. But with a few more strong men like Gauche, Nanfeng may be able to take care of him here. I can no longer fall in love with war. Nanfeng took out a black flash and threw it at Grandma Lin's feet. Uh-huh. Black flash exploded, and a pitch-black space quickly expanded. Ah, save me! Grandma Lin screamed, stretched out her hands and struggled wildly. But no matter how hard he struggled, the dark space was swallowing her up. Grandma Lin. The other 2 monsters rushed forward to pull Lao Lin out. But how could Nanfeng give them this chance? Call out. Call out. He didn't know when he switched out, Barrett, and fired 2 shots, blowing off 2 heads. 3 of the 5 Yingjiang monsters are dead. I have levels, but no magic weapons or equipment. How dare you come to catch me? Nanfeng also wanted to get rid of the scholar Gauche, but Gauche saw that the situation was wrong and ran away long ago. The cavalry army has entered the city. Nanfeng no longer lingers, launches mountain climbing flying claw, and runs in the other direction. In the alley next to him, Di Yuan quietly poked his head out of the pig pen, his face full of surprise and excitement. So strong. Really strong. This man could actually kill the 5 Injiang monsters. In the wild, Nanfeng carefully observed his surroundings, and after making sure there were no ambush around him, he opened the panel. In chat channel. Nanfeng, oh my god. I was ambushed by an army of thousands of people just now. I almost died. You ran? Oh? Are you okay? Nanfeng, what can happen to me? You didn't see it. But I killed half of them on the spot and beat the shit out of them. Xiao Luo, what about the remaining half? Nanfeng, the remaining half knelt down and begged for mercy. So I chose to let them go. Huang Yuanming, Nanshan is awesome. Nanfeng made some nonsense in the group. And Long Woody sent a message. Long Woody, brother Feng. Send me the coordinates and I'll go find you. Nanfeng, okay. My coordinates are, come here quickly. Hearing that Long Woody was coming, Nanfeng's tense mood relaxed a lot. He and Long Woody joined forces. And not to mention the 5 Injiang monsters. The 10 Injiang monsters had to be pinned to the ground and beaten by them. However, Long Woody was quite far away from Nanfeng, and it would take half a day to get there. To be on the safe side, Nanfeng sent another private message to Xiao Luo. Nanfeng, brother Luo, are you still in the mist? Lend me your stealth cloak for 2 days. Xiao Luo, what's wrong? Didn't you say that you were killing people randomly outside? Nanfeng, I'm bragging. Xiao Luo did not hesitate and directly traded the stealth cloak to Nanfeng. World 0 is the real world. Here, equipment below a level will be weakened to a certain extent. Stealth cloak is a D-level piece of equipment. It is a very low grade and was completely cut off. The original invisibility time of 15 seconds was directly reduced to 3 seconds. But at critical moments, these 3 seconds are still very important. Nanfeng put away the stealth cloak and then strode towards Ningxing to meet up with Long Woody. He originally wanted to take the treasury of Diyuan with him. But there is an army in Yancheng now, and Nanfeng does not dare to risk going back. We can only give Diyuan a hard time and let him stay in the pig pen for a while longer. Night. In the wilderness hundreds of kilometers southwest of Yancheng, a group of burly men dressed as bandits silently looked at the bodies of their companions lying on the ground. There were 10 corpses of bandits on the ground, as well as 10 corpses of phosphorus poisonous beasts. They were lying in a mess. With different forms of death, they were the bandit team that was killed by Nanfeng before. Who did it? Among the crowd, a thin young man wearing a feather fan turban asked coldly. A bandit replied solemnly, report to the military advisor. It was a man named a famous hero who killed him. As he spoke, the bandit pointed to the boulder next to him. I saw a line of big characters written on the boulder, a famous hero. Doing justice for heaven. A famous hero? Huh? Just pretending to be a ghost. The military advisor snorted coldly. He stepped forward and squatted down to inspect the corpses on the ground. After a moment, he frowned slightly, as if he had discovered something. Are you sure the body was found here? The military advisor looked at a bandit beside him and asked. The bandit nodded, okay. Master military advisor. The military advisor looked around and shook his head. Their eyes were full of fear, and they were dead with eyes closed. They were killed instantly. But there were signs of fighting all around, which was obviously wrong. This is not the first murder scene. Go and find the first murder scene. This famous hero must be trying to hide something. Chapter 365. The pursuers are coming. I don't know the moon when I'm young. It looks like a white jade plate. Late at night, a bright full moon hung high in the night sky, shining silver light on the earth. You see, this road is long and wide. Just like this month, it is big and round. The south wind was rushing through the winding paths in the mountains and forests, humming a ditty that was widely circulated by Blue Star. His current location is between Yancheng and Ningxing, and he is heading towards Ningxing. For some unknown reason, the Yancheng cavalry did not catch up, which gave Nanfeng some time to breathe. The health value is almost full. While on the road, Nanfeng took a moment to glance at the status bar. His health had recovered to 97%. Almost full. The external and internal injuries on his body slowly healed. My vitality is getting stronger and stronger. Maybe after a while, I can be like the fallen demon, reborn from severed limbs and infinitely resurrected. Nanfeng murmured, suddenly raised his hand and fired a bullet to the right front. Call out. A strange-looking ferocious beast let out a scream, fell to the ground, twitched twice, and died. What kind of ferocious beast is this? The ferocious beasts in World 0 have all kinds of strange shapes, which are very different from the animals in Blue Star. Nafong took 2 steps forward and looked at the corpse of the beast lying on the ground. This ferocious beast looks a bit like a duck, with a long duck neck, soft feathers, and webbed claws. The only difference is that the head of this ferocious beast is not that of a duck, but that of a mouse. What is this? Platypus? Nafong curled his lips. He originally wanted to put the beast meat into his backpack, but this strange-looking beast really made Nafong lose his appetite. You can't eat it. You can't eat this meat. Bypassing the corpse of the ferocious beast, Nafong continued to move forward, hoping to meet up with Long Woody. In World Zero late at night, there are obviously many more ferocious beasts than during the day, but this place is not far from the city, and the level of the ferocious beast is not high, only about 10 levels, and Nafong is too lazy to kill it. If he could go around, he would go around, but if he couldn't go around, Nafong would pull out the netherworld thorn and stab him twice, trying to make as little fighting noise as possible, lest there were pursuers nearby who would find him. After marching in the wilderness for most of the night, at around 6 o'clock in the morning, Nafong finally saw Long Woody running from a distance. When he got closer, Nafong realized that Long Woody's face was a little uncomfortable. Brother Long, what's going on? Why does your face smell so bad? Long Woody waved his hand, found a place to sit down, rubbed his belly with one hand, and said unhappily, I'm so angry when I mention it. These locals are so shameless. They actually drugged me, causing me to vomit and have diarrhea. Nafong, bow spraying? So this is how the word double spray is used. Later, Long Woody told Nafong his experiences in the past few days. Compared with Nafong, Long Woody's luck was better. After he walked out of the fog, he was teleported directly to Ningxing. He fainted on the road and was rescued by the eldest lady of the Zhao family. In Ningxing, the Zhao family is considered a first-class family with great power. Zhao Yao, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, is naturally one of the top rich second generations in Ningxing. Zhao Yao Bingxue is smart and has a very high IQ. But her cultivation talent is very poor and her level has never been able to break through level 10. This also led Zhao Yao to bring more than a dozen guards with her every time she went out to avoid accidents. After Long Woody woke up, he quickly realized this and beat up more than a dozen of Miss Zhao's guards on the spot. He gained Zhao Yao's favor and became her personal guard. Hearing this, Nafong suddenly became sour and turned into a lemon. Gui gui. What kind of cool plot is this? Why is it that the one who saves you is a beautiful lady, and the one who saves me is a skinny little old man? Long Woody sighed. If only it were that simple. Originally, Long Woody thought this was a great start. As Miss Zhao's personal bodyguard, he would definitely be able to get a lot of important information, and it wouldn't take long for him to figure out the situation in the world. But things are not that simple. Yesterday afternoon, Long Woody suddenly felt his stomach churn. His head felt dizzy. His limbs felt weak. And various debuffs appeared in his status bar. Long Woody immediately realized that there was something wrong with the lunch meal, and he was poisoned. Almost at the same time, a large number of masters appeared in the Zhao family, killing Xiang Long Woody. Long Woody made a prompt decision and grabbed Zhao Yao as a hostage, preparing to leave the city. Who knew that the Zhao family didn't take Zhao Yao seriously at all, and they attacked her without leaving any way for her to survive. Zhao Yao was too weak and was at the center of the battle. He was shattered by the aftermath of the battle and died without a whole body. In anger, Long Woody no longer hid his strength, punching one by one, killing all the killers present. But these killers are just the vanguard and cannon fodder. The real masters are still behind. Long Woody was poisoned. He was dizzy. His stomach hurt, and he couldn't hold it in any longer. He still dared to fight and ran away decisively. Fortunately, Ning Chung didn't have many experts who could stop Long Woody, allowing him to escape successfully. In the wild, Long Woody was vomiting and having diarrhea while walking. With his strong vitality, he quickly expelled all the toxins from his body and merged with the south wind. After listening to this, Nafong couldn't help laughing. In this comparison, I seem to be luckier. Later, Nafong also told Long Woody in detail about his experience. After finishing speaking, Nanfeng's expression became solemn. There is an ancient book in this world, which records many things about the Chosen Ones. The natives know us Chosen Ones very well. So that's it. Long Woody suddenly realized that we have to find a way to get an ancient book and see what is written in it. Nafong nodded and said, I think so too. But the problem now is that the natives seem to have a way to tell who is the Chosen One. We wanted to blend into the city again, which was very difficult. Long Woody pondered for a moment. It doesn't matter. There is no rush in this matter. Let's go and meet the other chosen ones first. The two were going to rest for a while before setting off to join the other chosen ones. During the break, Nefeng suddenly thought of something. Wait, Brother Long. According to your description just now, Ningqing should be more than 10 times larger than Yancheng. Long Woody didn't know why. What next? That's not right. Nefeng frowned slightly. Ningqing was bigger than Yancheng. And there must be more and stronger people in Ningqing than Yancheng. Is the Ning Wuxuang you mentioned really the strongest person in Ning City? Long Woody's eyes narrowed slightly. You mean? They let me go on purpose. The two looked at each other, spread their legs at the same time, and ran towards the wilderness in the opposite direction of Ningqing. A murderous aura came from behind, sending a chill down the backs of the two of them. The real master is here. Nefeng glanced back, and in the sky behind him, there was a blind man with completely white pupils flying towards them. The blind man was extremely fast, and his aura was extremely terrifying. This terrifying feeling is even more terrifying than the 49 life, fallen demon. Can't run away anymore. Prepare to fight back. Long Woody stopped. Surrounded by gas, I'll stop him. You suppress him with long-range fire. Nefeng nodded, threw devil wings to Long Woody, and quickly retreated away. This battle will be a bit difficult. Chapter 366 Black and White Chessboard. In the sky, the half-blind middle-aged man was extremely fast. In just a few breaths, he caught up with Nefeng and Long Woody. Long Woody equipped Devil's Wings and directly spread his wings to face him. Devil Wings' active skill can only last for 5 minutes. He must end the battle within 5 minutes. Otherwise he will become a free-roaming chicken and be toyed to death by a half-blind man. But is it easy to end the battle within 5 minutes? Long Woody could feel that this half-blind man was more powerful than the 49 life, fallen demon. The two of them were suspended in midair, face to face, and the distance between them was no more than 100 meters. I wanted to wait until you were all reunited before attacking you all, Tian Yuan said with an indifferent expression. But you have guessed my plan, so I can only take action in advance. You have to be lucky that you took action now. Otherwise you will be the one who will die when we all gather together. The gas around Long Woody condensed on his fists. His wings behind his back shook, and he was the first to kill. Tian Yuan's expression remained unchanged. He pushed his hands forward, and countless black and white lines spread across the sky. These black and white lines are intertwined, horizontally and vertically, creating a huge chessboard in the air. This chessboard is very large, with a length and width exceeding 1,000 meters. Long Woody and Tian Yuan are all on the chessboard. Once you enter this chessboard, you can't get out. Tian Yuan slowly raised his right hand, picked up a black chess piece with his index and middle fingers, and gently dropped it, 13 out of 4. Beat. On the huge chessboard, a black chess piece landed at the horizontal, 4th and vertical position of 13th. Black chess spewed out black mist, and the black mist turned into a ferocious beast and attacked Long Woody. Can you eat it with the first hand? You set the rules yourself. Right? Long Woody punched out, scattering the black mist beast, and then continued to kill Tian Yuan without losing speed. Tian Yuan was calm and landed another white stone, 6 out of 12. Block. On the huge chessboard, the white piece fell on the horizontal 6 and vertical 12 positions, turning into a huge city wall, blocking Long Woody's path forward. Long Woody took action again. You played the black and white chess pieces. So what should I play? Boom! The huge city wall turned into powder, and Long Woody continued to move forward. 2 consecutive punches shattered 2 chess pieces, which made Tian Yuan become a little more serious. 12 out of 8. 13 out of 8 stabbed. 14 out of 8 dug up. Tiger. Tian Yuan dropped several chess pieces in succession, alternating between black and white. 1 chess piece turned into a spike. 1 chess piece turned into a trap. And 1 chess piece condensed into a tiger. Long Woody remained unchanged in response to all changes, and blasted with a pair of iron fists, smashing all the black and white chess pieces into powder. It's fancy, but of little use. Long Woody chuckled and continued flying forward, getting closer and closer to Tian Yuan. Your natal magic weapon is very powerful, and leapfrog battles are easy for you. No wonder the ancient book says that the strength of the invaders is extremely terrifying, Tian Yuan said, and dropped 2 more black and 2 white pieces. A total of 4 chess pieces. These 4 chess pieces appeared in front, back, left and right of Long Woody, turning into a huge cage. locking Long Woody in the middle. Compared with the previous chess pieces, these 4 chess pieces are more solid, and the condensed cage is stronger. Long Woody punched it several times in succession, but failed to blow it up. A new chess piece condensed between Tian Yuan's index finger and middle finger. He chuckled and said, however, "My chessboard is also a divine weapon. Although after hundreds of thousands of years, the divine power in the chessboard will be exhausted, but it is still enough to deal with you." Long Woody raised his eyebrows. Hundreds of thousands of years? Have you lived for hundreds of thousands of years? Tian Yuan's right hand slowly fell, and the white chess piece turned into a milky white mountain, falling from the sky, suppressing Long Woody. Long Woody let out a loud roar, and the air flow around his body surged, and he raised his hands to support the mountain. But veins popped up all over his body, and his arms trembled slightly. It could be seen that it was not easy to lift this mountain. Tian Yuan shook his head. "Of course I can't live this long, but the divine weapon can." After a pause, Tian Yuan originally wanted to say something, but he suddenly thought that villains all die from talking too much, and decisively formed a new black chess piece. Long Woody gritted his teeth. His legs began to bend slightly, and kept shaking. "The mountain above my head is too heavy. Wait, can you make it clear to me?" Long Woody's voice was trembling, but Tian Yuan had no intention of saying more, and the black chess piece in his hand suddenly fell down. Roar! A giant dragon made of condensed black energy appeared out of thin air. It looked up to the sky and roared loudly, and the whole earth was trembling with it. Dum! Dum! In the woods, countless birds were frightened and fled in all directions, and the less powerful beasts were even shocked to death by this dragon roar. "Kill him!" Tian Yuan looked at Long Woody with completely white pupils and issued an order. The giant black dragon roared again and charged towards Long Woody with great momentum. Long Woody exhaled. "Just do it. I can't say anything." From his tactical earphones, Nanfeng's voice came. "You are so brave. You can endure it to this point." In the distance, Nanfeng was lying on a hillock, breaking into a cold sweat for Long Woody. He had long wanted to take action and blow up the mountain with one shot, but Long Woody asked Nanfeng to wait a little longer and let him come up with something to say. Unfortunately, Tian Yuan was more cautious and did not tell any useful information. "Call out. Explosive firebomb." A cannonball soared into the sky and struck the mountain above Long Woody's head. A big hole was blasted out of the mountain, and the mist began to drift away. Long Woody seized the opportunity and shouted loudly, throwing the mountain heavily towards the black dragon. Roar! The black dragon roared angrily, and the dragon swung its tail. With a sweep of its thick tail, it turned the mountains into mist and dispersed it in the air. However, Long Woody also took advantage of this opportunity. Bang Bang punched the cage that trapped him with 2 punches and walked out of it. Tian Yuan was slightly surprised. "Did you still retain your strength just now?" Long Woody grinned. "You are not worthy of my full strength." After that, Long Woody reached full speed and flew towards Tian Yuan again. Tian Yuan's face returned to indifference, and he commanded the black dragon to kill Long Woody in front of my dragon. "You don't even have a chance to attack with all your strength." Long Woody laughed. "Is the black dragon considered a dragon?" The magic power in his body surged and condensed into a large amount of body-protecting energy that enveloped his whole body. Soon, Long Woody's real person was wrapped up in the true energy. Tightly. From a distance, the current Long Woody looks like a silkworm baby. Get real. Nanfeng held his breath and concentrated. Charged attack was about to be fully charged. Light blue light condensed on the muzzle of Barrett's gun, mixed with a trace of arc. Roar! In the distance, the giant black dragon roared, opened its bloody mouth, and swallowed Long Woody in one gulp. But the dragon's invincible speed did not slow down, and it ran rampant inside the black dragon's body, hitting the dragon's tail from the dragon's head. At the same time, call out. A light blue beam of light rose into the sky and struck Tian Yuan. Wandering Dragon Beam Cannon, plus, Charged Strike, is full. Unrivaled power. The target of this shot is Tian Yuan. Tian Yuan sneered. Although he couldn't see anything with his eyes, he could feel the terrifying energy fluctuations. On my chessboard, I am invincible. He opened his hands, and the chessboard composed of black and white lines turned into a huge protective shield, covering Tian Yuan. Wandering Dragon Beam Cannon attacked, bombarded the chessboard, and burst into intense light. Soon, the strong light dissipated, and the energy of Wandering Dragon Beam Cannon was exhausted. A big hole was blown out of the chessboard. But a large amount of black and white mist gathered, and the hole was quickly filled. Nanfeng's full blow was easily blocked. Nothing more. Tianyuan was intact. And the wandering dragon beam cannon ran out of energy when it was still a few hundred meters away from him, posing no threat to him at all. But the smile on Tianyuan's face quickly faded and he frowned. In his perception, the two intruders had disappeared. The big hole opened by Nanfeng's shot on the chessboard successfully allowed Long Woody to escape. A few kilometers away, Nanfeng and Long Woody were running at full speed. They are surrounded by air currents. It was this airflow that blocked Tianyuan's perception, allowing them to escape successfully. Brother Long, how are you? Nanfeng glanced at Long Woody beside him, feeling a little worried. Long Woody's face was pale, and there was still a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. It's not a big problem. It will be fine after a while. The collision with the black dragon just now caused Long Woody to be seriously injured. That's good. Nanfeng exhaled. He couldn't beat him. He couldn't beat him at all. That guy was at least level 40. I couldn't even break his defense. Long Woody nodded. It is true. And he just underestimated the enemy. Otherwise, I would have no chance to escape. Both of them felt a little heavy. They stopped talking and continued to run forward, away from Tianyuan. They ran for most of the day until they were sure it was safe. And then they stopped to rest. Long Woody sat cross-legged on the ground, using body-protecting chi to treat his injuries. Nanfeng was not injured, but he was carrying Barrett and keeping watch. Suddenly, Long Woody, who was meditating, said, "They are hunting us to obtain the divine weapons." Yes. Nanfeng nodded. Do you still remember what the blind man said? His chessboard is also a natal magic weapon. And it is still a natal magic weapon that has existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Long Woody, that should be the divine weapon left behind by the previous chosen ones. And he got it. Nanfeng touched his chin and said in deep thought, if you kill the chosen one, you can get the chosen one's natal weapon. Then this world is too dangerous for the chosen one. The powerful natal magic weapon is enough to make everyone in World Zero jealous. Let me ask, who wouldn't want to own such a powerful weapon? The level of the 5 Ingjiang monsters is higher than that of Nanfeng. But Nanfeng, who has the natal magic weapon, can fight 1 against 5 without any pressure. This is the power of the natal magic weapon. I don't know how many strong people like the blind man are there in this world. Long Woody looked solemn. We must improve our strength as soon as possible. Otherwise we will be like fish on the chopping board, and can only be slaughtered by others. Speaking of improving strength, Nanfeng raised his eyebrows. Do you know how to upgrade quickly? Long Woody glanced at Nanfeng. What do you think? I'm already level 33. Nanfeng took a breath of air. How many people have you killed? Long Woody slowly said, I don't know. There should be hundreds. When he was in Ningqing, Long Woody was surrounded by a large number of local strong men. He fought all the way from the city to the outside, leaving corpses everywhere. There are many strong men above level 30 among them, providing Long Woody with a lot of experience. Long Woody stood up and looked into the distance. There is no possibility of reconciliation between us and the indigenous people. If I want to gain a foothold in this world and continue the civilization of the Dragon Kingdom, I must become a villain once. Brother Feng, are you willing to go with me? Chapter 367 Rebuilding Nancheng. World number 0. The Forest of Mist. The central area of the mist forest was shrouded in a large thick fog. At this time, inside the mist, city walls were rising from the ground, and the fire of Blue Star's civilization was quietly igniting here. Quick! Find 2 more chosen ones who can play with fire to melt iron. Damn it! Who built this building that looks like Long John's? Do you want to make me laugh to death? This is the Nancheng City Lord's mansion that I designed. Are there any questions? Su Ming, come quickly. Use your super shield to press the road tightly. There are many potholes on the road, which affects the appearance of the city. Is this what I use my shield for? Why are there no ferocious beasts here? I really want to kill monsters and level up. After a few days, more than a dozen chosen ones in Nancheng reached level 30 and came to world number 0. They are currently busy with infrastructure construction. In addition to them, a large number of ordinary people also joined Nancheng. Most of these people are relatives of the chosen ones in Nancheng. But there are also a small number of skilled workers with special skills. Those who build houses, build roads, dig sewers, and grow vegetables. These old masters are no longer young, but their craftsmanship is still top-notch. Because of their presence, Nancheng's infrastructure construction is fast and orderly. Inside the Chioku building, Suzerain was sitting together with several old masters with half-gray hair, discussing planning and construction of Nanchung Sewerage Project, the first 5-year plan. Suzerain looked at the dense drawings on the table and said, sewer projects are a top priority for every city and must be planned carefully. That's the truth, a master surnamed Lin responded. I have seen Nanchung before, and the drainage effect is simply lousy. I didn't see it, and I don't know who designed it. The former Nanchung that Master Lin mentioned was the Nanchung of World Number 9. When the city was built at that time, Nanfeng and others focused on building a strong and durable city, and did not care about drainage. In addition, the hut can automatically drain the grain cycle to unknown places. So the sewer is dispensable for Nanchung in World Number 9. Later, when the 28th wave of ferocious beasts, Haoyue water spirit, came, Nanchung was filled with heavy rain and almost turned into a swimming pool. So this time, Suzerain was very concerned about the sewer project. Master Lin took out a drawing and pointed to the horizontal and vertical lines on it. I suggest using a comprehensive pipe ditch method to bury sewage pipes, rainwater pipes, and even power, communication, gas and other pipes that may appear in the future at once to avoid repeating them all the time. Dig the ground. Next to Master Lin, Master Hong nodded and expressed his thoughts. It is necessary to separate sewage and rainwater, because we can simply purify the rainwater and reuse it. Master Zhao touched the long beard on his chin and asked a question. Where is the sewage? How do we treat sewage? There is no ocean nearby, so there is no way to discharge sewage into the sea. Master Lin chuckled. Isn't this simple? Isn't there a city in Sakura country more than 10 kilometers southwest of us? We dug the sewage pipe longer and drained all the sewage to them. The eyes of all the masters lit up. Wonderful. This method is really wonderful. At the door, Wang Yuanming walked in and winked at Suzerain. Seeing this, Suzerain turned to several masters and said, Masters, you can continue the discussion and finally come to a unified plan for me. I have to go out first. After that, Suzerain got up and walked out of the Chioku building. What's wrong? Coming outside the building, Suzerain asked. Wang Yuanming said hurriedly, just now Chung Mo went to patrol outside the city and found a large group of copperstone spiders wandering in the forest. Suzerain said, Isn't that great? You can gain experience by killing them. The key is that there are too many of these copperstone spiders, and there are several silver moon spiders among them, which are extremely powerful. Huang Yuanming looked a little solemn. Neither Nafeng nor Long Woody was here. We really may not be able to defeat these spiders. It has only been a few days since the beast tide passed, and there are now only more than 1,000 chosen ones who have reached level 30. This is the number in all the original worlds combined. However, the spider army that Chung Mo discovered already numbered in the hundreds. There might even be more spiders in places he couldn't see. Even quite a few silver moon spiders. These chosen ones in the mist forest may not be able to defeat them. Suzerain also realized the seriousness of the problem. Let's go and take a look. A crisis is approaching quietly. Beyond the fog, the border between the Falling Sun Empire and the mist forest, Nanfeng was traveling alone in the forest. Since emerging from the fog, Nanfeng has been on the road basically every day. If he were still at Blue Star, his VX steps in the past few days would definitely be number 1 in the circle of friends. At my current speed, if I go back to Blue Star to deliver food, I still have to become a single king. Nanfeng raised his head and felt the speckled sunlight shining on his face through the gaps between the leaves. It's noon. It's time to eat something and rest for a while. Nanfeng stopped, found a place to sit down, took out a few fruits from his backpack and ate them. While eating, Nanfeng opened the panel and sent a message to Long Woody. Nanfeng, Brother Long, my side is safe. But what about your side? Long Woody, Brother Feng. I'm safe here too. It seems that the blind man has completely lost track of us. A few hours ago, Nanfeng and Long Woody discussed it and decided to go their separate ways and fight on their own. Tian Yuan is too strong, and the two of them are no match for Tian Yuan if they stay together. In order to avoid being caught by Tian Yuan, one of them headed south and the other north. Running separately, one of them would survive. Fortunately, Tian Yuan seems to have really lost track of them and has not appeared until now. After saying a few more words to Long Woody, Nanfeng turned off the panel and moved on. The direction he was heading was exactly the direction Hanamura had taken before. If you want to level up, you must kill a large number of strong men above level 30. Where are there so many strong men? Nan Fong immediately thought of Huatsuan and Black Crow Peak. There is a bandit den. I heard from Uncle Lee that the bandit leader Crow King is as high as level 40. This shows that there must be many level 30 experts in Black Crow Peak, making it a very suitable upgrade holy place for Nan Fong. Killing a group of bandits did not put any psychological pressure on Nan Fong. It can not only improve your strength, but also do justice for heaven. Why not do it? Speaking of which, I still don't know where Black Crow Peak is. Let's go back to Huatsuan first and ask Uncle Lee. Thinking of Uncle Lee, Nan Fong suddenly had a bad feeling. He frowned slightly, quickened his pace, and rushed towards Hanuman. Chapter 368 The Tomb of the Good Old Uncle Lee. At dusk, Nan Fong hurriedly arrived outside the flower village. In fact, he could have arrived earlier. But on the way, Nan Fong had a thought in his mind, and turned around, and went to a place where birds didn't poop first. It was a wilderness where Nan Fong had killed a bandit squad before, and dumped their bodies. Returning to this place again, Nan Fong found that the bodies of the 10 bandits had disappeared, leaving only the bodies of 10 phosphorus poison beasts, being eaten by various strange-looking ferocious beasts. There was a foul smell floating in the surrounding air, which was emitted by the rotting corpse of phosphorus poison beast. Where are the corpses of those bandits? Taken back by his accomplices? Nan Fong took a few steps forward. Woo! Several ferocious beasts bared their teeth, trying to scare Nan Fong away, lest Nan Fong snatch their food. Nan Fong ignored these 10-level little ferocious beasts, and strode forward until he came to a huge boulder. There is a line of words engraved on this huge stone, a famous hero, doing justice for heaven. This was carved before the south wind. But at this time, the words, famous hero, were drawn with a big X in blood, and a bright red word, death, was placed next to them. Ah! Nan Fong chuckled lightly when he saw this. It seems that the bandits in Black Crow Peak are quite bloody. If you want me to die, I don't know if you have the strength. The south wind stopped lingering and strode towards the flower village. When we arrived at Huatsuan, the sun was almost setting, leaving only a gorgeous sunset glow on the horizon. In the distance, Nan Fong saw a few wisps of smoke floating in the sky above Huatsuan. It should be that some villagers were lighting a fire to cook. Nan Fong breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Hanuman is still fine. It seems that the bandits from Black Crow Peak have not found this place. Call out. Nan Fong stepped forward quickly, easily climbed over the fence made of tree trunks, and entered the flower village. When several villagers saw a stranger entering the village, they immediately picked up the farm tools around them as weapons and rushed over cursing. After seeing clearly that the person coming was Nan Fong, the villagers immediately dropped their weapons and looked at Nan Fong with horrified expressions. Trembling. These guys are still so cowardly. Nan Fong curled his lips and strode towards Uncle Lee's cabin. The dilapidated and leaking hut was at the eastern end of the village. Uncle Lee, I'm back again. You didn't expect it. Nan Fong stood in front of the hut and found that the door was ajar. So he pushed it open and entered. But Uncle Lee is not at home. Nan Fong frowned slightly and looked around the hut. The cabin was empty, except for a rickety wooden bed and a tattered wooden table. What about the herbs? Nan Fong remembered that there were a lot of medicinal herbs piled up in the corner of Uncle Lee's house. But now, all these herbs are gone. The bad premonition in Nan Feng's heart became more and more serious. He walked out of the hut, went to another hut, and knocked on the door. Hello? Is anyone home? I'm quite polite. Nan Fong thought. No one spoke in the hut. But the breathing sounds of the villagers inside had reached Nan Feng's ears. There were people in the house. But they didn't want to open the door to Nan Fong. Sigh. Nan Fong sighed, took out Gatling and shot at the hut. He raised the muzzle of the gun a little higher and fired diagonally upward, without injuring the villagers in the house. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Within a second, the hut was shattered to pieces. The roof splintered, collapsed, and crashed down. Several villagers in the house hugged their heads, but they were still bruised by the pieces of wood that fell on their heads, and they screamed in pain. Hanuman is not a big place, but the movement here immediately attracted the attention of the whole village. The villagers did not dare to come over to watch the excitement. Instead, they hid in their homes and closed the doors and windows tightly, leaving only a small crack to observe the situation. Nan Fong kicked off the shaky wooden door, walked into the hut, and stood in front of a villager. Where did Uncle Lee go? The south wind goes straight to the point. This villager is about 30 or 40 years old, middle-aged and strong. But he was very afraid of the south wind. His eyes avoided, and he hesitated and said, Nan Feng smiled. You think clearly before speaking. Otherwise your wife and children will not survive tonight. The villager turned around, looked at his frightened wife and children behind him, gritted his teeth and said, Uncle Lily is dead. Nanfeng's face darkened, and his tone became extremely cold. How did he die? The villager's voice was trembling. He was from Black Crow Peak. A lot of people from Black Crow Peak came last night, and they beat Uncle Lee to death. Black Crow Peak. Nanfeng's face was gloomy, and his brain was spinning rapidly. It shouldn't be. Black Crow Peak already knew that the person who killed their companions was a famous hero. So why did they come all the way to Huatsun to kill Uncle Lee? Do they think Uncle Lee is a famous hero? This is unreasonable. Even Uncle Lee's thin old man has nothing to do with the word hero. Why did the people from Black Crow Peak want to kill him? Nan Feng stared at the villagers in front of him and said coldly, Why did the people from Black Crow Peak kill Uncle Lee? The villagers looked around with a guilty conscience and said hesitantly, No. I don't know. Nan Feng crushed one of the villagers' fingers. There are many people in the village. I can also ask others. They should be more obedient than you. Looking at Nanfeng's cold eyes, the villager quickly told everything he knew. It was Yaya. It was Yaya who said it. She told the people at Black Crow Peak that Uncle Lee killed 3 bandits. So Uncle Lee was beaten to death. Yaya? Nan Feng frowned and remembered. 3 bandits entered the village before and wanted to violate a little girl. It was Uncle Lee who rescued her. That little girl's name is Yaya. Uncle Lee obviously saved her. Why would she betray him? Nan Feng was a little puzzled. Yaya wants to go to Black Crow Peak and wants to be the wife of Black Crow Peak. Behind the villagers, a teenage boy suddenly said, That's why she confessed Uncle Lee and used this information to get a chance to go up the mountain. What a ruthless person. Nan Feng was a little angry. He didn't expect that there were such people in the world. Uncle Lee saved a white-eyed wolf. Nan Feng suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice, Where is Uncle Lee's body? The villagers pointed tremblingly outside the village. Soon, Nan Feng found Uncle Lee's body in the pile of rocks outside the village. He drove away several ferocious beasts that were eating the corpse. Looked at Uncle Lee's corpse inside. Uncle Lee had been beaten to a state of disgrace. There was no intact part of his body, and he could no longer die. Uncle Lee, save less people and do less good deeds in your next life. In this world, not everyone is human. You must be heartbroken to be betrayed by someone you saved. Nan Feng picked up Uncle Lee's body and buried him under a big tree. After a pause, Nan Feng used Netherworld Thorn to carve on the big tree the tomb of the good old man Uncle Lee. Then he dusted himself off and walked towards Black Crow Peak. Wait, I'm going to bring Yaya back to you now. Chapter 369, The Closed Disciple, Wang Defa. Where is Black Crow Peak? None of the villagers in Huatsun knew. They stayed in this small village all their lives and did not even dare to leave the village more than 5 kilometers. The world outside the village is too dangerous for them. They could only move around the village, picking fruits from the fields and occasionally hunting 2 weak ferocious beasts. Then every once in a while, the bandits from Black Crow Peak would come to buy food for 0 yuan and take away the food they had worked so hard to obtain. These villagers are actually the free labor force raised in the Black Crow Peak. This is also the reason why the bandits from Black Crow Peak only killed Uncle Lee, and not these villagers. Quite pitiful. Nan Feng thought this in his heart. But he had no sympathy for the villagers in Huatsun. Poor person must have something mean. Uncle Lee was kind enough to this group of villagers. But none of them helped Uncle Lee collect his body, leaving his body to be eaten by vicious beasts. Such villagers do not deserve sympathy. Nan Feng shook his head, came to a small road outside the village, squatted down and observed the marks on the ground. A famous person once said that there is no road in this world. If there are more people walking, there will be a road. At this time, Nan Feng deeply agreed with this sentence. The path outside the village was forcibly trampled by the phosphorus poison beast. The weight of an adult phosphorus poison beast can reach more than 1 ton. It lives like a steamroller, taking 1 step at a time and walking back and forth several times to make a path. As long as Nan Feng follows this road, he can go to Black Crow Peak. Without much hesitation, Nan Feng directly embarked on a journey to find Yaya. Yaya, you are born as a member of Huatsun, and you die as a dead person of Huatsun. You can't stay in Black Crow Peak. I'll take you home. The south wind ran along this path for a long time. We passed several villages on the way, and found that these villages were also imprisoned by Black Crow Peak. Nan Feng didn't alert the snake and went around it. It was almost early in the morning when Nanfeng slowly stopped. He found two figures of phosphorus poison beasts in front of him, as well as a little minion lying under the tree and snoring. Is this it? Nanfeng looked around with slight confusion. It was still in the wilderness, and it didn't look like a bandit's base camp. This should be a bandit patrolling outside. Nanfeng thought this way and touched it lightly. The two bandits, one fat and the other thin, slept soundly and snored loudly. The two phosphorus poison beasts were doing exercises seriously on the side and did not notice the arrival of the south wind. Whoosh! Whoosh! Nanfeng pulled the trigger and fired 2 shots, ending the lives of the two phosphorus poison beasts. Their huge bodies fell heavily to the ground with a loud bang. What's the situation? Are the two beasts so happy? The two bandits woke up from their sleep, sat up suddenly, and saw the phosphorus poison beast lying on the ground. A large amount of blood flowed out from under the body of phosphorus poison beast, and the bandit, who was still a little confused, instantly woke up. Before they had time to draw their weapons, Nanfeng had already appeared in front of them, and at the same time put the netherworld thorn on the neck of the thinner bandit among them. The thin bandit sneered, "I don't know whether to live or die." Before he finished speaking, he punched Nanfeng in the chest. Nanfeng remained motionless and sneered, "My breasts are stronger than yours." The thin bandit was shocked, knowing that he was facing a tough fight this time. He hurriedly said, "Why are you pointing the knife at me? Don't you think he's more of a threat?" The fat bandit next to him was stunned. After just one move, "You, a skinny guy, are already betraying your teammates?" The fat bandit raised his fist angrily and swung it at Nanfeng. But Nanfeng moved faster than him. He kicked the fat bandit 7 or 8 meters away with a single lift of his foot. He fell to the ground, tilted his head and died. The most threatening person is dead, and you are the only one left. After taking care of the fat bandit, Nanfeng turned back to look at the thin bandit. I saw the thin man kneeling on the ground with a thud, clasping his hands and raising them high, shouting, "Master, please bow to me as a disciple." South wind. What stuff? This sudden scene made Nanfeng a little confused. When the thin man saw that Nanfeng did not continue to attack, he immediately said with tears, "Master, I can't be this bandit for one day anymore. Please save me from the sea of misery." "Master." As he said that, the thin bandit kowtowed to Nanfeng 3 times. This, accepted a disciple for no reason? Want to survive? No need to go to such trouble. Nanfeng knelt down, looked into the thin man's eyes, answered my question, and I will let you live. The thin bandit immediately nodded, "Master, please tell me everything you know." "Very good." Nanfeng nodded with satisfaction. "What is your name, and what are you doing here?" The thin bandit said, "The disciple's name is Wang Defa, and he is preparing to go back." It turns out that these two fat and thin bandits went to several villages to buy food for 0 yuan today and plundered a lot of food. On their way back, they encountered a powerful beast and were chased all the way, but they finally got rid of it. But this also delayed a lot of time, and they failed to return before dark. The forest at night was very dangerous. The two bandits did not dare to travel overnight, so they could only rest where they were and wait until dawn before setting off. This happened to be encountered by Nanfeng, so they could only be considered unlucky. Nanfeng kept staring at the thin man's eyes, and saw that he didn't seem to be telling lies. So he continued, "Where is the Black Crow Peak? Give me some direction." When the thin Wang Defa heard this, he hesitated and said, This Black Crow Peak?" And Nanfeng put the netherworld thorn on Wang Defa's neck and said in a cold tone, "You only have one chance. I kill without blinking an eye." Wang Defa cried sadly, "Master, it's not that I won't tell you. It's just that I don't know where Black Crow Peak is. Do you think I look like Shabi?" Nanfeng's face darkened, and he was about to stab Wang Defa. Wang Defa said hurriedly, No, Master, I really don't know. How can we little guys know such a secret? Is it confidential?" Nanfeng rolled his eyes and asked, "Where will the grain you collected be transported this time?" Wang Defa quickly replied, "Black Crow City. All the things we collect will be transported to Black Crow City. Black Crow City has special people to transport valuable things to Black Crow Peak." "Master, I'm just a little guy, not even a team leader. I don't know anything, but I can take you into Black Crow City. If you want to go to Black Crow Peak, you must go to Black Crow City first." "Black Crow City? What kind of place is this?" Nanfeng frowned slightly. He originally thought that Black Crow Peak was just a bandit stronghold, and he could just throw a few grenades in and blow up the entire stronghold. But now it seems that things are not that simple. These bandits actually control a city? Nanfeng pondered for a moment and patted Wang Defa on the shoulder. Good disciple. From today on, you are my close disciple. Wang Defa's face lit up with joy. Nanfeng's remission meant that he didn't have to die. It's not in vain that he pretended to be a grandson for so long. If you want to become my disciple, you must first learn the unique secret book of my sect, the only one in the world. Gagan Yobi Gong. Nanfeng took out a qi and blood fruit from his backpack. After eating this magic pill, you can learn it instantly. It's very convenient. Wang Defa showed a bitter smile. I understand. I understand everything. Master, no need to say more. I will eat it right now. Wang Defa took the qi and blood fruit, struggled for several seconds, and finally swallowed it in his stomach. You know, Gooba. You know. Nanfeng stood up and pointed to the fat man's body in the distance. Go. Take off his clothes and wash them clean. I will wear them tomorrow. Okay. Master. I'll go right away. Wanda took off the fat man's clothes and ran to the river to wash himself. Nanfeng looked at Wang Defa silently for a while, guessing that he didn't dare to run away. So he left him alone. As soon as it gets light, I will go to Black Crow City to check the situation. Black Crow City is a city of bandits. It should be okay for me to go and fight against gangsters. Right? Maybe we can get a lot of food. Just as he was thinking about it, a low roar of a ferocious beast came from Nanfeng's tactical earphones. The direction from which the sound came was exactly on Wang Defa's side. A vicious beast is targeting Wang Defa. Or a ferocious beast above level 30? Nanfeng smiled slightly, grasped the netherworld thorn, and killed it carefully. Experience. I came to experience. Chapter 370, Killing the Three-Headed Snake. Since Nanfeng came out of the fog, this was the first time he encountered a beast above level 30. The number of powerful ferocious beasts outside the mist seemed pitifully small. Nanfeng even suspected that he would only be able to raise his level by killing people in the future. I wonder if this ferocious beast has any family members. Is the level of the family members high? Killing ferocious beasts is much easier than killing people. With Nanfeng thinking this way, he quietly approached Wang Defa and hid under the tree behind him. Wang Defa was still washing clothes hard by the stream. He didn't notice the south wind behind him at all. Nor did he notice that a vicious beast was approaching. Of course, with his strength, he really couldn't find it. Nanfeng put on the tactical mask and looked in the direction of the ferocious beast. After the previous low-light night vision goggles was upgraded, it became a tactical mask with many more functions. However, Nanfeng didn't do much research on the new function and always used it as a night vision goggle. Through the mask, Nanfeng clearly saw the ferocious beast in the distance. It was a giant snake with 3 heads. Its 3 heads are each different. In the middle is a snake head, swallowing snake messages. On the left is a wolf head with sharp fangs. On the right is a pig's head, which looks a little funny. 3-headed snake? Nanfeng thought and threw out the Eye of Insight. 3-headed serpent. Level 34. Introduction, possessing the bloodline of Hydra God. Powerful. Yo, a descendant of the snake god? Nanfeng raised his eyebrows. If he kills this thing, good things will explode. Right? The 3-headed snake was slowly swimming towards Wang Defa. Its thick body crushed the dead branches and made a slight clicking sound. The distance between it and Wang Defa is getting closer and closer. The wolf leader on the left has a fierce look on his face and a low and slight growl from his throat, trying to swallow Wang Defa into his belly. Wang Defa seemed to have a premonition of something, stopped what he was doing, and listened. 1 second, 2 seconds. It was quiet all around, except for the sound of the rushing stream. Wang Defa shook his head, hummed a tune and prepared to continue washing clothes. But as soon as he lowered his head, he saw a ripple of water coming. Wang Defa, who had lived in the mountains for many years, immediately realized what was happening and rolled back to escape. Hiss! 3-headed snake. The snake head in the middle spits out a snake letter, opens its mouth, and spits out a mouthful of dark green venom. Seeing that this mouthful of venom was about to spray on Wang Defa's back, Nanfeng behind the tree stretched out his hand and pulled Wang Defa over. Poof! The venom sprayed on the tree and soon corroded the trunk into pits. Very corrosive. Master! Master! Save me! Wang Defa was scared to death and hugged Nanfeng's thigh tremblingly. You hold my master's thigh and ask me how to conquer demons and eliminate demons? Nanfeng kicked his legs, kicked Wang Defa to the side, and rolled away, so as not to hinder his master here. This three-headed snake is not weak, and Nanfeng needs to deal with it with all his strength. Don't worry, master. When Wang Defa heard this, he ran away, far away from the battlefield. Nanfeng ignored him, poked his head out from behind the tree, and aimed 2 shots at the three-headed snake. The desert eagle roared, and both magic bullets hit the snake's head in the middle. Minus 8.1%. Minus 7.6%. The damage is okay. This three-headed serpent is not as strong as Nanfeng imagined. Hiss! Ho ho! Hum! The 3 heads of the three-headed serpent roared differently, expressing its anger. Before Nanfeng could fire again, the wolf head on the left roared and spit out a huge fireball. The fireball was bigger than its head, extremely hot, and contained terrifying energy. Nanfeng's face changed slightly, and he quickly rushed into the distance and hid behind another tree. The fireball roared and hit the tree where Nanfeng had been hiding. The big tree surrounded by 2 people burned to ashes in a matter of seconds. The fire spread around, and more big trees burned. Set fire to the mountain? That's too much. Nanfeng retreated continuously to distance himself from the three-headed serpent, then took out Barrett and poured the magic power in his body into it crazily. Wandering Dragon Beam Cannon. Nanfeng knew the power of mountain fires, and didn't want to continue to waste time with the three-headed serpent. So he directly used his trump card. A light blue beam of light roared out, mixed with traces of electric light, and blasted the snake head in the middle with 1 shot. Minus 44%. What surprised Nanfeng was that this shot failed to kill the three-headed serpent instantly, and it only lost about half of its health. Ho ho! Hum! The snake head in the middle was blown open, and the remaining wolf heads and pig heads screamed pitifully, and the huge snake body twisted wildly on the ground. After a few seconds, the wolf head and pig head controlled the snake's body and began to retreat. Do you have to blow up all 3 heads to kill it? Nanfeng raised his eyebrows and took long strides to chase after the three-headed snake beast. Where are you going? After finally encountering a mobile experience baby, how could Nanfeng let it run away? The injured, three-headed serpent was not very fast, so Nanfeng caught up with him within a few seconds and slapped it on the head. Three-headed serpent never experienced such an insult. The wolf head opened its mouth and spit out a series of fireballs, and the pig head was not to be outdone and spit out a series of ice spikes. The 2 heavens of ice and fire. However, the three-headed serpent was seriously injured and had poor accuracy, so these attacks failed to hit Nanfeng. Nanfeng fired a dozen more shots and killed the three-headed serpent very easily. A level 34 beast? It doesn't feel great either. Nanfeng was a little confused, compared with a level 35 silver moon spider in the fog. The strength of three-headed serpent is several times worse, but their levels are obviously only 1 level apart. Is there such a big gap between level 34 and level 35? At this time, Nanfeng suddenly remembered the 5 Yingjiang monsters he had encountered in Yancheng before. Among the 5 monsters in Yingjiang, only the scholar Gaoshua has reached level 35, and the other 4 are all at level 33-34. Similarly, only the scholar Gaoshua can pose a threat to Nanfeng. A silver needle he throws out can make Nanfeng's tiger's mouth numb. Maybe there is a gap between level 34 and level 35. Nanfeng thought so, and the man had already walked to the body of three-headed serpent and started to search for loot. Snake meat, wolf head, pig ears, neon sand. Neon sand? Nanfeng didn't pay attention to other messy materials. But this neon sand? Isn't this the upgrade material for my natal magic weapon? Nanfeng glanced at the panel and found that he remembered it correctly. Materials required to upgrade the natal magic weapon: neon sand, Qianquan rock, saltpeter, some sulfur, some charcoal, some. Among them, Nanfeng had already obtained the basic materials such as saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal. There were only 2 items left: neon sand and Qianquan rock, which Nanfeng had never found. Unexpectedly, it took no effort to find it even after trampling through the iron shoes. One of the key items was discovered in a ferocious beast that I killed today. In addition to the neon sand harvest, Nanfeng's level has also reached level 31. He had killed a lot of people before, and he was only a few steps away from being able to level up. This three-headed serpent gave him just enough experience. Today is another fruitful day. Nan Fong nodded with great satisfaction, turned around and walked back, preparing to meet up with the unlucky disciple Wang Defa, who had just been accepted into his sect. But when he returned to the creek, where was there any trace of Wang Defa? Ran? This guy is really fast. Nan Fong sneered, squatted down and observed the surrounding traces for a while, and then knew the direction of Wang Defa's escape. He picked up the bandit uniform floating in the creek, followed Wang Defa's footsteps, and followed slowly. A night of silence. Just before dawn, the south wind finally emerged from the dense woods. In front of him was a small city, and in the sky above the city, there were groups of black crows. Black Crow City has arrived. Chapter 371. The one carrying the wolf's head is Kong Long. Outside Black Crow City, Nan Fong saw Wang Defa staggering towards Black Crow City, and glanced back from time to time, as if to see if Nan Fong was following. But his eyesight was not very good. He didn't see such a big man as Nan Fong standing under the tree. He cannot be allowed to go to the city first to inform. Nan Fong, who was like a ghost, quickly caught up with Wang Defa, reached out, and patted him lightly on the shoulder. Wang Defa was frightened, turned around and saw Nan Fong, showing a forced smile. Master, you are okay. This is really great. Nan Fong patted his face. You traitor! You actually left your master and ran away. I will clean up the house today. Master, listen to me, Wang Defa hurriedly explained. I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to deal with that ferocious beast, so I came to Black Crow City to bring in reinforcements to rescue you. Nan Fong, haha. It turns out that this is how it is. My disciple is interested. Naturally, Nan Fong would not believe this inferior excuse. But now Nan Fong wants to sneak into Black Crow City and needs Wang Defa to lead the way, so he can only save his life first. Okay. No need to say any more nonsense. You can take me into Black Crow City now. Nan Fong put on the clothes of the fat bandit, used the animal's skin as a hat, covered his ears, and transformed into a handsome bandit. Wang Defa did not dare to refuse Nan Fong, so he could only lead Nan Fong towards the direction of Black Crow City. As he got closer, Nan Fong realized that there was a group of guards at the city gate, checking everyone entering and leaving Black Crow City. Nan Fong's face darkened. What's going on? What are they looking for? Wang Defa opened his mouth and explained, Master, this is the rule of Black Crow City. Everyone entering and leaving Black Crow City will be interrogated by the Black Crow Guards. The Crow Guard. Nan Fong nodded. Then if I walk in like this, I won't find anything unusual. Right? Just as Wang Defa was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed. Oh no! The phosphorus poisonous beast died outside, and the food is gone. If we go back like this, we will definitely be beaten to death. For every bandit who reaches level 15, Black Crow Peak will allocate a phosphorus poison beast to them. But these bandits only have the right to use the phosphorus poison beast, not ownership. In essence, phosphorus poison beast still belongs to Black Crow Peak's property. Without the phosphorus poison beast, it is equivalent to losing Black Crow Peak's money. Those Black Crow guards will definitely not let Wang Defa and Nan Fong go. Nan Fong understood the reason, lowered his head and pondered for a moment, and thought of a way. I killed a level 34 ferocious beast last night, and let's carry its body back. Isn't this much more valuable than the phosphorus poison beast? When Wang Defa heard this, his eyes were a little shocked. What? Master, you can actually kill even level 34 ferocious beasts? Am I dreaming? Then is it your level? Nan Fong, just tell me if it's feasible. Wang Defa nodded quickly. It is feasible. Of course it is feasible. These level 34 ferocious beast corpses are enough to exchange for 100 phosphorus poison beasts. Maybe I can get a blessing in disguise and be upgraded to a squad leader. Nan Fong took out a wolf head and a pig head from his backpack and threw the pig head to Wang Defa. Holding this pig's head, we go to the city. The two of them checked their confessions a little more to make sure there were no problems, and then walked towards Black Crow City. The sky was just getting bright now, and many people were pouring out of the city and walking towards the forest in the distance. Nan Fong learned from Wang Defa that it turned out that there were not only bandits in Black Crow City. Black Crow City is the closest city to the ancient forest. Hunters who want to go to the ancient forest to hunt ferocious beasts will choose to rest in Black Crow City before starting their action. The ancient forest is what the chosen ones call the Misty Forest. This forest is full of all kinds of powerful ferocious beasts. After hunting down ferocious beasts, Hunters will choose to exchange them for copper coins in Black Crow City, and then go to live happily. Although Black Crow City is a city ruled by bandits from Black Crow Peak, the security in the city is pretty good. No one dares to steal things blatantly, and no one dares to kill people blatantly. Because of this, Black Crow City has become the top 3 black markets in the Falling Sun Empire. Nanfeng asked, "Does the Crow King usually come to Black Crow City?" Wang Defa shook his head. The whereabouts of Lord Crow King are mysterious and unpredictable, and it is impossible for a little guy like me to know. Nanfeng thought about it, so he didn't ask any more questions. The two people soon arrived at the city gate. Seeing this, a Black Crow guard strode forward and said sternly, "Which hilltop do you two come from? What about the phosphorus poison beast?" Wang Defa stood in front of Nanfeng and said with a playful smile, "Brother Lin." "It's me, Brother Lin." Wang Defa under Boss Su. "Have you forgotten?" The Black Crow guard surnamed Lin looked Wang Defa up and down and remembered. "Oh, Wang Defa. Where is your phosphorus poison beast? Why did you come back carrying a pig's head?" Wang Defa said angrily, "I get angry when I say this. Brother Lin, didn't I go to buy goods with Brother Kong yesterday? As a result, on the way back, I encountered 2 ferocious beasts fighting. These 2 ferocious beasts were so fierce that the whole forest was shaking when they started fighting. Brother Kong and I were so frightened that we didn't dare to move. Then guess what? Hey, these 2 ferocious beasts were both injured and dying. Brother Kong and I figured it out. How could there be any reason not to reject this pie that fell from the sky? We rode on the phosphorus poison beasts and killed them. We never thought that these 2 ferocious beasts were almost dead, but they were so powerful. Both phosphorus poison beasts were bitten to death. When Brother Kong and I were extremely angry, our potential exploded, and we chopped off the heads of the 2 ferocious beasts and avenged the phosphorus poisonous beasts." Wang Defa shed tears while talking, which was very sad. The Black Crow guard glanced at the pig head held by Wang Defa suspiciously. "Is this the ferocious beast you are talking about?" Wang Defa shed tears and nodded, "Yes, Brother Lin. And so does the wolf head." As he said this, Wang Defa pointed at the wolf head on Guanfengkong's shoulder. The Black Crow guard looked at Nanfeng and frowned slightly. "I have never seen this brother before." Nanfeng's expression remained unchanged, and his right hand slowly reached behind his back. "Brother Lin. He is the younger brother that Boss Su just took in a few days ago. His name is Kong Long." Wang Defa turned to look at Nanfeng. "Brother Kong, please say H. Lo to Brother Lin quickly." Nanfeng roared angrily, "Hello, Brother Lin." The Black Crow guard named Lin nodded. "Okay. You go in. Take these 2 beast heads to be appraised to see if they are worth 2 phosphorus poison beasts. If it's not equal, humph, it will be easier for you too." Wang Defa nodded and bowed and said, "Okay. Thank you Brother Lin for letting me go." Nanfeng followed suit. "Thank you, Brother Lin, for letting me go." The 2 of them did not linger at the city gate and quickly walked into Black Crow City. Just 10 seconds after Nanfeng entered the city, a group of people came behind him. The leader was riding a phosphorus poison beast, wearing a feather fan and a scarf, and his eyes swept over Nanfeng's back. When the Black Crow guard surnamed Lin saw the person coming, he immediately greeted him. "I have seen the military advisor. This person is none other than Black Crow Peak's military advisor, Wencheng. Wencheng deserves a lot of credit for the development of Black Crow Peak to the scale it is today." Military advisor Wencheng hummed, stared at Nanfeng's back a few more times, and asked, "Do you know the 2 minions who just entered?" The Black Crow guard looked back, nodded and said, "Reporting to Master Military Advisor. I know you." Wang Defa is holding a pig head in his arms, and Kong Long is carrying a wolf head on his shoulders. Both of them are subordinates of Hall Master Su Zheng. Su Zheng's people? Wencheng narrowed his eyes slightly and lowered his head, thinking in his head. After a moment, he whispered softly, "The one carrying the wolf's head is Kong Long. Kong Long, carrying the wolf. Kong Long? Kong Long? I remember he wasn't so thin." This military advisor Wencheng actually remembered everyone in Black Crow Peak. Chapter 372 New Function, AR Face Changing. Black Crow City is much better than Nanfeng imagined. The roads in the city are smooth, clean and tidy. The sun has just risen, and there are already vendors setting up their stalls. Nanfeng also saw several teams of Black Crow guards patrolling back and forth to ensure security in the city. This doesn't quite look like a city run by bandits. Nanfeng saw a small vendor spreading a rag on the ground, and then took out a lot of items from the bag beside him and placed them on the rag. There are some shiny stones among them, which look like good things at first sight. Nefong looked at Wang Defa. He just put things on the ground casually like this? Aren't you afraid of being robbed? Wang Defa replied, who among ordinary people would dare to rob things in Black Crow City? Those Black Crow guards are not vegetarians. The Crow Guard. Nefong looked at the Black Crow guards patrolling back and forth. From the energy fluctuations emanating from their bodies, he could probably guess their levels. Each Black Crow Guard team has a team leader wearing black armor. These team leaders are at least level 30 or above. In just a few minutes after entering the city, Nefong encountered 4 teams of Black Crow Guards, which were 4 strong men at level 30. It can also be seen from this that the strength of Black Crow City cannot be underestimated. And level 30 strong men can be seen everywhere. I'm jumping into the dragon's den and the tiger's den. Nefong thought like this and started to be cautious. Master, let's go to the trading floor first and get rid of the pig heads and wolf heads. Wang Defa pointed to the road on the left and walked this way. Nefong threw the wolf's head to him. Okay. You go and deal with it. I'll take a look around. Wang Defa hesitated for a while, then nodded. Okay, Master. I'll leave first. The two parted ways, and Nefong walked around the area alone. The surrounding terrain was all recorded by the map function. With a map, even if Nefong encounters any danger, he will know which way to run. The sun slowly climbed into the sky, and it was already past 8 o'clock in the morning. More and more vendors are taking to the streets, selling various treasures. Of course, there are only a handful of things that can be considered treasures, and most of them are garbage. Nefong saw a few pebbles on a stall, and the stall owner also listed a price of 88,880 pebbles. Whoever buys it is the wrong person. Nefong passed in front of the stall and subconsciously threw out a eye of insight. What if this pebble is some kind of treasure? Otherwise, why would the boss price it so expensive? People always make mistakes, but the Puellary of Insight will never make mistakes. Pebble, this is an ordinary pebble that can be picked up anywhere. Yes, it is indeed rubbish. Nefong gave the boss a very contemptuous look. You dare to buy a pebble for 88,088. What a profiteer. Brother, are you attracted to my Flame Lion Inner Elixir? When the boss saw Nefong standing at his stall, he quickly said enthusiastically, This is a good thing. If you refine one of it, you can upgrade it to level 2. It's not expensive at all if I sell it to you for 88,000. Nefong chuckled. What do you care about this Yenshur Naiden? How does it look like the inner alchemy? The boss has no shame at all when his lies are exposed. Brother, you don't understand this. These inner elixirs are all taken from adult flame lions above level 40. They contain extremely abundant energy. It is normal that your level is too low to understand the secrets. Seeing that Nefong had no intention of buying it, the boss continued, Brother, you and I are destined. If you really want it, I can sell it to you cheaper. I don't want anything cheaper. Nefong didn't want to continue arguing with this profiteer boss, and was about to leave when he suddenly noticed that one of the pebbles was emitting an extremely weak purple light. Purple light? Grade B material? Nefong refreshed himself and released the Eye of Insight again. Qianquan rock, a small piece of gravel falling from the surface of the Qianquan beast. It is indestructible. Damn it. I actually found Qianquan rock here? This Black Crow City is indeed one of the top 3 black markets in the Falling Sun Empire. And such good things can be seen everywhere on the streets. Nefong picked up a few pebbles and looked at them calmly, with a tangled look on his face. After hesitating for a long time, Nefong said, Boss, your pebbles are very beautiful, but they are too expensive. It's not expensive. It's not expensive. My goose, oh. This is the Flame Lion's Inner Elixir. The price is really not expensive. Nefong shook his head and prepared to leave. The boss immediately became anxious. Don't leave. Brother, if you think it's too expensive, you can bargain. You should have told me earlier. Nefong turned around and held out 5 fingers. 50 copper coins. I want all the pebbles on this table. It's not that Nefong is too stingy, but he only has 50 copper coins on him, which he got in Yancheng. This is already his entire net worth. 50? The boss took a deep breath. Okay. 50 is just 50. You can pack it up and take it away. South wind. Oops. It's too expensive. Nefong was originally planning to wait until night to knock the boss unconscious and quietly steal the Qianquan rock. But he didn't expect that the boss would be so willing to sell it for 50 copper coins. But no matter what, Na Feng will not lose. He took out 50 copper coins and threw them to the boss. Then packed up all the pebbles on the table and threw them away. Not far away, Na Feng looked back and found that the boss had placed another table of pebbles. Muda, you are a profiteer. A pile of broken cobblestone sold me for 50 coppers. Cursing, Na Feng turned into an alley and threw away the useless cobblestones, leaving only the Qianquan rock. This fist-sized Qianquan rock emits a faint purple light. Na Feng pondered. It seems that only the chosen ones can see this light? Anyway, the profiteer boss must not be able to see it. Otherwise it would be impossible to mix Qianquan rock with a bunch of pebbles. Shaking his head, Na Feng didn't bother to think too much and directly upgraded his natal magic weapon. Ding! Your natal magic weapon has been upgraded to be level medium. Born divine weapon. Weapon name, rare arsenal. Current grade, B grade medium. Type backpack. Attribute, backpack grid plus 2500. Materials required for upgrade, demon bone, energy crystal. As the level of the natal magic weapon increases, more equipment will be unlocked. The following equipment upgrades for you. High explosive electric grenade, upgrade, from now on. Your grenade can be remotely controlled. Tactical mask, upgrade, added AR face-changing function, and integrated all the functions of tactical headset. This time the natal magic weapon was upgraded. There were very few improvements. In addition to the improvement of basic attributes, there are only new functions gained by grenades and tactical masks. Can grenades explode remotely? This improvement is very good. The tactical mask is integrated with the tactical headset. And there is also a new AR face-changing function. I'll try. Na Feng put on a tactical mask and used the AR face-changing function. The mask twisted for a while and soon turned into a mask similar to human skin, tightly attached to Na Feng's face. If Wang Defa were here, he would definitely be shocked, because now Na Feng looks exactly like Wang Defa. What a powerful AR face-changing. There is no flaw at all. With this ability, Na Feng can become whoever he wants. It's like a fortress. Chapter 373. A famous hero is really powerful. In the alley, Na Feng studied the AR face-changing function of tactical mask for a while. This function is very powerful. As long as Na Feng remembers the other person's appearance, he can transform into the other person's appearance within 2 seconds. However, the AR face-changing function has a 1-hour cooling time, which means that Na Feng can only change faces once per hour. But that's enough. An hour is enough for Na Feng to do a lot of things. In addition to the face-changing function, tactical mask has many other small functions, including the sound pickup and noise reduction function obtained after integrating tactical headphones, self-circulating oxygen supply function, eye protection mode, etc. These little features are quite useful. Na Feng played for a while longer, then returned to his original appearance and walked out of the alley. On the streets, there are more and more stalls and vendors, more and more tourists, and more Black Crow guards to maintain order. Na Feng saw the cobblestone seller and killed 2 more customers. This boss will be hacked to death sooner or later. Na Feng shook his head and walked to the trading floor, preparing to meet Wang Defa. The area of Black Crow City is not large because its location is awkward, on the edge of the ancient forest. From time to time, ferocious beasts would come out of the forest and attack Black Crow City. The area was too large to be conducive to defense. The trading floor is located in the central area of Black Crow City. After most hunters kill the ferocious beasts, they will choose to throw the carcasses of the ferocious beasts into the trading hall and exchange them for copper coins to go home. The trading hall in Black Crow City is fairly fair and not too shady. At most, items worth 100 copper plates are recycled, and they use 80 copper plates to recycle them, commonly known as the 8 Liang scale. The hunters were afraid of the Crow King's powerful strength and did not dare to say anything. They could only endure it. After all, there is only such a city with a radius of 100 miles. They can't go to a city hundreds of miles away to trade. Right? Moreover, maybe other cities are even more sinister. Na Feng wandered to the trading hall, recording all the terrain he passed along the way. There are more people on the trading floor. Most of them are businessmen, buying what they need on the street. Na Feng noticed that there were many Black Crow guards hidden near the trading floor, carefully watching the streets with people coming and going. Once someone dares to make trouble here, the Black Crow guards will come out and take the troublemaker away or kill them on the spot. Na Feng walked directly into the trading hall without squinting. Compared with the noise outside, The trading floor is much quieter. Everyone speaks softly, for fear of being beaten up by the Black Crow guard at the door. Na Fong scanned for a week and soon saw Wang Defa. I saw Wang Defa with a humble face, talking to a young woman with a cold face. Nanfeng's ears stood up like antennas, picking up all the chat between the two. Wang Defa spoke in a humble tone. Sister Wang, look at this. Can you add some more? The young woman, Sister Wang, spoke with a heavy tone full of disdain. Huh? 2 phosphorus poisonous beasts died, and you just want to fool them with a pig head and a wolf head? Wang Defa explained. These are level 34 ferocious beasts. Their flesh and blood are rich in energy. Even a level 30 expert would benefit greatly from eating them. Why can't they afford 2 phosphorus poisonous beasts? Sister Wang sneered. Are you drunk and haven't sobered up yet? Can a loser like you kill a level 34 ferocious beast? Wang Defa, what I said is true. Sister Wang. Otherwise, why don't you ask someone to check it? Sister Wang, no need. If I say no, it's not. This pig's head and wolf's head combined are only worth 1 phosphorus poison beast. You still owe me a phosphorus poison beast. As she said that, Sister Wang looked at Wang Defa with a gloomy face. If you can't pay this amount within 3 days, I will send you to the terrifying mine to mine. When he heard the name of the terrifying mine, Wang Defa's face trembled. Sister Wang, everyone's surname is Wang. We were the same family 500 years ago. There's no need to be so cruel. Right? Sister Wang took a sip. What kind of class are you? Having the same surname as mine? Get out of here. Seeing that Sister Wang seemed really angry, Wang Defa did not dare to say anything more, and could only walk to the door dejectedly without seeing Na Fong. Seeing that Wang Defa was about to walk out of the trading floor, Na Fong quickly walked up and patted him on the shoulder. Young man, were you hit? Wang Defa was startled, turned around and saw it was Na Fong, and then said with a sad face, Master, I don't want to be a bandit for a day anymore. They are so bullying. Nan Fong chuckled. Then go beat them up. Just beat the young woman just now. Wang Defa looked bitter. I don't dare. I can't beat her. Nan Fong looked like he hated iron and said, You can't even beat a woman. How are you worthy of being my close disciple? Wang Defa hesitated for a long time, and finally muttered, But you, the master, didn't teach me anything. Then I will teach you a trick now. Nan Fong points to the door of the trading floor. You go over and close the door. Wang Defa scratched his head. Why? Nan Fong, the first thing a disciple of the great disciple of Shen Fong must learn is to close the door. Go quickly and close the door. Wang Defa didn't know why, but he didn't dare not listen to Nanfeng's words. Nan Fong easily defeated the level 34 ferocious beast. To Wang Defa, Nan Fong was simply a godlike existence. Nan Fong told him to close the door. Then Wang Defa must close the door. Wang Defa carefully glanced at the Black Crow guard at the door, gritted his teeth, rushed over, and slowly closed the 3-meter-high wooden door with force. Hello. What are you doing? A Black Crow guard at the door shouted sternly, and drew out his sword to kill Wang Defa. But Nan Fong was 1 step ahead of him, flicking the netherworld thorn in his hand and stabbing the Black Crow guard to death. Mada, you dare to commit murder in Black Crow City. You are really tired of living. Several other Black Crow guards rushed towards Na Fong and Wang Defa. Wang Defa was so frightened that he almost wet his pants and his legs were shaking. This is the Black Crow guard. If he offends the Black Crow guard, he will die today. Nanfeng's tone was calm. Just keep closing the door. You don't need to worry about anything else. After saying that, Na Fong held a netherworld thorn in his backhand and faced it with a single sword and no horse. Most of these Black Crow guards are above level 20. And only a few have reached level 30. But their equipment was rubbish, and they didn't have any magic weapons. To Na Fong, these Black Crow guards were no different from kindergarten children. 1 knife at a time. No exceptions. Nanfeng's expression remained unchanged, and he stabbed 7 or 8 people to death in succession. The remaining Black Crow guards finally realized that something was wrong and quickly retreated away. Who are you? Do you know where this place is? One of the Black Crow guards shouted. Na Fong played with a netherworld thorn in his hand and chuckled. Don't you know who I am? Then why do you have so many people surrounding me? Na Fong had long noticed that a large group of Black Crow guards had surrounded the entire street. As expected, these Black Crow guards were here to capture him. Although Na Fong didn't know when his identity was exposed, he understood one thing. At this time, he must not hesitate and strike first. take advantage of the enemy's lack of preparation to create chaos and fish in troubled waters. At this time, everyone in the trading hall looked at Nan Feng and Wang Defa in shock, as if they did not expect that they would dare to kill the Black Crow guard here. What are you doing, kid? Is this a place for you to run wild? There was a big man with a beard on his face, roaring towards Nan Feng. A hunter in the hall recognized his identity. It's Fire Fist Barber. I heard that he reached level 33 last month. That's right. If he punches him now, the steel will melt. Those two idiots are dead. Nan Feng turned back and glanced at Barber. You are not from Black Crow Peak. Why are you here to join in the fun? Fire Fist Barber snorted coldly. I can't stand a person with no quality like you. Nan Feng was shocked. Brother, they are all bandits. Do you think I have no quality? Are you okay? Barber was stunned for 2 seconds, then shook his head and continued to walk towards Nan Feng. I can't stand people like you who make trouble everywhere. Watch me punch you to death. He quickened his pace, fired his fists with flames, and punched Nan Feng. Nan Feng turned around and punched. Punch to punch. Boom. Fire Fist Barber was blasted dozens of meters away and got stuck in the wall, unable to get it out. The bones in his right arm were completely broken, and his internal organs were severely displaced. It looked like he would not survive. Nan Feng waved his hand, extinguished the flames on his fists, and snorted, Fight with me? What's your level? There was silence in the hall. Everyone looked at Nan Feng in shock, speechless. But outside the hall, a feminine voice came into everyone's ears. There is a famous hero who is really powerful. Chapter 374 Crow King is coming. Hearing the title Famous Hero, Nan Feng couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Can anyone recognize this? Am I so famous now? Nan Feng looked outside the hall. There was a slightly thin young man holding a feather fan, looking at him with a smile. At first glance, he looks like a dog-headed strategist. Nan Feng put his hands behind his back, imitating the image of a worldly master, and said, I didn't expect that after so many years. There are still people who remember me. Whose family are you a descendant of? Military advisor Wen Cheng frowned slightly, confused by Nan Feng's words. Listening to his words, it seemed as if he had lived for a long time. So long that no one even remembered him. The unknown hero. Is there such a #1 figure in history? Why don't I remember? Wen Cheng pondered for a moment, looked up at Nan Feng, and suddenly smiled and said, I was almost fooled by you. And I forgot that you were an intruder. A few days ago, Nan Feng fought against the 5 Yingjiang monsters in Yangcheng, also using the name of the unknown hero. Black Crow Peak's intelligence system is very powerful. They have known about this news for a long time, and have recorded Nan Feng's appearance and characteristic. This is why military advisor Wen Cheng could recognize Nan Feng at a glance. Since you know that I am an intruder, you should know my record in Yangcheng. When Nan Feng saw that he couldn't frighten the other party, he stopped pretending. Why do you think you want to kill me? Aren't you afraid that you will all die in my hands? You may not know how attractive you, as an intruder, are to us. Wen Cheng smiled slightly. The moment I discovered you, I already informed Lord Crow King. Counting the time, he should be arriving soon. The Crow King is coming. Nan Feng was shocked when he heard from Uncle Li that this Crow King was a strong man close to level 40. Nan Feng didn't know how strong a level 40 expert was, but he estimated that he was at least on the same level as blind Tian Yuan. Looking back on Tian Yuan's strength, Nan Feng still has some palpitations. He and Long Woody teamed up, but they could only escape an embarrassment from Tian Yuan, which was enough to prove Tian Yuan's power. Now that Long Woody is not here, there is only one person in Nan Feng who cannot be the opponent of the Crow King. We must leave here quickly. Nan Feng's eyes narrowed, and he looked at Wang Defa. Why are you still standing there? Close the door quickly. When Wang Defa saw military advisor Wen Cheng, his legs were so frightened that he dared to close the door. This is the military advisor of Black Crow Peak, the person Crow King trusts the most. The person who is more powerful than one person in Black Crow Peak and more than 10,000 people. Offending Wen Cheng is equivalent to offending the Crow King, which is equivalent to death. It's good that Wang Defa didn't wet his pants in fear. At this time, Wang Defa cried sadly when he heard Nan Feng's words. I don't dare. Nan Feng curled his lips. Now that you are completely on the opposite side of Black Crow Peak, do you think the dog-headed military advisor outside the door will let you go? Listen to me. Close the door, and let them take a good look at how powerful my closed disciple is. He's so powerful. What's so great about closing the door? Wang Defa cursed in his heart. But he also understood that Nanfeng was right. In this situation, Black Crow Peak will never let him go. His only way to save himself is to listen to Nanfeng. Thinking of this, Wang Defa gritted his teeth and slammed the door of the trading hall. Boom! 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 The moment the door closed, there were explosions one after another on the street outside. Before Nanfeng entered, he threw a few grenades outside. At this time, he activated the magic power in his body and directly detonated all the grenades. The violent explosion made people's ears hurt. Wang Defa's eyes widened and he said in disbelief, Is this the movement I made? Nanfeng, yes. This is my disciple's special skill closing the door. Wang Defa still looked shocked. It's so awesome. Stop standing there stupidly and come with me. Nanfeng turned around and ran towards the back door of the trading hall. He didn't expect those grenades to blow up all the Black Crow guards outside the door. That was impossible. Nanfeng just wanted to create some chaos, and then take advantage of the chaos to escape. Wang Defa followed closely behind Nanfeng. This was his only chance to survive. When passing by the young woman's Sister Wang, Wang Defa suddenly stopped and slapped Sister Wang on the face with a big dick. What kind of class are you? Do you have the same surname as me? Ah? Sister Wang was so slapped that her eyes were filled with stars. And she stared at Wang Defa with anger on her face. Cool. Let's see if you dare to look down on others in the future. Wang De avenged the humiliation just now and felt refreshed. Seeing that Nanfeng had gone far away, he quickly quickened his pace to keep up. The people on the trading floor watched the two people leave silently. And no one dared to step forward to stop them. Just kidding. Fire Fist Barber was instantly killed by Nanfeng with just one punch. Who dares to go up and kill him? The back door of the trading floor. Nanfeng kicked the door away and strode out. There were also many Black Crow guards at the back door. As soon as they saw Nanfeng coming out, they immediately drew their swords and stepped forward. The strength of these Black Crow guards is average. Nanfeng doesn't even need the Desert Eagle. He can use Netherworld Thorn to deal with them. Fighting all the way out, Nanfeng soon left a large number of Black Crow guard corpses behind him. Wang Defa's legs were a little weak, but he still followed Nanfeng closely for fear of falling behind. Nanfeng fought through a street and was about to kill outside the city. But his face suddenly darkened. In the midair in the distance, there is a strong man wearing a black mink coat. Flying quickly. The Crow King is coming. Such a fast speed. Nanfeng was secretly frightened and couldn't hold back. Otherwise I might not be able to leave. Nanfeng originally wanted to sneak into the Black Crow City and find an opportunity to slowly find out the whereabouts of the Crow King. Unexpectedly, he had only been here for a long time. And the Crow King had already killed him in the face. It's really hard to keep up with the changes in plans. Nanfeng switched out Barrett and aimed at the Crow King in the sky. Wang Defa, you can find a way to escape on your own. My master has no time to care about you. Wang Defa swallowed. Even from a distance, the Crow King's powerful aura could suppress Wang Defa so much that he couldn't even walk, let alone escape for his life. Nanfeng also felt a strong pressure on his body, as if it was going to flatten him. Take my shot, Nanfeng shouted loudly, aimed at the Crow King's big head, and pulled the trigger. Explosive fire bomb. The bullet pierced the sky and shot toward the Crow King at a speed far exceeding the speed of sound. Hidden weapon? The Crow King's expression remained unchanged. And with a wave of his hands, he summoned a dozen large and small crows to stand in front of him. Explosive flame bomb hits the first crow and explodes instantly, shattering all the crows around it. But this shot was easily blocked by Crow King and did not pose a threat to him. Can actually summon crows? Could it be that this Crow King is a summoner? Nanfeng thought, raised his hand, and fired 3 consecutive shots. 3 magic bullets flew into the air, and immediately 3 crows flew over to block the bullets. Is this the only way? The Crow King sneered and sped up again to fly towards the south wind. Nanfeng's expression remained unchanged, and he pulled the trigger again. You like having crows block guns for you, right? How do you block this shot? Call out. Penetrating bullet. Fire. Chapter 375. Breakout of Black Crow City. Meeting an acquaintance again? Penetrating bullets shot straight into the sky, towards the Crow King. The Crow King had already summoned a large group of crows to surround him and protect him. It's such a fast concealed weapon. I feel like I can't avoid it. The Crow King was secretly frightened and did not dare to underestimate Nanfeng's opponent. But he didn't take Nanfeng's attack to heart. There were so many crows hovering around him. No matter what kind of hidden weapon it was, it would be blocked by those crows. Call out. Dumb! 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 Ah! Penetrating bullets shot through 7 or 8 crows in succession, and finally blasted a big hole in the face of the Crow King. Minus 5.11%. The Crow King screamed and almost lost control of his balance and fell from the air. He never expected that this hidden weapon would be so powerful that the crow he summoned could not stop it at all. This Crow King is much worse than Tianyuan, Nanfeng murmured. Blind Tianyuan's strength was ridiculously strong, and even Nanfeng's strongest attack could hardly break through his defense. In comparison, Crow King looked like a loser. Nanfeng's ultimate move was useless, and he was injured. Could this be a level 40 strongman? Master! Master, should we run? Wang Defa panted and looked at Nanfeng. After the Crow King was injured, the pressure on Nanfeng and Wang Defa eased, and they regained their mobility. Nanfeng nodded, of course. Run separately. Run now. The penetrating bullet just now penetrated half of Crow King's face. But Crow King only lost 5.11% of his health. This shows that the Crow King is very tough, and Nanfeng's normal attacks may not be able to break through the defense. Once the Crow King gets close, Nanfeng is still very dangerous. He is not his opponent for the time being. He will come back to deal with him after a while. In midair, the Crow King had stabilized his figure and came over with an angry look on his face. Nanfeng switched out the Desert Eagle, exploded the heads of several black crow guards, and then got into a side alley. Chase! Don't let him get away. For Lord Crow King. Kill! A large group of black crow guards shouted loudly and chased the south wind. As for Wang Defa, he had just run a few steps when he was caught by the black crow guard and sent to the military advisor Wencheng. Wencheng smiled and patted Wang Defa twice on the face. What is your relationship with him? Wang Defa's voice trembled. Military advisor Ming Jian. I was forced. If I don't cooperate with him, he will kill me. The villain doesn't want to die. Wencheng sneered several times and did not believe Wang Defa's lies. Come on. Put him in the dungeon first. Let the brothers in the dungeon take good care of him. And see how hard his mouth is. Wang Defa's legs went weak. No. Master Military Advisor. I really have nothing to do with him. 2 black crow guards came forward, holding Wang Defa on the left and right, and locked him into the dungeon. On the other side, Nanfeng was running around in the narrow alley, but he could never get rid of the black crow guard behind him. This is not surprising. After all, they are locals and are more familiar with the terrain here than Nanfeng. But Nanfeng was so fast that even the black crow guards couldn't catch up. Boom! Suddenly, the house in front of Nanfeng slammed down. Nanfeng was about to move aside, but suddenly a huge force came from his body, almost bending his legs. The house hit Nanfeng, splashing dust all over the sky. Unfortunately, the houses here are all made of wood and cannot cause substantial damage to the south wind. There's a saying that the egg is blind, and the pot is filled as soon as possible. The sturdy Crow King came from the front. There was a big hole in his face, and his words were leaky and could not be heard clearly. This was blasted out by Nanfeng's penetrating bullet just now. However, the Crow King's recovery ability is astonishing. This wound is healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It may not take half a day for the flesh to grow back. Nanfeng didn't want to beat more with the Crow King, so he raised his hand and threw out a black flash. A dark space suddenly appeared at the feet of the Crow King. The Crow King's expression changed slightly. The suction power of this black space was amazing. If you were sucked in, something big would happen. Nanfeng's attack methods were all very strange, and the Crow King did not dare to underestimate him. He quickly took a few steps back and distanced himself from the black space. With the Crow King's movement, Nanfeng felt the pressure on his body suddenly decrease. He rolled on the spot, then activated the stealth skill and continued to escape. Xiao Luo's cloak was still with him. This stealth is really useful at critical moments. Nanfeng passed right through a group of black crow guards, but no one noticed him. Where are people? Where did it go? I don't know. It suddenly disappeared. Old dog, use your nose to smell it and find him for me. The black crow guard shouted, searching everywhere for the whereabouts of Nanfeng. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of the Crow King. If Nanfeng ran away, where would he put his face as the king of Black Crow Peak? Chase me. Whoever can find the famous hero will be rewarded heavily. The black crow guards spread out and searched for Nanfeng's whereabouts. But those 3 seconds of stealth time had already allowed Nanfeng to run out of 2 streets and reach the street where he bought cobblestones. There are also a large number of Black Crow guards on this street, and they spot Nan Fong at a glance. It's here. A famous hero is here. Go ahead and catch him. Lord Crow King has many rewards. Black Crow rush. The Black Crow guards roared and rushed to kill Nan Fong. Nan Fong pulled the trigger and fired several shots. Aren't you afraid of death? Your life is your own. Why should you be so stubborn? Magic bullets poured out, one at a time. Even the level 30 Black Crow guard couldn't withstand Nan Fong's shot. This is the power of the natal magic weapon. So strong. He is indeed a hero. I am afraid that only Lord Crow King can fight him. Right? We just hold him back until Lord Crow King comes to deal with him. This group of Black Crow guards changed their thinking and no longer rushed forward to die. Instead, they chose to surround Nan Fong. Nan Fong turned his head and glanced behind him. The Crow King had already flown into the air and was coming. How come all these people can fly? Nan Fong threw 2 grenades forward and rushed out of the crowd again. When passing by the stall selling cobblestones, Nan Fong kicked his stall away. The boss looked at Nan Fong. Everyone was confused. Nan Fong, I knew that sooner or later. You, a profiteer, would have your business smashed. And it was just as I expected. Boss? Dumb! 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 Suddenly, there was a burst of cries behind Nan Fong, and a large group of crows rushed over. Nan Fong no longer hesitated, unfolded the devil's wings, and rushed up into the clouds, flying out of the city. He was not planning to expose the devil's wings. But Black Crow City was already surrounded by water, and it would be a waste of time to fight out. The Crow King sneered again, and sped up to catch up. I am the Crow King, and the sky is my home court. In heaven, do you still want to escape from my grasp? The Crow King flies much faster than Nan Fong, and coupled with the dense crows surrounding him, one person is like an army. Your home court? Do you understand the value of Nan Fong Express? Nan Fong was suspended in the air and took out a thick black barrel from his backpack. RPG bazooka. A cannon was fired, and the exhaust gas of the cannonball drew a pure white line in the air, hitting the Crow King directly. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and thick fog and fire shrouded the Crow King. This shot killed all the Crow King's body-protecting crows. But the Crow King himself was not seriously injured. The Crow King flew out of the thick fog. The south wind had already flown away, leaving only a small black dot. His face was gloomy, and the muscles at the corners of his mouth kept twitching. In the end, he didn't choose to catch up. Nan Fong's various attack methods made him a little confused about Nan Fong's true strength. If he rashly chased after him, he was afraid of being ambushed by Nan Fong. On the other side, Nan Fong flew as far as possible during the duration of Devil Wings. His physical strength is still a bit inferior to that of the Crow King, so continuing to fight would not be beneficial to Nan Fong. Call out Devil Wings when the time comes. Nan Fong slowly descends back to the ground. This Crow King shouldn't have reached level 40 yet, and he doesn't have any magical weapons. Let me develop for a while, and I can handle him as I please. I don't know if that boy Wang Defa ran away. He is so weak. I guess. Nan Fong patted the dust on his body, looked around, and prepared to kill in the direction of the ancient forest. There are ferocious beasts above level 30 in the ancient forest, making it a good place to level up. And compared to killing people, Nan Fong also prefers killing ferocious beasts. But before he took 2 steps, the sound of footsteps and curses could be heard in the distance. Caught up so quickly, Nan Fong's expression froze. He held the Desert Eagle tightly and looked towards the direction of the sound. After a while, a group of people walked out of the woods. Judging from their appearance, they seemed to be some kind of caravan, preparing to go to Black Crow City for trade. They are not the pursuers of Black Crow City. That kid is. Nan Fong's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw an acquaintance in the caravan. Earth Element, the very wealthy mobile treasury that Nan Fong met in Yancheng Diyuan. Chapter 376, Backfire. Enter Black Crow City again. Nan Fong had a chance encounter with Diyuan when he was fighting against the 5 Yinjiang monsters in Yancheng. At that time, Diyuan also offered 100,000 copper plates. As long as Nan Fong could kill the 5 monsters in Yinjiang, he could get this huge sum of money. But unfortunately, Nan Fong only killed 3 of them, and 2 others were seriously injured and ran away. I thought the 2 would never meet again in this life, but I didn't expect that just a few days later, Nan Fong would meet Diyuan again. What a fate! In the distance, Diyuan was cursing at his men. I spent so much money to hire you to protect me, Can you give me some treats? You don't want money anymore, right? Around him, 7 or 8 strongmen dressed like ancient bodyguards listened silently, and did not dare to refute. Yuan is their father, who is the financial sponsor. Anyone who dares to refute will have trouble with money. Yuan muttered a few more words. But when he saw that the bodyguards ignored him, he felt a little bored and said no more. Be careful. There's someone ahead. The strong man in the lead suddenly shouted sharply, looking straight in the direction of Nanfeng. Nanfeng stood on the side of the road, walking towards them slowly without hiding his figure. Stop! Take another step forward. Don't blame me for being rude. Several strong men surrounded Yuan in the middle, and stared at Nanfeng cautiously. Earth Yuan. We meet again. Nanfeng smiled slightly. The bodyguards raised their eyebrows. It turns out they were friends of their employer. Yuan's eyes also lit up. It's you. A famous hero. How will you be here? Nanfeng said. This is a long story. You also know that I am a hero. What does the hero want to do? Of course. We must punish rape and eliminate evil. The bandits in Black Crow City are arrogant and domineering, and their crimes are extremely heinous. I am here to do justice for heaven and eliminate all the bandits in Black Crow City. Everyone gasped when they heard this. What nonsense is this famous hero talking about? Want to wipe out all the bandits in Black Crow City? Go crazy. Yuan twitched the corner of his mouth and said in a deep voice, I know you are very powerful. But the Crow King of Black Crow City is not a waste like the Yingjiang 5 monsters. Are you sure you can beat him? Nanfeng, I had a fight with him just now. Let's go 50-50. I can't beat him. And he can't kill me. Yuan was shocked and mentally raised Nanfeng's strength to another level. Can he be evenly matched with the Crow King? No wonder he was able to kill the 5 Yingjiang monsters indiscriminately. Nanfeng looked at Yuan and asked, Are you heading to Black Crow City? Yuan did not hide anything. Yes. I went to Black Crow City to discuss business with the Crow King. Talking to the Crow King about business? Nanfeng couldn't help but take a high look at this rich young man. It seemed that he was not the rich second generation of an ordinary family. To be able to negotiate business with the powerful Crow King, Yuan's background must be extraordinary. Nanfeng pondered, Then you don't mind adding one more person to the team, right? Yuan was stunned. Are you going to Black Crow City too? Didn't you just come out of Black Crow City? I'm going to kill him, and take advantage of him to kill the Crow King. Nanfeng chuckled. Are you going to discuss business with the Crow King? I'll go and kill the Crow King, and you'll be able to gain nothing. After hearing this, Yuan lowered his head and thought for a while. His heartbeat quickened. He suddenly felt that what Nanfeng said made sense. Yuan asked, Are you sure you can kill the Crow King? Nanfeng replied, I am 80% sure. In fact, Nanfeng was only 30% sure and had to make a sneak attack. But he would not tell Yuan the real situation. Yuan played with himself in his mind for a long time. Then gritted his teeth. Damn it. You take care of the Crow King. I will take care of the Crow King's goods. We both have a bright future. A smile appeared on Nanfeng's face. Be bigger and stronger and create greater glory. Then, Nanfeng looked at the bodyguards beside Yuan. What to do with these people? Yuan also looked at them, thinking about whether to let them stay in the woods forever. These bodyguards were a little confused. They did not expect that what was originally a simple escort mission suddenly changed its nature. Oh my god. These two people are actually plotting to kill the Crow King. That's the Crow King. A half-level 40 expert, who can be considered a second-rate master in the entire continent. But what about these two people in front of me? One is a rich young man who doesn't know the sufferings of the world, and the other is an unknown hero who appears out of nowhere. How dare these two guys brazenly say that they want to kill the Crow King? Do you have any clues in your mind? Yuan muttered, Although these guys are very good, they have fulfilled their obligation to protect me along the way. I can't bear to kill them. Nanfeng, then let them return the way they came. And then I will protect you as you go to Black Crow City. Yuan nodded, gave several bodyguards a large sum of money, and asked them to return the way they came. The bodyguards were also happy and relaxed. They took the money and went back to live in style. On the way, several bodyguards were talking quietly. You said they weren't really going to kill the Crow King, right? Bullshit. Just the two of them? The Crow King can kill them all with one slap. Stop talking. It's none of our business. Just leave. On the other side, Nanfeng changed his face to a public face, drove 2 carriages, and took Yuan back to Black Crow City. On the way, the two of them also discussed the plan. More than half an hour later, Nanfeng arrived at the gate of Black Crow City. Compared with before, the security of Black Crow City at this time has increased a lot, and everyone entering and leaving will be strictly interrogated by the Black Crow guards. But Diyuan's identity is not ordinary. When a Black Crow guard saw Diyuan, he immediately came up to him. "Mr. Diyuan, you have finally arrived. Lord Crow King has been waiting for you for a long time." Diyuan nodded indifferently. "Well, lead the way." In front of these servants, Diyuan is still very capable. Nanfeng couldn't help but nodded, finally looking like a rich man. The two entered Black Crow City smoothly, and no one dared to stop them along the way. After a while, Nanfeng saw military advisor Wencheng walking towards him. "Mr. Diyuan, long time no see." Wencheng smiled. Diyuan responded, "It's been a long time indeed. Where is Lord Crow King?" "Wencheng, Lord Crow King is waiting for you at the City Lord's mansion. Please come with me." Walking all the way to the outside of the City Lord's palace, Wencheng suddenly stopped Nanfeng. "I'm sorry, Mr. Diyuan. Your guards can't enter." Nanfeng nodded lightly, not surprised, and stayed outside the City Lord's palace. When Diyuan was on the way, he told Nanfeng that he could not enter the City Lord's mansion. "If you want to kill the Crow King, you can only find another way." Diyuan walked into the City Lord's mansion and suddenly turned back to look at Nanfeng. "You can go shopping around and buy whatever you want, and it will be recorded in my account." After saying that, Diyuan turned to look at military advisor Wencheng. "This should be no problem, right?" Wencheng smiled and said, "Of course it's no problem. There are a lot of good things in Black Crow City. Your guards might be able to find some good stuff." Nanfeng nodded, turned and left here. After wandering around the city for a while, he got rid of all the Black Crow guards, who were watching him behind him. Afterwards, Nanfeng returned to his original appearance and ran towards the dungeon. He had stuffed a grenade into Wang Defa's clothes before. At this time, he sensed the location of the grenade and quickly found the place where Wang Defa was imprisoned. Sneak. Nanfeng became invisible and sneaked into the dungeon. Snapped. Snapped. The sound of whipping reached Nanfeng's ears. Nanfeng walked over cautiously and saw a group of Black Crow guards torturing Wang Defa with various tools. "Explain. Where is the famous hero? What is your relationship with him?" Wang Defa screamed repeatedly. "I don't know where he is. I really don't know." The Black Crow guard sneered. "You are tough, right? Come on. Give me a pair of scissors. I want to see if it's his mouth that's hard or his body that's hard." Hearing this, Nanfeng subconsciously tightened his legs. These Black Crow guards are really not human beings. Chapter 377 Wang Defa's Special Move. The Black Crow guard walked towards Wang Defa with a pair of big scissors and a wicked smile on his face. Wang Defa looked horrified. "No. No!" The Black Crow guard sneered. "If you don't do it again, your Kun will leave you." Wang Defa clamped his legs tightly, his face full of despair. It's not that he doesn't want to say it, but that he really doesn't know where Nanfeng is. His mouth is really not tough. But in this situation, if he doesn't say something, he will be extinct. Wang Defa's brain was spinning rapidly, and he quickly thought of a countermeasure. He opened his mouth and begged for mercy loudly. "Don't! Brother!" I said it's not okay." All the Black Crow guards looked at each other and laughed. "I thought you were so tough. But it seems like you are nothing more than that." Wang Defa nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yes. Actually, my mouth is not harsh at all. I have been thinking about it for a long time." Upon seeing this, Nanfeng did not rush to rescue him, but hid in the dark to see what kind of plane Wang Defa was planning. The Black Crow guard put down the scissors in his hand. "Stop talking nonsense and tell me quickly. Where is the famous hero hiding now?" Wang Defa swallowed and calmed himself down. He was hiding in a very hidden place. "I can't tell clearly." "Let's do this. Let me down and I'll take you there." Hearing this, the Black Crow guard stepped forward and gave Wang Defa a big fight. "Do you think I'm stupid?" This big fight made Wang Defa vomit out a large mouthful of blood. Wang Defa looked aggrieved. "I am so weak. How could I escape from the hands of all the big brothers? What I said is real." Several Black Crow guards looked at each other and felt that what Wang Defa said made sense. Any one of them can hang up Wang Defa and beat him. But Wang Defa cannot run away. "Old dog. Go and inform Master Military Advisor and Master Crow King." The leader of the Black Crow guard thought for a while and asked his men to invite the military advisor and the Crow King over. He knew how powerful the famous hero was. They alone couldn't catch the famous hero. The Crow King had to take action himself. The Black Crow guard named Lao Go quickly walked out of the dungeon and ran towards the city lord's mansion. There was a trace of anxiety on Wang Defa's face. If he waited for the military advisor and the Crow King to arrive, wouldn't he be dead? Thinking of this, Wang Defa hurriedly said, "Brother, can you put me down first? It was so uncomfortable to hang me like this." The leader of the Black Crow guard gave him another hard fight. "Let you down? Do you think that's possible?" Wang Defa's face turned stern. "If you don't let me down now, when Lord Crow King comes, I won't be able to say a word. Let me see how you explain it to Lord Crow King." The Black Crow guard's expression changed slightly. If Wang Defa really didn't say anything, then the Crow King would only think that he was not doing things well. When the time comes, he will be the one to face a big fight. The Black Crow guard's expression turned gloomy. "You better not play any tricks, or I'll cut your little pumpkin in half." After that, the Black Crow guards untied the chains on Wang Defa's body and lowered him down. Wang Defa was already covered in wounds and blood, and looked scary. But in fact, his injury was not too serious. The Black Crow guards were afraid of beating him to death, so they didn't dare to strike hard. There were only superficial wounds on his body, but no internal organs were damaged. Wang Defa sat on the ground, grinning and gasping, while the Black Crow guards stood guard at the door of the cell, staring at Wang Defa, leaving him with no way to escape. Every one of the Black Crow guards here is more powerful than Wang Defa. There is absolutely no way he can escape. But Wang Defa had his own ideas. I saw him suddenly burst into flames, rush forward and close the cell door, and at the same time shouted with all his strength, "Nirvana!" Close. Door. Black Crow guards? Nanfeng observing in secret? The entire dungeon suddenly fell into silence, and everyone looked at Wang Defa like a sand sculpture. What is this sand sculpture doing? It was Nanfeng who reacted first and hurriedly took out a grenade and threw it out. Magic power surged, and Nanfeng detonated the grenade without giving the Black Crow guard time to react. Boom! The powerful shock wave blew the Crow guards away and blasted a large hole in the dungeon wall. So strong. Such a strong special move. Wang Defa looked excited, looked down at his slightly trembling hands, and murmured, "I really learned it. I have learned the secret skills of the disciples who closed the door." Ha ha! Wang Defa laughed loudly, opened the cell door, and then closed it firmly. South Wind, you've never finished riding a horse, right? Nanfeng was helpless. After all, he was the one who was bragging, so he could only clean up the mess by himself. Boom! Another grenade exploded, and dust filled the entire dungeon. The Black Crow guards were dead, injured, and fell to the ground wailing in pain. They couldn't understand how this Wang Defa could suddenly be so powerful. Wang Defa was addicted to playing, and was ready to open and close the door again. Nanfeng quickly came out of the darkness. "Disciple, my master is here to save you." Hearing the sound of the south wind, Wang Defa was overjoyed. "Master? How do you know I'm here?" "The teacher will know your position just by counting." Nanfeng had an unfathomable look on his face. "Okay. Hurry up and leave here with me. You won't be able to leave when the Crow King comes over." Wang Defa took a breath. "Yes. A Black Crow guard named Lao Go just went to invite the Crow King." "Yes. Yes. Let's go quickly." Wang Defa quickly walked out of the cell and followed Nanfeng out. The movement here has attracted a large group of Black Crow guards, and they have surrounded the dungeon door with water. There are more Black Crow guards coming from all directions, and if nothing unexpected happens, the Crow King will also come here soon. Nanfeng looked at the dark bandits outside the dungeon, sighed, and prepared to take out the Gatling and start killing. Unexpectedly, Wang Defa suddenly rushed forward and shouted, "Master, let me deal with them." He used all his strength to push the dungeon door. "Must kill. Close the door." "South Wind, you are too lazy to close the door, and you are almost out of grenades." Nanfeng suddenly felt very tired. He threw a grenade through the crack of the door while Wang Defa was not paying attention. Boom! There was a violent explosion outside the door. Wang Defa looked proud. "Master, how is it? I'm a closed-door disciple, so that's okay." Hee. Nanfeng showed a fake smile and opened the door. "Stop playing and rush out with the master." Outside the gate, the grenades did not cause too many casualties to the Black Crow guards. But when Nanfeng came out with a black, thick Gatling gun with 6 barrels, their casualties were huge. Ta-ta-ta-ta. In just 10 seconds, corpses and flesh were everywhere outside the dungeon. The remaining Black Crow guards were frightened and quickly found cover to hide. Upon seeing this, Nanfeng quickly fled with Wang Defa. 2 minutes later, the Crow King flew from a distance and landed outside the dungeon. His face ashen. Famous heroes. You wanna die? Chapter 378 Gonghua Master Nan Mao. Inside Black Crow City, Nanfeng and Wang Defa came to a yard that had been abandoned for a long time. Nanfeng stood in the courtyard, looked around, and frowned. This place is the safe house you mentioned? This yard doesn't even have walls. Only some wooden fences, which have nothing to do with safety. Wang Defa chuckled and said, Master, the safe house is here. He took a few steps forward and pushed aside some rotten boards and weeds. Underneath, there was a wooden door covered with moss. It is said to be a wooden door, but it is actually a wooden cover. There is a cellar down here, which is my secret base. I have hidden a lot of food in it. Enough for 7 or 8 days. Wang Defa opened the wooden door and jumped down. Master, come in and play. By the way, help me close the door when you come in. I can't just close the door now. Nanfeng was speechless. He looked around and saw that there was no one nearby. So he jumped into the cellar and closed the wooden door. This cellar is not big. Only 5 or 6 square meters. But it is enough to hide one person. There was a tattered wooden bed in the cellar, as well as some non-perishable food piled in the corner. Wang Defa said with emotion, It's too dangerous to work in our profession. If we don't protect everything, just people will come to kill us one day. So I left myself a way out. Nanfeng nodded. Then you can hide here for 2 days. When I find a chance to kill the Crow King, you can come out. Wang Defa, okay. Master, then you have to be careful. Nanfeng, be careful and don't make too much noise, lest the Black Crow guard hear you. Don't worry, Master, as long as the Crow King doesn't come in person, I'm not afraid. Wang Defa happily pointed to the wooden door of the cellar. There is a door here. What the HL? Nanfeng was silent for more than 10 seconds and then said, Disciple, this special move of closing the door can only be used 5 times in a lifetime. So you should use it sparingly. What? Can only be used 5 times? Wang Defa counted on his fingers and was suddenly confused. I have used it 4 times. So isn't it the last time left? Master, what is the principle of this? Can't you give me 5 more times? Of course not. This is the secret technique of our sect. You can add it as you please. Nanfeng waved his hand and said no more. The more you talk, the easier it is for holes to appear. Okay. You stay here well, and I will leave first. Later, Nanfeng left the shocked Wang Defa and left the cellar. Before leaving, he also moved a large stone from a short distance away and pressed down the wooden door of the cellar to prevent the Black Crow guard from discovering him. After doing all this, Nanfeng's AR face changing, cooldown time was also gone. He changed back to the face of the previous DUN bodyguard and continued to wander on the street. At this time, there was a feeling of tension on the street. A large number of Black Crow guards are checking at various intersections. Once an unidentified suspicious person is found, they will be arrested directly. This makes many hunters dissatisfied. Why do you arrest my brother? What qualifications do you have to arrest my brother? We are official members of the Hunter Alliance. Can we catch you if you want? Don't think that because you are the Black Crow guard, I'm afraid of you. At a crossroads, 7 or 8 hunters and 2 teams of Black Crow guards quarreled. The reason is that among these hunters, one of them came to Black Crow City for the first time. The Black Crow guard guessed that he might be an accomplice of a famous hero, and planned to take him back for interrogation. But such a domineering move also aroused dissatisfaction from other hunters, and the atmosphere was very tense. One of the Black Crow guards looked cold and snorted. Lord Crow King has ordered that all the strangers in Black Crow City today must be brought back for interrogation. If you have any objections, you can tell Lord Crow King in person. The hunters looked at each other. Black Crow City was attacked today. Everyone knows that the Crow King is angry now. Who dares to touch his bad luck? But letting the Black Crow guards take away their companions like this, these hunters felt a little aggrieved. More and more people gathered around to watch the excitement, including powerful hunters, businessmen from other cities, and some natives of Black Crow City. Nanfeng mingled among the crowd, rolled his eyes, and suddenly thought of something. I remember that after the tactical mask was upgraded, it also had the function of a voice changer. Nanfeng tinkered with it for a while, and soon figured out how to use the voice changer. He changed his voice into a high and shrill female voice. The attack on Black Crow City was not our fault. So why are you arresting us? Do you guys think so? Yeah. That is. What does it have to do with us? Instead of catching the murderer, arrest us good citizens? Is this what the Crow Guard does? Among the crowd, there were a few people who did not mind the excitement and responded to Nan Fong. The Black Crow Guard team leader's face darkened. This is Black Crow City. We, the Black Crow Guards, are not in charge of what we do. It's not your turn to point fingers. As soon as these words came out, the hunters suddenly became unhappy. What's the meaning? You, the Crow Guard, are superior, right? There were several powerful hunters staring at these Black Crow Guards with unkind eyes. But they did not take action. After all, this was Black Crow City, the headquarters of the Black Crow Guard. To take action here would be to seek death. What's more, the Crow King is also in Black Crow City today. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more tense, Na Fong couldn't help but continue to fight. Na Fong, are you the Black Crow Guard? Amazing? After you leave this Black Crow City, you'll be done with it if you see if I can cut it or not. Na Fong, haha. These Black Crow Guards are really bullying people. I originally had a sum of 2 million to sell. But now that I think about it, I might as well forget it. South Wind, Crow Guard. Shabby. Na Fong said a word and wanted to change places. The Black Crow Guards looked at the crowd for a long time. But they couldn't find Na Fong. Their faces were ashen. You trash. How dare you scold the Black Crow Guard? Do you want to die? This time, there was no need to use the South Wind to support the fire. And someone started to speak. Who do you think is a waste? Can you say that again? Grass. A few little Black Crow Guards. I don't know what they are arrogant about. Do you really think we are afraid of you? Let him go. No one can take away my brother today. It's too much. I can't bear it anymore. Ah! Among the crowd, no one knew who threw a stone and hit a Black Crow Guard on the head. The Black Crow Guards were furious and drew their sabers one after another, looking around fiercely. When the hunters saw it, they thought, "Oh, you still dare to draw your sword? Do you want to kill someone? Mad. Hit him. Beat. Kill these Crow Guards." The hunters who dare to come to Black Crow City are all above level 20. And a few hunters are even over level 30. Which is no worse than the strength of the Black Crow Guards. I didn't take action before. Mainly because of the presence of Crow King here. Now that someone has taken the initiative, everyone doesn't have so many worries. Let's fight first. If you can't fight, just run away. No matter how strong you are. Crow King, can you kill all of us? In an instant, there was a fight at this intersection. As the initiator of the stone throwing, Nan Fong silently withdrew from the crowd and slipped away. It is not advisable to stay here for long, lest you get beaten. However, Nan Fong had just taken 2 steps when he noticed a gaze on him from the second floor of the inn next to the street. Nan Fong looked up and his heart skipped a beat. The person staring at him, with a soft face and a feather-shaped turban, was none other than Wen Chung, the military advisor of Black Crow City. Why is he here? When Nan Fong was thinking about whether to go up and give him 2 blows, he found that there were 2 people beside Wen Chung, Crow King and Di Yuan. Di Yuan held a chicken drumstick in his mouth, and Nan Fong stared at him with big eyes. After being silent for a long time, Nan Fong said awkwardly to break the deadlock, "Boss, are you here to eat?" Chapter 379, Incidents in the Mist. Riots continued in the streets. The Crow King on the second floor had a gloomy face, and a terrifying aura emitted from his body, shocking the entire audience. Oops. The Crow King is here. A hunter who was desperately beating the Black Crow Guard changed his face, covered his face with his hands, turned around and ran away. When the other hunters heard this, they were frightened and ran away one after another. In the blink of an eye, only a group of Black Crow Guards fell to the ground and howled. There is no way. There are too many hunters. And there are too many strong men. They really can't beat them. Fortunately, the hunters haven't gotten too ahead of themselves and know that this is Black Crow City. So they don't dare to be cruel. Otherwise, there must be several Black Crow Guards dying here. Why are you still standing down there? Come up quickly. On the second floor, Di Yuan held a chicken leg in his mouth and waved to Nan Fong. Nan Fong thought in his heart, they probably didn't realize that it was me who made the fire just now. Right? Well, I probably didn't notice it. Otherwise the Crow King wouldn't have come down to kill me. After pondering for 2 seconds, Nan Fong felt that there was no danger. So he strode forward. The second floor of the inn. Crow King Wencheng Diyuan shared a table with 9 dishes and 1 soup. Around them, there are 10 black crow guards guarding here. The 10 black crow guards looked indifferent and stared straight ahead. Each of them was above level 30. They are the elite among the black crow guard. Nefeng passed through the black crow guards, came to the table, and whispered, "Boss, I'm here." Diyuan looked at the Crow King with a smile. "This is the little brother I just took in. He is very strong, but he is a bit naughty. Don't blame me, Lord Crow King." Military advisor Wencheng said with a smile. "You can see that, Mr. Diyuan. This younger brother can actually change his voice. He is indeed a talent." Nefeng was shocked. He didn't expect that all the little tricks he did downstairs just now were seen by the military advisor. While thinking about how to explain, he quietly put his right hand behind his back. "Ha ha ha." Diyuan suddenly burst into laughter. "He was naughty. My little brother is just naughty. Don't blame me, Master Military Advisor." Diyuan's simple words helped Nefeng get out of the situation. Wencheng couldn't continue to pursue this matter, but he obviously didn't want to let Nefeng go. So he suddenly shouted, "Kong Long." Nanfeng's expression was calm and unresponsive. Diyuan asked in confusion, "Kong Long? Master Military Advisor. Who is Kong Long?" "Sorry. I saw that this little brother's figure is a bit similar to Kong Long from Black Crow Peak, so I called him by the wrong name for a while." The military advisor smiled and said, "By the way, Mr. Diyuan, you still don't know the name of this little brother? Ning Kun. My little brother's name is Ning Kun, and he is from Ningxing." Diyuan's answers are fluent. Before entering the city, Nefeng and Diyuan had communicated in advance and would not reveal their secrets on such an issue. "Ningxing Ningkun?" Wencheng showed a thought-provoking smile. "We in Black Crow City and Ning City have frequent business contacts. Why haven't we heard of a master named Ning Kun in the Ning family?" Diyuan's face froze. This question was not easy to answer. Nefeng was not in a hurry. "Have you never heard of my name? Ning Kun?" "Your Black Crow Peak intelligence is a bit behind." Before the military advisor could speak, Nefeng shook his head and said, "There is a man in Ningxing who is good at verbal skills, and his name is Kun. Kun G6. You speak very well. I am your uncle. I will shoot you by Ubu." This smooth talk made everyone stunned for a moment. This is a popular jingle in Ningxing, and you haven't heard of it? Nefeng counterattacked an army. "Boss, I have some doubts about their identity. This person may not be the Crow King." Crow King and Wencheng looked at each other and suppressed the doubts in their hearts. In fact, there is no business relationship between Black Crow City and Ningxing at all. It was the military advisor who deceived Nefeng. Fortunately, Nefeng was relatively calm and had downloaded the anti-fraud app before crossing, so he was not deceived. A turbulent crisis was just fooled by the south wind. Nefeng watched eagerly as they finished their meal, and then returned to their residence with Diyuan. There are still some details of the business between him and the Crow King that have not been completed, and the two parties agreed to continue the detailed discussion tomorrow. Nefeng is not in a hurry. There are many opportunities to assassinate the Crow King, so he is not in a hurry for a day or two. At night, Nefeng was lying on the bed, preparing to have a comfortable sleep to relieve the fatigue of the past few days. His tactical watch suddenly vibrated. "Someone is looking for me." Nefeng opened the panel and entered the chat channel. Huang Yuanming, Nefeng, Long Woody, Catherine Weina, Xuanqing, all the great gods, come to the rescue. Andre, Hainan City is destroyed. The chosen ones of Hainan City, go northwest. There will be someone here to pick you up. Taro Sakura, Nani, come quickly and support Nanhai Daocheng. We can't hold it anymore. Xiao Luo, you Sakura people can take over the city of your Sakura country. Sakura Yudo, Baga. Is there still a split at this time? You people from the Dragon Kingdom are indeed a stingy race. Chung Yamo, hey, look at the sword. The chat channel was very lively. Nefeng looked through the chat records for a while and understood the whole story. In the mist, it was originally quite peaceful, but starting from the past 2 days, the chosen ones discovered a ferocious beast, Calcastone Spider. This was originally a good thing. Killing ferocious beasts would increase your level. Several chosen ones followed the Calcastone Spider's movement path and found their lair. This was not a big deal at first. Everyone just hunted the Calcastone Spider at the entrance of the cave, which was quite safe. But a few fools felt that this was too inefficient. So they lit a fire at the entrance of the cave and blew all the smoke into the spider cave. Now, the copperstone spiders came out in force. Tens of thousands of them. Each one was above level 30. There were also several silver moon spiders mixed in, causing heavy casualties to the chosen ones. The cities of the chosen ones closest to the spider cave fell quickly, and it was unknown how many people died under the spider's legs. Seeing that the situation was a little out of control, everyone could only call for support, hoping that a few big guys from outside the fog would come back to deal with these spiders. Did they poke the spider nest? Nanfeng frowned slightly. He knew about the spider nest, and he and Xiaonan went in to explore it. But Nanfeng didn't know what was in the depths of the cave. He only knew that it was very dangerous inside, and there might be even more powerful beasts than a silver moon spider. There may be ferocious beasts above level 40. If there is no strong person in charge, the chosen ones will really suffer heavy casualties. After thinking about it, Nanfeng replied in the chat channel, "You shrink the defense line first. I am very close to the fog, and I will find a way to get back as soon as possible." Chapter 380. Who is in the sedan? Such a cup. Nanfeng opened the handsome guys group and asked some questions about Nancheng in the group. The good news is that Nancheng is relatively far from Spider Cave and is still safe now. The bad news is that the spider army is moving towards Nancheng and may arrive in Nancheng in a few days. There was not much time left for Nanfeng to return to defense. Long Woody has gone somewhere these days, and no one can contact him. Catherine Amos, Xuanqing and other powerful people were teleported to distant places and could not come back in a short time. Only Nanfeng can go back. Nanfeng, I'll rush back as soon as possible, but you guys should be careful. After sending this last message, Nanfeng turned off the panel and prepared to rest. If there is no chance to kill the Crow King tomorrow, Nanfeng will give up temporarily and go back to the mist first, and wait for another chance later. I don't know if I can go back if I enter the fog from the outside? With this doubt, Nanfeng slowly fell asleep. Within the fog, Nancheng. Only a few days have passed, and Nancheng has begun to take shape, with houses scattered in an orderly manner. The number of residents in the city has reached more than 5,000, most of whom are ordinary people, and the number of the chosen ones is only a few dozen. Most of the chosen ones in Nancheng are still working hard to upgrade in Area 527, and cannot make it for the time being. Su Zurin looked at the messages coming from the group with a solemn expression. Cheng Yamo, the latest battle report shows that the Spider Army defeated Nankai Daocheng in only 2 hours. Wang Yuanming, because the Sakura people in Nankai Castle only defended symbolically, and then withdrew to Mushideo Castle. Wu Yuanran, they don't even want their own city? Playing so big? Su Ming, it's a bit strange. I feel like it's possible to defend with the hut behind you. Xiao Ran, they want the Spider Army to pass through Nanhai Daocheng and kill directly at our southern city. Nankai Castle and Nancheng are adjacent, and Nancheng sewage and sewer pipes lead to Nankai Castle. The Sakura people did not want to become cannon fodder, so they retreated decisively, leaving Nancheng behind. In this way, there would be no buffer from other cities between the Spider Army and Nancheng. Su Zurin, how many chosen ones are there in Nancheng currently? Huang Yuanming, counting Yuran, Wu Chainan and others who just reached level 30 today. There are 28 people in total. 28 people. Su Zurin frowned. Where is Lu Daqiang? Hasn't this guy conquered his inner demons yet? Wu Yuanran, not yet. If his profile picture wasn't still on, I would have suspected he was dead. Su Zurin looked out the window. A little melancholy. 28 chosen ones are definitely not enough to defend against the attacks of thousands of ferocious beasts. Even the chosen ones from Dragon City came to help. But there were only 180 people, which was still not enough. Copperstone Spider is not bad, but the key is the level 35, Silver Moon Spider. Not many chosen ones can beat it now. Those who can beat them are playing run and gun with the locals and World Zero outside the fog. Difficult to handle. Su Zurin thought for a long time and sent several messages. Su Zurin, Cheng Mo, Judge Shen, you two try. Can you lead the Spider Army to other places? Be safe. Judge Shen, don't worry. I will run fast, and I will complete the task. Cheng Mo, no problem. I can fly. It's very safe. Su Zurin also thought about retreating. But there were more than 5,000 ordinary people in Nancheng. Where could they retreat to? Out on a limb. Copperstone Spider is much faster than ordinary people. I hope Nanfeng and Long Woody can come back soon. Su Zurin sighed with emotion, then convened a group of engineers and began to study how to arrange the defense line more rationally. Since there is no way to retreat, Then stick to your position. Ancient forest. This forest is the largest forest in the primitive world, and its total area is larger than the empire of the fallen sun. Most hunters only dare to hunt ferocious beasts on the edge of the ancient forest, and do not dare to go deep into it. Even so, a large number of hunters are still killed by ferocious beasts every year and remain in this forest forever, becoming nutrients for flowers, plants and trees. According to rumors, deep in the ancient forest, there are super beasts above level 45. They swing their claws and tear the sky apart. This rumor has been circulating for who knows how many years. No one knows whether it is true or not, but it adds a sense of mystery to the ancient forest. At this time, in the ancient forest, a small team was charging all the way into the depths of the forest. There are more than 20 people in this team, including 12 sword-wielding guards. They are powerful. All of them are level 40 experts. Among the 12 guards, there were 8 strong men carrying the sedan chair very quickly. If there were outsiders here, they would definitely be shocked. In the depths of such a dangerous ancient forest, there are still people carrying people in a sedan chair? Who is the person in this sedan chair? So pretentious? At this time, a slightly childish voice came from the sedan. Xiao Tang. It's time to take a rest. Everyone is tired. Good. In this team, there is also an old man who takes the lead, who is called Xiao Tang by the people in the sedan. The old man had gray hair and wrinkles all over his face. But those level 40 sword-carrying guards did not despise him because of this, but instead respected him respectfully, because this white-haired old man is actually the powerful man who became famous 500 years ago, the Sword Emperor Tang Chongyun. Tang Chongyun has not appeared in the public eye for many years, and not many people know the extent of his current strength. The last time he appeared was more than 30 years ago, when his direct great-great-grandson Tang Xing was born. If this old man can be escorted in person, how noble is the identity of the person in the sedan? Xiao Tang. How far are we from the fog? A childish voice came from the sedan again. Tang Chongyun looked into the distance with his cloudy eyes and made a rough estimate. It was about half a day's journey. After a long time, the voices in the sedan were a little happy. That's good. Everyone has a good rest. We will set off in half an hour. When the guards heard this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The long journey and high-intensity fighting these days have made them exhausted. They had long wanted to rest. Tang Chongyun did not rest. He carefully observed the surrounding environment. This forest is full of unknown and powerful beasts. He must be careful and careful enough to bring back these guards, who have been cultivated with great difficulty in the family alive. Everyone had not rested for long when Tang Chongyun suddenly turned dark and looked to the northeast. A ferocious beast is coming. A very strong ferocious beast. Tang Chongyun took 2 steps forward with his sword in his hand and said in a deep voice, "You guys, take the adults forward and I will stop it." The guards were just about to lift the sedan when the childish voice of the sedan spoke again. "No need. Xiao Tang. You are no match for it." Tang Chongyun didn't say anything. The worn-out long knife in his hand vibrated and slashed straight ahead. The sword energy, which was more than 10 kilometers long, split the forest in front of me into 2. Ouch! More than 10 kilometers away, the roar of a vicious beast was heard. This knife failed to kill it, but instead aroused its ferocity. Tang Chongyun exhaled a breath. Is it the overlord-level ferocious beast of the ancient forest? Really powerful. He turned to look at the people behind him and urged, "Still not leaving? If a fight breaks out later, I won't be able to protect you. In a battle of this level, the aftermath would be enough to kill these level 40 guards." The guards did not dare to hesitate any longer, picked up the sedan and left here. "Xiao Tang, please take them out of here. I can handle the rest of the way alone." The childish voice sounded again. Tang Chongyun looked at the sedan and asked, "Are you sure?" "Person in the sedan, leave quickly. Otherwise all your guards will die." Tang Chongyun believed in the strength of the people in the sedan chair. He said no more, waved his hand, and rushed out of the forest with all his guards. Such a high-profile action naturally aroused the dissatisfaction of the ferocious beasts in the forest. In the originally quiet forest, the roars of a large number of ferocious beasts suddenly sounded, trying to keep Tang Chongyun and others behind. In the sedan, a white and tender little hand opened the curtain and jumped down from the sedan in a hurry. In her other hand, she held a colorful stone. The energy within this stone was surging, exerting a huge attraction on the surrounding ferocious beasts. They no longer chased Tang Chongyun, but turn around and head towards the sedan to kill. Tang Chongyun had escaped far away. He turned back to look in the direction of the sedan and murmured, It is recorded in the ancestral book that you can stand shoulder to shoulder with that god. These little ferocious beasts should not be a threat to you. With that said, Tang Chungyun accelerated again and moved away from the ancient forest as quickly as possible. Chapter 381. It turns out that your name is Nether Hero. Late at night, Black Crow City. The wooden bed in the inn creaked. Nan Feng, who was asleep, opened his eyes and jumped out of bed with a hiss. Nan Feng frowned slightly, wondering, I'm sleeping alone. Why are you shaking your little wooden bed? Not serious. Soon, Nan Feng discovered that it was not the wooden bed that was shaking, but the entire inn. No, it should be said that the entire Black Crow City is shaking. But the shaking was so slight that most people didn't notice it. Nan Feng walked to the window and looked in the direction of the ancient forest. This movement should have come from the depths of the ancient forest. Nan Feng had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that something else happened in the mist? The shock has spread to Black Crow City. Could it be that two super ferocious beasts were fighting? He opened the panel and found that other chosen ones were also chatting about the shock. Within the mist, the earthquake was felt even more intensely, and everyone suspected that an earthquake had occurred nearby. But no one found any danger for the time being. Nan Feng Shui watched for a while, and when he was about to turn off the panel and go back to sleep, he suddenly saw a group of small black dots flying rapidly towards the horizon. So fast! Nanfeng's pupils shrank sharply. Crow King's flying speed is already very fast. But these little black dots are more than 10 times faster than Crow King's speed. In just a few blinks, the little black dot flew from the end of Nanfeng's field of vision to the sky above Black Crow City. A wave of air came, and the south wind felt like a strong wind. And I couldn't open my eyes. Black Crow City was blown into a mess by this strong wind, and the stalls of the small vendors were blown directly into the sky. This strong wind was brought by the group of people in the sky. But they were not hostile. It was just because they were moving too fast and suddenly stopped over Black Crow City that this happened. Damn it! Where did this gust of wind come from? They knocked my stall down again. Why do you say again? A tornado is coming. Everyone, run away. Look, there is someone in the sky. Flying is prohibited in Black Crow City. Don't they know? What about the Crow Guard? Shoot them down quickly. Black Crow City is also very lively late at night. 80% of the shops are open, and there are still many vendors on the streets. The patrolling Black Crow Guards looked at the figures in the sky with heavy expressions. These people look like they are not easy to mess with. More than 20 figures in midair slowly landed in Black Crow City. It was Tang Chungyun and his party. Nan Feng looked at them and was shocked. Such a strong aura. The weakest among them is stronger than the Crow King. Where did this master come from? Are you here to kill me? Boom, boom, boom. There was a rapid knock on the door. Nanfeng's heart skipped a beat. He listened carefully and judged that the person outside the door was Diyuan based on the rhythm of his breathing. What are you here for? Nan Feng walked to the door and said in a deep voice. Diyuan has an extremely powerful background. Maybe he was the one who called this group of people. When he was in Yancheng, he already knew Nanfeng's identity as an intruder. It was really possible that he would find a group of masters to come over and kill Nan Feng and steal his divine weapon for his own use. The more Nan Feng thought about it, the more likely he felt that this was possible. He took out his barret and aimed at the door, ready to shoot at any time. Outside the door, Diyuan lowered his voice and said anxiously, Yes, Nan Kun. There are many masters coming outside. Let's run. Nan Feng was stunned. Why did you run? Diyuan, maybe they were called by my brother to kill me. Oh my god. My brother is so cruel. Nan Feng could tell from Diyuan's tone that he was really panicked. Could it be that he was wrongly blamed? Nan Feng thought about it. If the group of people outside were really called by Diyuan, then they could just come and beat Nan Feng to death. If you let a rookie like Diyuan come and knock on the door, isn't this giving Nan Feng a hostage? But Nan Feng didn't open the door either. He said in a deep voice, Go away quickly. The person they want to kill is you. Don't hurt me. Diyuan outside the door was stunned on the spot. Why can you say such cold things when your body temperature is 37 degrees? Diyuan was crying. Please let me in quickly, or I will yell and drag you to death. What the hell are you? Nan Feng had no choice but to put away Barrett and open the door to let Diyuan in. As soon as Diyuan entered the room, he closed the doors and windows tightly, then climbed into bed and hid under the quilt, shivering. Nan Feng, do you need to be afraid like this? None of that group of people came. Di Yuan was trembling a little as he spoke. You know nothing. Do you know who the old man is outside? Tang Chungyun. Sword Emperor Tang Chungyun. He can make me jump to death if he farts. Sword Emperor Tang Chungyun? The name sounds pretty cool. But Nafeng is not a native of this world. And has no idea about the powerful people in this world. Just tell me what level he is. Di Yuan thought for a few seconds. There are rumors that he reached level 45 30 years ago. His. Nafeng gasped. Lai. A level 45 strongman? If you upgrade to 4 more levels, you will reach the level of the god of creation. So scary. Nafeng quickly walked to the window, opened a gap and looked out. Tang Chungyun and others did not come over, but went to another street. Diyuan. They're gone. Nafeng spoke. Gone? Aren't they here to kill me? Di Yuan poked his head out from under the covers, and looked so frightened that I almost wet the bed. Nafeng dragged him off the bed. Go back to your own bed and pee. Di Yuan shook his head desperately. No. I will sleep here tonight. I'm afraid. You are so scared. Nafeng said. Did you just say that the old man was level 45? Who is your brother? Can he hire a strong man of this level? Di Yuan was stunned and suddenly realized, yes. A little scum like my brother doesn't have much private money. How can he be qualified to let the Sword Emperor personally take action? He finally calmed down, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, patted his butt and prepared to go back to the room to continue sleeping. Don't rush back yet. I have something to ask you. Nafeng stopped Di Yuan. You should know that I am an intruder. Right? Don't you want to kill me? Di Yuan shook his head. Why should I kill you? Do I have that strength? This is true. Nafeng continued to ask. Why do other people want to kill me? What is recorded in the ancient books that makes you natives hate us so much? This question has troubled Nafeng for a long time. No one could ask it before. Now I just took this opportunity to ask Di Yuan. Di Yuan thought for a moment, and then spoke slowly. The ancient book says that every more than 100,000 years, a fog will appear in the ancient forest, and a large number of invaders will come out of the fog. These invaders are murderous, and commit all kinds of evil. The invaders' mission is to kill all of us indigenous people, then replace us and become the new masters of this world. Therefore, the education we have received since childhood is to kill all the intruders, and leave no one behind. The ancient book also records information about each invader, including their natal weapons, abilities, equipment, etc. There are too many, and I can't even remember some of them. Nafeng nodded. This was similar to what he had guessed before. Di Yuan continued, but in fact, the ancient books currently circulating on the market have been modified, and they are meant for people at the bottom. Nafeng raised an eyebrow. How do you know? Di Yuan showed a proud expression. Because my family is rich. I have watched the original version. Good guy. Children from rich families are just different, and receive different education. Before Nafeng could continue to ask, Di Yuan said, in fact, the main reason why they want to kill the intruders is to rob you of your divine weapons. Only by possessing the divine weapon can you reach level 40. Crow King has been stuck at the peak of level 39 for more than 10 years. He urgently needs your natal magic weapon to help him upgrade. That's how it turns out. Nafeng said, I met a person before, and he had a divine weapon. Di Yuan, that should be left behind by the previous invader. After more than 100,000 years, the natal divine weapons currently in the hands of the major powerhouses have become extremely damaged. They also need to devour new natal divine weapons to repair their own natal divine weapons. Having said this, Di Yuan's eyes lit up, and he looked towards Nafeng. By the way, hero, what is your natural weapon? Show it to me? Nafeng took out Netherworld Thorn from his backpack. Here. This is it. Di Yuan looked at it carefully for a long time. This knife. What is its name? Nafeng didn't tell the truth. It was called the Netherworld Knife. Netherworld Knife? Netherworld Knife? Di Yuan murmured a few words, and suddenly realized. Oh, so you are not called the famous hero. You are called the Nether Hero. Let me just say, how could someone call a famous hero such a stupid name? Isn't that funny? Chapter 382 The Crow King from the Heart. Nafeng drove Di Yuan out, and then slept until dawn. It wasn't that he was defenseless, but that the strength gap between him and Tang Chungyun was too big to defeat him or run away. If the other party really came to kill Nafeng, then Nafeng would have been sentenced to death. Instead of spending the night on tenterhooks, it's better to have a good sleep and replenish your energy. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Nafeng got up from the bed on time. Still alive. Nafeng yawned. It seemed that Tang Chungyun and others were really passing by. Nan Feng walked out of the room, went downstairs, and had something to eat in the lobby on the first floor. It tasted good, and this table was recorded into Yuan's account on the third floor. After eating and drinking, Nan Feng smacked his lips and prepared to go out for a while and inquire about the Crow King's schedule today. Although you may not be able to find out. Ning Kun. Wait for me. Behind Nan Feng, Yuan's slightly anxious voice came. Nan Feng turned around and saw Yuan arranging his clothes and walking out of the inn. You got up so early? Didn't he say that he would go to discuss business with the Crow King at noon? Nan Feng said doubtfully. Yuan waved his hand. If we don't go to the Crow King now, let's go and visit Mr. Tang Chungyun, the Sword King. Ah? Nan Feng was stunned. You were scared to death of him yesterday. Why are you thinking of visiting him today? The Sword Emperor is not here to kill me. Why should I be afraid of him? Yuan chuckled. I will visit him today. If possible, I will ask him to kill my brother to avoid future troubles. These two brothers. The elder brother wants to kill the younger brother, and the younger brother wants to kill the older brother. It is really awesome. Nan Feng shook his head. You can go and visit yourself. I don't have time to mess around with you. Yuan was anxious. No. I'm afraid if I go alone. Come with me. Nan Feng ignored him and turned into an alley in a few steps, leaving Yuan howling behind him. Are you crazy? Are you going to visit the Sword Emperor? What if he gets upset with me and kills me? Nan Feng didn't want to come into contact with such a strong man prematurely. He just wanted to find an opportunity to kill the Crow King and then return to the mist. Traveling quickly, Nan Feng soon arrived near the city lord's mansion. There are a large number of black crow guards patrolling around here, and it is extremely difficult to sneak into the mansion. Nan Feng changed his face, took out a few pebbles from his backpack, pretended to be a businessman, and set up a stall on the street. From where he was, he could just see the gate of the city lord's mansion. From time to time, people would come in and out of this gate, but these were probably servants. Neither Crow King nor military advisor when Chung appeared. Nan Feng waited here for more than 3 hours, and finally saw a familiar face coming out of the city lord's mansion. She was wearing a gorgeous dress, and had a gentle smile on her face. This is Yaya. Yaya from Hanuman. Nan Feng took a deep breath. I almost forgot. I came here not to kill the Crow King, but to kill Yaya to avenge Uncle Li. Mainly because on the first day Nan Feng came to Black Crow City, he was chased and beaten by the Crow King. This made Nan Feng so angry that he included the Crow King on the death list. Now that he saw Yaya, Nan Feng remembered the purpose of coming to Black Crow City this time. He was about to close the stall and follow Yaya, when another acquaintance suddenly appeared and squatted down in front of Nanfeng's stall. Huh? Selling cobblestones? You are such an interesting person. Nan Feng looked up and asked. Hey, isn't Jia the boss who sold cobblestones before? The pebbles placed in front of Nan Feng were bought from his stall. What about pebbles? This is duck egg stone, which is much more high-end than pebbles. Nan Feng boasted a few words casually, and did not want to follow the boss too much nonsense. So he put away the pebbles and prepared to leave. Upon seeing this, the boss of Pebbles nodded and said, It is right to close the stall. Otherwise your stall will be destroyed sooner or later. Nan Feng, then I will set up a stall at noon. After saying that, Nan Feng strode away and chased in the direction Yaya left. Yaya's speed was very slow, and Nan Feng quickly caught up with her. However, Yaya was closely protected by 2 teams of Black Crow guards, making it impossible for ordinary people to get close. Nan Feng followed behind silently. When Yaya and others were far enough away from the city lord's mansion, he immediately took out Gatling and started sweeping. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The Black Crow guards didn't know what was going on. They didn't even know where the enemy was. But they already suffered heavy casualties. The passers-by around were stunned, running around, and hurriedly looking for a place to hide. Yes, he is a famous hero. Before Nan Feng took action, he had already returned to his original appearance, and the few remaining Black Crow guards recognized him at a glance. But it was useless to recognize them. Nan Feng switched out the Desert Eagle and shot the remaining Black Crow guards to death. At this point, only Nan Feng and Yaya were left in the entire street. Yaya looked at Nan Feng with a horrified expression, obviously recognizing Nan Feng. Nan Feng walked forward slowly and said in a cold voice, Uncle Li saved you. Why did you want to kill him? After hearing this, Yaya knew that Nan Feng was here to avenge Uncle Li, and immediately gave up her plan to escape. She knew she wouldn't survive the day, and suddenly burst out laughing like crazy. Why? I just want to live a better life. What's wrong with me? I am now the 39th concubine of the Crow King. I have enough to eat every day. And I have beautiful clothes to wear. And everyone around me respects me. Just using Lysania's life can bring so many benefits. Tell me why. Nefong shook his head, knowing that the girl in front of him was completely hopeless. He reached out and pinched Yaya's neck, slowly applying force. Don't kill me. Yaya's face turned red, and she felt a strong sense of suffocation. It would be useless to kill me. I can give you a lot of money to buy my life. Nefong sneered. Where did you get so much money? Yaya's face has turned from red to a little pale. I am the Crow King's concubine. I can get a lot of money. Nefong leaned his head over and whispered in Yaya's ear, I will kill the Crow King later. And all the money belongs to me. Murder and heart-wrenching. Yaya's pupil shrank sharply, staring at Nefong desperately and viciously. Nefong twisted his right hand slightly and broke Yaya's neck. You should be able to imagine this outcome. The south wind dragged Yaya's body away. About half a minute later, a large group of Black Crow guards arrived belatedly. It's not that they came too slowly, but that the south wind was coming too fast. This battle took less than a minute from start to finish. This was because Nefong and Yaya chatted for a few words. Otherwise the time would have been even shorter. The Black Crow guards looked livid as they looked at the corpses on the ground. He is a famous hero. He killed Lord Crow King's 39th concubine. It's over. Lord Crow King will definitely be angry with us. We are dead. Don't panic. Everyone. Lord Crow King is not in Black Crow City today. We can use this time to find a famous hero and make up for the mistake. Lord Crow King is not here. Didn't he just come yesterday? Leaving so soon? Didn't you know this? Last night, a strong man visited Black Crow City late at night. The Crow King was so frightened that he ran away all night and hid back in Black Crow Peak. Nefong, who hadn't gone far yet, twitched his lips. You, the Crow King, and the King of Black Crow Peak, were scared away? So cowardly. Chapter 383. Are you a thief? No. I am a thief. Knowing that the Crow King has left Black Crow City, Nefong has no need to stay here. He cut off a bunch of Yaya's hair, threw her body into the grass on the roadside, and strode away. Do you want to tell Yuan? Nefong was a little bit itchy about Yuan's small treasury. He had never gotten a penny from Yuan's pocket. That kid values money more than his life. Why don't you blackmail him before leaving? Ordinary people in the mist need a lot of food, and I have to bring some back. Seeing that there was no one around, Nefong used AR face changing to change his face back to that of a Yuan bodyguard. He quickly returned to the inn and found Yuan staying in the room. Aren't you going to visit the Sword Emperor? Back so soon? Yuan rolled his eyes at Nefong. If you don't accompany me? How can I dare to go alone? This is also a coward. Nefong seemed to have forgotten that he himself was quite timid and did not dare to see the Sword Emperor. There was some commotion outside just now. Was it you? Yuan asked. Nefong nodded and told the story of beating Crow King's 39th concubine to death in the street. After hearing this, Yuan gave 2 thumbs up. You are so brave. You dared to kill the Crow King's little wife under his nose. The Crow King was so frightened by the Sword King that he ran away all night and was not in Black Crow City. Nefong closed the door and said, I'm in a hurry here, and I'm ready to leave. You are leaving? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Okay, I'll go find military advisor Wencheng later and sell this batch of goods cheaply. And I'll leave too. Yuan brought 2 carriages of goods, but he didn't know what was in them. But judging from the attitudes of the Crow King and the military advisor, the goods here seemed to be quite important to Black Crow City. Nefong didn't care about these goods. What he was in urgent need of now was food. He looked at Yuan. You said last time that as long as I kill the 5 Yingjiang monsters, you would give me 100,000. I have completed the task. And now it is your turn to settle the bill. Yuan's expression changed. You only killed 3 and ran away with 2. So it doesn't count as completing the mission. Nefong, if you kill 3, then you give me 60,000. Yuan covered his pocket. No money. Who would carry so many coins with him? It doesn't even fit in your pocket. Nefong smiled slightly. It doesn't matter if you don't have money. You can use other things to pay off the debt. Such as food. Food? Yuan was a little confused. You want food worth 60,000 copper coins? Shouldn't this pile up a whole street? Where can I get you so much food? You can tell me where the granary in Black Crow City is. Nanfeng revealed his ultimate goal. The money he got had to be exchanged for food. So he might as well just rob the granary in Black Crow City and get it done in one step. Di Yuan looked in admiration. You want to rob the bandits' granary? I respect you as a man. Nanfeng, you are also an accomplice. So you don't need to respect me. The two of them muttered in the room for a while, discussing the plan to grab food. After lunch, General Diyu and Shi Wencheng made an appointment to come to the inn to continue discussing the unfinished business yesterday. Wencheng looked around and asked, Mr. Diyuan, where is your little brother who is good at ventriloquism? Diyuan waved his hand. He is shopping outside. Don't pay attention to him. Let's talk quickly. I'm going back later. When Wencheng heard this, he could only put aside the doubts in his heart and talk about business first. This batch of Diyuan is very important to Black Crow City. But the price is really a bit high. So Wencheng can only keep lowering the price. The two talked about lotus flowers, bickering, and bargaining back and forth. Half an hour passed quickly. Just when military advisor Wencheng was about to say something, a Black Crow guard suddenly opened the door and rushed in. Wencheng's face darkened. What are you doing? Didn't you see me talking to Mr. Diyuan? The Black Crow guard looked anxious. June. Master military advisor. Something serious has happened. There was a thief just now, and went to steal something from the granary. You trash. You can't even guard a granary. Wencheng snorted coldly. But he didn't take this matter seriously. How much food was stolen? Calculate it, and deduct it from your team's salary. The Black Crow guard looked sad, and said tremblingly, all the food stored in the granary was stolen. What? Wencheng stood up suddenly with an angry look on his face. The dry food stored in the granary is enough to feed the people of Black Crow City for a year or two. Who has such ability? How could he steal all the food in an entire granary in such a short period of time? Are you telling me this is a thief? This is obviously a big thief. Wencheng thought of something, and suddenly turned his head to look at Diyuan. He gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Diyuan, don't you explain this matter? Diyuan calmly sat on the chair and drank tea leisurely. Explanation? Do I need to explain anything to you? A fierce look flashed in Wencheng's eyes. The corners of Diyuan's mouth raised and he sneered. What? You want to attack me? Do you have this ability? At this moment, Diyuan's aura changed. He was no longer the image of a playboy. There was an icy aura all over his body. He just sat here quietly, which made military advisor Wencheng and others feel shuddering. Wencheng suddenly remembered that the Diyuan in front of him was a big shot that even Lord Crow King did not dare to offend. Even if he looks weak. Mr. Diyuan, I have undoubtedly offended you. Military advisor General Wencheng lowered his head and said, I'm very sorry. I need to take care of the granary. So I'm going to leave now. After that, Wencheng left the inn with the Black Crow guards. Diyuan came to the window, looked in the direction of the granary, and showed a meaningful smile. I don't know when we will see you next time. After Nanfeng stole the granary, he left Black Crow City. At this moment, he suddenly felt something and turned back to look in the direction of Black Crow City. I always feel like someone is looking at me. Who is it? Does Dao Huangtang carry it? Nanfeng shook his head, threw these thoughts aside, and accelerated towards the ancient forest. He was getting ready to go home. Time is reversed. Back to the early hours of the morning. After Tang Chengyun and others escaped from the depths of the ancient forest, the surrounding ferocious beasts all looked at the colorful stones held in the right hand of the little girl who got off the sedan. The beasts' breathing became heavier, and their eyes were full of greed. Child, give me the stone in your hand, and I will keep you alive. A firebird flapped its wings and flew over, transforming into a red beauty in the air and landing in front of the little girl. On the other side, the dragon with tentacles said angrily, You little sparrow, do you want to rob me? Aren't you afraid that I will pluck all your hair out? The woman in red snorted coldly, If you can't even transform, what qualifications do you have to talk to me? A unicorn stepped on the auspicious clouds and flew from a distance. What's the use of quarreling? Everyone has a fight, and whoever wins can take the stone. The ferocious beasts here are not only able to speak human words, but are also extremely powerful. If Tang Chengyun still stays here, it will only be a matter of life and death. However, the little girl surrounded by them did not show a trace of fear. The little girl stared at these three ferocious beasts with big eyes. I already remember you. The woman in red who transformed into a firebird laughed. You are such an interesting little girl. So what if you remember us? Do you still want to leave here alive today? The little girl didn't speak, but swallowed the colorful stones in one gulp. The dragon shook his head and said, It's useless to swallow it. I will use my claws to disembowel you later. As he spoke, the dragon's sharp claws stretched out. A ray of light flashed, and the little girl was torn in half. The unicorn kicked off its hind legs and rushed forward, ready to snatch the stone. But to their surprise, there was no stone in the little girl's belly. What's going on? Where's the stone? The woman in red waved her sleeves, and the hot flames fell on the little girl's body, quickly burning her until she was left with only bones. But still didn't see the stone. The unicorn said angrily, Jialong, did you take the stone away? The dragon spit out a mouthful of ambergris. I said you took it. The two ferocious beasts had a disagreement and started fighting, dragging the woman in red into the battlefield. Three-way melee. The earth shook, and the birds were frightened and the fish dispersed. Centered on the battlefield, countless cracks appeared on the ground, seeming to tear the entire ancient forest apart. After a while, a roar came from deeper in the forest, and the three ferocious beasts stopped and made a truce. Snort. The three ferocious beasts refused to obey anyone. They glared at each other, patted their butts, and returned to their lair. Only a mess was left. But none of them noticed that the bones of the little girl, who had been burned to ashes just now, were slowly growing blood and flesh. Chapter 384. The Real Dragon in the Forest. Whoosh! Boom boom! Several gunshots and explosions were heard from the edge of the ancient forest. Nanfeng neatly dealt with the two ferocious beasts, frowning slightly and looking ahead. This is just the edge of the forest, and the beast is already so powerful? After leaving Black Crow City, Nanfeng traveled quickly into the ancient forest. But the number and strength of the ferocious beasts in the forest far exceeded Nanfeng's imagination. Level 30 ferocious beasts are as numerous as dogs, and level 35 ferocious beasts are everywhere. Moreover, ferocious beasts above level 35 are much more difficult to deal with than those aborigines. Nanfeng can fight back and forth with a level 39 Crow King, but a level 35 ferocious beast can chase Nanfeng and beat him up. The reason is because Crow King has no equipment on him. Not only are there no divine weapons, but there are no equipment at all. When Nanfeng was chatting with Diyuan last night, Diyuan mentioned this matter. The Book of Ancients says that if you invaders kill ferocious beasts, you can obtain weapons, armor, and even some rare materials? It's really enviable. We aborigines don't have this ability. So at the same level, we are several levels weaker than the ferocious beasts. This is Diyuan's original words. It was then that Nanfeng suddenly realized that no wonder he could easily leapfrog the level of battle, beat the 5 monsters in Yingjiang, and fight the Crow King for 300 rounds. It turned out that it was not because he was too strong, but because the aborigines were too weak. Nanfeng's powerful natal magic weapon, coupled with an A-level dragon war suit and miscellaneous equipment, abruptly raised his combat power by several levels. Perhaps this is the advantage of the Chosen One. Nanfeng rested for a while and continued to move deeper into the forest. When encountering ferocious beasts below level 35 on the road, Nanfeng would kill them to gain experience. For ferocious beasts above level 35, Nanfeng would take a detour and try not to fight with them. After walking forward like this for more than half an hour, the emotionless system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 32. You have gained +5 all attributes and +5 free attribute points. Nanfeng pouted, I don't even know my current strength. What's the use of giving me such a few attributes? His attributes have now exceeded 1,000. And all attributes are +5. This reward is a small improvement for Nanfeng. But upgrading was more than just adding attribute points. Nanfeng also felt that his 5 senses had become sharper. Any disturbance within 1,000 meters cannot escape the eyes and ears of Nanfeng. The sense of touch and smell has also been greatly enhanced. It's a pity that Nanfeng didn't feel much improvement in terms of strength, stamina, and speed. He mused, I feel that the level 3034 ferocious beasts are not very different in strength. But the level 35 ferocious beasts are very fierce. Perhaps reaching level 35 will lead to a qualitative leap in strength. Nanfeng twisted his neck and continued moving forward. After his 5 senses were improved, he could avoid those powerful beasts more easily. Until late at night, Nanfeng found a fairly safe cave and hid in it. He opened the panel with a solemn expression and entered the handsome guy's group. Nanfeng, my family. Who knows? I can't go back. Within a few seconds, everyone in Nancheng responded one after another. Huang Yuanming, what's the big deal? Have you seen the beautiful sister and can't walk? Yu Ren, did you encounter any trouble? Su Ming, what's going on? Nanshan, I can't live without you. The output of others is too low. Not as good as a hair of yours. Xiao Luo, it doesn't matter if you can't come back. I will protect Nancheng. Seeing that everyone was still joking, Nanfeng judged that Nancheng was not in danger now. He breathed a sigh of relief and replied, the ferocious beast outside the fog is too strong. I am still 200 to 300 kilometers away from the fog, and there is no way I can get close to the hunters in Black Crow City. Nanfeng has now penetrated deep into the ancient forest. Those hunters usually don't dare to go to such a deep place. But to Nanfeng, this is just the edge of the forest, because his destination is in the mist in the center of the forest. You ran, it's okay. Just pay attention to your own safety. There are still us in Nancheng. Suzerain, yes. The chosen ones from Dragon City will come to help. And that army of spiders will only become our experience in the end. Nanfeng chatted with everyone for a while, and learned that Nancheng's current defense line exceeded 2 kilometers. Coupled with the fact that the chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom from other cities will also come to help defend. It is unlikely that the spider army will capture Nancheng. I can rest assured that you are here in Nancheng. By the way, I got a warehouse of food today. I will put it all in the town warehouse later. You can use it as you see fit. Nanfeng threw the food he picked up from the granary in Black Crow City into the town warehouse, letting Suzerain and the others find a way to exchange it. Then, just as Nanfeng was about to turn off the panel, he remembered something else. He clicked on Long Woody's profile picture and sent a private message. Nanfeng, to Brother Long. I haven't seen you for many days, and I miss you so much. I wonder where you are now. I'm a little worried when I heard that you haven't been in the water group recently. Please reply as soon as you receive the message, someone who cares about you, Brother Feng. Nanfeng waited for a long time, but could not wait for Long Woody's reply. He suppressed his uneasiness, turned off the panel, and lay on the ground to rest. After killing ferocious beasts all day today, Nanfeng was a little tired. After resting for more than half an hour, he got up and walked out of the cave and began to hunt the ferocious beasts. Since you can't go back, then work hard to improve your strength. There are so many ferocious beasts here. Nanfeng is ready to level up to level 40 before leaving the mountain. When the time comes, let alone the Crow King. Even if he encounters that blind man who can play Go, Nanfeng will dare to go up and give him 2 big tricks. It feels like dreaming back to the time when I just traveled through time. Nanfeng set up Barrett and searched for ferocious beasts everywhere in the forest, killing them like crazy. His experience bar also began to grow slowly. Deep in the ancient forest, the fighting in the early hours of yesterday razed everything in the area to the ground. There are huge cracks in the ground, one after another, silently telling the horror of last night. In the center of the battlefield, there was a little girl, lying quietly. She was still a skeleton last night, but after a day and a night, her flesh and blood grew back. +1. Suddenly, a green number that was invisible to outsiders popped up above the little girl's head. The originally lifeless little girl suddenly opened her eyes and climbed up from the ground using her hands and feet. Firebird. Xiaonan remembers you. This little girl is none other than Xiaonan. She opened her mouth, spit out a colorful stone, and held it in her hand. She didn't know where she had hidden this stone before, but the 3 ferocious beasts couldn't find it last night. Xiaonan looked around, figured out the direction, and walked towards the mist. She soon arrived in front of the mist, raising her hands high. The stone in his hand emitted colorful light, dispersing the fog in front of his eyes. This is the only way to enter the fog. Otherwise, once surrounded by the fog, you will be transported to an unknown location. Xiaonan raised her head and chest, and was about to walk in when there was a sudden movement behind her. Xiaonan looked back and saw a huge dragon head behind her. If the south wind were here, there would definitely be a cry of exclamation. This is a real dragon. Before this, whether in world number 9 or world number 0, Nanfeng had only seen Jiao. It's you. Xiaonan stared at Shenlong for a while and said softly, your lifespan is coming to an end. Shenlong's eyes were cloudy. He was already in his prime years. He stared at Xiaonan for a long time, then moved his old body, found a comfortable position to lie down, closed his eyes, and began to fall asleep. He just lay here quietly. No ferocious beast dared to come near here. He is protecting Xiaonan. Goodbye. Xiaonan glanced at Shenlong one last time, raised the stone, turned around and walked into the mist. Chapter 385. The Black Dragon is invincible. In the fog, Nancheng. As the night passed, the spider army got closer and closer to Nancheng. In the distance, Shinpan ran like a cheetah back to Nanchung, leaving a trail of dust behind him. No. These spiders are hugging each other so tightly that I can't lead them elsewhere. Shinpan stopped outside the city and said breathlessly to Su Zuran and others. In front of Judge Shin. All the level 30 chosen ones in Nanchung gathered here. The chosen ones from the Dragon City next door are also arriving one after another, preparing to resist this spider army together. Su Zuran nodded. It doesn't matter. I have already guessed this result. He raised his head and looked into the distance, which was the direction from which the spider army was attacking. Among these spiders, there must be a spider king commanding them. Otherwise their actions would not be so uniform. Su Zuran was right. In the sky, Chung Yamo stepped on a flying sword and landed in front of everyone, his white clothes fluttering like a sword fairy. I found several silver moon spiders in the spider army. This is a level 35 ferocious beast with extremely fast speed and amazing jumping ability. I was almost caught by it while flying in the sky. Chung Yamo described the abilities of Silver Moon Spider in detail, and everyone frowned. This level 35 ferocious beast is difficult to deal with. Lin Mimi from Dragon City walked over lightly. Just leave Silver Moon Spider to me. Your main task is to kill Copperstone Spider. Silver Moon Spider is very strong, but after all, they are in the minority. What can really threaten the safety of Nanchung is the mighty Copperstone Spider army. Is it true that you can defeat the Silver Moon Spider by yourself? Wang Yuanming looked at Lin Mimi in shock. Others were equally shocked. If you remember correctly, this Lin Mimi should be a semi-auxiliary chosen one. Right? She can actually challenge Silver Moon Spider alone? This is too shocking. Lin Mimi didn't explain too much. She looked at Su Zuran. Let the civilians in Nanchung evacuate to Dragon City first. It's too dangerous here. Wang Yuanming, please arrange the evacuation of personnel. Su Zuran explained a few words, and then said to Lin Mimi, you still need to leave some people to guard Dragon City, lest those little cherry blossom sticks, who do not respect martial ethics, sneak attack on civilians. Although this possibility is unlikely, you still need to be on guard. After arranging the civilians, all that's left is to prepare for the war. Currently, the number of people in Nanchung, Dragon City, and the chosen ones from other cities coming to support is around 120. This number is less than 2% of the spider army. But the good news is that these chosen ones are the best among the best. And challenging levels is as simple as eating and drinking. They can easily kill the level 30 Copperstone Spider. As for Silver Moon Spider, that is Lin Mimi's business and has nothing to do with them. Su Zuran looked at everyone. We can't wait for the spider army to rush into our faces before we fight back. We have to fight out, intercept them outside, and disrupt their formation. Xiao Luo wiped the purple gold short blade and said, I have wanted to do this for a long time. Before anyone could speak, Xiao Luo transformed into a group of clones and charged towards the spider army. Wu Yuan ran. These spiders also provide a lot of experience. We level up as we kill them. It shouldn't be difficult to defend them. Judge Shin was eager to try. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up or else your experience will be robbed by Brother Luo. The chosen ones outside the southern city no longer delayed, and formed their own teams in small groups to attack the spider army. Soon, the leading Copperstone Spider collided head-on with 32 Xiao Luo. Rapper Xiao Luo chanted, Rapper, in his mouth, activated his sword energy, and cut off the left front leg of Copperstone Spider with one strike. The remaining clones of Xiao Luo rushed up, some with grimaces, some laughing, and some expressionless. Each of these clones cut the Copperstone Spider into pieces with one strike in just a few seconds. More Copperstone Spiders surrounded them, and within a moment, Xiao Luo's numerical advantage turned into a disadvantage. In a one-on-one situation, Xiao Luo's clone is no match for these spiders, let alone one-to-many. Fortunately, Xiao Luo's helper also arrived. Thunderstorm Arrow, Thunder roared and thunder arrows flew. Behind Xiao Luo, Wu Yuanran and others had rushed to the battlefield and joined the battle. Brutal collision. Mitsurugi, cut! Purple flames burn the sky. Hey, look at my shadowless hands. Shenpan came to the abdomen of a Copperstone Spider like a ghost, swung out the afterimage with his right hand, and slashed 18 times in a row. Minus 0.02%. Minus 0.01%. Weakness attack, minus 0.04%. A series of light red numbers jumped out, and Judge Shin's face turned dark. The damage is not as high as mine. Su Ming laughed out loud. You poisoned your dagger. Judge Shen took a few steps back with a sad face. This guy is just a piece of shit. What's the use of poisoning him? As an iron-based life form, Calcastone Spider is simply unstoppable. Chung Mo flew past Shen Pan and whispered, Pan Shen, I have a task for you. I just saw in the sky that there seem to be the chosen ones from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom in the east. Can you touch them and see what they want to do? Judge Shen nodded after hearing this. With the damage he suffered, he couldn't be of much help here. Even if he scratched it for a long time, he might not be able to kill the Copperstone Spider. Let's go play with Sakura. Shen Pan left the battlefield, left a large circle, and groped towards the east side of the battlefield. On the main frontal battlefield, the battle became increasingly fierce. A large number of Copperstone Spiders joined the battle, and 7 or 8 spiders surrounded the chosen one. This put a lot of pressure on everyone. Xiao Luo said loudly, Let's fight and retreat. Don't fight. There are traps that have been set up nearby, and we will hunt these spiders around the traps. Su Ming roared with a big shield, Manta. Can you stop hiding behind me? You brought all the spiders here. Huang Yuanming laughed. Who told you that you are the toughest man in Nancheng? What's wrong with helping us resist some damage? Su Ming raised his head proudly. I like what you say. Give me 10 more spiders. Unmoving as a mountain. Armor of thorns. Solid as a rock. Su Ming released 3 defensive skills in a row and allowed Copperstone Spider to attack wildly without even frowning. The number 1 meat shield in Nancheng is the cow. Everyone took Su Ming as the base point and retreated while fighting. Spider corpses were soon left on the ground. Some people on the chosen one side were also injured, but they were all nursed by the priests standing in the rear, and their lives were not in danger. If I keep killing like this, I might be able to level up before dark. Wu Yuan smiled. This spider army was not as scary as he imagined. As soon as he finished speaking, a big silver-white spider rushed out, and its slender spider legs went straight for Su Ming's head. The boss is coming. Everyone, be careful. Su Ming roared angrily. His muscles bulged, and he thrust the giant shield in his hand into the ground. Stand behind me. The shadow of a giant shield more than 10 meters high appeared in front of Su Ming. It looked very strong. But Silver Moon Spider is not a vegetarian. Its spider legs are so sharp that it can pierce through the giant shield in an instant. Stop standing behind me. I can't bear it. Su Ming's face turned pale with fright, and he rolled several times on the ground, barely dodging the attack of Silver Moon Spider. Upon seeing this, Xiao Luo immediately surrounded him with 31 other clones. You guys stand back and let me kill it. Swish, swish, swish. Silver Moon Spider turned into a ray of silver light. Its spider legs were like sharp blades, and killed 6 of Xiao Luo's clones in 1 second. Too fast. Too fast. Xiao Luo snorted and quickly backed away. He is no match for Silver Moon Spider. Huang Yuanming ran away the fastest. As he ran, he yelled, Lin Nini, I promise to leave the Silver Moon Spider to you. If you don't do something, we will all die. Xiao Luo's clone did not hold back Silver Moon Spider for too long. It spread its 8 spider legs and quickly caught up. The chosen one closest to it is Su Ming, who is holding a large shield. Manta, can't anyone protect me? Su Ming gritted his teeth and turned around with a shield attack. Duang. The iron shield hit the iron head of Silver Moon Spider, and the crisp sound spread throughout the battlefield. Su Ming's arms were numb, and his head was dizzy. It was obvious that he had not defeated Silver Moon Spider. Swish. Silver Moon Spider stretched out its 2 front legs, like scissors, to cut off Su Ming's neck. Su Ming! Lao Su! Get away! Xiao Luo and others immediately turned around and tried to rescue Su Ming. But there is a black figure faster than them. Crunch! Silver Moon Spider, as 2 spider legs were tightly grasped by the black figure, 1 in each hand. When the frightened Su Ming saw the black figure in front of him clearly, his face suddenly showed joy. Damn it! The dragon is invincible. This black figure looks exactly like Long Woody. Xiao Luo said in a deep voice, This is not Long Woody. Long Woody is not that dark. Huang Yuanming, I know. This is the blackened version of Long Invincible. As the saying goes, whitewashing is 3 points weaker. Turning black is 10 times stronger. Long Woody is really going to be invincible now. Everyone in Nancheng rolled their eyes. But the chosen one of Dragon City did not show any surprise. Lin Nini came and explained, This is Long Woody's pet, the Shadow of the Night. He is very strong. And coupled with my auxiliary skills, he should be able to contain Silver Moon Spider. You continue to hunt the Calcastone Spider, and leave it to us to deal with. Lin Mimi unfolded the feather fan in her hand, and 4 streams of light of different colors flew towards Shadow of the Night. Red light increases attack. Blue light increases defense. White light increases speed. And green light calms the mind. With the addition of 4 buffs, Shadow of the Night's strength increased dramatically. He imitated Long Woody's most commonly used moves and rushed towards Silver Moon Spider. The Black Dragon's 18 Fists. Chapter 386 Xiaonan? I wonder how it compares to Shadow of the Night. Shadow of the Night was so angry that he raised his hand and punched out. This punch is not as powerful as Long Woody, but it is still very powerful. Silver Moon Spider failed to dodge in time, resisted the punch, and actually retreated. One small step. The chosen ones who were watching the battle all stopped smiling. Ah, that's it. Seeing how handsome you were in your appearance, I thought you were so awesome. It turns out you were just imitating the real dragon Invincible. Huang Yuanming, who was hiding far away, twitched the corner of his mouth. I feel that his strength is average. Not as good as a hair of Long Woody. Everyone can withdraw. In fact, all the chosen ones can accept this result. After all, the power of Silver Moon Spider is obvious to all. It is normal for Long Woody to be able to defeat it, because Long Woody is the strongest among the chosen ones. But if your dragon Invincible pet can defeat it, then that's a bit too much. Where does this leave the faces of the other chosen ones? Lin Mimi's expression also became serious. It seems that I underestimated the strength of Silver Moon Spider. She waved her hand, signaling everyone to move back. Go. Retreat into the city. Use the hut as a bunker, and slowly kill the spider army. More than 100 chosen ones fought and retreated, slowly returning to the southern city. On this stretch of road outside the city, a large number of traps had been dug as early as 2 days ago, as well as densely packed horse-rejecting stakes. These traps pose no life threat to Calcastone spiders, but they can effectively slow them down, allowing the chosen ones to retreat calmly. As for Shadow of the Night, he is still fighting with Silver Moon Spider, and the two sides are fighting fiercely. Silver Moon Spider found the right opportunity several times and wanted to chop off Shadow of the Night's head with its sharp spider legs. But Shadow of Night can always turn its body into a black mist at the most critical moment to avoid fatal attacks. For a moment, Silver Moon Spider was helpless against Shadow of Night. On the contrary, Shadow of the Night kept beating Silver Moon Spider on the head with its small fists, making a banging sound, and actually dented a small piece of the head. There seems to be a drama. Take an arrow from me. The sharp-eyed Wu Yuanyuan noticed this and raised his hand to shoot an armor-piercing arrow. The arrow accurately hit the depression on the spider's head. Silver Moon Spider took 2 steps back, opened its mouth, and let out a harsh scream. Effective. Hun Yuan cuts with one sword. Xiao Luo seized the opportunity and stepped forward, slashing hard with his sword. Kung! Purple gold short blade cut a 2-finger-wide crack on the spider's head, with sparks dotting it. Silver Moon Spider was furious and raised its front legs to fight back, but was blocked by Xiaolodi's knife and retreated. Attack the depression on its head, Lin Mimi shouted. Shadow of the Night, hearing this, his body turned into black mist and twisted. 2 seconds later, the black mist condensed and took shape again. Holding a short knife in its hand, he transformed into Xiao Luo. Hun Yuan cuts with one sword. Kung! Shadow of the Night raised his hand and slashed with a knife, and the transformed black short knife struck down, adding another scar to Silver Moon Spider's head. This sword is not as powerful as Xiao Luo's sword just now, but it is still 67 times more powerful. Xiao Luo, who was retreating, took a breath of air. You learned my skills at just one glance? The pet Long Woody is really awesome. Squeak! Several consecutive attacks caused Silver Moon Spider to feel some pain and let out a sharp scream. Its 8 spider legs moved at the same time, trying to bypass Shadow of the Night and kill the other chosen ones first. Its speed is faster than Shadow of Night. Upon seeing this, Shadow of the Night twisted its body again and changed its appearance. This time, he transformed into Shenpan. Leopard attack. Shadow of the Night imitated Shenpan's tone, and he didn't know when he secretly learned Shenpan's skills. I saw that the speed of Shadow of the Night increased dramatically, and it clung to Silver Moon Spider like a piece of brown candy. When all the chosen ones saw this, They were all shocked. How awesome is a pet? I was so envious. When will the land of God's favor open again? I have collected enough 300 reputation. And I also want a pet. Don't worry about pets for now. I feel like I can kill this boss if I have a chance. Let a few people with high attack power go fight the boss, while the others continue to hunt Copperstone Spider, Flying Eagle, Crazy Wolf, Black Dog. You go over and help. Soon, the chosen ones were divided into two groups. A large force went to intercept the spider army and prevent them from supporting Silver Moon Spider. The remaining few experts led the Silver Moon Spider to an open area aside, preparing to slowly consume it. Attention please. Prioritize attacking the depression on the boss's head. If you can't hit it, you can also attack the spider's legs. Find the right opportunity to fight and run away. Don't be reluctant to fight. The damage from the boss will be too much for you. Xiao Luo. Call your clone to resist damage. Can't call. It's cooling down. The chosen one surrounded the Silver Moon Spider in the middle and kept attacking it with various killing moves. Silver Moon Spider was not to be outdone. Its 8 spider legs danced wildly, and soon 4 or 5 chosen ones were seriously injured. One of the chosen ones from Dragon City was not in a hurry to avoid it, but was disemboweled by the spider's legs and almost died on the spot. Fortunately, several priests from behind released their skills in time and dragged him back from the gate of H.L. Bone-corroding fire. Yuran from behind suddenly threw out 2 jet-black flames, which were attached to the 2 spider legs and kept burning. 2 minutes later, the 2 legs were burning red. Xiao Luo saw the opportunity and cut off one of the legs of Silver Moon Spider with one knife. Shadow of the Night immediately imitated Xiao Luo's appearance and slashed at the other leg with one knife. This knife was slightly less powerful and failed to cut off the spider's legs, leaving a small section of the lotus root with broken silk. Piercing sharp arrows. Wu Yuanyuan added an arrow in time and shot the connection. Shadow of the Night also transformed into Wu Yuan's appearance, stood on Silver Moon Spider's face and shot an arrow. This arrow penetrated deep into the depression on Silver Moon Spider's head and made a hole. Silver Moon Spider screamed, knowing that the situation was not good, and wanted to escape. But in this situation, where does it have the chance to escape? Everyone quickly seized the opportunity and cut off the remaining 6 spider legs, turning Silver Moon Spider completely into fish on the chopping board. Even so, it still took everyone 7 or 8 minutes to completely kill Silver Moon Spider. This iron lump is so hard that my hands are numb from cutting it. Unbelievable. We actually killed a level 35 beast? The experience has increased a lot. Come on. If it weren't for Longwoody's pet Mad Sea, at least half of the people here would have died. The chosen ones in Dragon City all smiled when they heard this. In fact, Shadow of Night is not only the pet of the Dragon Army Chief, but also the guardian beast of Dragon City. Our Dragon City masters will feed him moves every day so that he can learn more combat skills and become stronger. By the way, doesn't Nanfeng in your Nancheng City also have pets? What does it seem to be called? Xiaonan? I heard that she is quite powerful. But how does she compare with Shadow of the Night? After hearing this, everyone in Nancheng silently compared the words in their hearts. Shadow of the Night, feeding moves every day, getting stronger and stronger. Xiaonan showed off her meat every day and ate more and more. This seems incomparable. Only Yuran replied with a smile, let me tell you this. No matter how strong the Shadow of the Night is, Xiaonan will always be invincible. Everyone in Nancheng's eyes lit up. There is nothing wrong with this statement. Chapter 387 The Spider Army Goes Berserk. The death of Silver Moon Spider made everyone in Nancheng breathe a sigh of relief. The elite group that surrounded and suppressed the Silver Moon Spider also returned to the main battlefield and began to hunt the Copperstone Spider. The attack of the spider army gradually slowed down, and they were held back by everyone outside the South City, unable to take another step forward. Don't be impatient. Everyone, cooperate with each other and kill slowly. These spiders are here to give us experience. Chung Mo, go to the sky and take a look. Are there any Silver Moon Spiders around here? Wu Yuanyuan, please keep an eye on the east side of the point. There is a group of little cherry blossoms hiding there, probably trying to cause trouble. After Su Zuran warned everyone, he also joined the battle, preparing to gain some experience. The little cherry blossoms in the east? Didn't Supervisor Shin go over and keep an eye on it? Wu Yuan glanced eastward and could vaguely see several figures moving around in the woods a few hundred meters away. Seeing that they seemed to have no intention of coming, Wu Yuan withdrew his gaze and continued to shoot arrows without any distractions. One after another, magic arrows came out of the string. Wang Yuanming took the time to open the panel and sent a message to Judge Shen. Judge Shen. Buddy. How is the situation over there with Sakura? Judge Shen quickly replied, well, there is no problem for the time being. They seem to be just here to have a look and are not planning to cause trouble. In the woods to the east, there are a dozen chosen ones from the Sakura Kingdom, watching the battle outside the South City. They didn't realize that there was a pair of eyes watching them just 5 meters behind them. The owner of these eyes is naturally Shenpian. After Shenpian left the battlefield, he made a large circle and finally got behind the little cherry blossoms. In fact, from a distance of 5 meters, it stands to reason that the little cherry blossoms can detect Shenpian. But Shenpian has a passive skill silent, which makes him seem invisible, and no one notices Shenpian behind him. Judge Shen didn't dare to go any further, so he stood here quietly and eavesdropped on the conversation of the little cherry blossoms. A chosen one from the Sakura Kingdom with a mustache snorted coldly, Baga. I just said that these spiders are all paper tigers. They look good but they are useless. You people insist on evacuating, and you have wasted so much experience. Shenfan recognized this mustache. He was Sakura Saburo, among the chosen ones of Sakura Kingdom. His strength ranked among the top 10. Sakura Saburo came to Nancheng some time ago, and he even said that he wanted to kill Nafeng to avenge his 2 nephews, Sakura Kojiro and Sakura Iken. In order to prevent this from happening, Suzerain asked all the chosen ones in Nancheng to write down Sakura Saburo's face. As soon as he got close to Nancheng, they would stab him to death and kill him once and for all. Thinking of this, Shenpan couldn't help but hold the dagger tightly, thinking about whether to go up and give him a blow. After a while, he gave up the plan. These are extraordinary times, and there are thousands of spiders outside the southern city. It is not appropriate to provoke the enemy. At this time, next to Sakura Saburo, a young man smiled and shook his head and said, Saburo, they have more than 100 chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom, and they can barely defend the spider army. How many people do we have in the Sakura Kingdom? Do you think we can hold it? Sakura Saburo's face was gloomy, and he stopped talking. He also knew that what the young man beside him said made sense, but he just didn't want to see so much experience taken away by the chosen one from the Dragon Kingdom. After a moment of silence, Sakura Saburo suddenly said, if this continues, the chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom will only become stronger and stronger. By then, will there be any place for us in the Sakura Kingdom? We must think of a way. The young man asked, what do you think? Sakura Saburo rolled his eyes and sneered. The chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom are hunting ferocious beasts, and those civilians have no one to protect them. So let's kill the civilians. The young man was startled and looked at Sakura Saburo like a fool. Are you crazy? What's the use of killing a few civilians? This will only arouse the anger of the chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom. By then, not to mention your Nankai city, even our Mold Island city will be doomed. Sakura Saburo laughed. Of course, I won't be so stupid. I just went to scare those civilians, so that the chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom could not concentrate on fighting. In this way, the spider army will help us kill the chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom. The young man shook his head. Saburo, don't you understand yet? As long as Long Wudi and Nafeng remain alive, it will be useless no matter how many chosen ones we kill. Instead, it will attract the Dragon Kingdom's revenge. We are now trapped in a fog and getting out is not an easy task. It is not appropriate to continue to enmity with the Dragon Kingdom at this time. Come on. Let's go back. After saying that, the young man turned around and left with everyone. Sakura Saburo looked in the direction of Nancheng and snorted, then turned to follow. As soon as they took 2 steps forward, Shenpian popped his head out from behind the tree. Haha. Congratulations. You made a right decision. The young man's expression condensed, and he looked at Shenpian cautiously. He didn't notice anyone behind him just now. Judge Shen played with a purple-black dagger in his hand and sneered. If you dare to be careful, I will let you know what cruelty is. Copperstone spider is covered in iron lumps, and Judge Shen cannot cut it. But the chosen one cannot withstand Shenpian's dagger, let alone a poisoned dagger. The young man's face gradually darkened. The chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom? You don't really think I'm afraid of you, do you? Just as Shenpan was about to speak, bursts of screams suddenly came from the forest in the distance. This sound was extremely harsh, making Shenpian feel tinnitus even from a long distance away. Attack me? Shinpan covered his ears with his hands and retreated tens of meters. He looked up and found that the chosen one from Sakura Kingdom had not come to kill him, but was standing there with his ears covered, his eyes still a little confused. Isn't it their fault? Judge Shin pondered, suddenly widened his eyes, and looked in the direction of Nanchung. Those thousands of spiders seemed to be stimulated and became extremely crazy, killing the chosen ones guarding the city as if they were desperate. The spider army is furious. Call out. A flying sword fell from the sky, and Chung Mo's immortal energy fluttered in front of Shinpan. He said in a cold voice, Shinpan, the ferocious beasts are rioting. Are these little cherry blossoms responsible? With that said, he would control the flying sword to strike. The expression of the chosen one of Sakura Kingdom changed. Don't accuse good people wrongly. Baga, it has nothing to do with us. I just came here to watch the show, and I don't know what happened. Judge Shin muttered, it should have nothing to do with them. The sound came from somewhere else. Is that so? Chung Mo glared at the little cherry blossoms, and without wasting time, he flew towards Nanchung with his flying sword. I'll go back to help first, and you should come back quickly. Supervisor Shin nodded and ran back to Nanchung in a hurry, leaving only a group of little cherry blossoms standing there in confusion. Outside the South City, the spiders enter a violent state, and their attack power and speed are increased to a certain extent. The chosen ones, who originally had the upper hand, immediately fell into a hard fight. Retreat. Back off. Hide in the hut and fight. The chosen ones retreated one after another, using the hut as a bunker to continue fighting. But the current huts could no longer withstand the attacks of level 30 ferocious beasts, and soon 7 or 8 huts exploded. Everyone could only continue to fight and retreat, retreating to the hut further back. But at this critical moment, something even more desperate happened. 5 silver moon spiders appeared at the same time, killing Nanchung together. Oops. Everyone looked shocked, and Lin Mimi immediately commanded Shadow of the Night to kill them. But Shadow of Night is only equivalent to the strength of 0.8 silver moon spiders. How can it beat 5 of them? If it weren't for his virtualization ability, he might even be torn to pieces. Looking at these 5 silver moon spiders, all the chosen ones felt a little desperate. It's too strong. It's impossible to kill these 5 silver moon spiders just by relying on them. What to do? Otherwise, abandon the city and run away. Where to run? We can run, but how can those civilians run? Mad. It's just a few spiders. Fight them. Huang Yuanming sighed with emotion. If only Nanshan was here, he could kill all these beasts in 10 minutes. The Flying Eagle of Dragon City also sighed with emotion. If only the leader of the dragon army was here, he could kill all these beasts in 5 minutes. Huang Yuanming's lips twitched. If Nanshan was carrying Gatlin, it would only take 2 minutes. Fei Ying wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, if the dragon army is the first to use the natal magic weapon, it will only take 1 minute. Huang Yuanming glared at him. Why are you sweating profusely? Did he lie? Fei Ying exhaled a breath of hot breath. Are you still talking about me? Aren't you sweating profusely too? Why has the weather suddenly gotten hotter? Not only Huang Yuanming and Fei Ying, but the other chosen ones were also covered in sweat. But they didn't care. In such a high-intensity battle, isn't it normal to sweat a little? Yuran stared blankly at the huge fireball condensed in his hand, and whispered, Fire Element. Cheering. Chapter 388 The White Sun. Fire Element. Cheering. The magic power in Yuran's body surged, and a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 3 meters condensed and formed, hitting 5 silver moon spiders. Damn it. The sun is down? Huh? Such a big fireball? It turns out that girl Yuran is the hidden boss. Give me a break. My clothes are going to be burned. The chosen ones dodged one after another, and the 5 silver moon spiders felt the danger and scattered away. Seeing that Yuran couldn't hit the silver moon spider, he could only throw the fireball into the group of copper stone spiders with his backhand. Boom! A wave of hot air swept over, and the surrounding temperature soared again. The temperature of this fireball is extremely high. The calcastone spider in the center area is burned all over and is red, and there is a vague sign that it is about to melt. Wu Yuan fired a series of arrows and easily penetrated the bodies of these copper stone spiders. In just a few seconds, Wu Yuan shot and killed more than a dozen copper stone spiders. What a fierce fireball! Wu Yuan gave a thumbs up and looked at Yuran. These super high temperature fireballs can melt their bodies and allow me to hit with arrows. You target Silver Moon Spider and use your skills. We'll kill the boss first. Yuran shook his head. No. Silver Moon Spider is too fast and I can't hit it. Suzerain said, we can hold one down first and focus our fire to kill it. Yuran Qingmei frowned slightly. If you get too close, you will also be hit by the fireball. The fire element nearby was extremely violent. Yuran only needed a small amount of magic power to condense a large fireball, which was extremely powerful. When this fireball hits, even humans and spiders will be roasted to a red temperature. In just a few words, the scattered, Silver Moon spiders had already rushed into the crowd and began to run rampant. Fortunately, the chosen ones here are all masters. Even if they can't defeat them, they still have certain self-protection capabilities and won't die so easily. But it is still too dangerous to continue like this. Once their life-saving means are exhausted, they will only be killed by the Silver Moon Spider. Suddenly, a chosen one from Dragon City sacrificed his own divine weapon and threw it into the sky. His natal magic weapon was spinning in the air, getting bigger and bigger. You can't bear the weight of the book's oppression. As the chosen one shouted loudly, the divine weapon in the air suddenly fell down and hit the back of one of the Silver Moon spiders. Boom! A big pit appeared, and Silver Moon Spider was smashed deep into the ground. Everyone took a closer look. Good guy. This chosen one's natal weapon turned out to be a book. There is also a line of large characters written on the cover of the book. The characters are very blurry and cannot be seen clearly. I can only vaguely see the 3 words. Lung weapon. That young lady in Nanchung. I can't hold on for long. So hit it with your fireball. Yuran had already charged up a big fireball. And after hearing these words, he threw the fireball directly. Boom! The fireball successfully hit Silver Moon Spider, burning its back red. But there was no sign of melting as expected. Yuran shook her head. No. My fireball is not warm enough. Lin Mimi said softly. That's enough. Leave the rest to us. Shadow of the Night transformed into an invincible dragon again. With wind at his feet, he strode over and fought with the injured Silver Moon Spider. The other 4 Silver Moon Spiders screamed and wanted to step forward to save their companions. Upon seeing this, Fei Ying took a deep breath and shouted, Brothers in Longcheng, kill me! What? Do you look down on our brothers in Nancheng? Huang Yuanming next to him clenched the iron rod in his hand and followed. Brothers, charge! Kill them! The battle continues, with half of the chosen ones continuing to hunt copperstone spiders, and the other half risking their lives to hold back the remaining 4 Silver Moon Spiders. Squeak! The 4 Silver Moon Spiders were stopped, and they immediately let out ear-piercing screams and charged towards the chosen ones. As soon as the 2 sides came into contact, the chosen one was injured. The wounded retreat, and the brothers behind push forward. Give Shadow of the Night some time, and he can take care of the injured one. Hold this line, and don't let these 4 beasts pass. The chosen ones roared angrily, forming a line of defense with their bodies, determined not to let the other 4 Silver Moon Spiders go over to help. The left side of Fei Ying's face was scratched by a spider's leg so deeply that the bones were visible. He turned to look at Huang Yuanming and grinned. Brother, we may die here today. It's a pity. If the leader of the dragon army was here, I would definitely not die. Are you still in the mood to chat at this time? Huang Yuanming swung his stick to block the incoming spider legs. If Nanshan were here, I wouldn't die. Fei Ying laughed. It seems you trust Nanfeng very much. Unfortunately, they are all gone and we all have to die. There have been casualties among the chosen ones. And even if the priests at the rear kept releasing their skills, they could not be saved. The damage of Silver Moon Spider is still too high. Yuran stood on a high place, constantly releasing fireballs, and murmured, strange. Why hasn't it come yet? On the frontal battlefield, a Silver Moon Spider tore through the defense line and instantly arrived in front of Shadow of the Night. Its spider legs open and close, and it will cut off Shadow of the Night's head. At this critical moment, Shadow of the Night could only give up its plan to continue attacking and turned into a ball of black mist and escaped into the ground, fleeing into the distance. Once the defense line was torn apart, it could no longer be defended, and the 5 Silver Moon Spiders reunited again. A sense of despair appeared in everyone's hearts. Huang Yuanming sighed. Your guardian beast is not very good. It didn't kill the injured spider. Fei Ying snorted. Huh? Can't our guardian beast do it? Then you, Nancheng, should call someone who can do it. Huang Yuanming stopped talking. There are many masters in Nancheng, But there is no master who can kill Silver Moon Spider alone. I don't know if I can do it. At this moment, a childish voice came from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a 7 or 8-year-old girl walking in midair. Yuan frowned and said with a smile, "It's Xiaonan. It's really Xiaonan. If she is here, doesn't it mean that Nanshan is back?" I didn't see the south wind. What about you? Xiaonan? Is it Nanfeng's pet? She can actually fly? The south wind didn't come back? Then even if her pet comes, it won't change the situation of the battle. So it's useless. Also, Xiaonan can't be more powerful than Shadow of the Night. Right? In midair, Xiaonan pursed her lips and hummed softly as she listened to the voice coming from the tactical earphones. Who do you look down on? A raging fire instantly ignited around her body. The flame changes from initially red to orange, then to yellow, and finally to white. White flame. The terrifying temperature made the space distort. Xiaonan raised his hands and gathered all the flames above his head, condensing them into a huge fireball. Phew! Here comes the bomb. The expressions of everyone below changed drastically. This time, the sun really sets. White Sun. Chapter 389, Turning the Tide. The patron saint of Nancheng. They can all be blown up. Xiaonan let out a sweet shout, flicked her hands, and smashed the white sun into the spider army. Call out. The fireball landed, and white flame swept across the wilderness, setting off waves of air. The copperstone spider in the center area instantly turned into a pool of molten iron. The spiders further away were also affected. Their whole bodies were red, and there was a faint sign that they were about to melt. There was a Silver Moon Spider, also within the range of the fireball, and was affected by the terrifying white flames. Its 2 spider legs melted on the spot, and it limped while walking, and its speed was greatly reduced. Xiaonan only used one move to kill nearly 100 copperstone spiders, and even injured a Silver Moon Spider. The whole audience was stunned. What kind of monster is this? Xiaonan. Awesome. I declare that from today on, Xiaonan will be the guardian beast of our southern city. Can he speak? This is clearly the patron saint of Nancheng. Everyone in Nancheng cheered. The chosen ones in Dragon City also breathed a sigh of relief. With such a strong man sitting in charge, they would not be able to die today. Fei Ying exclaimed, "Is this Nanfeng's pet? The strength is really terrifying. With this lethality, I am afraid that even the leader of the dragon army would be defeated." Wang Yuanning looked proud and said with a smile, "How about our Nanshan's patron saint? How does it compare to your guardian beast?" Fei Ying pondered for a moment. "You guys are awesome." Squeak. The spiders that were still alive made sharp screams, and their jewel-like eyes stared angrily at Conan in midair. A Silver Moon Spider moved quickly, came directly under Xiaonan, and jumped up suddenly. Yuan shouted, "Be careful. Silver Moon Spider's jumping ability is astonishing, and it can actually jump dozens of meters high in the air." Its 2-meter-long spider legs flicked and retracted, hugging Xiaonan tightly in midair. And then they fell from the air together. Oops. Lin Mimi was shocked and rushed to help. "Where is the pastor? Release your skills quickly." The priests of Dragon City hurriedly raised their staffs. Little Nani Suihan stood in front of everyone. No. No. No more Xiaonan. Xiaonan's physique is very strange. Those healing skills not only fail to add blood to her, but also deduct her blood. Breastfeeding her is killing her, although Xiaonan is not afraid of death. On the other side, Silver Moon Spider and Xiaonan had landed, making a big hole on the ground and filling the sky with dust. The rest of the spiders screamed and rushed over, surrounding the big pit on 3 levels and 3 levels outside. "Go help!" A group of chosen ones roared and killed each other, wanting to support Xiaonan. But Xiaonan's clear voice came out from the encirclement. "Don't come over here." A terrifying high temperature suddenly rose in the encirclement, and the earth was roasted and cracked. The spiders screamed, and their solid bodies began to soften. They can't get close to Xiaonan at all. "Gigi!" Silver Moon Spider screamed twice, no longer attacking, but chose to retreat. The other spiders obeyed the order and retreated into the distant forest. "Chase! Kill as many as you can!" The chosen ones outside the southern city roared and charged forward. Killing one more now will reduce the threat later. After all, no one knows when the spider army will come back. Nearly 100 chronicle spiders that were injured by the high temperature were greatly reduced in speed and were killed by the chosen ones, who caught up later. There were 2 other Silver Moon Spiders who were also seriously injured and unable to escape, and were beaten to death by everyone. Phew. So tired. Xiaonan staggered out of the pit, feeling a little weak. She raised a colorful stone to her little nose and took a deep breath. Full of energy entered her body, and Xiaonan became full of life again. It's just that the colorful stone is darker, but it's not obvious. The surrounding temperature began to drop, and soon returned to normal temperature. Xiaonan jumped back to Nancheng. Yuan picked up Xiaonan with a smile and said, "Xiaonan, welcome back." Xiaonan showed a cute smile and said, "Actually, I have been back for a while. But I found a large silver moon spider in the forest over there. So I spent some time to deal with it." As he spoke, Xiaonan stretched out her white and tender little hands and pointed in the south direction. Hearing this, Judson said, "I just heard a scream from over there. And then the spider army ran away. It turned out to be you." Chung Imo raised his eyebrows. So that's it. It seemed that he had really wronged those little cherry blossoms just now. But it doesn't matter. Just be wronged if you were wronged. Who made them, Sakura? Yuan didn't care about this. She asked, "Where is Nanfeng? Didn't he come back with you?" Xiaonan spread his hands. "Brother. He and I got separated, and I don't know where he is." In fact, Xiaonan knew the general direction of Nanfeng, but she did not go to Nanfeng. Instead, she returned to the mist alone. In the past few days, after walking out of the fog, Xiaonan has recovered part of her memory, and finally knows what the thing in the depths of the spider cave is that has been calling her. She came back this time just to go to the spider cave and get back her things. The battle outside the city soon came to an end. After everyone cleaned up the battlefield, they returned to Nancheng one after another. Cool. These spiders not only provide high experience, but even the explosive equipment is top-notch. I picked up 2 pieces of B-grade high-quality equipment. What about you? Haha. I picked up a B-level peak. I picked up a lot of materials. Everyone was discussing the harvest in small groups, with faces full of joy. Surviving another battle is a happy thing for everyone. Thank you to all the big guys in Dragon City for your help. Without you, I really don't know what I would have done in today's battle. Su Zering gave a fist-cup salute and said to everyone in Longcheng, "No need to be so polite. Dragon City and Nancheng are adjacent. We still understand the reason why lips are dying and teeth are cold." Lin Mimi smiled and said, "And the person you should thank most is not us, but your Xiaonan from Nancheng. If she hadn't appeared in time to turn the tide, we really wouldn't have been able to survive." After hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Xiaonan. Xiaonan put her hands on her hips, raised her head proudly, and looked like she was about to praise me. Xiaonan is so awesome. The patron saint of Nancheng. The savior of Nancheng. I unilaterally declare that the #1 master in Nancheng is no longer Mr. Nanfeng, but Xiaonan. Everyone was generous with their praises, and Xiaonan's pigtails were raised to the point of praise. On the side, Huang Yuanming pulled Fei Ying, who was about to leave, and said, "Brother, stay for dinner tonight. Ask all your brothers in Longcheng to stay for dinner at night. I will personally cook and make you a fragrant roasted whole lamb." Fei Ying laughed loudly. "You can pull him down. There are so few ferocious beasts in this mist. Where can you get a roasted whole lamb? In this mist, food is extremely scarce. If you can occasionally find some fruits, you are lucky. The food in other worlds is semi-virtual. You can't fill your stomach in World 0, and eating it is in vain. In fact, these chosen ones haven't eaten for a long time, but they can convert magic power into the nutrients their bodies need to maintain their lives. But if they don't eat for a long time, their magic power will be consumed more and more, and they won't have time to replenish it even if they stay in the hut. When the magic power is exhausted, it will consume life. Therefore, the food problem must be solved as soon as possible. Not only ordinary people need food, but they, the chosen ones, also need it. Huang Yuanming chuckled. "You didn't know this, but Nanshan brought a warehouse of food, which is enough for us to eat for a long time. Black Crow City is not big, but its permanent population is 200 to 300,000. The granary in Black Crow City stores enough food for these people for a year, and all of this food is now in the warehouse in South City. How many people are there in Nancheng now? Even if the population of Dragon City is included, it does not exceed 10,000. This food is enough for them to eat for several years." Wang Yuanming continued. "Nanshan also said that half of this batch of food will be given to you, Dragon City. If you have any good things in the future, don't forget our Nancheng. Food is in short supply, but only for now." Nanfeng knew that with Long Woody's ability, he could quickly get a large amount of food. Instead of hiding the food in their hands, It would be better to give some of it to Long Chung. Sell Long Woody a favor. And tie Nan Chung and Long Chung into a boat. The sky gradually darkened. 10 wooden tables with a length of 100 meters were temporarily built in Nan Chung, as well as nearly 100 stoves. The stove is on full fire. Various dishes are served on the table, and the aroma is wafting throughout Nan Chung. Everyone in Longcheng came to Nan Chung to attend tonight's celebration banquet. Tonight, Nan Chung is bustling with excitement and laughter. The happiest person was Xiao Nan. She walked back and forth among the 10 long tables and tasted every dish. When the celebration banquet was over, Xiao Nan patted her bulging belly and went back to Nanfeng's cabin to sleep with satisfaction. In the ancient forest, Na Feng had been hunting ferocious beasts all day, and was sitting in front of the campfire, humming a little tune and roasting a cow leg. Zila zila. The beef leg is roasted until the oil is released, exuding an alluring aroma. Na Feng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Being able to eat roasted beef leg in this primitive forest makes these days more and more promising. Shilu. Chapter 390. Xiao Nan secretly does big things. The edge of the ancient forest. The south wind stays here for 10 days. During these 10 days, Na Feng was focused on hunting ferocious beasts non-stop. When you are tired, you fall asleep for half an hour. When you are thirsty and hungry, you stop to eat something. When your magic power is empty, you take out the netherworld thorn and fight melee. Under this high-intensity battle, Nanfeng's level was successfully raised to level 34. But Na Feng also encountered a problem. He continued to hunt level 3034 beasts and gained very little experience. You must hunt down ferocious beasts above level 35 before you can continue to level up. Nan Feng murmured. But this is an edge area, and there are very few ferocious beasts above level 35. You have to continue searching deep into the forest. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it becomes. Na Feng opened the panel and looked at the time. 19 days have passed since the day he emerged from the fog. Recently, some of the chosen ones have begun to experience symptoms of fatigue. This is caused by not eating for too long. The problem of food shortage has become increasingly serious. Of course, food is no longer a problem for Nancheng and Longcheng. 10 days ago, Na Feng got a warehouse of food and sent it back. 7 days ago, Long Woody also got a warehouse of food and sent it back. The total amount of food is enough to feed people in 2 cities for several years. The other chosen ones, who came out of the fog and were still alive, also got some food and went back. But don't forget, there are more than 2 billion ordinary people in the fog. The food that Na Feng and Long Woody obtained was nothing compared to the amount of 2 billion. When the energy in these ordinary people's bodies is exhausted and they need to eat, that will be the real crisis. If we can't find a solution as soon as possible, we can only watch them starve to death. Na Feng couldn't control so many people. He would only distribute the food to the people in Nancheng. And at most, part of it would be given to the people in Longcheng. For the remaining people, Na Feng was powerless. Long Woody, on the other hand, had talked to Na Feng several times in the past few days. In his words, he seemed to want to save as many Blue Star people as possible. Long Woody's original words are, if you can save one more person, save one more. If you want to pass on civilization, everyone is very important. He hasn't spoken much in the chat channel during this time. He seems to be working on some big project and is preparing to solve the food problem in one fell swoop. In this regard, Na Feng could only express his admiration. Not everyone can have this kind of mind that cares about all the people in the world. I'd better improve my strength as soon as possible and be able to protect myself in this world first. Let's leave the food issue to Long Woody first. If he can't solve it in the end, then I can only consider whether to summon Suena. Suena once said that she can solve the food problem and only she can solve it. But Na Feng was never at ease with this Red Star woman. Na Feng would not bring her to World Zero until the last moment. Night. The south wind raised a bonfire and roasted the pig's head. He opened the panel and entered the chat channel. Ready to see what happened in the fog today. Edward, you, Sanwa, have gone too far. You dare to snatch the ferocious beast we found. When Miss Catherine comes back, I will make you pay a heavy price. Shiva, isn't it embarrassing for you, a grown man, to talk about Catherine every day? If you want to make us pay the price, do it yourself. Huang Yuanming, forget it. Edward is just a talker, and he is more cowardly than anyone else. Edward, Huang Yuanming, we come from the same world after all. Why are you helping outsiders? Huang Yuanming, you are also an outsider. Patezu, latest information. The fog has dispersed a little more, and visibility has reached 9.1%. Flying Eagle, explore again. Report again. Chumyamo, flying sword driving project. Just one Momota can take you to the sky, side by side with the sun. Note, this project is only available to beautiful sisters aged 18 to 28 years old. Yunfei, the latest cricket fighting competition has begun. Registration fee, 1 piece of sea level or above equipment. Sign up now, and you can also get a big cold melon, which is guaranteed to be ripe. The chat channel was very lively, mainly because everyone was in the fog and there really was nothing to do except hunt Calcastone spiders. In the past 2 days, even the number of Calcastone spiders has decreased a lot. You may not be able to find one even if you go out looking for it for a long time. So much so that entertainment activities such as cricket fighting appeared to pass the time. Nanfeng watched for a while, and then entered the group of handsome guys. Nanfeng, brothers, how have you been in Nancheng these 2 days? Did something happen? Wang Yuanming, report to the city lord. Everything is fine in Nancheng. City lord, please rest assured. Xiao Luo, I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to go crazy if I stay here any longer. Nanfeng, I decided to get out of the fog early tomorrow morning and go see the outside world. Nanfeng was shocked. This was not a good idea. Nanfeng, farewell, brother. Now the chosen ones are being hunted everywhere outside. If you are unlucky, you will die as soon as you come out. Xiao Luo, that's better than dying of boredom here. Besides, I have a clone, so I won't die that easily. Su Zuran, Xiao Luo. The fog is dissipating. Don't rush now. Maybe in a few days, we can just walk out. After everyone talked hard, they reluctantly persuaded Xiao Luo to give up the idea. Yuran, brother Nanfeng. Xiaonan left Nancheng alone the day before yesterday and hasn't come back yet. Could something happen? Nanfeng, don't worry about her. This little girl has grown up and her wings have hardened. She can't be controlled anymore. 10 days ago, Xiaonan turned the tide and saved Nancheng, and Nanfeng received the news that day. But what puzzled Nanfeng was that in his perception, Xiaonan was clearly in another direction and had never moved. How did she get back into the fog? Nanfeng asked Yuran to convey this question, and Xiaonan showed an expression like, I don't know. I'm just a child. An innocent look on his face. Nanfeng could only give up. 2 days ago, Xiaonan said low and left Nancheng alone. He didn't know what he was doing. He has not returned yet. But Nanfeng wasn't worried about her. Xiaonan can kill an army of spiders. Why is Nanfeng worried about her? She was worried that the south wind would still be strong. After chatting with everyone in the group for a while, Nanfeng turned off the panel and prepared to rest. He wanted to have a good sleep, adjust his condition, and then go to the depths of the forest to continue hunting ferocious beasts and improve his level. My pets are better than me. So where can I put my face? Ah? Nanfeng was instantly full of fighting spirit and decided to reach level 40 before seeing Xiaonan next time. Then he would twist Xiaonan up and slap her, but to prove his family status. A night of silence. 6 o'clock in the morning. Nanfeng had a good sleep and returned to the peak condition. He got up and stretched his muscles, set up Barrett, and then cautiously moved deeper into the forest. Ding! Suddenly, an electronic synthesized sound that had not been heard for a long time sounded. Ding! The chosen one Nanfeng successfully killed the level 40 Forbidden Land Guardian, Golden Rose Spider. Reward all attributes plus 100. Reputation plus 100. Orange treasure chest 1. A number of various materials. Nanfeng froze on the spot, looking confused. WTF? I haven't done anything. After a full 2 seconds, Nanfeng's face suddenly condensed as he thought of something. The beasts killed by the pet will be counted against the owner. Could it be that? Xiaonan. Chapter 391 S level. The Frozen Ring. End chat channel. Huang Yuanming, huh? Did I hear hallucinations so early in the morning? When did Mr. Nanfeng come back? Also killed a Forbidden Land Guardian? Xiao Luo, gone. You didn't call me when you were fighting the boss? Amos, Nanfeng can already hunt level 40 beasts? Shiva, did you hear that? Nanfeng got an orange treasure chest. I have never seen a treasure chest in this color. Andre, the orange treasure chest can probably yield S-level equipment. Right? Sakura Saburo, damn it. The strength of the people of the Dragon Kingdom has to be raised to another level. If this continues, what place do we have to stand on? In the early morning, the chat channel became lively. Everyone was discussing the system announcement just now. Nafeng killed the level 40 Forbidden Land Defender. What is this concept? As of now, the highest level chosen one in the mist is only level 32. He may not even be able to defeat the level 35 Silver Moon Spider. But Nafeng can kill the level 40 Golden Rose Spider. This gap is too big. Everyone in the chat channel was talking to Nafeng. Nafeng went in and took a look, but didn't reply and just pretended to be dead. He himself was still confused. It's true that when people walk on the road, pies fall from the sky. In the past, Nafeng did not believe that pie would fall from the sky. But today he believed it. An orange treasure box suddenly fell into his backpack. He had to believe it even if he didn't believe it. That Golden Rose Spider was probably killed by Xiaonan. Right? How long have we been separated? And Xiaonan has already grown to this extent? Could it be that I have been holding her back? Nafeng sighed melancholy. If this continues, it's hard to say who will spank whom the next time we meet. Shaking his head, Nafeng threw all these thoughts behind him and began to check the rewards he had just received. In addition to full attributes and reputation, Nafeng also received an orange treasure chest and a large amount of materials. Nafeng scanned the obtained materials for a while and found a Demon King Bone among them. This is the material he needs to upgrade his natal magic weapon. If he finds another way to get an energy crystal, Nafeng can upgrade his natal magic weapon again. The other materials were of no use to Nafeng. He threw them all into the town warehouse, and anyone who wanted them took them away. After doing all this, Nafeng took out the orange treasure box from his backpack. This is a higher level treasure chest than the red treasure chest, and it may be able to unlock S-level equipment. Nafeng held the treasure chest in both hands, and the dazzling orange light illuminated all the shadows around it. Eye of Insight. Orange treasure chest, an extremely rare treasure chest that may contain treasures that can make the world go crazy. 25% chance of getting S-level equipment. 75% chance of getting A-level equipment. Nafeng took a deep breath. And as expected, this treasure chest might actually contain S-level equipment. So far, I haven't heard of any chosen one having S-level equipment. Not even Dragon Invincible. This may be the first S-level equipment in the entire network if Nafeng can open it. Calm down. Calm down. Build up your character first. Nafeng resisted the urge to open the box and put the treasure box into his backpack. Then, he put on the lucky amulet. Normally Nafeng would not wear a lucky amulet, because its unpredictable luck might sometimes kill Nafeng. Only when he was saving his character would he put this artifact back on. Nafeng slowly and cautiously retreated to the edge of the forest. During the period of saving his character, his luck would be extremely bad. Entering the depths of the forest at this time would be courting death. Snap! During the march, the south wind crushed a dead branch, making a crisp sound. At his feet, a level 31 earth insect suddenly appeared and bit Nafeng's thigh with its venomous mouthparts. Nafeng, who was fully focused, naturally would not be successfully attacked by the earth insect. He just dodged the attack with a simple step back. Call out. But a piece of bird shit fell from the sky and landed on Nafeng's shoes. Nafeng's face darkened. He looked up at the level 25 Dada bird on the tree and shot it to the west. Earthworm could not escape the fate of death and was killed by Nafeng with 2 shots. Was he just hit by bird poop? The bad luck doesn't seem to be as strong as it used to be. Is it because I have become stronger? Nafeng lowered his head and glanced at the lucky amulet. This B-level equipment had less influence on Nafeng's luck. This is good. At least the risk of bad luck is reduced. As for good luck, just save it slowly. Throughout the whole day, Nafeng concentrated on cultivating his character in the forest. During this period, Nafeng's tactical watch rang several times. But Nafeng ignored it. He didn't dare to be distracted. It was a period of bad luck. At night, the disgraced Nafeng walked into a cave. After confirming that there was no danger, he took out the orange treasure box. I've saved up my character and S-level equipment all day long, but it still can't defeat you. Nafeng took out the mineral water, washed his face, and shouted, "The European Emperor is possessed." Zheng! Nafeng opened the treasure chest. An orange light filled the entire cave. Frozen ring. Grade, S-level medium. Type ring. Attribute, all attributes are increased by 20%. Freeze resistance is greatly improved. Skill, ice elemental affinity greatly improves the power of ice skills. Skill, Frozen for 10,000 miles, consume magic power to generate an extremely icy domain centered on yourself. The scope and power of the field depend on the magic power consumption. And the cooling time is 24 hours. Skill power. Mana consumption/field range. It's really S-level equipment. Nanfeng almost jumped up in surprise. It's not in vain that he worked hard all day to save his character. Gee. This attribute. This skill. This is so hacking invincible. Nanfeng did not hesitate and directly put on the frozen ring and threw the eliminated quartz ring into the warehouse. As soon as he put on the frozen ring, Nanfeng felt that his strength had become stronger and his whole body was full of power. This is the result of plus 20% of all attributes. S-Class is S-Class. It's really awesome. Nanfeng couldn't put it down, and even studied the ring's active skills. Frozen for thousands of miles. The temperature inside the cave began to drop sharply. The soil and stones within 1 meter of the south wind quickly froze into ice cubes and shattered when touched. Try expanding the scope of your field. With a thought, Nanfeng extended the generated polar ice domain outwards. Soon, with the south wind as the center, the temperature within 50 meters dropped, but it could not drop to below zero. As the scope increases, the power of the domain naturally weakens. Moreover, Nanfeng consumes a lot of magic power in this state and cannot maintain it for long. It's a good skill. Nanfeng nodded and closed his domain. The treasure chest has been opened, and Nanfeng quickly took off the lucky amulet so as not to be worried all the time. By the way, someone has been looking for me this afternoon to see what's going on. Only then did Nanfeng have time to open the panel and take a look inside the handsome guy's group. Xiao Luo, Nanfeng. Look at the town warehouse. The teleportation array item has been updated. Xiao Luo, buy one quickly. I want to take the teleportation array out and leave this ghost place without ferocious beasts. Xiao Luo, hello? Are you there? Hello? Anyone there? Xiao Luo, Nanfeng. Please reply when you receive it. It was obvious that Xiao Luo really didn't want to stay in the fog and couldn't wait to see the outside world. Nanfeng clicked on the town warehouse with great interest, and sure enough found a new item in the system update, teleportation array. Teleportation array, spend 10,000 contribution points to obtain a portable teleportation array. Teleportation arrays in the same city can teleport to each other. Each transmission consumes 100 contribution points. This? Nanfeng raised his eyebrows. With this thing, wouldn't the brothers in Nancheng be able to teleport directly to him? Chapter 392 Nancheng needs a pool party. The main reason why the Chosen One in the mist didn't come out was because he didn't know where he would be transported. If he were teleported to a level 40 boss, wouldn't it be like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth? Now that there is a teleportation array that can teleport at fixed points, this problem is easily solved. Nanfeng spent 10,000 contribution points and bought a teleportation array in the town warehouse. This was a portable teleportation array. Nanfeng placed it on the ground and stepped on it. The surrounding area soon lit up with silvery white light. Two options appeared in front of him: Xiao Luo's teleportation array, Su Zern's teleportation array. Well, Xiao Luo and Su Zern also bought it. Nanfeng thought for a moment and sent a message to the handsome guy's group. Nanfeng, Xiao Luo, try to see if you can teleport to me. A few seconds later, Nanfeng saw a shadow appear on the teleportation array, slowly condensing into shape. The person coming is none other than Xiao Luo. It's finally out. Xiao Luo laughed and walked out of the teleportation array. Looking around curiously, where is the ferocious beast? Where are the ferocious beasts? My broadsword is hungry. Outside the cave, there are so many ferocious beasts that you can't kill them all. Nanfeng pointed out of the cave. Xiao Luo twisted his neck and rushed out with murderous intent. I'm going to stretch my muscles first. Nanfeng nodded, then be careful. I'm going to go back to Nancheng to have a look. Xiao Luo waved his hand, indicating that he understood, and quickly disappeared into the forest. There are no powerful ferocious beasts around here, so Nanfeng doesn't have to worry about Xiao Luo's safety. He walked up to the teleportation array, selected Su Zern's teleportation array, and was suddenly teleported back to Nancheng. White light flashed around him, and the scene in front of Nanfeng changed, and he returned to Nancheng. He looked around and found himself in a hall. Su Zern was next to him and said with a chuckle, I'm back. Long time no see. Nanfeng smiled slightly. It's only more than half a month. Not a long time. Su Zern, Nancheng has changed a lot in the past half month. Let me show you around. Suzerain led Nanfeng out of the hall. Look! This Jioku building is the city lord's mansion. Of course. This is temporary. If you don't like it, we will build a new one. As for the city wall, I'm already planning it. But I haven't found a strong and durable material yet. So I can only leave it aside for now. Look over there. That's a residential area. Next to the residential area we plan to build a small park and an artificial lake. To the east is the plantation. We found plants similar to rice and wheat. Do you remember Guliang? He plans to try grafting to see if he can increase rice yields. Suzerain kept chattering about the current situation in Nancheng. Nanfeng nodded while listening. With everyone's efforts, Nancheng is working hard to develop in a better direction. Nanfeng asked, Guliang, is it the Mediterranean? Right. I remember that he couldn't even grow dolly grass well. But he also had grafting skills? How do today's young people understand these technologies? Suzerain replied that there was an old professor in Longcheng named Yuan, who was an expert in this field. And Guliang was studying with him. Speaking of this, Suzerain said with emotion, just relying on you to grab food is not enough. But if the yield of rice and wheat can be increased, the food problem can be solved from the root. This is a major project that can benefit all Blue Star people. People like Professor Yuan are the treasures of the entire Dragon Kingdom. No, it is the treasure of the entire Blue Star. We're almost done shopping. Let's go back to the city lord's mansion first. Suzerain said. I have gathered all the brothers together to talk about Nancheng's future plans. Nanfeng nodded. And the two returned to the city lord's mansion. At this time, many people were already waiting here. Wu Yuancheng, Qin Judge Su Mingyuan, Wang Yuanming, Su Yihan, Xiao Anran from District 17, Cheng Mo from District 68, Yi Piaoling from District 113 and others. They are all the top strong men in Nancheng. Seeing Nanfeng, Wang Yuanming took the lead in applauding. Welcome. Welcome. Warm welcome. Southern God. You are finally back, Nanshan. I feel so insecure without you. City Lord. Are you satisfied with the construction of Nancheng? Go back and write 500 words to express your feelings after watching it. Nanfeng's mouth twitched. I am the City Lord. Hey. Let the City Lord write his review. You want to rebel. Right? Suzerain chuckled and said, okay. Don't make noises. Everyone please sit down. There was a large round table 10 meters long in the middle of the hall. And everyone sat in a circle around the round table. As the most distinguished city lord, Nanfeng naturally sat at the top table. Suzerain was the first to speak. Do you have any suggestions on how Nancheng should plan for the future? Wang Yuanming waved his hand. Expand. Expand outward. Nancheng is so small. It's embarrassing to go out. Xiao Anran muttered. Attract talents. Among those 2 billion ordinary people, there are elites from all walks of life. Including them will help the development of Nancheng. Cheng Mo also raised his hand. I think Nancheng is still one big swimming pool away from being a top city. How can such a big city not have a swimming pool? How can we have a pool party without a swimming pool? How can a young lady wear a bikini openly? By the way, clothing stores should also be open quickly. What is a city without freedom of dressing? Nanfeng's eyes lit up. The swimming pool. This project was approved by someone from Nanfeng. Of course, Nanfeng only dared to approve it in his heart. He coughed twice and glanced at Cheng Mo. Brother Cheng Mo. Be serious. We are discussing business now. Let's talk about this kind of entertainment facilities in 2 days. After saying that, Nanfeng glanced at Cheng Mo. Got it. The swimming pool will be built in 2 days. Cheng Mo made an okay gesture to indicate that he understood. Everyone continued to discuss and clearly plan the future of Nancheng. Nanfeng also participated and made several suggestions. Suddenly, Nanfeng's tactical watch rang. And it was Xiao Luo's private message. Xiao Luo, Nanfeng. I was targeted by a group of bandits. And there seemed to be a few masters among them. Nanfeng's face darkened. And he quickly replied, open the teleportation array. I'll be here right away. Turning off the panel, Nanfeng took out the teleportation array and placed it on the ground. Suzerain asked, Nanfeng, what's going on? Xiao Luo is in trouble. He should be a bandit from Black Crow Peak. Nanfeng said, walking into the teleportation array. I'll go over and take a look first. And you can continue chatting. White light lit up before his eyes. And Nanfeng, who had just returned to Nancheng less than 2 hours ago, left Nancheng again. In the ancient forest, Nanfeng walked out of the teleportation array and looked at Xiao Luo. Are you okay? Where are the bandits? Xiao Luo shook his head. It's okay. I just used a clone to distract them. People safe is good. Just as Na Feng was about to speak, the teleportation array lit up with another white light, and Xiao Aran walked out of the teleportation array with a spear in hand. Then Su Zuran, Cheng Machin, and Wu Yuan were sentenced. The white light continued continuously, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime. One after another, the chosen ones from Nancheng came out of the teleportation array. Chapter 393 Nancheng Number 2. One after another, the chosen ones from Nancheng came out of the teleportation array. After learning that Xiao Luo was in danger, they did not hesitate. Each of them spent 10,000 contribution points to purchase a teleportation array. Na Feng was stunned. Why are you here? Wang Yuanming smiled and said, Brother is in danger. Of course we have to come. Su Ming patted the shield and made a sound. I am the #1 human shield in Nancheng. How can I be left out of the fight? Wait. I'll go check out the enemy's situation. Cheng Mo stepped into the sky on the flying sword. After a moment, his voice came from the head. They are coming. There are 20 people. The strength is his. The strength is so strong. It feels like they are all above level 30. Cheng Mo said, quickly landed from the air, and stood behind Su Ming. Soon, the voices of the bandits came over. Ha ha ha. Look what I found. There are a bunch of chosen ones here. It looks like they just came out of the fog. They should be only level 30. Ha ha. Snatched their natal magic weapon. Rua. 20 strongmen dressed as bandits rushed out of the woods, looking at Na Feng and the others with greedy eyes. It was indeed the Black Crow Guard. Na Feng took a look at their clothes and said, but their strength is a bit strong, and they are probably considered minor leaders among the Black Crow Guards. The Black Crow Guards are generally around level 20, and the captains of each team are strong men at level 30. But the 20 Black Crow Guards in front of me are all above level 30, and some are even above level 35. Na Feng estimated that they should be the elite troops of the Black Crow Guard. You actually know about the Black Crow Guard? Hearing Nanfeng's words, the bandit standing at the front sneered. But you guessed wrong. We are not the Black Crow Guard. We are affiliated with Black Crow Peak. Black Crow General. The Black Crow General's tone was full of arrogance, and he was very proud of his identity. He stared at Na Feng with a sneer, as if he wanted to see shock and fear in his eyes. But he didn't see Nanfeng's eyes, but saw a dark hole. What is the Black Crow General? Why do you, a small bandit village, have so many nicknames? Boom! Na Feng blasted out a big hole in the Black Crow's head. Uh-huh. Black Crow will let out a heart-rending scream. The power of this shot is extremely terrifying, and half of his skull is opened. But after all, he was also a level 30 plus strongman, and his strong vitality prevented him from dying on the spot. Instead, he kept rolling and screaming on the ground. When the other Black Crows saw this, their faces suddenly showed expressions of shock. Not good. He is a famous hero, right? He looks different from the portrait. Confused, the fact that he was holding a hidden weapon that made a loud noise was enough to prove his identity. We are no match for him. Hurry up. Run away. And inform Lord Crow King. These 19 Black Crows will know how terrifying Nanfeng's strength is. Leaving their injured companions and fleeing, Na Feng said in a deep voice, leave one alive and kill the rest. Yes. Everyone in Nancheng responded in unison and spread out to pursue a target each. This group of Black Crow generals can just give them some practice. Na Feng did not chase anyone, but walked slowly to the seriously injured Black Crow general and squatted down. You said you are from Black Crow Peak? Na Feng asked softly. Tell me, where is Black Crow Peak? On the ground. There was a Black Crow general with a hole in his head. The light in his eyes had dimmed, and he could no longer survive. When he heard Nanfeng's question, he suddenly laughed like a flashback. Do you think I will tell you? You are delusional. Boom. Na Feng took another shot, ending his sinful life. I don't have to ask you. That's funny. Na Feng took out the mountain climbing flying claw, climbed up a big tree, and stood on a high place to observe the battle situation. The strength of these Black Crow generals is very good, but they lack their own magic weapons and various equipment. In a one-on-one situation, it is difficult for them to defeat the people in Nancheng. Only a few level 35 Black Crow generals can pose some threat to Xiao Luo and the others. On the treetop, Na Feng took out Barrett and helped the brothers set up their guns. Call out! Call out! Call out! The little string word station came out, and the suppressed Black Dutch youngman couldn't breathe. A series of magic bullets came out of the gun. Under such powerful firepower suppression, the Black Crow doubled the pressure. Don't be reluctant to fight. They are difficult to kill. Just leave here when you find the opportunity. A level 35 Black Crow gave a hard look and chose to abandon his companions and flee far away. Where does the little thief go? Chung Mo put his fingers together to form a sword and controlled the flying sword to catch up. Xiao Angren's spear made a dragon roar. And in conjunction with Chung Mo's flying sword, he surrounded and killed the fleeing Black Crow generals from left to right. Xiao Luo recalled the clones scattered throughout the forest and surrounded another level 35 Black Crow general. Others also found their own opponents. Whoosh! The south wind put pressure on the trees, and the Black Crow generals were unable to concentrate on the battle. And soon 7 or 8 corpses were left behind. The remaining Black Crows had a look of panic in their eyes and wanted to escape. But there was no chance. In 5 minutes, 19 of the 20 Black Crow generals died, and the last one was left. His legs were broken, and he lay on the ground in despair, waiting to die. Nefeng jumped down from the tree and walked over. Answer me a question, and I will give you a happy answer. Both legs were broken, and the Black Crow general was sweating profusely in pain. Hearing Nefeng say that he wanted to give him a good time, he immediately nodded. You? Just ask. Nefeng, where is Black Crow Peak? The Black Crow will be looking northwest. That's about 100 kilometers away in this direction. 100 kilometers? That's not very far. Nefeng pondered for a moment and then asked, how many masters like you are there in Black Crow Peak? Black Crow General shook his head, not sure. He paused and continued. Black Crow Peak has a total of 7 hills. I don't know how many Black Crow Generals there are on other hills. 7 hills? Nefeng suddenly thought of something. Is the Crow King the boss of the entire Black Crow Peak? Black Crow will shake his head again. No. Lord Crow King is only the king on the 3rd mountain. There are 6 more powerful men at the same level as Lord Crow King. This? Nefeng took a breath of air. It turned out that Black Crow Peak was so powerful. Where is this little bandit village? This is obviously a big bandit village. Nefeng got the information he wanted to know, and did not embarrass the Black Crow General, and sent him away with one shot. What should we do now? Xiao Luo looked at everyone. I want to stay here to continue upgrading and improve my strength. What about you? Want to go back to Nanchang? Wu Yuan touched his chin. I also want to stay. Nanchang is a bit boring. Chung Mo muttered. I want to go back. The construction work in Nanchang cannot be done without me. Su Ming, you just want to go back and build a swimming pool. Right? Chung Mo's face darkened. Nonsense. Su Ming chuckled and said, I saw you digging a hole 2 days ago. I will help you dig it when you get back. I also think the swimming pool is very important. Su Zurin, who had been silent until now, suddenly said, I have been thinking just now that the lack of resources in the mist will greatly restrict the development of Nanchang. Then why don't we build another southern city outside the fog? Everyone's eyes lit up. Yes. Why not build another southern city outside the mist? Huang Yuanming frowned. There are dangers everywhere outside the fog. Don't forget. Those natives want to kill us. How can they give us time to build a city? Xiao Lu agreed. Maybe the city wall was demolished before it was even repaired. This is indeed a problem. Nefeng thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, why build it from scratch? Wouldn't it be better for us to grab a city? He stretched out his finger and pointed in the direction of Black Crow City. The location of Nanchang No. 2 is set in this direction. Chapter 394 Black Crow City. Someone from my south is back again. The sky was slightly white, and the sun poked its head out in the east. Nefeng and his group of more than a dozen people ran wildly in the forest all night, and finally arrived outside Black Crow City at around 6 o'clock in the morning. Did you see it? That's Black Crow City. Everyone stood on the mountainside, looking at the Black Crow City in the distance. Su Zurin, it's quite big. The city wall looks very strong, and the location is good. It's really a good place. I just don't know how the sewer project is going. Nefeng was a little speechless. Su Zurin didn't know what was going on. He had been studying the construction of sewers recently, back in Nanchang last night. Su Zurin dragged Nefeng to look at the sewers for half an hour, and kept explaining the mysteries regarding drainage volume, diversion, and recycling. I heard that they are all very popular. Xiao Luo waved his short sword twice and said, can we capture such a big city with just a few people like us? It's very difficult, but it's not impossible. Nefeng muttered. As long as we can kill the Crow King, The remaining Black Crow guards will be scum, and we could easily take over the city. Suihan's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Is this okay if I steal other people's things? Natfong sneered. The rulers of Black Crow City are a group of bandits. Do you know what these bandits do every day? They go to surrounding villages every day to plunder people's wealth, rape women, and bully the old, weak, sick and disabled. To get rid of them is to do justice for heaven. When Suihan heard this, he nodded silently and said nothing more. Natfong spoke again. But before taking action, I want to go inside Black Crow City to get some information and determine the location of the Crow King. By the way, there is also the Sword Emperor Tang Chengyun. I wonder if he is gone. When Natfong left last time, Sword Emperor Tang Chengyun was still in Black Crow City. If he was still in Black Crow City, Natfong could only delay his plan to attack Black Crow City. Suzerain, in that case, let's split up. I'll go back to Nancheng first. Someone must be in charge of Nancheng to avoid any accidents. Chung Mo and Su Ming looked at each other. Let's go back to Nancheng and come back when we are ready to take action. Xiao Luo twisted his arm. Then I will hunt the beast. Shen Pan thought for a moment and said, Then let me take a walk around here and light up the map first. After everyone discussed for a while, they went their separate ways and did their own things. But they only left temporarily. When Natfong decided to attack the city, it only took one word to call them all back. Natfong activated the AR face-changing function and turned himself into Xiao Luo, preparing to sneak into Black Crow City. Some time ago, a famous hero caused havoc in Black Crow City, which greatly strengthened the defense force of Black Crow City. Natfong followed a large caravan and managed to get in. Black Crow City. Someone from my south is back again. Standing on the street of Black Crow City, Natfong was in high spirits, folding his hands across his chest and sneered several times. Hello. That silly boy over there. What are you laughing at? A Black Crow guard, who was patrolling, came over and looked at Natfong up and down with unkind eyes. How dare you call me a stupid boy? Natfong showed a naive smile. Hee hee. I just picked up 5 copper coins. So happy. The Black Crow guard angrily said, If you pick up a coin, you must hand it over to the Black Crow guard. Don't you know this rule? Give it to me quickly. The donor must be very anxious. Natfong gave the Black Crow guard 5 coins with a look of reluctance, and the Black Crow guard left happily. Easy to do. Natfong looked at the Black Crow guards retreating back, patted his face, and murmured, I also think Xiao Luo looks like a silly boy. Shaking his head, Natfong thought about where to go next. Who should I turn to for news about the Crow King? Yuan should not be in Black Crow City anymore. Right? Huh? Wait. I think I have an apprentice. Natfong suddenly thought of something and took a deep breath. Oops. When he left last time, Natfong used a big stone to block the cellar where Wang Defa was hiding. The big stone weighed at least a dozen tons and was as big as a rockery. Natfong can move it easily. But Wang Defa, that weakling, may not be able to move it. More than 10 days have passed. If I remember correctly, the food stored in the cellar is only enough for Wang Defa to eat for about a week. Thinking of this, Natfeng's expression changed and he strode towards the cellar. The location of the cellar is very remote, with no one living around it. But occasionally there are some homeless people hanging around. When Natfong arrived here, he found that the rockery was still pressed against the wooden planks of the cellar. It's over. Natfong Jian looked around and saw no one was around. So he hurried over and moved the rockery away. An unpleasant stench came out of the cellar, and Natfong quickly held his breath and concentrated. He opened the wooden door of the cellar and stuck his head in. Wang Defa. Are you there? The teacher is here to save you. There was no one in the cellar, but there was a large pile of grain cycle objects in the corner, which proved that Wang Defa had stayed here. Wang Defa is not in the cellar. Strangeness? Natfong frowned. There was no other exit in this cellar. How did Wang Defa get out? Before he had time to think deeply, a strong pressure hit him, almost forcing Natfong to the ground. Ha! I knew you would come back. But you didn't expect me to wait here, right? This is the voice of the Crow King. Natfong turned around with difficulty and saw the Crow King. Around the Crow King, there is a large group of Black Crow guards surrounding the place. Natfong gritted his teeth and said, Where is Wang Defa? Humph! Do you still care about your useless apprentice now? The Crow King sneered again and again. He didn't want to tell you your whereabouts, and he had already been beaten to death. Nonfeng's face sank, and anger arose in his heart. How did you find this place? The Crow King laughed loudly. Black Crow City is my territory. Hiding under my nose. You don't really think I can't find it? Do you? Really? Nanfeng still underestimated the Crow King's dominance over Black Crow City. He stood up slowly under the heavy pressure, and in the Crow King's shocked eyes. How long has it been and you have become so much stronger? The Crow King still remembered that the first time he fought against Nanfeng, a single gravity technique could suppress Nanfeng's breathing. It had only been 10 days. And Nanfeng was not only able to stand up against the gravity technique he used with all his strength, but he could also hold a big black and thick pipe on his shoulders. All of you should be buried with my closed disciples. Nanfeng's face was cold, and all his magic power was poured into the RPG rocket launcher on his shoulder. Crow King's expression changed drastically, and a crisis of death enveloped his heart. At such a close distance, I might really die from this unknown weapon. Before Nanfeng fired his cannon, the Crow King summoned a large group of black crows and flew into the sky. Nanfeng raised the muzzle of the gun, aimed at the Crow King in the air, and pulled the trigger. Stinky Crow. I didn't say you can leave. Chapter 395. The teacher is here. Stinky Crow. I didn't say you can leave. Nanfeng raised the muzzle of his cannon and aimed it at the Crow King in midair. Call out. The cannonball shot into the sky as fast as lightning, and the Crow King had no time to dodge. But he had already summoned a large group of black crows to possess him. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, exploding like fireworks over Black Crow City. The residents, hunters and merchants in the city all had earthy faces and hid in their homes, not daring to stay on the street any longer. The fireworks dispersed, and there was no trace of the Crow King in the air. There was only a large group of crow corpses that were blown into pieces like charcoal and fell from the sky with crackling sounds. Did you run away? Nonfeng's face darkened slightly. The Crow King's vitality is powerful and his recovery ability is extremely terrifying. Nanfeng still remembered the last time they fought. He shot the Crow King through the left side of his face. But after just over half an hour, the left side of his face was completely healed and returned to its original state. The shot just now failed to kill the Crow King, and the Crow King will soon come back with full health and health. If you run, I will run too. Nanfeng put away the rocket launcher and was about to leave when he suddenly saw military advisor Wencheng among the Black Crow guards. Military advisor. He is the brains of the entire Black Crow City and must not be left behind. With this thought, Nanfeng took out the Gatling again and aimed at the strategist Wencheng. When death was imminent, Wencheng smiled and said calmly, I will trade a secret for my life. Nanfeng sneered. What secret is it? Tell me. Military advisor Wencheng flapped his feather fan and said calmly, Wang Defa is not dead. Wang Defa is not dead yet. Nanfeng raised his eyebrows, lowered the muzzle of his gun slightly, and asked, Tell me, where is he? Wencheng smiled and said, If you promise to let me go, I will tell you. Then go to HL. Nanfeng pulls the trigger and Gatling spits out tongues of fire. Quick! Protect the strategist. The surrounding Black Crow guards roared and stood in front of Wencheng without fear of death. The remaining Black Crow guards also drew their sabers and attacked Nanfeng. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The south wind carried Gatling and spun him 720 degrees on the spot, and countless golden bullets spurted out. These Black Crow guards could not get close to Nanfeng and were killed to pieces. The divine crow descends from the sky. A giant black crow fell straight down from the sky. Its sharp beak pointed at the south wind below. The Crow King is back again. He seemed to be a little afraid of Nanfeng's attack, so he did not show up, but hid in the dark to use his skills. Nanfeng aimed Gatling into the sky and blasted the giant crow into blood mist in 2 seconds. But more crows appeared, densely packed, covering most of the sky. Nanfeng's face condensed. Why is this Crow King the same as the beast-eyed boss? Can you summon your little brother like this? The sky full of crows made Nanfeng afraid to fight any longer, so he turned around and ran away. Master Military Advisor, are you okay? A Black Crow guard helped Wencheng up and asked with a worried look on his face. Just now, the Black Crow guards used their bodies to help Wencheng resist the bullets. Even so, Wencheng was still hit by 2 bullets. His right leg was bruised and bloody. Unfortunately, the injury was not fatal, and Wencheng survived. Chase, catch up. Be sure to keep an eye on him. Wencheng looked pale and said weakly, His disguise technique is very powerful. Don't give him time to disguise himself. Chase him quickly. Hearing this, the Black Crow guards suppressed the fear of Nan Fong deep in their hearts and stalked after him. Not only the Black Crow guards are chasing South Wind, but the Crow King is also chasing South Wind. In the nameless alley, Nan Fong rushed in, then climbed over the wall and entered the yard of a house. There is a loquat tree in the yard, and a black crow stands on the treetop. When the crow saw Nan Fong, he actually spoke. "Famous hero, you have no wings to fly today." This voice is the voice of the Crow King. Nan Fong took out the Desert Eagle and shot the crow's head off. But another crow flew over and landed on the roof. "Today, you can't fly without wings." Nan Fong also gave it a shot, causing it to close its crow's mouth. "Can you find me through crows?" Nan Fong pondered. The dense crowd of crows in the sky is equivalent to the Sky Eye system of Black Crow City. It is indeed very difficult for Nan Fong to escape in this situation. "I have to think of a way." Nan Fong ran away while thinking about countermeasures. He soon passed by the trading floor he had been to before, and he took it into consideration. Molotov cocktail. Nan Fong threw all the Molotov cocktails out of his backpack, and within half a minute, the entire trading hall was ablaze. "Help! On fire! Run! Are you afraid of catching fire? Watch me destroy it with a waterfall technique. A famous hero is here. Catch him!" The fire was so fierce that the merchants and hunters in the trading hall ran out one after another. Some powerful hunters began to put out the fire. In the distance, the Black Crow guard also caught up, roaring and charging towards the south wind. The corners of Nan Feng's mouth raised slightly. "You can extinguish my flame just by saying it is extinguished? If this trading floor is not burned to ashes, I will not be called Mr. Nan." The fire was getting bigger and bigger. Nan Fong took advantage of the chaos and strode into the trading hall against the crowd and came to a room. There is a young girl in the room. Judging from her clothing, she must be a service staff member of the trading floor. At this time, the girl was taking advantage of the situation and stuffing a lot of coins into her trouser pockets. Seeing that the fire was about to spread to this room, the girl decisively stopped and prepared to evacuate. But as soon as she turned around, she saw Nan Fong and was so frightened that her face turned pale. You, the girl looked frightened and a little at a loss. Nan Fong sneered. "You don't want Lord Crow King to know about stealing money, right?" As soon as the girl heard this, she immediately started to take off her clothes. "Please don't tell Lord Crow King. I can do whatever you want." South Wind. "Hey, you Crow King. Look how well you've educated your subordinates." Nan Fong shook his head and struck out with a hand knife, knocking the girl unconscious. Then he took out the teleportation array and placed it on the ground, and quickly sent a message to Xiao Luo. "Nan Fong, Xiao Luo. Jianghu comes to the rescue. Teleport over quickly." Xiao Luo quickly walked out of the teleportation array. When he saw a person who looked exactly like himself, he froze on the spot. Nan Fong said hurriedly, "It's me. Nan Fong. I don't have time to explain. Take off your clothes quickly." Xiao Luo opened his mouth. Take off your clothes?" As he spoke, he saw the young girl fainted and disheveled on the ground, and countless images flashed through his mind. This. Is this a plot that children can watch? Nan Fong took off his Dragon Song suit and threw it to Xiao Luo. "You put on my clothes? And then use your clone to lure the Crow King away?" Lure away the Crow King? Xiao Luo didn't react for a while. Nan Fong had no choice but to speak as fast as he could and briefly summarize the situation. "You use your clone to lure the Crow King away. I have other things to do. So hide yourself." Xiao Luo finally understood the current situation and cursed. "You are doing bad things in my face." However, he did not hesitate and immediately put on the Dragon War suit. Damn it. This equipment. Xiao Luo touched the armor on his body with some envy, and then transformed into a clone. This clone also wore a Dragon's Chant suit, but it was just a decoration. He nodded to Xiao Luo, turned around and rushed into the thick smoke, running out of the hall. Nan Fong put on the dragon suit that had been eliminated long ago and transformed himself into suzerain. "I'll leave first. You find a place to hide and be careful." Nan Fong gave Xiao Luo a few words, then opened the door and walked out. Xiao Luo asked, "Where are you going?" Nan Fong paused for a moment, then slowly said, "I want to save my clothes disciple, Wang Defa. The teacher is here." Chapter 396. Which trick does this idiot want to use again? Thick smoke billows. Nan Fong held Suzerain's face and rushed out of the trading hall in panic. Cough, cough, cough. Who is setting the fire? Want to burn me to death? Nanfeng yelled, looking around with his peripheral vision. There is no Black Crow Guard around here. Only a group of hunters watching the fun. What about the Crow Guard? Why haven't the Black Crow Guards come yet? Not putting out the fire? Nanfeng said angrily. Beside him, an old hunter with a beard on his face spoke. The Black Crow Guards are already chasing a famous hero. How can they have time to pay attention to this place? Hearing this, Nanfeng nodded slightly. It seems that Xiao Luo's clone has lured all the Black Crow Guards away. He looked up at the sky again, and saw a large number of crows still hovering in the sky. But these crows did not recognize the current Nanfeng and turned a blind eye to him. It's time to go find Wang Defa. Nanfeng stopped lingering and left the street in large strides. For Nanfeng, Wang Defa was just a tool for him to sneak into Black Crow City. In fact, Nanfeng didn't need to take the risk to save him. But after all, he was his close disciple in name only. And it would not work if he didn't save him even though he knew he was still alive. If this were told, where would the famous hero's face be? Let's go to the dungeon first. Nanfeng identified the direction and walked quickly towards the dungeon. The last time Wang Defa was arrested, he was locked up in a dungeon. Although Nanfeng didn't think Crow King would be so stupid to lock people in the same place twice in a row, but always have to check it out. After all, besides the dungeon, Nanfeng doesn't know where else in Black Crow City he can hold prisoners. 5 minutes later, Nanfeng had arrived near the dungeon and stood at the corner of the street, ready to observe the situation. Soon, he found 2 teams of Black Crow Guards hurriedly coming out of the dungeon. Nanfeng took a closer look and saw that between the 2 teams, there were 4 Black Crow Guards carrying a huge metal cage with their bare hands. Isn't it Wang Defa who is locked up in the cage? At this time, Wang Def's hair was disheveled, and he was covered in blood. It was obvious that he was not having an easy time during this period. But the good news is that he is still alive. Indeed still alive. Did they really lock Wang Defa here? Seriously? Nanfeng felt a little outrageous that he found Wang Defa so easily. He even began to suspect that this might be a trap. Nanfeng did not rush to take action, but pricked up his ears to eavesdrop on the conversation of the Black Crow Guards. Hurry. Send him to the city lord's palace quickly. Otherwise a famous hero will come and kill us. And none of us will survive. Ma duh. Why is it our turn to do such a dangerous thing as escorting Wang Defa? Do you really think that a famous hero will come to save Wang Defa? He can't even protect himself now. Wang Defa, who had long been tortured to the point of depression, suddenly became energetic. You just said that a famous hero is back? He came back to save me? One of the Black Crow Guards sneered. You have given up on this idea. The famous hero is now just a rat crossing the street. He is being chased around by Lord Crow King. How can he have time to save you? Wang Defa didn't care about that. He murmured, Master is back. Master is back to save me. I know he won't leave me alone. After a while, Wang Defa's eyes regained some luster. I have to do something for Master. Wang Defa gritted his teeth and made a bold decision. He suddenly stretched out his hand from the gap in the cage and slapped the nearest Black Crow Guard on the face. The Black Crow Guard froze on the spot. What is the situation? This tortured, half-dead Wang Defa actually gave him a slap. How dare you hit me? The Black Crow Guard roared and reached into the cage to grab Wang Defa's hair. Wang Defa was in pain. But with fierce eyes, he opened his mouth and bit the Black Crow Guard's forearm. Damn it! Court death. The Black Crow Guard was furious and slapped Wang Defa several times. Wang Defa smiled disdainfully and said, Just this little strength? Come on. Come in and beat me to death. You wait. With fire in his eyes, the Black Crow Guard opened the door of the cage and was about to go in and teach Wang De a lesson. But this is the moment Wang Defa has been waiting for. The moment the cell door opened, he rushed over and pulled the cell door hard with both hands. At the corner of the street, Nanfeng's expression changed. This idiot. Could he be thinking? Ha ha ha. Try my special skills. Wang Defa's eyes shone with confidence, and he shouted with all his strength. Guan! Door! The cell door didn't move. It wasn't closed. Wang Defa's strength is not as strong as the Black Crow Guard's. Guan guan guan. I guan nima guan. The Black Crow Guard pulled hard, opened the cell door, rushed in and punched and kicked Wang Def. The surrounding Black Crow Guards dissuaded him. Be gentle and don't kill him. The military advisor said that keeping him is still useful. Boom! There was a gunshot. The Black Crow Guard in the cage was shot in the head. and Wang Defa was covered in blood. The rest of the Black Crow guards were stunned for a moment, with horrified looks spreading on their faces. He is a famous hero. It's over. It's over. A famous hero is here. Wasn't he still in the south of the city just now? Why are you here all of a sudden? Nanfeng walked out from the corner of the street holding the Desert Eagle and kept pulling the trigger. Boom. 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 Gunfire continued, each shot taking the life of one of the Crow guards. Wang Defa looked at Nanfeng tremblingly. With tears in his eyes, Master. Master has really come to save me. Under the terrifying firepower. The two teams didn't even last 10 seconds before they were all killed by Nanfeng's gun. After dealing with the Black Crow guard, Nanfeng strode to the cage with a calm expression. Isn't it too late for me to come? Not late. Not late. But early. Wang Defa walked out of the cage with some difficulty. Master. Actually, you don't have to save me. I almost found the opportunity to use my special move just now. Once the special move is released, they will all die. Nanfeng looked at Wang Defa as if he were mentally retarded. This unlucky kid, who usually seems quite smart. Why did I fool him into becoming lame? Shaking his head, Nanfeng stuffed a handful of qi and blood fruit into Wang Defa's mouth, and then helped him walk away. In the distant tree, a crow saw all this. Crow King, who was tracking Xiao Luo's clone. His face darkened, and he gritted his teeth and said, Mada, you were fooled. But he didn't understand something. If the person at the dungeon door was really a famous hero, then who is he chasing? Could it be that there are actually two famous heroes? Suddenly, the little crow summoned by the Crow King sent a new message. Traces of a famous hero were found at the entrance of Chefeng Tower. The Crow King frowned, and before he had time to think carefully, messages one after another entered his brain. On street number 3, a famous hero was found eating skewers. Outside the blacksmith shop, a famous hero was found watching the blacksmith forging iron. In the city lord's mansion, a famous hero was found teasing his concubine. Gone! The Crow King couldn't help but cursed, soared into the sky, and flew towards the city lord's mansion. Chapter 397. Is there anyone here to save me? At this time, Black Crow City was full of famous heroes. They suddenly appeared like bamboo shoots after a rain. City lord's mansion. Backyard. There are many rooms in this backyard, and in each room lives a concubine of the Crow King. Rather than saying this is the backyard, it's better to say this is the Crow King's harem. The Crow King landed in the backyard like a meteor and shouted angrily, there is a famous hero. Get out of here. As he spoke, the Crow King blew out a blast of wind, blowing open the doors of all the rooms in front of him with a creaking sound. Then he saw a scene that made him furious. In the 9th room from left to right, a famous hero is using his index finger to lift the chin of his concubine in the 9th room, blowing gently on her delicate face. Don't be afraid, my darling. A famous hero had deep eyes and said in a bubble voice, as long as I am here, the smelly crow outside the door cannot hurt you. The face of the concubine in the 9th room was slightly red, and Xiafei's cheeks were fascinated by the bubble sound. How can a little girl in a feudal society resist this magical skill for picking up girls from the 21st century? When the Crow King saw this, he was furious and shouted, famous hero, you are looking for death. He stretched out his palm and pressed it, flattening the entire room. The famous hero and his concubine in the room were also crushed into meat pies. Completely dead. Of course, this famous hero is just a clone who inherited Xiao Luo's scumbag traits. Snort. The Crow King snorted coldly, closed his eyes, and saw the sight of crows in his mind. These crows are like monitors, providing everything they see to the Crow King. In these fields of vision, he could still see many famous heroes. Was that fake just now? In other words, is it a clone? The Crow King lowered his head and pondered. This famous hero is very difficult to deal with because of his endless array of strange moves. When they fought for the first time, Crow King was very confident and felt that he could win it easily. But only a few days had passed, and the situation began to gradually get out of his control. He doesn't even know who the real famous hero is now. The chosen one is truly extraordinary. I can't give him any more time to grow. The Crow King murmured a few words, controlled a crow, and flew in the direction of Black Crow Peak. In Black Crow City, there is a drunken life and a dream of death. As the largest brothel in Black Crow City, no matter it is day or night, there are always people coming and going at Zui Shengming Death House. And there is an endless stream of customers. After completing the mission and getting the commission, Most hunters would choose to come to the drunk life and dreams of death building to experience the feeling of drunken life and dreams of death. Even in the current situation, with all the Black Crow guards in the city hunting down the famous hero, Zui Shengming Death Tower was still not affected much. How do guests play, or how do they play? After Nanfeng rescued Wang Defa, he changed him into a new set of clothes and took him over the wall into the Zui Shengming Death Building and hid in the firewood room next to the back kitchen. Nanfeng didn't find any crows around, so it should be safe here in a short time. Master, I don't think it's appropriate to hide here. After eating a handful of qi and blood fruit, Wang Defa's mental state improved significantly. He said, I think we should pretend to be guests, order a few errands, and play whatever we want, so that we can hide our identities better. I don't want you to think. I want me to feel. Nanfeng glanced at him. And I thought it would be good to hide here. Wang Defa was immediately discouraged and his face was full of frustration. Nanfeng ignored him, but opened the panel and sent a message to Xiao Luo. Come quickly to the firewood room in the back kitchen of Zui Shengming Building. Xiao Luo did not reply. About 10 minutes later, a figure rushed in through the window. Nanfeng took a closer look and saw that the person coming was none other than Xiao Luo. Phew, this place is really hard to find. Xiao Luo breathed out. Nanfeng's expression was calm. You told me it's hard to find the largest brothel in the city? I suspect you were peeking at the young lady outside. That's why you came so slowly. Xiao Luo's face changed slightly. I didn't. Don't slander me. As he said that, Xiao Luo saw Wang Defa on the side and quickly changed the subject. Is this guy your close disciple? Doesn't look very smart. Before Nanfeng could say anything, Wang Defa knelt on the ground with a thump and kowtowed to Xiao Luo. Disciple Wang Defa, pay your respects to the second uncle. Xiao Luo. South Wind. Wang Defa stared at Xiao Luo with expectant eyes. People already call you second master uncle. Why don't you give me some greeting gift or something? Nanfeng almost laughed out loud. The corners of Xiao Luo's mouth twitched, feeling like he had a toothache. Isn't this a meeting gift? Let me think about it. Here. This is for you. Xiao Luo took out a small iron bottle from his backpack, which contained transparent water. Thank you, Uncle Second Master. Wanda smiled brightly, stuffed the bottle into his clothes first, and then asked, Uncle Second Master, what is in this bottle? Holy water? Can you upgrade to 5 levels in a row after drinking it? Xiao Luo shook his head. Drinking it won't let you advance to 5 levels in a row, but it will make you belch immediately. This bottle contains a whole bottle of colorless and odorless poisonous water. Shen Pian often applied this poisonous water on his dagger to increase his efficiency in hunting ferocious beasts. Xiao Luo also put 2 bottles in his backpack in case of emergency. Unexpectedly, I actually used it today and gave it to Wang Defa as a meeting gift. Xiao Luo reminded, this bottle of poisonous water is very toxic. Even the Crow King can be poisoned to death as long as the dose is enough. You must keep it well. Nanfeng shrugged. The poisonous water was indeed very poisonous, but it was impossible to poison the Crow King to death, no matter how high the dose is. If 100 tons is poured into Crow King's mouth, it will be difficult to poison him to death. At most, he will be choked to death. But Wang Defa didn't know this. He very carefully pulled off a piece of cloth from his clothes, wrapped the inside and outside of the bottle tightly, and then put it away. Nanfeng and Xiao Luo walked to the corner, changed their equipment, and began to discuss the next plan. Xiao Luo's face was a little solemn. What should we do next? The Crow King is so powerful. He killed one of my clones with one move. I'm afraid neither of us can beat him. Nanfeng pondered and said, you are right. In Black Crow City, he has the right time, place and people. It is too difficult to kill him. He must be led outside the city. But the Crow King is also an extremely cautious person. How easy is it to lure him outside the city? Nanfeng and Xiao Luo brainstormed for 2 minutes, but could not think of a good way to lure the Crow King out of Black Crow City. Otherwise, let's retreat and wait until I reach level 3 or 5 before we come back. Xiao Luo suggested that Black Crow City is here anyway, and will not run away. Nanfeng thought the same way. He could feel that the gap between him and the Crow King was getting smaller and smaller. After a while, Nanfeng was confident that he could kill the Crow King alone. But we are gone. What will Wang Defa do? Nanfeng looked at Wang Defa, a little confused. After finally rescuing him, we can't just leave him here. Right? But if you want to take him out of Black Crow City, you will definitely be discovered by the Crow King. Xiao Luo frowned and thought. Before he could think of anything, His and Nanfeng's tactical watches rang at the same time. The two opened the panel and found that Shinpan had sent a lot of messages in the handsome guys group. Judge Shin, brothers, I have walked around Black Crow City. How do you feel about it? Am I happy? Judge Shin, damn it. A lot of crows suddenly appeared in the sky above Black Crow City. I wonder what the situation is over there with Mr. Nanfeng. Judge Shin, I saw a crow flying away from the city. It seemed to be looking for reinforcements. Could this be the legendary flying crow delivering a message? Guys, should I shoot this crow down? Shinpian, haha. I knocked it down with just a snap of my fingers. Am I awesome? Judge Shin, damn it. I saw a person flying over from Black Crow City. It seems like it's coming for me. Shinpan, Nafeng Shaluo Suminwu is born. Someone is chasing me. Is there anyone who can help me? Chapter 398, Shake People and Beat Up the Crow King. Judge Shin, Nafeng Shaluo, boss. Help me. Seeing this, Nafeng and Shaoluo looked at each other. They had been thinking about it for a long time. But they couldn't think of a way to lure the Crow King out of Black Crow City. Unexpectedly, Judge Shin would lure the Crow King out with a casual move? Nafeng hurriedly replied in the group, Judge Shin. Open the teleportation array. But Judge Shin did not reply. Shaoluo opened his teleportation array, stepped on it, and then shook his head slightly. Shinpan's teleportation array was not found. This shows that Shinpian's teleportation formation is still in his backpack. It seems that the situation on his side is already very dangerous. So dangerous that he doesn't even have time to take out the teleportation array. Shaoluo, I'll fly over. You go shake people and look for opportunities to teleport over. Nafeng turned off the panel, not daring to waste time, unfolded devil wings and flew into the sky. Dumb! Dumb! The sky above Black Crow City is filled with crows. When they saw the south wind flying into the sky, they immediately rushed over with a shrill cry. Boom! Before taking off, Nafeng had already pinched the grenade in his hand. At this time, the grenade exploded with a bang, and the surrounding crows fell down like dumplings. Dumb! Dumb! But more and more crows flew over and surrounded Nafeng. Within a moment, a large black ball with a diameter of more than 50 meters and made entirely of crows appeared in midair. And the south wind is right in the middle of this black ball. In the firewood room of Zui Shengming Death Building, Shaoluo and Wang Defa stuck their heads out of the window. Their faces solemn. This black ball is almost solid. How to escape from the south wind at the center of the black ball? In the woods outside the city, Shinpan completely turned into an afterimage, shuttling through the forest. Behind him, the Crow King in a mink coat was chasing after him. Originally, the Crow King sent a little crow to move reinforcements to Black Crow Peak. Who would have thought that as soon as this little crow flew out of the city, he was hit by Shinpan with a stone. The Crow King was instantly furious. Who is so bold? Dare to kill his precious little crow? In anger, the scene that the little crow saw before his death appeared in the Crow King's mind. Seeing this, the Crow King immediately turned from anger to joy. There is a chosen one outside the city, and it seems that this chosen one is not as powerful as the famous hero. The Crow King thought for 2 seconds and decisively gave up the idea of chasing the famous hero. Instead, he flew straight out of the city, preparing to kill Shinpan, snatch his divine weapon, and break through level 40 in one fell swoop. In terms of straight-line speed, Crow King was faster than Shinpan. But Shinpan, a clever little ghost, was very nimble. He ran back and forth and made an S-shaped snakeskin move. It took him a long time, and he was not caught by Crow King. The Crow King was not in a hurry, and said with a sneer, "You are running very fast. I want to see how long you can hold on." Shinpan took a sip behind him and continued running in another direction. Do I need to hold on for a long time? The Crow King seemed to have guessed Shinpian's little thoughts, and said with a smile, "Are you waiting for a famous hero to come and save you? It's a pity that you can't wait for him." Judge Shin's face changed slightly. What should I say? Take a look in the direction of Black Crow City. The famous hero you are waiting for has been trapped by me. Crow King burst out laughing. The sky is my home court. He dared to fly into the sky. What else could he do if he wasn't seeking death? The moment the south wind flew into the sky, the Crow King noticed it. He remotely controlled the crows to surround Nafeng in the center, preparing to peck Nafeng to death with the Crow Sea tactics. Hearing this, Judge Shin sneered. How many crows want to kill Nanshin? There's nothing wrong with your mind. As Judge Shin finished speaking, a violent explosion sounded in the sky above Black Crow City. Wow! Black crows rained in the sky again. Crows the size of basketballs fell down one after another, damaging the houses below with craters. Boom! The stalls on the street were smashed to pieces by crows. The stall owner cried loudly, "My stall got smashed again." Nefong detonated 5 grenades in succession and finally opened a gap. He flapped his wings and rushed out of the circle of crows like an arrow from a string, flying in the direction of Shenpian. This little crow's pecking hurts quite a bit. Nefong touched the blood on his face and grimaced in pain. He was wearing the dragon roar suit, which a crow couldn't peck at, but his handsome face was exposed, and several pieces of flesh were pecked off, which completely disfigured him. Of course, these are just skin injuries and are not serious problems. Call out. Nefong saw the Crow King who was chasing Shenpan, and immediately took out the Barrett and fired it with one shot. The distance was too far, and Crow King dodged the bullet in time. But Shenpian also seized this opportunity and instantly distanced himself. Open the teleportation array, Nefong yelled. The Crow King didn't hear clearly what Nefong was shouting, but Shenpan, who was wearing a tactical headset, heard it clearly. Receive. Judge Shen hurriedly opened the teleportation array. A group of experts from Nansheng who had been prepared for a long time immediately walked out of the teleportation array. The Crow King is very powerful, so be careful. Su Ming, follow me. Xiao Lua left these words, raised his knife, and faced the Crow King head-on. Here we go. Brutal collision. Su Ming followed up and slammed into the Crow King with his huge shield. This skill can lock on to a target until it hits it. No matter how the Crow King moves, there is no way to avoid it. Duan. The thick shield hit the Crow King, causing his eyesight to go dark. Xiao Luo came over with a knife and slashed the Crow King on the neck. Blood surges. Su Ming shouted loudly, "Control him! Kill him! Call out!" Nefong, who was still in the sky, fired a freeze bomb. With the blessing of Ice Ring as passive skill, Ice Elemental Affinity. This freeze bomb instantly condensed a layer of frost on the surface of Crow King's body. An arrow to the heart. Wu Yuan shot an arrow and pierced the Crow King's heart. Xiao Aran and Cheng Himo took action at the same time, piercing the spear and sword into the Crow King's body. Everyone in Nancheng cooperated tacitly and seriously injured the Crow King in the first moment of the fight. The Crow King burst out with energy, shattering the ice on his body. He looked at the dozen chosen ones in front of him with a livid face. Where the hell did this come from? There are so many popping up all at once. Boom! A light blue beam of light falls from the sky. And Nonfeng's Watering Dragon Beam Cannon is coming. Watering Dragon Beam Cannon was approaching the speed of light, and Crow King couldn't dodge it at all. This cannon opened a huge hole in his body. But the strange thing is that there is no blood flowing out of this hole, but black crows fly out. Wow! The Crow King's body exploded instantly and turned into countless crows, hovering in the air. Dum! 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 These crows make a high-pitched cry. Within a dozen kilometers nearby, some low-level ferocious beasts heard this cry and fainted on the spot. Ha ha ha! A bunch of little guys really think that I, the Crow King, am a vain person? The Crow King's voice comes from all directions, making it difficult for people to find his location. Look at my sonic attack. Dum! 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 The crows all over the sky let out an even more piercing scream. The Crow King was full of confidence. There is absolutely no way these level 30 lads in front of them can withstand his move. 10 seconds later, the Crow King's confident smile solidified on his face. He found that this group of chosen ones were not affected by the sonic attack at all. Instead, they were seriously discussing how to kill birds more efficiently. Why is this happening? Chapter 399, Bumpman Fights Monsters. Nonfeng's Tactical Headset. Kienka's Sonic Attack. With the improvement of the Natal Magic Weapon, the number of tactical headphones has reached 32, and there are top experts in Nancheng present, so everyone is assigned one. Crow King's Sonic Attack had little effect on them. First, find the Crow King's true body. Nefong took out Gatling, rotated the barrel of the gun, and fired at the crows in the sky. The crows in the sky are all transformed into the Crow King, and the Crow King himself must be hiding among them. Ta 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 ta! Bullets were flying everywhere, and the crows shrieked and fled. Crow King's voice came from all directions. Hum hum. I still don't believe it. Can you completely ignore my sonic attack? As the Crow King finished speaking, the screams of the surrounding crows became louder and shriller. This kind of scream is a bit similar to the sound of scratching a blackboard with nails, which makes people goosebumps all over and shiver constantly. Even though everyone was wearing tactical headphones, they gradually felt a little uncomfortable. Dragon roar. Xiao Ren raised the spear in his hand to the sky, and with one shot, 7 or 8 crows were stabbed down. At the same time, the roar of the dragon sounded, which cheered up everyone in Nanchung. This smelly crow can really scream. Judge Shin picked up the stone and threw it into the sky. It missed, but I couldn't hit it, which was a bit annoying. If you can't hit it, plug your ears. Xiao Luo slashed several times at the sky with his swords full of energy, but he only managed to knock down 3 crows. Our entire tactics are a bit weak. Su Ming's face was solemn. This sonic attack is getting stronger and stronger. If we don't find the Crow King's body quickly, we might die here. Wu Yuanyuan said dissatisfied. Weak in the air? Do you want to see what we are doing? Su Ming turned around and found that Nanfeng Wu Yuan, Chung Yimo and 3 others were frantically hunting crows in the sky. Chung Yimo controlled the flying sword to shuttle back and forth in the air, the sword energy dancing wildly, killing several crows every second. Wu Yuan shot a thunder elemental arrow into the sky, and a power grid appeared, electrocuting a large number of crows. The south wind was even more terrifying. His gatling aimed at the sky and swept it randomly, as if it was going to penetrate the sky. I don't know how many crows were shot down, and they were scattered all over the place. With the 3 people joining forces, less than half of the crows in the sky were cleared in just half a minute. But the sonic attacks of the crows became stronger and stronger, and the harsh echo echoed in everyone's ears. Nanfeng felt a stabbing pain in his brain, as if he had been pricked by a needle. The same goes for everyone else. Fortunately, the tactical headphones helped them isolate most of the sound waves. Otherwise everyone would have a splitting headache and the blood vessels in their brains would burst one by one. Judging from the current situation, the balance of victory is slowly tilting towards the Crow King, because the number of crows is still about half. But everyone in Nanchung may not be able to hold on for too long. We must find a way to break the situation. Nanfeng's face was solemn, and his eyes searched back and forth among the crows. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and he spotted a distinctive crow. This crow was mixed in with the crows. On the surface, it looked no different. But the sharp-eyed Nanfeng discovered that it did not open its mouth to scream. Nanfeng didn't hesitate at all. He cut the shot in 0.1 seconds and replaced Gatling with Barrett. Aim and shoot! Penetrating bullet. This set of actions was completed in one go. The crow didn't react at all, and was shot in the head. The headless crow fell from the sky. Ah! The Crow King's screams came from all directions. The crows in the sky also stopped screaming, and instead flapped their wings neatly and flew towards the crows that landed on the ground. The group of crows gathered together, coalesced into one body, and transformed back into the form of the Crow King. At this time, Crow King had a hole opened in his head, with bones visible and blood pouring out. He stared at Nanfeng with vicious eyes. How did you find me? Nanfeng raised his hand and fired another shot, then said, Don't you really think you hit well? Crow King started to dodge before Nanfeng fired, but he was still shot through the left shoulder. The Crow King gasped in pain. At such a close distance, it was almost impossible for him to dodge Nanfeng's bullets. Brothers, go for it. Kill him. Judge Shin took the lead and rushed forward. Just now you were in the sky, and I couldn't hit you. Now you're a free-roaming chicken. Can I kill you? Shin Pan quickly approached the injured Crow King. His hands turned into an afterimage, and stabbed the Crow King several times on the shoulder. He knew that his attack could not break through the Crow King's defense, so he specially picked the Crow King's injured left shoulder and stabbed it. You know, Shin Pian's dagger was smeared with poison. Court death. The Crow King was furious, opened his mouth and spit out a black ball. The black ball transformed into a little crow and pecked at Judge Shin's face. The Crow King was also preparing to take advantage of the victory to pursue and kill Shin Pan directly. But others from Nanchung had already arrived. Han Yuan cuts with one sword. Xiao Luo shouted and stabbed Crow King on his left shoulder again. The sword goes. The sword comes. The gun comes out like a dragon. Heart-piercing arrow. Everyone launched their killing moves, all aiming at the Crow King's head and left shoulder. Every move is a weak point attack. The Crow King was not someone to be bullied. He summoned a large number of protective crows and began to fight back. In his rage, the Crow King's strength was even more terrifying than usual, and he actually suppressed everyone by himself. Wild. Even though he's injured like this, He's still so capable of fighting. Fortunately, he doesn't have a magic weapon. Otherwise we would be doomed. Everyone, pay attention to pulling. He can't hold on much longer. Everyone could see that the Crow King was at the end of his strength at this time. But his level is too high. Eye of Insight cannot be used on him. And no one knows how much health he has left. Brothers, get out of the way and watch me hit you hard. Nanfeng, who was standing far away, suddenly shouted loudly. Everyone looked back and saw a faint blue light flashing on the barrel of Nanfeng's gun. After knocking down the Crow King, Nanfeng did not continue to attack, but stood in the distance and accumulated strength. Now this gun is fully loaded, charged strike plus Wandering Dragon Beam Cannon. Nanfeng's strongest shot. Boom! A light blue beam of light erupts from the muzzle of the gun. This is the beam of light. And this is the speed of light. The Crow King had no time to dodge, and his body was instantly pierced by the beam of light. The Crow King's eyes changed from vicious at the beginning to panic, to confusion. He covered the big hole in his abdomen with both hands, fell to the ground with a bang, and stared blankly at the sky. I seem to see Ultraman hitting little monsters with lasers. It's too much. This is really shooting primitive people with laser cannons. The Crow King should be dead. Right? Everyone in Nancheng stood in a circle around the Crow King. To be on the safe side, Xiao Luo stepped forward and struck twice. The Crow King on the ground let out a painful groan. Xiao Luo jumped back and said in a deep voice, "He's not dead yet. Come here and hit him." Crow King's eyes darkened, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already injured like this. He was breathing out, but not taking in. These people still needed to hit him. You chosen ones all have dark hearts. Stop taking last hits and stand back. The sound of the south wind came from far away. The half-dead Crow King breathed a sigh of relief. Although the famous hero hurt him deeply, he still had some conscience. At least let others stop taking last hits. Right? This gives the Crow King a chance to survive. The Crow King also has a life-saving skill. As long as these chosen ones relax their vigilance, he is sure to escape from here alive. Da-da-da. Footsteps sounded, and the south wind came slowly from a distance. The Crow King raised his head slightly, and saw that Nanfeng had put away his weapon. But before he had time to be happy, another weapon appeared in Nanfeng's hand. An ominous premonition arose in the Crow King's heart. Nanfeng raised the spray gun, walked slowly to the Crow King, and stuffed the spray gun into his mouth. It's such a dangerous thing to do last hitting. I should be the one to do it. Chapter 400 Master will take revenge on me. The spray roared. Crow King's little head exploded, and colorful liquid splashed everywhere. Wang Yuanming curled his lips. You are such a southern god. But you actually have a K head? Nanfeng looked calm. I don't have K. Nanfeng did not have a K head, because the system did not report the death of the Crow King. The Crow King is not dead yet, so he is not considered a K head. But what surprised Nanfeng was that the Crow King's head was exploded. So why wasn't he dead yet? How strong is his vitality? Nanfeng calmly put away the spray gun, then quickly switched out the Desert Eagle and fired at the Crow King's body. Ta-ta-ta. Ta-ta-ta. Crow King, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, shook in pain. He could no longer pretend, and his whole body instantly transformed into a headless crow, soaring into the sky with a hiss. Want to run? Chase! Everyone knows the principle of letting the tiger return to the mountain. How could Nanfeng and others let the Crow King leave? But the speed of the headless crow was astonishingly fast. It drew an arc in the air like a meteor and flew back to Black Crow City. Crow King burned a full 10 years of his life in exchange for such a terrifying speed in a few seconds. Nanfeng waved his hand. There are no masters left in Black Crow City. Catch up and kill him! The others nodded and rushed towards Black Crow City as quickly as possible. Inside Black Crow City, the headless crow fell from the sky. It twisted on the ground a few times and transformed back into the Crow King. His head, which had been blown out, was healing rapidly. Damn it. The injury is too serious, the Crow King said to himself through gritted teeth. He burned 10 years of his life, which was enough for him to fly back to Black Crow Peak as quickly as possible. It's a pity that his head was blown open. If he didn't burn part of his lifespan to heal the injury, he would definitely die even if he could fly back to Black Crow Peak. The Crow King struggled to hold up his upper body and looked toward the outside of the city with a vicious look on his face. He could feel that those damn chosen ones were coming to kill them fiercely. No one in the city can stop him. I must escape back to Black Crow Peak to survive. But in his current state, his body seemed to be hollowed out. His whole body was weak, and it was difficult to stand up. How easy is it to escape back to Black Crow Peak? The Crow King looked around and found that he was in the alley behind the Zui Shengming Death Building. There is still a long distance from the City Lord's palace, and it is impossible for the Crow King to walk back alone. Someone must be found to pick him up. When the Crow King raised his head, he found a pair of eyes peeking at him through the crack in the window in the Zui Shengming Death Building. Hey, that kid who's peeking at me. Get out of here. I am the Crow King. It is not convenient for me to move now. Go and call the military advisor Wencheng. When I go back, I will give you glory and wealth, and make you the second in command of Black Crow City. The Crow King made a big promise, but only he knows whether he will fulfill it. And the person who peeked at the Crow King in the room was none other than Wang Defa, who was left by Nan Feng and the others in the Drunken Life and Dreams of Death Building. He just heard a loud noise, so he secretly opened the window and took a look. Unexpectedly, he was discovered by the Crow King. It's terrible. It's terrible. Why is the Crow King here? I am dead. In the room, Wang Defa was so frightened that his legs became weak. He was once a member of the Black Crow City. Although he was just a small boy, his fear of the Crow King was already engraved in his soul. After hearing what the Crow King said, Wang Defa's mind went blank, and he climbed out of the window tremblingly without even having time to think. It's you? The closed disciple of a famous hero? The Crow King saw Wang Defa's face clearly, and his eyes suddenly flashed. Ha! God will not destroy me. But he actually sent me a hostage. Wang Defa's voice was trembling. Lord Crow King, I am really not familiar with the famous hero. Huh? Not familiar? If you don't know him well, he will take huge risks to come back to save you. The Crow King sneered. Even your injuries have been almost healed by him. Is this what you call unfamiliarity? After rescuing Wang Defa, Nefeng stuffed a handful of qi and blood fruit into his mouth. He had been raped in the dungeon before, and was already more than half recovered. Wang Defa didn't know what to say for a while. The Crow King stretched out his hand and grabbed it in the air, and a huge suction force sucked Wang Defa over. Since Crow King was sitting on the ground, his palm just happened to touch Wang Defa's trouser pocket, and he touched something hard. Crow King said in a deep voice, "What is this? Take it out." Wang Defa's expression changed. Lord Crow King. This is... Without giving Wang Defa time to explain, the Crow King reached in and took out a small bottle forged from fine iron. Opening the bottle cap, the Crow King saw that the bottle contained a colorless and odorless liquid. The workmanship of this bottle doesn't look like a product from our world. The Crow King looked at it for a while and sneered. This is given to you by a famous hero. Right. Wang Defa swallowed, and a bold idea suddenly came to his mind. Yes. This is the holy water that Master gave me to heal my wounds. In fact, where is the holy water for healing? This is obviously the bottle of poison Xiao Luo gave him. Oh! The Crow King raised his eyebrows. It's for healing? He is very seriously injured now, and needs this kind of thing. Crow King asked, how effective is this thing? Wang Defa said tremblingly, Master said, this thing can make the dead alive, with flesh and white bones. Nice one. The Crow King raised his eyebrows with joy and looked at Wang Defa. Take a sip first. Wang Defa. The Crow King showed a fierce look. What? Don't dare to drink? Are you lying to me? Wang Defa's face turned pale. How dare I lie to Lord Crow King? I'll drink it now. He took the bottle shakily, took a sip, and then gave a thumbs up. It tastes great. If it tastes good, drink more. The Crow King sneered again and again. Do you really think I will believe you? Are you too naive? Wang Defa was stunned on the spot. He originally wanted to use his own life to trick the Crow King into drinking this bottle of poison. Who knew that the Crow King never believed him from beginning to end? The Crow King said coldly, if you still want to live, go and find military advisor Wencheng. I will find a way to remove the toxins from your body. Wang De was helpless and stared blankly at the sky. Do you think I will still believe you? As the saying goes, when a person is about to die, he also has great courage. At this moment, Wang Defa's fear from the depths of his soul towards the Crow King had disappeared. I'm going to die. Why am I afraid of you? Seeing this, the Crow King raised his hand and punched Wang Defa on the knee. His knees were shattered, and Wang Defa fell to the ground groaning in pain. Crow King yelled, go get someone. Otherwise I will beat you to death. Wang Defa had big beads of sweat on his head and body. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. Come on. Beat him to death. My master will take revenge on me.